Chapter 288. Martial art and alchemy were the same. They both needed a long time to increase their tier and rush to the peak. In fact, alchemy couldn't be achieved quickly. This was because there were spiritual medicines and spiritual fruits in this world. Eating a single one of them would allow one's cultivation to skyrocket, allowing one to become an expert overnight. However, there was definitely no such good item that could allow an alchemist's skills to increase greatly in just a few short days. Even with the existence of strange fire, it only allowed alchemists to refine high-tier medicinal pills at low tiers. It still required sufficient understanding of alchemy, and it wasn't something that could allow alchemists to soar in a single step. Ling Han wasn't even 20 yet and was already a black-grade medium-level alchemist. It had to be a joke. If there was such a genius, wouldn't the news have spread throughout the world long ago? How could it be unheard of? Humph, I was almost fooled by you. Actually daring to pretend to be an alchemist, how dare you? Cheng Feijun said darkly. His younger brother was captured and even had an arm cut off, making him extremely furious. Ling Han smiled faintly, pointed at his chest and said, "Open your dog eyes wide and look carefully, this is fake." Dog eyes. Everyone's mouths twitched. He actually dared to speak like that to a black-grade high-level alchemist. This brat was truly audacious. "Youngster, take out your alchemist proof," the spiritual pedestal tier elite said to Ling Han. Badges could be forged, but alchemist proof couldn't. There was complete information on it, and it could be verified immediately. Cheng Feijun sneered and said, "So what if you're a black-grade medium-level alchemist? You still have to listen to my orders." "TSK, tisk." Ling Han wagged his finger and said, "Which ear of yours heard me say that I'm a black-grade medium-level alchemist? You really are an idiot." Ignoring the furious Cheng Feijun, he took out the third silver badge and wore it on his chest. 3 silver badges, the same as Cheng Feijun. Impossible. Everyone said the same word in their hearts. There definitely never was such a young black-grade high-level alchemist. "Ha!" Cheng Feijun sneered. As soon as Ling Han took out the second silver badge, he already didn't believe it. "Huh." Qian and Yang, the 2 spiritual pedestal tier elites, were slightly startled as they suddenly thought of a person. "Bullshit, do you think that just because you wear 3 silver badges you can pretend to be a black-grade high-level alchemist?" The person who had bootlicked Cheng Feijun immediately jumped out again, pointing at Ling Han as he shouted. Ling Han sighed and said, "Haven't I told you before that I hate it when people point at me?" "Young man, is your surname Ling?" The spiritual pedestal tier elite with the surname Qian suddenly interrupted. "Ling Han." Cheng Feijun's expression immediately changed. He also thought of a person. "Ling Han, you are Ling Han." His face was full of anger. Half a year ago, he successfully advanced to become a black-grade high-level alchemist, creating a new record in the desolate north. And a 30-year-old black-grade high-level alchemist, even in a large place like the North region, was quite impressive. There were very few people who could surpass him, but his complacency only lasted for a few months. Very soon, another young genius appeared out of nowhere, and became a black-grade high-level alchemist. Moreover, he was even younger than him, so much so that he could not believe his own eyes. 17 years old. In the beginning, not to mention him, even many people in the Star Brilliance Palace Hall doubted the authenticity of this matter. But with Fu Yuanshang's handwritten letter and the joint guarantee of many black-grade middle-level alchemists, people could only believe it. From then on, Cheng Feijun hated Ling Han for robbing him of his glory. Otherwise, how dazzling would he be with the glory of being the youngest black-grade high-level alchemist? This hateful guy, robbing him of his glory was not bad, but today he ran to his territory, injured his younger brother, and still wanted to step on his face in public? He definitely would not allow it. "I am Ling Han." Ling Han took out the crystal that could prove one's identity as an alchemist, and infused his origin power into it. Instantly, a screen of light was formed, and on it was clearly written Ling Han's level as an alchemist, as well as where and when he had broken through, as well as the witnesses at that time. Everyone cried out in shock, because this was only a matter of 1 or 2 months. The majority of people still did not know of Ling Han's existence, and could not help but stare dumbfoundedly at Ling Han. Too young, so young that people could not accept it. A 30-year-old black-grade high-level alchemist like Cheng Feijun would scare people every time they saw him, sighing at his youth. But Ling Han? 17 years old, 18 years old. Heavens! Let go of my younger brother first. Cheng Feijun said through gritted teeth. Ling Han smiled faintly and said, If I let him go just because you say so, how embarrassing would that be for me? Ling Han. Cheng Feijun's eyes spewed fire. What do you want? At this time Qian and Yang, the two spiritual pedestal tier warriors, sat on the sidelines and watched. No matter if it was Ling Han or Cheng Feijun, they were both black-grade high-level alchemists with the same status and boundless future prospects, so it was not worth offending either one. Ling Han smiled and said, You finally asked the main point. This guy obviously did all kinds of bad things, but I just came, so I don't know how evil he is, nor do I have the time to investigate. However, it is a fact that this guy tried to kill me. And he actually tried to kill an alchemist. That's a capital offense, am I right? Hung, my younger brother doesn't know your identity at all. His crime is pardonable. Cheng Feijun immediately said. If you say it can be forgiven, then it can be forgiven. It's not like you were threatened by this trash. Ling Han sneered. There's no need to trouble the Star Defense Force. This person plotted to kill an alchemist, so I declare immediate execution. You dare, you dare. Cheng Feijun stomped his feet and said sternly, Ling Han, do you want to form a death grudge with me? And who are you? Ling Han sneered, his face full of disdain. You dare insult me. Cheng Feijun stomped in rage, the veins on his neck bulging. I won't lower myself to your level, quickly let go of my younger brother. Ling Han laughed and said, I found that you have quite the talent for making jokes, but unfortunately, I don't appreciate it at all. His right hand shook and instantly, a long sword appeared out of thin air. With his identity as a black-grade high-level alchemist, he was no longer afraid of others knowing that he had a spatial ring. Brother, save me. Save me. Cheng Kai-fu sensed Ling Han's dense killing intent, and instantly waved his arms and cried out in fear. However, his right arm had just been reattached, so how could it withstand such violent movements? His arm was instantly severed at the shoulder, and fresh blood gushed out. Without waiting for him to cry out in pain, Ling Han's sword had already slashed down, slicing open his neck. Cheng Kai-fu's mouth gurgled with blood, and he extended his hand towards Cheng Feijun, but he only raised it halfway before it drooped down powerlessly. Little brother! Cheng Feijun shouted sternly, his eyes spitting fire. Ling Han, I swear to never coexist with you. Ha! Ling Han shrugged indifferently and said, I'll make a bet with you. Later, you have to obediently kneel in front of me and call me Grandmaster Ling. Bullshit! Cheng Feijun immediately spat. How could he possibly kneel in front of the enemy who killed his younger brother and suffer humiliation? How about it, do you want to bet or not? If you win, I'll give you this strange fire, and on the other hand you have to give me that strange fire of yours. Ling Han finally revealed his true motive. Chapter 289. Cheng Feijun was only at the 7th layer of the gushing spring tier. Logically, he could only refine black-grade middle-level medicinal pills, but since he could become a high-level black-grade alchemist, it meant that he definitely fused with a strange fire to achieve a breakthrough. Although Ling Han had a ball of strange fire, he didn't mind making this strange fire stronger. Cheng Feijun's gaze was gloomy, and his face revealed a moved expression. Ling Han could guess that he had a strange fire, so he obviously could guess as well because Ling Han's tier was lower, only at the 1st layer of the gushing spring tier. If Ling Han didn't have this strange fire, would he still have the qualifications to be called a high-level black-grade alchemist? At that time he only had to request a re-examination, and Ling Han couldn't refine a high-level black-grade medicinal pill, naturally being stripped of the corresponding alchemist rank. As long as the alchemist's rank was lower than his, he could think of a way to slowly kill Ling Han. The hatred of killing his brother was absolutely irreconcilable, and he had to make Ling Han die. Alright, I'll bet. He clenched his teeth, not believing that something that could make him kneel down would happen. There was only one possibility, and that was Ling Han advancing to become an Earth-grade alchemist. The question was this possible? Lords, please be the witnesses, Cheng Feijun said again. He was afraid that Ling Han would act shamelessly if he lost. Ha ha ha, I'm also afraid you'll act shamelessly, go invite them. Ling Han laughed loudly. Seeing that Ling Han was so certain, Cheng Feijun couldn't help but be startled. Could it be that this guy could really advance to become an Earth-grade alchemist? Impossible, definitely impossible. A 17-year-old Earth-grade alchemist, he must be dreaming. Moreover, the most important point was that alchemists who wanted to be certified as black-grade and above had to prepare their own materials, and Earth-grade materials were extremely precious. He did not believe that Ling Han had prepared the materials, because this was obviously an unexpected incident. So, even if Ling Han really had the ability to break through to become an Earth-grade alchemist, what could he do without the corresponding materials? Thinking this way, Chang Fei-jun recovered his confidence, and hurriedly had the spiritual pedestal tier elite surnamed Qian invite a few Earth-grade alchemists to act as witnesses. Originally, a wager between two black-grade high-level alchemists could not possibly alarm an Earth-grade alchemist, but who asked these two people to be too young, their futures boundless, and it was almost certain that they would become Earth-grade alchemists in the future? Thus, the Earth-grade alchemists were happy to give face and join in the fun. There were a total of 3 Earth-grade alchemists in the Star Brilliance Palace Hall, but they were all low-level Earth-grade, middle-level, and high-level Earth-grade alchemists couldn't possibly appear in such a small place like the 9 nations of the desolate North, and there wasn't a single Heaven-grade alchemist in the entire North region. These 3 Earth-grade alchemists were respectively Long Yongchang, Li Siyuan, and Yun Xing Xian. Their cultivation was all in the spiritual pedestal tier, and the youngest one was already over 60 years old, but he was still called a genius of alchemy because he completed the step of Earth-grade alchemist at the age of 50, which was very difficult. Unfortunately, if one did not break through to the flower blossom tier, their lifespan would be limited, and they might not have any hope of becoming an Earth-grade mid-level alchemist in this lifetime. Greetings to the 3 lords. When these 3 people appeared, everyone bowed in greeting, and even Chang Fei-jun was no exception. In the world of alchemy, if they were all of yellow grade, black grade, earth grade, or heaven grade, then low-level alchemists only needed to cup their fists in greeting when meeting high-level alchemists. However, if there was a big gap, then even if a black grade high-level alchemist met a low-level earth grade alchemist, they needed to kneel in greeting. This was the basic etiquette for alchemists. The arrogant and conceited Chang Fei-jun, before breaking through to earth grade, had to be respectful in front of the 3 great alchemists. Only Ling Han didn't move. When Chang Fei-jun saw this, he instantly snorted coldly and said, "Ling Han, you're quite daring to not greet the 3 great alchemists." Long Yongchang and the other 2 were originally a bit displeased, thinking that Ling Han was young and proud. Wasn't he a bit too arrogant? When they heard Chang Fei-jun's words, they naturally disliked Ling Han even more, and their expressions instantly darkened. Ling Han looked at Chang Fei-jun disdainfully and said, "Who do you think you are? What does it matter to you whether I greet you or not? Since you're so well behaved, very good. Pay your respects to me properly later." He paused, clasped his hands in greeting towards Long Yongchang and the other 2 and said, "Brothers, I want to be certified as an Earth-grade alchemist. A single stone raises 1,000 ripples." Although everyone knew that the only way for Ling Han to make Chang Fei-jun kneel and win the bet was to become an Earth-grade alchemist, hearing a 17-year-old youngster say he wanted to be certified as an Earth-grade alchemist with their own ears still made everyone's scalp tingle. He really was a monster. Zhu Hexian was naturally full of confidence. Ling Han concocted a pseudo-Earth-grade foundation building pill when he was in the poly tier, and now that he advanced into the gushing spring tier, concocting a true Earth-grade medicinal pill definitely wouldn't be difficult. After all, when Ling Han concocted the foundation building pill, it was extremely easy, and not only was the success rate high, the grade of the completed pill reached 13 stars. This was something only an Earth-grade alchemist, or even a middle-level Earth-grade alchemist could do. Needless to say, Hunyo continuously bared her teeth at the people around her, looking furious. These guys actually dared to stare at Nyo's Ling Han with hatred too hateful. The 3 Earth-grade alchemists were all shocked. Certifying as an Earth-grade alchemist, a 17-year-old youngster, they all felt as if they had instantly aged. They had no choice but to be convinced. They already knew Ling Han was young, but seeing it with their own eyes still shocked them. This youngster's childishness hadn't even faded, and his body hadn't fully matured, but he was already a high-level black-grade alchemist, just one step away from becoming a true big boss of alchemy. They didn't expect that this brat actually opened his mouth shockingly, wanting to certify as an Earth-grade alchemist. No wonder he bowed to them as equals. Was he certain that he would succeed? However, certifying as a high-level alchemist was every alchemist's basic right, and no one could stop it. Thus, after the three great alchemists discussed among themselves, Long Yongchang said, "I'm not approved, but you have to prepare your own materials." To certify as an earth-grade alchemist, the materials had to be prepared by oneself, or else who would bear the loss if the furnace exploded? "I'm prepared." Ling Han smiled. This wasn't nonsense. If it wasn't his own materials, the refined pill would have to be given to the Star Brilliance Pavilion. At most he'd take some token compensation, but that would be a huge loss. "Then let's enter the alchemy room." Li Siyuan nodded. The three earth-grade alchemists took the lead, and the others followed behind. A cold smirk appeared at the corner of Cheng Fei-jun's mouth. He didn't believe that Ling Han had prepared enough materials, and even more so didn't believe that he had the qualifications to become an earth-grade alchemist at such a young age. This must be Ling Han's youthful vigor, and he wanted to take a gamble. He wasn't afraid. Very soon they arrived outside an alchemy room. Different from normal alchemy rooms, the four walls here were transparent. However, if one walked inside, they wouldn't be able to see the situation outside at all, and wouldn't be afraid of affecting their own alchemy. The cost of building this alchemy room was very high. Firstly, it was used to certify alchemists, and could be witnessed by others, and secondly, it was used for high-level alchemists to appear, cast their arts, and concoct alchemical pills as a demonstration. Ling Han walked into the alchemy room without hesitation. Chapter 290. Hunyo was unwilling to be left to the side, and insisted on following into the pill room. Ling Han didn't mind, and let her follow in. Anyway, if she didn't help concoct pills later, it wouldn't be considered breaking the rules. Quite a few people immediately shook their heads. Concocting pills required concentration, and letting a mischievous little girl in would only have to shout later, and that distraction would definitely cause the furnace to explode. Concocting an earth-grade medicinal pill. If it failed, the loss would make one's heart bleed just thinking about it. However, the person concocting the pill was Ling Han, and he didn't have any objections, so who would ask for trouble? Only Cheng Fei-jun sneered, and his confidence obviously increased a bit. In principle, the time limit for concocting pills is 1 day and 1 night, but it can be relaxed to 2 days, Yun Xingxian said. "What medicinal pill do you plan to concoct?" 7 turns break crisis pill, Ling Han said, and with a casual fling, a large amount of medicinal ingredients spread out on the ground. Since he specifically came here to be certified as an earth-grade alchemist, he obviously prepared all the ingredients beforehand. However, Rain Country's resources were limited, so he obviously couldn't collect them all. However, he entered Devil Sky Mystery Realm and obtained several spirit medicines, which he transplanted into the Black Tower. After so many days, they almost reached the age to be used as medicine, so Ling Han matched them according to the spirit medicines, looking for supplementary ingredients, and finally decided to concoct 7 turns break crisis pill, which was also the only earth-grade medicinal pill he could concoct with the ingredients he had. 7 turns break crisis pill. The 3 earth-grade alchemists all exclaimed, "That's a pill that can allow flower blossom tier elites to walk out of the danger of going mad, and can even turn misfortune into fortune, increasing comprehension towards cultivation." The other alchemists obviously heard of it, and nodded incessantly. 7 turns break crisis pill was a true low-level earth-grade medicinal pill, and its preciousness could be ranked at the top of this tier. This kind of medicinal pill, even Long Yongzhang and the other big shots probably didn't have the ability to concoct it, right? The sneer at the corner of Cheng Fei-jun's mouth became even wider. Previously, when he saw that Ling Han actually prepared the materials, he was a bit surprised, but when he heard that Ling Han actually wanted to concoct the 7 turns break crisis pill, he laughed. Is it possible? Even if the 3 alchemy giants here were to refine it, it would be a miracle if they could succeed once out of 10 times. High-grade pills like this were made with a huge amount of raw materials. Who knew how many materials were wasted behind a successful pill? A young man like you dares to say that you want to refine the 7 turns break adversity pill? What's more, there was a little girl in the pill room. She was a restless master. One moment she was in Ling Han's arms, the next moment she was lying on his back, and the next moment she was sitting on his lap. How could she refine pills? Do you really think you're the god of alchemy? Ling Han is really something. Shall we start now? Long Yongzhang asked Ling Han. Let's begin. Ling Han nodded and waved his right hand. The door to the pill room was closed. Long Yongzhang nodded at one of them. Immediately, a huge hourglass appeared and started counting. He began to sort the materials. Ling Han immediately began to move. Shwa 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 like flowing water, he sorted and removed the impurities. That kind of strong rhythm gave people a supreme sense of beauty, causing the alchemists outside to be intoxicated. Heavens, sorting materials can be done like this? I've really lived so many years in vain. That kind of smoothness, even the three lords can't do it, right? Shoo! It's completely unbelievable that this is a mere 17-year-old young man. Everyone exclaimed in shock. They were subdued by Ling Han in just a moment. That was natural. When the Alchemy Emperor made a move, it would be strange if he didn't have such an effect. Even Long Yongzhang and the other two couldn't help but move their hands. They secretly decided that even if Ling Han failed to break through to Earth grade, they would still take good care of him. This young man was too miraculous, and they definitely had to have a good spar with him in handling materials. Only Zhu He Xian revealed a proud expression. A bunch of country bumpkins, when you go to young Master Han to extract the medicinal ingredients later, won't you all be so shocked that you'll spit out your tongues? Ling Han very quickly entered the purification stage. Pooh! Instantly, over a dozen people spluttered, and those who didn't were all dumbfounded. Are my eyes playing tricks on me? Why did I feel like he purified all 9 materials together? My eyes are playing tricks on me too. It's not my eyes playing tricks on me, it's real. He really purified all 9 materials together. Heavens, why hasn't the medicinal properties been destroyed? Although there's a layer of black crystal wall separating us, I can be 100% sure that there's absolutely no loss of medicinal properties. What a freak! The faces of the 3 big shots of alchemy twitched. If it was said that the previous sorting of medicinal ingredients was only a strong sense of rhythm, then now it really gave them a shock. So, purification could be done like this. They were all Earth-grade alchemists and thought highly of themselves, but now they all felt like they were little schoolchildren who had just stepped onto the path of alchemy, developing a new understanding of these basic movements. Lived so many years in vain. Ling Han didn't care about everyone's astonishment. After purifying all the materials one by one, his left hand shook and hong. The strange fire already came out from the black tower, adhering to his hand and soaring with astonishing flames. The pill concoction officially began. He'd already stepped into the gushing spring tier, and after so many days, he'd already reached the 9th layer of the gushing spring tier. His ability to stimulate and control the temperature of fire naturally increased greatly, and his tolerance towards the temperature of fire also increased greatly. Strange fire. Truly a person blessed by the heavens. Yes, or else no matter how much of a genius you are, under the cultivation limit, the gushing spring tier can at most refine black-grade medium-level medicinal pills. When it came to the strange fire, quite a few people's gazes swept towards Cheng Fei Jun. This guy also had a strange fire, which allowed him to refine black-grade high-level medicinal pills at the gushing spring tier, wearing the halo of an alchemy genius. However, if Ling Han succeeded in passing the Earth-grade alchemist test, according to the agreement, Cheng Fei Jun would have to give the strange fire to Ling Han, and in this way his alchemist level would definitely drop by 1 level. Today, one of these 2 young alchemy grandmasters would definitely fall from his pedestal. The difference was that if Ling Han failed, Cheng Fei Jun would only stay where he was, but if Ling Han succeeded, then a legend would be created. A 17-year-old Earth-grade alchemist. Just thinking about it made one's scalp numb. After acting coquettishly for a while, seeing that Ling Han ignored her, Hu Niu was instantly unhappy, rubbing her little belly and said, "Niu is hungry." Ling Han nodded, his left hand still concocting pills, while his right hand casually took out the food prepared in the black tower. He started a fire, set up a barbecue rack, put a piece of pork on it, and began to roast it. Pew pew pew. Everyone choked, and their eyeballs almost popped out of their sockets. Were you really concocting pills? Why did you start a barbecue as you were concocting? How hungry were you exactly? Chapter 291. Pooh! Ling Han instantly spat out a mouthful of wine. This woman's boldness was a little unbearable. He felt that only Gu Fenghua, that freak, could be a match for her. Seeing Yin Hong even say such words, Zhu Xianer could not hide her curiosity. She picked up the small piece of meat on the table and slightly lifted the white veil, revealing her exquisite and beautiful red lips. She opened her mouth slightly, revealing her snow-white teeth that looked like they had been carved meticulously. Astonishingly beautiful. She placed the piece of meat into her mouth, then put down the white veil and began to chew lightly. Instantly it made one feel endless pity, wanting to take another look at it. She was not as exaggerated as Yin Hong, but her eyes still revealed an astonished splendor. This kind of delicacy was indeed something she had never seen before in her life, making her feel an urge to taste it again at all costs. However, she was Zhu Xian'er after all. Very soon, she suppressed this urge to the bottom of her heart and once again became indifferent. Compared to enjoyment, she still had an important responsibility. Younger sister Zhu, why don't you just marry young Master Ling? Yin Hong's words were extremely shocking. Young Master Ling is only 17 years old, and is already an Earth-grade low-level alchemist. Going by this speed, he would probably be able to become a heaven-grade alchemist at around 30 years old. You can just directly find him to concoct alchemical pills for you. Moreover, following him and having such delicious food to eat, this life would be worth it. She laughed mischievously, looked at Ling Han with a bit of flattery and said, Young Master Ling, I'll kidnap a wife for you. Can you give me more of this kind of jerky? These words instantly provoked two people, Zhu Xian'er and Hu Niu. Zhu Xian'er was fine. After all, she was an adult and could control herself, though her gaze was a bit cold. However, Hu Niu had a fiery temper, and immediately pounced out from Ling Han's embrace. Xiao, her small figure flashed, and appeared in front of Yin Hong, waving a claw at her chest. Hiss! How could the two girls have expected that Hu Niu was actually an elite? She was extremely strange. Even if Ling Han had a sliver of heaven-tier divine sense, he could not see through her at all, let alone the two girls. A spiritual ocean-tier elite suddenly launched an attack, and Yin Hong was not the least bit on guard. With a ripping sound, the clothes on her chest were immediately torn apart, but immediately afterward, a white brilliance flashed and formed a light screen, forcibly blocking Hu Niu's small hand. Niu, stop! Ling Han hurriedly shouted. Only then did Hu Niu turn around and fall back into Ling Han's embrace. She made a face at Yin Hong, still in a bad mood. The white light on Yin Hong's chest also dispersed. Because her clothes were torn, her snow-white skin could be vaguely seen. But what was surprising was that there were actually lines on her skin, as if they were tattoos. Formation patterns. Ling Han had the experience of heaven tier, and his eyes immediately lit up as he fixed his gaze on them. In his last life, formations had already been lost and declined, and he could only come across them when he explored ancient sites. However, Ling Han could only decipher them, and what he could set up himself was only an early warning formation. However, in ancient times, formations were on par with martial arts and alchemy. Once a grandmaster of formations made a move, they could directly trap and kill tens or even hundreds of martial artists of the same tier, so their power was definitely top-notch. He was very interested in formations, but in his last life all his energy was placed on alchemy, and he had no time to study formations. Secondly, there were no grandmasters of formations that he could ask for guidance, nor were there any secret manuals of formations left behind from ancient times, so how could he learn? He had never thought that he would actually be able to meet a grandmaster of formations now. As expected of the golden age of martial arts where hundreds of flowers bloomed. Not only were there freaks like Ronghuan Xian, Yan Tianzhao, Ma Duo Bao, and Hu Niu, there were also grandmasters of formations that had disappeared long ago. Why are you staring so intently? Do you want me to take off my clothes and let you stare to your heart's content? Yin Hong said through gritted teeth. Although there was a smile at the corners of her lips, there was a dangerous aura exuding from her. Ling Han did not withdraw his gaze. He was completely uninterested in Yin Hong's body, and only wanted the formation patterns on her body. He had seen quite a few formations in his last life, but this was the first time he had seen the formation patterns that were engraved on her body. Formations are indeed not a bad thing, Ling Han said. If you don't mind, then take off your clothes and let me study them properly. Get lost. Yin Hong hurriedly covered her chest and fled into the house. Naturally, she was going to change into new clothes. Zhu Xian'er looked at Hu Niu in great shock. She could not see through Hu Niu, and only thought that she did not cultivate at all. Who would have thought that she would be so greatly mistaken? Not only had she awakened her spirit base, But she was also in the spiritual ocean tier. 5 or 6 years old and in the spiritual ocean tier, what kind of concept was that? In comparison, her cultivation level was not even worth mentioning. The difference was far, far too great. In the world of martial arts, those below the flower blossom tier were all ants, all mortals. Conversely, it could also be said that the first 5 tiers were relatively simple, and it was not strange to see a spiritual pedestal tier cultivator at such a young age. But a spiritual ocean tier cultivator who was only 5 or 6 years old. How could she not be shocked? Hunyo's senses were astonishing, and she immediately discovered Zhu Xian'er's gaze. She made a face at the latter, appearing to be very hostile. Ling Han smiled and said, "Miss Zhu, what do you need the crimson red chilling ice grass for?" Zhu Xian'er was slightly surprised and said, "So you were also there that day?" She paused and continued, "I need to concoct a heaven-grade medicinal pill, and the crimson red chilling ice grass is one of the supplementary ingredients." The crimson red chilling ice grass could only be used as a supplementary ingredient? Who asked it to be a heaven-grade medicinal pill? Ling Han felt it was strange and said, "I heard that your master has gone mad, but I think that a medium-level earth grade or at most high level should be able to cure it. There's no need for heaven grade." If it were anyone else who said this, Zhu Xian'er would definitely ignore it. However, Ling Han was an earth grade low-level alchemist, and in terms of real status he was far above her. Even the sect master of the half-moon sect would give Ling Han some face when he saw him. She said, "My master has suffered a Dao injury, and can't be cured unless it's a heaven-grade medicinal pill." Ling Han was even more puzzled and said, "Your master is at most in the spiritual infant tier, so how could he have suffered a Dao injury?" Dao injury, also known as the injury of great Dao, was a backlash suffered when trying to analyze the power of heaven and earth. Only shattering void tier cultivators had the right to analyze the power of heaven and earth, so naturally, only shattering void tier cultivators could suffer a Dao injury. In addition, shattering void tier cultivators could use the power of heaven and earth, and those who were injured by them would also suffer a Dao injury. The problem was if a shattering void tier cultivator made a move, with the strength of a spiritual infant tier cultivator, would he only suffer a minor injury? He would have long since died a few hundred times. Zhu Xian'er shook her head, and did not answer. Obviously, this matter involved a secret, and they were only acquaintances, so how could she easily reveal the truth? Ling Han did not pursue the matter, but it was obvious that he and Zhu Xian'er would have to compete for that crimson red chilling ice grass. "Sorry, I also need the crimson red chilling ice grass," he said. Zhu Xian'er immediately revealed a strong hostility. This was her master's life-saving medicine. Moreover, the reason she agreed to fight for Ing Hong was because the latter promised to help her find other main ingredients, and go to the middle state to ask for a heaven-grade alchemist to help her concoct the alchemical pill. Chapter 292. Oh! What was called stunning everyone? This was it. When everyone looked at Ling Han again, their gazes were fanatical. Even the 3 alchemy bigwigs were no exception. They put the 7 turns break crisis pill back into the jade bottle, and respectfully returned it to Ling Han, as if he was a god. This was definitely the future king of alchemy, worthy of all alchemists' worship. Ling Han smiled faintly and said, "I'm an earth-grade alchemist now, right?" "Yes, you must be." Yong Longzhong and the other bigwigs all nodded repeatedly. Not only was he an earth-grade alchemist, he could even immediately become a mid- or high-level earth-grade alchemist, so awesome that he'd become muddle-headed. Ling Han looked at Cheng Fei-jun, whose face was already pale, and said with a smile, "Little Cheng, greet this master." Cheng Fei-jun bit his lip until it was about to bleed. Now that even the 3 earth-grade alchemists acknowledged Ling Han's identity, how could he act shamelessly in front of everyone's eyes? But Ling Han just killed his brother. How could he kneel to Ling Han? If he knelt, his life would be over. "Humph, you still haven't gotten the alchemist's proof. Just say you're an earth-grade alchemist." He still acted shamelessly as expected. Yong Longzhong immediately revealed a displeased expression and said, "Cheng Fei-jun, Master Ling just refined the 7 turns break crisis pill. Didn't you see it with your own eyes? Also, the 3 of us can prove it, yet you're still doubting Master Ling's identity. What's the meaning of this?" Cheng Fei-jun clenched his teeth and said, "In any case, unless he can take out the proof of an earth-grade alchemist, I definitely won't believe it." The Star Brilliance Palace Hall here didn't have the right to issue proof of an Earth-grade alchemist. It had to be reported to the North Region's Alchemist Society headquarters first, and only after a series of steps could the proof of an alchemist be issued. Going through these processes would take at least a month's time. Cheng Feijun used this to his advantage, refusing to admit defeat no matter what. Ling Han smiled faintly and said, "You won't shed a tear until you see your coffin?" Daring to act shamelessly and barge into his territory, wasn't this seeking death? He strode towards Cheng Feijun. "What, you still want to fight me?" Cheng Feijun sneered. His alchemy ability was indeed inferior to Ling Han's, but in terms of battle prowess, he wasn't afraid at all. He was in the 7th layer of the Gushing Spring tier. Ling Han reached out and grabbed at Cheng Feijun impudent. Cheng Feijun snorted and raised his hand to counterattack. How could a mere martial artist in the 7th layer of the Gushing Spring tier be a match for Ling Han? He had only just raised his hand when it was suppressed by Ling Han. He could not help but widen his eyes, revealing an expression of disbelief. "Acting shamelessly in front of me? Where do you get your confidence from?" Ling Han greeted him with a series of punches, causing Cheng Feijun to scream in pain. Everyone looked at each other, and no one dared to intervene. Ling Han was an Earth-grade alchemist, and it was very likely that he would surpass Long Yongchang and the others, becoming an Earth-grade mid-level or even high-level alchemist. Who would be willing to offend him? Moreover, Cheng Feijun's gambling behavior was indeed bad. He clearly lost completely, yet still stubbornly resisted, completely asking for a beating. After beating Cheng Feijun like a dead dog, Ling Han carried him, smiled at everyone and said, "I still have a score to settle with him. I'll be right back." Everyone thought that Ling Han was going to beat Cheng Feijun to his heart's content, and hurriedly nodded. Daring to go against a great alchemist, he deserved it. Ling Han carried the unconscious Cheng Feijun to an alchemy room. The walls here weren't transparent, and his figure immediately flashed, bringing Cheng Feijun into the Black Tower. In this space he was a godlike existence, and stripping away Cheng Feijun's strange fire was an easy matter. As expected, a cyan flame immediately emerged from Cheng Feijun's body, and the strange fire in Ling Han's body immediately revealed excitement, sending a thought of Yaya to Ling Han, wanting to devour this cyan flame. Ling Han waved his hand, and a crimson strange fire instantly appeared, pouncing towards the cyan flame without hesitation. The two flames instantly fought. This was a battle between strange fires. Whoever won could devour the other, allowing themselves to grow, but the opponent would disappear forever. Ling Han couldn't intervene in such a battle, even if he was the master here. However, Ling Han's strange fire was nurtured from a shattering void tier elite's body, and its grade was extremely high. Moreover, with the Black Tower strengthening, its strength increased greatly, and it quickly gained the upper hand. The two strange fires began to fuse, and it was visible to the naked eye that the cyan flame was disappearing, while the crimson flame became brighter and brighter. Ling Han made up his mind and brought Cheng Feijun out of the Black Tower, casually throwing him to the side. If it weren't for the strange fire, he wouldn't stoop to such a minor character's level. This time he just happened to be going to be certified as an Earth-grade alchemist, and conveniently obtained a strange fire so it could be considered a great harvest. When he arrived at the main hall, Long Yongzhang and the others were already waiting there, all expressing their congratulations to Ling Han. Ling Han thanked them one by one, then brought Hunyo back to the inn, agreeing to come back in a few days. He had to get the proof of an Earth-grade alchemist to leave, so he indeed had to stay here for a while. However, Long Yongzhang and the others promised to get Ling Han's proof of identity as soon as possible, and wouldn't make Ling Han wait for long. Zhu Hexian told them about Ling Han's advancement to an Earth-grade alchemist, instantly causing everyone in Guang'an to be dumbfounded. Only a few days had passed, and Ling Han advanced from a Black-grade high-level alchemist to Earth-grade. How could they believe it? But they immediately became excited again. Following an Earth-grade alchemist, would they still have to worry about not having medicine to eat in the future? They were destined to be medicine pots, and let others be envious. On the surface they said they wanted to celebrate for Ling Han, but in reality they wanted to gorge themselves. After all, Ling Han's fruits, vegetables, and meat were too delicious, and they kept thinking about it. Actually, they didn't know that Ling Han had a vegetable garden that could supply the entire rain country, or else they wouldn't have made such a request by chance. In their minds, these mortal delicacies were definitely extremely rare. It was night, in a quiet courtyard in the north of the small town. Chung Fei-jun was dressed in black and appeared like a thief. He knocked on the door 3 long and 2 short knocks. With a creak, the door opened and a 14 or 15-year-old boy appeared. However, he expressionlessly stepped aside and did not say a word. Chung Fei-jun's figure flashed, and he entered the courtyard. His footsteps were quick, and in just a few steps, he had arrived at the main hall. An unassuming old man was sitting and drinking tea. However, upon closer inspection, his complexion was strangely pale. "Greetings, Lord Luo." Chung Fei-jun hurriedly knelt down and saluted, his arrogant attitude long gone. "Report every 10 days. Why did you come early?" The old man surnamed Luo spoke, his voice hoarse, revealing a hint of gloom. At this time, the boy also walked into the main hall and stood behind the old man. Under the light, one could clearly see his appearance. His face was red and white, and it was indescribably strange. It turned out that he had put on some powder and rouge. Why would a young man put on powder and rouge? Chapter 293. Chung Fei-jun didn't even look at it, still kneeling on the ground, and said, "This subordinate made a huge mistake. Please punish me, Master Luo." "What mistake?" The old man surnamed Luo was still unhurried as he drank his tea. Chung Fei-jun gritted his teeth and said, "This subordinate's strange fire was stolen." "Who?" The old man surnamed Luo instantly spat out a mouthful of hot tea, stood up abruptly and shouted sternly, "Do you know how many people and resources were spent to get that strange fire for you? Do you know how many elders of the sect were mobilized and how much price was paid to inject that strange fire into your body? This subordinate knows, but this subordinate really had no choice." Chung Fei-jun said with a long face, "What happened? Tell me in full detail, don't hide anything." The old man surnamed Luo also calmed down. Yes. Chung Fei-jun hurriedly told about the bet with Ling Han. However, in his mouth, he naturally downplayed Chung Kai-fu's arrogance, and instead said that Ling Han schemed and had long set his eyes on his strange fire, which was why he first clashed with Chung Kai-fu, and then baited him into a bet. The old man surnamed Luo listened without a word, and when Chung Fei-jun finished, he said, "You're saying that he took the strange fire in the short time you were unconscious?" "That's right." Chung Fei-jun hurriedly nodded. This subordinate obviously knows the importance of strange fire. It's related to the great matter of Lord Sect seizing this Star Brilliance Palace Hall. Even if this subordinate was torn apart by 5 horses, I definitely wouldn't hand over the strange fire. The old man surnamed Luo didn't take his impassioned expression to heart. He revealed a contemplative expression and said, "This person is the same as you, only in the gushing spring tier." "Not only in the gushing spring tier, but only in the first layer," Chung Fei-jun hurriedly added. "Are you trash? You're in the 7th layer of the gushing spring tier. Yet you can't even defeat someone in the first layer of the gushing spring tier, humph." The old man surnamed Luo glared fiercely at Chung Fei-jun, then closed his eyes and thought for a while. "According to what you said, this youngster is very strange, becoming an Earth-grade alchemist at such a young age." Chung Fei-jun's expression was slightly strange because he only said that Ling Han advanced to an Earth-grade alchemist, but did not specifically describe how relaxed Ling Han was when concocting pills. Not only was there a little girl messing around, but he was also roasting meat at the same time. This was practically nature-defying. Ling Han was definitely not an ordinary Earth-grade low-level alchemist. His true level was probably soaring to Earth-grade high-level, and it was precisely because of this that Long Yongzhang and the other 2 Earth-grade low-level alchemists would revere Ling Han as if he were a god. In the world of alchemy, whoever was stronger in alchemy would be the senior, the boss, and would receive the absolute respect of others. But if he really said that, then perhaps old man Luo would want to recruit Ling Han. How could he avenge his brother's death then? He had to be selfish. Old man Luo lightly knocked on the table and said, "Not only is this boy's alchemy level shocking, he also has battle prowess in martial art that far surpasses his cultivation level. This old man will personally go out and capture this boy. Without the strange fire, you can't possibly control the Star Brilliance Palace Hall here. Sect Master's plan definitely cannot fail in the hands of a junior." Chung Fei-jun was overjoyed. Ling Han also had a strange fire, so didn't that mean that he could obtain 2 strange fires in the future? Then his alchemy level would definitely increase. In this way, not only could he avenge his brother's death, he could also reap some benefits. Naturally, it was the best of both worlds. "Thank you, sir," he hurriedly said. "Stand up." Old man Luo finally raised his hand. "Don't get into conflict with that boy these few days in case he raises his guard. This old man will act as soon as possible to avoid any undue delay." Chang Feijun finally dared to stand up and said, "This subordinate obeys." Also, this old man received news that many of the younger generation of the 9 nations of the desolate north have already moved, planning to go to the Winter Moon sect and participate in their once every 5 years disciple recruitment. There should be many good seedlings among this group of youngsters. This old man wants you to think of a way to keep them, observe them as much as possible, and pick out talents worthy of nurturing. This old man will personally come out and bring them into the sect. Old man Luo ordered. "Yes, this subordinate will definitely do it properly," Chang Feijun said respectfully. "Go." Old man Luo waved his hand, his expression clearly displeased. Chang Feijun didn't dare to say anything, and hurriedly turned to leave. The boy closed the door after he walked out, and returned to the main hall, still expressionless. Looks like the important matter is about to succeed. After assassinating Long Yongzhang and the other 2 old geezers, Chang Feijun's prestige will be able to control the Star Brilliance Palace Hall, and he can carry out Lord Sect Master's plan to push out an improved type of alchemical pill, adding corpse chi powder, allowing the martial artists of the 9 nations to refine their own corpse soldiers. These corpse soldiers will first devour the flesh and blood of countless mortals, then fight and devour each other, just like raising venomous insects. The last one left will become a corpse king, becoming a powerful aid for our 1,000 corpse sect. How hateful, a junior actually appeared at this time and obstructed Lord Sect Master's plan. Humph, this boy can't be left alive. This old man will personally take him down tomorrow and force out the strange fire. That trash Chang Feijun will have his strange fire stolen from him in the Star Brilliance Palace Hall. Truly an idiot. Forget it, that boy named Ling Han has already become an Earth-grade alchemist, and he has to be eliminated, or else it will definitely affect Lord Sect Master's plan. After old man Luo muttered to himself, he stared at the boy on the side. A strange color floated in his eyes, and his snake-like tongue lightly licked his lips, saying, "Little sweetheart, it's late, we should go to bed." Hearing this, the boy immediately revealed a sinister expression, and grabbed old man Luo, pressing him onto the desk and said fiercely, "Old man, I won't fuck you up today." Old man Luo's face was full of ripples, and he didn't resist at all. He obediently stuck his butt up, and that scene was too beautiful to dare. After a day, Ling Han went to the Star Brilliance Palace Hall again. He wanted to look up some information. Martial art was still unclear, but alchemy certainly had a gap in inheritance. There should be historical records of alchemy in the Star Brilliance Palace Hall, and Ling Han wanted to go. How did this gap in history happen, and what exactly happened back then? Additionally, he also wanted to know about that shattering void tier elite. Why did he attract the joint attack of Jiang Yufeng and several hundred heaven tier elites, and what secrets were hidden within? Although he still didn't have proof of identity, everyone in the Star Brilliance Palace Hall now regarded him as an Earth-grade alchemist. If he wanted to look up historical records, who would stop him? He entered the library, where there were a whole 7 enormous bookshelves filled with all kinds of information. Ling Han began to flip through them, looking for what he wanted. Very quickly he furrowed his brows, because all the detailed records of history actually began more than 8,000 years ago. Strange. Chapter 294. According to the records, 9,000 years ago, a great calamity occurred in the lower realm. Many elites died, which also led to the great destruction of martial art and alchemy. After a few hundred years of chaos, the lower realm was finally rebuilt, forming the structure it had today. Ling Han found his name in the records. In his last life he was called the Alchemy Emperor, and created the 3-fire guide technique, which was unfortunately lost. However, the names of his 2 disciples who studied alchemy with him were nowhere to be found. Not only them but Jiang Yufeng and Chan Ruijing, the 2 disciples of martial art, were also unknown, as if they had never existed in this world. Besides, Ling Han didn't find the biographies of Sword Emperor and Heavenly Phoenix Divine Maiden. In the past, he only thought that Sword Emperor and Heavenly Phoenix Divine Maiden were very strong, but now that he thought about it, their sex should also be a colossus terrifyingly shocking. Azura Demon Emperor recognized the three styles of black origin, but directly mentioned Heaven's Sword Palace. Azura Demon Emperor came from the realm of gods, so Heaven's Sword Palace should also be a force of the realm of gods. With a sword technique like the three styles of black origin appearing in Heaven's Sword Sect, could it be assumed that Heaven's Sword Sect was a branch of Heaven's Sword Palace in the lower realm? If this assumption was correct, at least Sword Emperor should have a way to break through to the Shattering Void tier, and even further ascending to the realm of gods. Then, Sword Emperor should be brilliant in the world, illuminating an era, so how could there be no records? It was really incomprehensible. The Great Chaos 9,000 years ago, was it caused by the Shattering Void tier elites besieged by Jiang Yufeng and the others? But if Heaven's Sword Sect could communicate with the realm of gods, how could it be so tragic that hundreds of Heaven tier elites had to sacrifice their lives? Ling Han put down the ancient records and began to flip through the geographical records, as well as the distribution of various forces. The strongest in the North region was only in the spiritual infant tier, so he put this aside for now. The South, East, and West regions were slightly stronger with Heaven tier elites overseeing them, and there were quite a lot of them. At least on the surface, each region had over a dozen such elites, far surpassing Ling Han's last life. Could it be that in my previous life, I just so happened to appear in a post-apocalyptic world of martial art? That's why there are only 7 Heaven Realm experts in the world. Even if I include a power like Heavenly Sword Sect, there shouldn't be that many Heaven Realm experts, right? However, in less than a few hundred years, martial art ushered in a flourishing age. At least a few hundred Heaven tier elites were born, and a Shattering Void tier elite died. And now, another golden age of martial art has come, and a large number of Celestial Realm warriors have appeared. It won't be another catastrophe, will it? Ling Han rubbed his nose and continued. The strongest in the field of martial art was the middle state, and it was said that there were Shattering Void tier elites in charge. If it was the time when he'd just been reborn, Ling Han would definitely exclaim in shock. Fuck, a living Shattering Void tier elite actually appeared, but he'd even seen a living god, so this Shattering Void tier seemed to be just that. No one knew how many Shattering Void tier elites there were in the middle state, but Ling Han discovered the records of Heaven's Sword Sect. This force was one of the strongest sects in the middle state, and had a Shattering Void tier elite overseeing it. Was this Heaven's Sword Sect the Heaven's Sword Sect from his previous life? Ling Han felt that it should be. Then, if he could go to Heaven's Sword Sect and flip through the ancient records, he'd definitely be able to discover the whole story of the Great Turmoil 9,000 years ago. However, this sect doesn't seem to accept disciples, or else I could sneak in. With the Black Tower as a cover, along with blood-sucking origin gold, I could enter any treasure vault and open any lock. Also, Heavenly Phoenix Divine Maiden's Cloud Phoenix sect also stands in the middle state, and Setting Sun Saber Emperor's Absolute Saber sect is the same. And when my tier is a bit higher, I'll definitely go to the middle state. After Ling Han browsed for a while, he stood up and left. He solved some of his doubts, but there were even more unsolved mysteries, making him very gloomy. Ling Han inquired about the remaining 3 main ingredients of the Restore Spirit pill, but the Star Brilliance Palace Hall indeed didn't have such ingredients. These 3 ingredients were all Earth-grade ingredients, so it was normal that the Star Brilliance planet didn't have them. After all, this was only the Tianyiji headquarters of the 9 nations of the Desolate North. He believed that if he went to the central city of the Desolate North, the Tianyiji there would definitely have these 3 ingredients. Ling Han left the Star Brilliance Palace Hall and walked towards the inn, but very soon, he had a feeling of discomfort. Someone was following him. Ling Han was immediately certain. He had the divine sense of a Heaven-tier warrior, and was extremely sensitive. After being stared at a few times, he would naturally react. However, for the time being, he still didn't know who was following him. Without batting an eyelid, Ling Han began to walk towards a less crowded area. After walking for half an hour, when he arrived at a corner, his figure flashed, and he entered the Black Tower. Not long after, an old man's figure appeared. He stood at the corner, looking into the distance with a hint of suspicion on his face. He was obviously the old man surnamed Luo from yesterday. Because the matter of the strange fire was too important, he started taking action the next day, keeping an eye on Ling Han's movements, looking for an opportunity to make a move. First, it wasn't bad. Ling Han actually walked towards a less crowded area, practically creating an opportunity for him. However, he never would have thought that when this brat turned into an alley, he actually disappeared without a trace. Where did he run off to? The old man surnamed Luo revealed a doubtful expression because he was confident that with his spiritual pedestal tier cultivation, it was impossible for Ling Han to discover him. However, the latter disappeared without a trace, which meant that the latter actually noticed him. This brat was indeed strange, and couldn't be underestimated. He walked around in place for a long time, wanting to find the secret behind Ling Han's sudden disappearance, but in the end he could only shake his head and leave with a leap. Ling Han didn't appear, but rather stayed in the Black Tower with the strange fire. Now, the fusion of the two strange fires was nearing completion, and would be completed in at most half an hour. He waited patiently, and sure enough, in less than half an hour, a crimson flame flew over and danced around him, sending out a thought of Yaya. Ling Han. However, in a short while, the strange fire suddenly transmitted a thought. Ling Han jumped in fright. The strange fire could actually speak. No wonder the strange fire wanted to devour and fuse with other strange fires, because that was how they grew stronger, not only the might of the flames but also their intelligence. You can actually speak. Then you can't stay in my hands anymore, or else you'll take away all my privacy, Ling Han said with a smile. The strange fire jumped onto his shoulder, but strangely didn't ignite his clothes. Firstly, the strange fire itself could be controlled, and secondly, this was the Black Tower space, so Ling Han had the final say. It said, I also want a name. You also want a name? Ling Han scratched his head and said, naming isn't my forte. Since there's a small tower, you'll be called Small Fire. Small Fire, I'm Small Fire. The strange fire didn't mind, and after getting a name it was extremely happy, jumping up and down on Ling Han's shoulder. Chapter 295. Youngster, you've just come to the Dark Demon Forest, right? A sturdy man in his 30s looked at Ling Han with a smile. Yes. Ling Han nodded. This could be seen at a glance, unlike other people who had a strong earthy smell on their bodies, which was caused by being exposed to the sun and dew at night in the forest. The sturdy man snickered, stretched out his hand and said, Here, everything depends on a transaction. If you want to ask a question, you have to give them something in return. How much? Ling Han asked indifferently. His wallet was now bulging again, so he was naturally indifferent to origin crystals. 1 origin crystal. The sturdy man raised a finger. 1 question required 1 origin crystal. Ling Han didn't mind. As long as he could find crimson red chilling ice grass, he wouldn't feel heartache even if he had to pay 1,000,000 origin crystals. He immediately took out an origin crystal and handed it over. The sturdy man took the origin crystal and snickered. It's time to answer the question. Ling Han knocked on the table. All right. The sturdy man nodded and said, I don't know. Ling Han's gaze immediately sharpened and he said, Are you messing with me? Youngster, I'm teaching you a lesson. When you're outside, you have to be more careful. Don't trust people easily. The sturdy man laughed loudly, not the slightest bit worried that Ling Han would make a move on him. Because this was the territory of the Gale Demon clan, if Ling Han dared to make a move here, he'd be chased out at best or killed at worst. Otherwise, this place wouldn't have become a safe haven. It was said that in a stronghold like this, there were even many vicious and wanted criminals who were chased by forces like the Winter Moon sect and the Beast Emperor sect, fleeing to this place. However, they didn't dare to make a move in the stronghold, which showed how deep the 4 great forces' tyranny was in people's hearts. Ling Han took his arrogance into his eyes, and with a casual swipe, 10 ginsengs instantly appeared on the table. Each root was as thick as a child's arm, and the roots were twisted like dragons. Hiss! When everyone saw it, they all stared with wide eyes. These were at least 200 or 300 years old treasured ginsengs. There were such treasured ginsengs in the Dark Demon Forest, but they needed to go deep into the forest's core because it was too dangerous there. Usually, not to mention people entering, even demonic beasts were very rare, so there were a lot of spirit herbs, and their medicinal ages were astonishing. Such treasured ginsengs could be sold for a few dozen origin crystals, which was definitely more than enough. 10 of them would be worth a few hundred origin crystals, which was a very large fortune. If spiritual ocean tier warriors didn't steal or rob, they would need to spend dozens of years to refine them. All of a sudden, everyone's breathing quickened and their eyes turned red, wanting nothing more than to snatch them. Ling Han smiled faintly, pointed at the brawny man just now and said, "Whoever kills him for me, these ginsengs will belong to him." Instantly, everyone's eyes were fixed on that brawny man. This person was only at the second layer of the spiritual ocean tier, and for a late-stage spiritual ocean tier martial artist, killing him might not be as easy as flipping one's hand, but it wouldn't be too difficult either. Just lifting a finger and earning a few hundred origin crystals, where else could they find such a good business? Moreover, what kind of great tonic was 100-year-old ginseng? Martial artists like them usually fought with humans and beasts, inevitably leaving behind internal injuries that normal healing medicinal pills couldn't touch. Only such a great tonic could completely heal them. Such a treasure could only be encountered, not sought. "Youngster, fighting isn't allowed in the stronghold," someone said. Ling Han smiled and said, "No matter, you guys just keep watch. Although I'll be leaving soon, I'll leave 10 ginsengs with the stronghold master. Whoever kills him can go find the stronghold master to collect them. Now everyone can be at ease, right?" All right. Everyone nodded. There were indeed people in the stronghold that would issue missions and ask for help, but if it was done through the Gust Demon Hall, it was inevitable that they'd get a cut. Thus, everyone hoped that the brawny man would leave the stronghold as soon as possible, quickly kill him, and then directly find Ling Han to collect the reward. This way, they wouldn't have to get a cut from the Gust Demon Hall. The brawny man's face turned green. He didn't expect that he'd be tricked to death by Ling Han just because he cheated a piece of origin crystal. He hurriedly took out that piece of origin crystal and threw it at Ling Han as if it was a hot potato. "I don't want your origin crystal, quickly take back the reward." Which family's second generation was this, actually wasting a treasured ginseng like this? Did your mother know you were so awesome? Ling Han didn't catch it and said, "Take it, you can just go order a good coffin." The brawny man was so scared that he was about to cry. He only wanted to take advantage of Ling Han, but who would have thought that he would attract a fatal disaster? He hurriedly knelt down in front of Ling Han and said, "Young master, I was wrong, please forgive me." "You really have to know your mistake," Ling Han said with a smile. "I really have to know." The brawny man continuously waved his hand and slapped himself. Each slap was very forceful and even blood came out. Ling Han nodded and said, "All right, this reward is cancelled." Ling Han was indifferent and said, "The reward just now is cancelled and replaced with a new one. Whoever can tell me where in the forest there is a place where cold and heat intersect, these 10 treasured ginsengs will belong to him." "Really?" Everyone's expression changed back to one of pleasant surprise. Ling Han nodded and said, "Of course it's true. However, if anyone treats me like an idiot and randomly spits out a place, then I don't mind putting a reward on him." Everyone sucked in their teeth. Just now, that brawny man only tricked Ling Han of a piece of origin crystal, and the latter took out 10 treasured ginsengs to put a bounty on his head. If he tricked Ling Han of 10 treasured ginsengs, then how much would the latter offer as a reward? This kind of spoiled brat was really scary, rich, willful. For a moment everyone was silent. Some people wanted to fool him but were scared stiff. "Young master, I know of a place that meets your requirements." After a while someone spoke up. He mentioned a place in the northwestern part of the Dark Demon Forest, and even attached a map to Ling Han, indicating the location. Ling Han inquired in detail but was very disappointed because that place was indeed intertwined with cold and heat, but it was far from what he wanted. However, he still gave the other 10 treasured ginsengs to establish his credibility. Does anyone else know of such a place? One piece of information in exchange for 10 treasured ginsengs. Ling Han waved his hand and took out another 100-year-old ginsengs. Anyways, these things were like cabbages to him. Someone indeed received a reward, which instantly made the others excited. Even some onlookers were eager to give it a try. It didn't matter if they didn't know, couldn't they go and find out? "I'll stay here for 2 days. If there's any news, come find me." Ling Han threw down these words and left the restaurant, paying to rent a guest room. Chapter 296. Ling Han had already used the power of the Star Brilliance Palace Hall to investigate the old man surnamed Luo. This person was called Luo Jifeng and had arrived in town 3 years ago. He had always been very low-key, as if living in seclusion here. Since he didn't cause trouble, the Star Brilliance Palace Hall obviously couldn't chase him away. At first they monitored him for a while, but after such a long time they no longer cared about him. During this time, Luo Jifeng would often run to the inn to monitor Ling Han. Of course, he thought he hid well enough, but it was impossible to hide from Ling Han's divine sense. However, Ling Han didn't make a move at all. The reason why Ling Han didn't make a move for so many days was because he didn't want to give Luo Jifeng the chance to make a move. If he dared to openly make a move in the inn, it would be equivalent to going against the Star Brilliance Palace Hall. And Ling Han was now an Earth-grade alchemist. Publicly making a move against Ling Han would definitely incite the wrath of the Alchemist Society. At this moment, 2 major events happened in succession. First, a large number of the younger generation of the 9 nations of the desolate north left their countries and headed towards the Winter Moon sect. Ling Han made some inquiries and found out that the Winter Moon sect would open their mountain gates once every 5 years to accept disciples. For the younger generation, being able to enter the Winter Moon sect meant that they would have a chance to charge into the spiritual infant tier in the future. Not to mention the younger generation, even the older generation was eager to make a move. However, the Winter Moon sect did not accept disciples under 30 years old. Taking a step back, even if they couldn't enter the Winter Moon sect, they could gain experience and couldn't always stay in one nation and be arrogant. Because the Fallen Moon Gorge was the only way to enter the North region, there were large numbers of young martial artists gathered in the desolate north. It was said that Cheng Fei-jun invited them to organize a martial art tea party to discuss martial art. For the youngsters, they were definitely number 1 in the world. Hearing there was such an event, they obviously had to participate. After all, the younger generation of the 9 nations were here. Who didn't want to take the lead and become number 1 in the desolate north? Resounding face. On the other hand, Cheng Fei-jun also took out a Restore Heart pill and said it would be a reward for the first place this time, arousing the youngsters' passion even more. The heart-repairing pill was a panacea for healing injuries. It was said that as long as one was still breathing, even the most serious injury could be healed immediately. In the worst-case scenario, it could still save one's life. To a martial artist, what could be more precious than a life-saving medicinal pill? Therefore, fame and profit naturally attracted many people. Secondly, Ling Han had been painstakingly searching for the blue-scale demonic fruit, one of the main ingredients needed to refine the spirit supplement pill. The Spirit Treasure Pavilion announced that they would be holding a large-scale auction, and a blue-scale demonic fruit would be sold at the auction. This was probably related to the recent gathering of many young geniuses. The geniuses of the 9 nations gathered together, so naturally, there was no lack of rich people. According to legend, this kind of spirit medicine grew together with the jade-scaled beast, and the jade-scaled beast was a 7th-tier beast, equivalent to the level of the spiritual infant tier. Thus, the difficulty of harvesting it was considerably high. The blue-scale demonic fruit was the main ingredient for refining the soul-nourishing pellet. It could repair a martial artist's damaged divine sense and was extremely useful. Starting from the flower blossom tier, when martial artists comprehended heaven and earth, they would spiritually wander into the void, often creating extremely dangerous illusions, such as traveling through hell and battling with terrifying opponents, causing martial artists to lose themselves and be unable to distinguish between illusion and reality. If a martial artist was injured in such an illusory world, their divine sense would be severely damaged. Spirit, chi, and soul were all indispensable to a martial artist. If their divine sense was injured, it would affect their ability to refine spiritual chi from their spiritual roots, causing their cultivation to stagnate. In more serious cases, it could even cause cultivation to regress and drop in tier. Thus, the soul-nourishing pellet that could repair divine sense became extremely precious. That's right, there was also a Spirit Treasure Pavilion here, which was similar to the Spirit Treasure Pavilion of Rain Country. Just like Tianyiji, it had branches everywhere. However, Tianyiji sold medicine, while the Spirit Treasure Pavilion specialized in the auction business. When Ling Han heard the news, he immediately went to the Spirit Treasure Pavilion, hoping that they could name a price and directly sell the blue-scale demonic fruit to him. After all, he had left all his money in the Ling family, so it was useless even if he brought it over. They didn't accept the banknotes from Rain Country at all. Thus, he hoped that he could buy it on credit. He believed that with an Earth-grade alchemist as a guarantee, the ability to pay back the money was definitely not a problem. However, the manager of the Spirit Treasure Pavilion expressed regret. They never had a precedent of selling internally, and would not set such a precedent. Ling Han could only prepare more money before the auction began. And to buy spirit medicine above level 5, gold and silver were useless. One needed to use something called Origin Power Crystal. Origin Power Crystal was also called Origin Crystal. It wasn't a natural object, but a martial artist at least in the spiritual ocean tier had to extract their own origin power and pour it into a special crystal, and then seal it with the intent of martial art. Origin Power Crystal could be refined and absorbed by other martial artists to speed up cultivation, and even comprehend the intent of martial art within. This was a very good supplementary item for cultivation, and even surpassed most medicinal pills, becoming the most popular item among martial artists, thus becoming the common currency of the vast lands. The origin power crystals refined by martial artists of different tiers obviously had different values. The ones refined by spiritual ocean tier martial artists were the lowest, called 1-star origin power crystal, and those refined by shattering void tier elites were obviously the highest, called 7 stars. The ones circulating in the market were basically 1-star origin crystals, and those of 7 stars were like a fantasy only heard of and almost never seen. After all, which shattering void tier elite needed to refine origin crystals to earn money? Ling Han was determined to get the blue-scale demonic fruit, but a very practical problem was placed in front of him. He had no money. Such a spirit fruit would definitely need a large amount of origin crystals to be auctioned. But Ling Han didn't even have a single origin crystal. Even if he went back to squeeze Guang Yuan and made him work like a horse to refine it, the auction would start in 3 days, so how many could he make? And the 7 turns break crisis pill can be auctioned, but I don't know how many origin crystals it can be sold for, so it's not safe. Ling Han thought about it and decided to take 2 approaches at the same time. On one hand, he would auction the 7 turns break crisis pill, and on the other hand, he would sell the medicinal ingredients grown in the Black Tower. Mainly ginseng and ganoderma. These were good things to nourish origin chi, and the older they were, the more precious they were. In the Black Tower, 1 year was equivalent to 1,000 years, so it was very easy to grow 1,000-year-old ginseng and 1,000-year-old ganoderma. Of course, it had only been about 2 months since Ling Han opened the Black Tower, so he couldn't grow 1,000-year-old ones yet. However, 100-year-old ginseng and 100-year-old ganoderma were definitely in high demand, and he didn't have to worry about not being able to sell them. Everyone liked things that nourished the body, not to mention spiritual pedestal tier and spiritual infant tier elites. Even shattering void tier elites wouldn't mind eating them often. For example, a ginseng stewed pheasant. Who could resist such delicious and nourishing things? Ling Han didn't know how many acres of ginseng and ganoderma were planted, so he didn't care about taking out a few acres to sell, because he didn't want to expose the secret of the Black Tower. Ling Han planned to go back first and dig out the ginseng and ganoderma, processing them before taking them out. Otherwise, if he directly threw them out with fresh soil, it would really be suspected. A spatial spirit tool that could accommodate living things, maybe even shattering void tier elites would be interested. And at that time, even the title of Earth-grade alchemist couldn't protect him. Phone reading was more refreshing. Chapter 297. However, just as Ling Han returned to the inn, he encountered a group of old friends. Qi Yongyi, Bailey Tingyun, Li Dongyu, and the descendants of the 8 great clans of the imperial city, such as Zhao Huan, Qian Wuyong, Huang Weizhe, and so on. These people would basically be the mainstay of Rain Country for the next 30 years. They all heard that Ling Han became an Earth-grade alchemist, asked around, and came to visit after knowing that Ling Han lived here. An Earth-grade alchemist was too awesome, setting a precedent in Rain Country. Even if Rain Emperor came personally, he was only fit to be on equal footing with Ling Han, and even weaker emperors would have to flatter Ling Han. Since that was the case, these youngsters knew that Ling Han was here, so how could they not come to visit and greet him? Moreover, if they could form a relationship with such a super alchemist, that would be a huge gain. Master Ling. Qi Yongyi and the others all smiled. not daring to directly call Ling Han by name. Ling Han didn't take it to heart. He naturally didn't need to treat his friends as outsiders, but Qi Yongyi, Bailey Tingyuan, and the others didn't pass his test, so they could only be considered casual acquaintances. No matter what they called Ling Han, he wouldn't care. However, Ling Han wouldn't be stingy either, and took out the vegetables, fruits, and meat he had grown in the Black Tower to entertain everyone. Now there were still quite a few low-level demonic beasts inside. But if he wanted to entertain casual acquaintances, normal meat was enough. For a moment, everyone was fighting over plates, and the scene was out of control. The others in the inn thought they were going to fight, and almost ran to the Star Brilliance Palace Hall to call for help. After eating and drinking to their heart's content, as martial artists, everyone couldn't help but feel itchy. Qin you actually reached the 9th layer of the Gushing Spring tier? Zhao Huan looked at Qin with some shock. Before this, he always suppressed Qin in cultivation, but now he just broke through the 7th layer of the Gushing Spring tier. But Qin soared to the 9th layer of the Gushing Spring tier. How could he not be shocked? Qian Wuyong and the others also cried out in surprise. The path of martial art was difficult. One must leave a footprint with every step. It was indeed possible to make huge leaps in the lower realms, but the higher one's cultivation, the slower it would be. It was like climbing a tall mountain. At first, one could sprint quickly, but halfway up the mountain, one would be out of breath and have to rest after every few steps. Qin's advancement speed completely surpassed their expectations. Qin didn't say a word, and remained as cold as before. He only lightly rubbed the hilt of the saber. In his eyes there was no person that was closer to him than a saber. Everyone was only shocked for a moment before coming to a sudden realization. Don't forget, Qin was currently following an Earth-grade alchemist. With an Earth-grade alchemist using alchemical pills, how could his cultivation not advance quickly? In reality, Qin also possessed the qualifications to break through to the spiritual ocean tier. But he was the same as Ling Han. Because he advanced through alchemical pills, he had to first stabilize his cultivation. Blindly pursuing high cultivation was like pulling up seedlings to help them grow. The repercussions would quickly appear. If there was a situation where battle prowess star value couldn't keep up with cultivation, then how different would he be from a cripple? Can ye fight me? Zhao Huan challenged. Previously, he was always able to steadily suppress Qin Yi. But now that Qin Ye's cultivation instead surpassed him, he wanted to fight even more to prove that he was the strongest genius in the imperial city. Freaks like Ling Han, Yin Tianzhao, and Feng Yan could be ignored. Qin Yi didn't accept the challenge, shook his head and said, "You're not my match, I'll kill you with one strike." Zhao Huan couldn't help but be angry, but because Ling Han was present, he couldn't act out. He only snorted and said, 2 days later, it's the martial art tea party. I hope you won't be stingy with your battle then. Qin Yi was silent for a moment, then pointed at Ling Han and said, I'm not the target you want to surpass, he is. Everyone was instantly speechless. Who didn't know Ling Han was freakish, defeating Yin Tianzhao with one strike and crippling Feng Yan with one palm. He was practically a monster. Moreover, this monster was a big boss of alchemy, so who dared to challenge him? Master Ling, will you also participate in the martial art tea party, the day after tomorrow? Qi Yongyi asked. Ling Han thought for a moment then said, There's no harm in going. If Master Ling participates, then we can only stand to the side. Qian Wuyong smiled, giving Ling Han a small bootlicking. But Master Ling, I beg of you, hurry up and increase your cultivation. We'll lose too much face if we're always suppressed by someone in the first layer of the Gushing Spring tier. Huang Weizhe also joked. This was also because Ling Han was young, or else if it was Fu Yuansheng, he definitely wouldn't dare to say such words. Ling Han couldn't help but smile. His springs I had already fused in advance, so whether it was the 3rd layer of the Gushing Spring tier or the 9th layer, he'd be in the 1st layer of the Gushing Spring tier. He said, Don't worry, I won't act the day after tomorrow. With such a good opportunity, he planned to sell the ginseng and Ganoderma in the Black Tower to the people of the 9 nations of the desolate north. This way, he could weaken the financial resources of his competitors for the blue-scale demonic fruit and increase his own wealth, naturally killing 2 birds with 1 stone. Master Ling, you said it. Everyone's eyes lit up. The strongest person in the 9 nations of the desolate north. Who wouldn't want to wear such a halo? But if Ling Han acted, then others wouldn't have any hope at all, unless they broke through to the spiritual ocean tier. But how many spiritual ocean tier warriors under 30 were there? Only Feng Yan and Yan Tianzhao, these two freaks. Ling Han smiled and said, I said it, so don't worry, I only plan to sell some things. What medicinal pill does Master Ling plan to sell? Everyone was curious. This youngster advanced into the Earth grade, so the medicinal pill he took out would definitely be shocking. You'll know the day after tomorrow. Ling Han kept it a secret. Although everyone was curious, they didn't dare to ask Ling Han, and could only feel an itch in their hearts. Anyway, it was only 2 days, so they just bear with it. The answer would be revealed the day after tomorrow. They ate until late at night and everyone left. However, 2 people even stayed in this inn so they could return to their rooms in a few steps. 1 day, 2 days, time passed very quickly, and it was already the day of the martial art tea party. The location was set on the plaza in the east of the town. A huge pergola was temporarily erected here, enough to seat several thousand people. And this time, although the younger generation of the 9 nations of the desolate north all came, those who came were also the best of the best, at least in the poly tier. So, on average, each nation could get a few hundred seats, which was enough. The martial art tea party started at noon and ended at night. Ling Han, Lu Yutong, and the others came to the plaza and randomly found a place to sit. There were more people in their group and they soon occupied a table. Hunyo couldn't sit still, and immediately took out the snacks she prepared from the spatial ring, eating very happily. Soon more and more people came, and even the star guards were mobilized to maintain order. After all, young people were impetuous and it wouldn't be good if someone died in a fight. Friends, thank you for coming, I'm grateful. Cheng Feijun appeared and said in a loud and clear voice, instantly making most people stand up. This was a black-grade high-level alchemist, and he could be considered a big shot in any nation, so how could they be disrespectful? Chapter 298. Ling Han naturally wouldn't respond, and since he didn't move, Lu Yutong and the others naturally wouldn't give Cheng Feijun any face, and similarly sat upright. Hey, Grandmaster Cheng has come out to speak, and you all actually dare to sit, not giving any face at all. Someone sneered, obviously flattering Cheng Feijun. Do we need to give him face? Zhu Wuzhou immediately said. He naturally knew of the conflict between Cheng Feijun and Ling Han, and immediately glared at him. Good. Not only do you not respect Grandmaster Cheng, but you also insult Grandmaster Cheng in public. I think you're dead. That person swept his gaze over Ling Han and the others' faces, and when he saw Lu Yutong and Li Xichan's stunning beauty, his gaze involuntarily tightened, revealing a stunned expression. You shut up. Beside that person, someone directly gave him a slap. You idiot, do you know who he is? Ling Han, a newly advanced Earth-grade alchemist. If you want to die, then die by yourself, don't drag us down. Pooh, that person instantly spat out, his face turning deathly pale. He didn't know Cheng Feijun, and to be honest, he wanted to know Cheng Feijun, but Cheng Feijun might not even pay attention to him. Thus, he seized this opportunity to stir up trouble. Wasn't it to curry favor with Cheng Feijun and establish a relationship with him? Fine, he didn't manage to curry favor, but instead offended an Earth-grade alchemist. Wasn't this seeking death? Ling, Grandmaster Ling, I have eyes but failed to see, please forgive me, he hurriedly said in a trembling voice. Ling Han only waved his hand. He naturally wouldn't take such a minor character to heart. That person acted as if he was pardoned, hurriedly nodding at Ling Han, but no matter what, he didn't dare to stay here anymore. After sitting for a while, he stood up and left, afraid that Ling Han would suddenly find him to settle the score. Everyone, today's focus is tea tasting and Dao discussion. Tea drinking comes first, harmony comes first, and as for sparring, don't go overboard, Cheng Feijun said with a smile. Then he took out a pill bottle and showed it to the surroundings. This is a repair heart pill, a reward for today's Dao discussion champion. Who wouldn't go all out with the heart-mending pill? Ha 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 ha. I'm Hung Fei from the Stone Kingdom. I'm most proficient in fist techniques. Who wants to spar with me? A sturdy youth flew into the arena first. There was a huge empty space in the middle of the pergola, which was used for fighting. Do you think you're worthy of using fists? A thin young man walked out, exuding an astonishing chill. Showing off your fists in front of me, Lian Xiuzhu, will only lead to death. Humph, are you the only one in the world who can use fists? Hong Fei said coldly. Naturally, he would not be afraid. When I become the strongest under the heavens, only I can use my fist. No one else is allowed to insult my fist techniques, Lian Xiaozhu said gravely. What an arrogant fellow. He actually said he wants to become the number one under the heavens. Lian Xiaozhu, eh? Could it be that Fire Nation's Lian Xiaozhu? Have you heard of him? This person is known as the Fist Fanatic. I heard that he only knows one fist technique, which is the most ordinary Black Tiger Steel's Heart. He has been practicing it for more than 10 years. Who are you joking? Practicing Black Tiger Steel's Heart can't even be called a yellow-grade martial arts technique. Indeed, but I heard that he is known as the number one person in the younger generation of Fire Nation. He defeated all the elites of Fire Nation with a single punch, and even the current Fire Emperor praised him greatly, conferring him the title of Marquis of Fists. And he's so strong. Everyone cried out in surprise. To be able to obtain the nod of praise from the Fire Emperor, and even be conferred the title of Marquis, Lian Xiaozhu's strength should be extraordinary. Hong Fei naturally heard this and couldn't help but feel fear. Although he was a very strong existence in the younger generation of Stone Nation, he was not qualified to attract the attention of the Stone Emperor, who would confer him the title of Marquis or something like that. You are not worthy of using fists. Lian Xiaozhu had already launched an attack. It was a Black Tiger Steel's Heart, which was executed in a standard manner. However, there was an abundant air circulating around it, as if a Grandmaster of Fists had appeared and was executing a technique. Although Hong Fei used his ultimate move, he was completely unable to withstand this punch. He was instantly sent flying, lying on the side and coughing up blood. So powerful. This Hong Fei was also in the 5th layer of the Gushing Spring tier, but he couldn't even take a single punch. Lian Xiaozhu was indeed strong, living up to the Fire Emperor's praise. Brother Lian is indeed strong. I would like to ask for some advice. Someone immediately leaped onto the field. This was a young man of 23 or 24 years old. He was tall and slender, and there was a long saber hanging from his waist, exuding an astonishing sharpness. Lian Xiaozhu's eyes lit up and he said, "Since you don't use fists, I can spar with you." Fine, this guy was indeed a fist maniac. If others used fists, he would directly send them flying, but if he didn't use fists, he could spar with them. I am Hua Gao Yi, also from Fire Nation, the saber user said proudly. Everyone couldn't help but say, "Oh." So he was also from Fire Nation. No wonder he jumped out to spar with Lian Xiaozhu. Because this was a Dao sparring session among the martial artists of the 9 nations, no one wanted their own nation to be outdone by others. This would make them lose face, wouldn't it? Please. Please. Lian Xiaozhu and Hua Gao Yi immediately began a fierce battle. Fist chi and saber chi collided, and the battle became white-hot as soon as it began. Sure enough, Lian Xiaozhu only used one move, Black Tiger Steel's Heart. However, he was able to use this move with great charm. Each of his fists had a different intent realm, and its power was astonishing. Interesting. Ling Han revealed a smile. How is it interesting? Lu Yutong and the others asked one after another. Even Guang Yuan was no exception, because he also couldn't think of anything interesting. Ling Han smiled, pointed at Lian Xiaozhu and said, "He should have cultivated a strange cultivation technique that has the effect of increasing his battle prowess. However, the side effect of this cultivation technique is that he can no longer cultivate other martial techniques. This would clash with his cultivation technique. Therefore, he only uses one Black Tiger Steel's Heart, but it has 100 different intent realms. It is very wonderful." There is such a cultivation technique? Everyone was baffled. The world is so big, and there are naturally all kinds of strange cultivation techniques. Moreover, this person specializes in one fist technique, which just makes up for his weakness of not being able to cultivate martial skills. Sometimes simplicity doesn't mean mediocrity, Ling Han said unhurriedly. Mo Gao, for example, was also extremely proficient in cultivating the sword, but he didn't cultivate any sword techniques at all, yet he almost touched the heart of the sword. Simplicity didn't mean mediocrity. The young man in front of them had the same effect, but he was still far from feeling the heart of the fist. He had just embarked on this path. Qin revealed a strong fighting spirit and said, "Wait, I want to challenge that Hua Gao Yi." He was also a saber user, and after seeing Hua Gao Yi's gorgeous saber technique, he couldn't help but feel itchy and just wanted to fight. Ling Han thought for a while and said, "You have a chance. Hua Gao Yi's strength is not below Lian Xiaozhu's. This battle will probably end in a draw." He also clicked his tongue in wonder. The youngsters of this generation were really talented, which surprised even him. Chapter 299. Snake transforming into Flood Dragon transforming into dragon. This was a very normal path of evolution. But the problem was Flood Dragons always had 2 horns, so what was the meaning of having a bump on your head? Were you going to turn into a unicorn? Hunyo immediately lay on the ground and opened her small mouth, revealing her white teeth as she roared. If she had hair, they would definitely be standing on end. Ling Han also revealed a vigilant expression. This large snake was the overlord of the Gourd Cave, an existence at the 9th layer of the spiritual pedestal tier. But for some reason, the feeling it gave Ling Han was even more terrifying than Aofeng just now. That's right, Hunyo also felt this way. So she immediately put on a defensive and warning stance. Just now, when Aofeng appeared, Hunyo was very calm. The large snake slowly stood up, its head continuously rising as if its body was endlessly long. When its head actually reached the same height as the valley, its entire body still didn't drill out of the layer of ice. This was really inconceivable. It was definitely at least 1,000 meters long, maybe even a few thousand meters long. Ling Han didn't understand. Could a spiritual pedestal tier beast snake grow so big? The bigger the body, the greater the power of a living being. For example, if a living being could grow to the same size as the vast lands after reaching adulthood, then he wouldn't need to cultivate at all. He could simply step on it a few times, and even if the vast lands didn't shatter, the people and beasts on it would probably all die, and only a few elites would be able to survive. But precisely because of this, the heavens would strictly limit the size of living beings. For beasts, only when their strength increased could their size increase accordingly. In the case of the spiritual pedestal tier, the maximum size should only be around 100 meters. Only the flower blossom tier could reach 1,000 meters, but it couldn't possibly exceed this number. However, this giant snake was only in the 9th layer of the spiritual pedestal tier, and not only did its size exceed 100, it even exceeded 1,000, advancing into the level of the spiritual infant tier. Added with the flesh bump on its head, it was even more strange. There had never been a snake beast that could transform into a flood dragon in the spiritual pedestal tier. Transforming into a flood dragon was something that could only be done after the heaven tier. Strange, too strange. It took a long time to describe, but this was only a matter of a breath's time. Hong, this giant snake descended from the sky, and its entire head smashed down just like that. Barbaric and violent, it used terrifying power to win. Ling Han's face turned green, and he grabbed Hunyo, who still wanted to soar into the sky and fight to her heart's content. His figure flashed, and he entered into the Black Tower. With the giant snake's power, weight, and the inertia of falling from the sky, such a huge force was enough to instantly smash him and Hunyo into meat paste, guaranteeing a complete and thorough death. This was really quite unreasonable. It didn't compete with any technique at all, and just used brute force to crush it, but not to mention it was able to completely release the giant snake's power. Strange, why do I feel a familiar scent from this giant snake? Ling Han rubbed his chin. Spiritual pedestal tier demonic beasts would have special elemental attacks, such as spitting fire, cold mist, and venom. Ling Han had even seen demonic snakes that turned all the scales on their bodies into sharp blades and shot them out. However, this giant snake didn't seem to have any intention of using its special ability at all. The moment it appeared, it fiercely smashed with its head, extremely practiced, and was a habitual offender. Ling Han looked through the Black Tower and saw that the giant snake was searching for his, and Hunyo's flesh and blood all over the ground. The giant snake's eyes revealed a blank expression, as if it didn't understand how the two of them disappeared. Extremely stupid. Ling Han found it even more strange. Being able to cultivate to the peak stage of the spiritual pedestal tier, and only a step away from crossing the line of mortals, how could its intelligence be so low? Demonic beasts possessed very high intelligence, and the higher the level, the smarter they were. Flower blossom tier demonic beasts were definitely no weaker than human sages. But why was this giant snake always so stupid? It was as if it only knew how to use its head to smash people, and was only using its instincts to fight. Fight, fight. Ling Han made a decision. Xiao, his figure flashed, and he was already out of the Black Tower. Holding the demon birth sword in his hand, the thunder battle armor was already activated. Hong, his left hand blasted out a flash of lightning, while his right hand brandished the sword. Xiao, 7 flashes of sword chi crisscrossed. Pu, 2 attacks landed on the giant snake's body at the same time, but what surprised Ling Han was that the 7 flashes of sword chi only left a few white marks on the snake scales, while the lightning was slightly more effective, piercing through the snake scales and creating a wound on the giant snake's body. However, with the giant snake's size, this was really not painful or itchy. The giant snake was infuriated, and Hong, the snake's head, smashed down again. Ling Han hurriedly entered the Black Tower, dodging this attack. Pung, the entire valley trembled, showing this giant snake's terrifying power. Ling Han, however, laughed and said to himself, if it were another 9th layer spiritual pedestal tier, I really wouldn't be able to deal with it, but this snake is too stupid. I can exhaust it to death. He once again exited the Black Tower, and directly punched with both fists, activating the power of the thunder battle armor, turning into flashes of lightning that blasted towards the giant snake's eyes. The giant snake was stupid, but its instincts made it very likely to avoid a vital injury like the eyes, immediately turning the snake's head and dodging. Then it smashed down again, shaking the entire valley. Countless accumulated snow soared into the sky, and snowflakes filled the sky. On the other side, the sea of flames also boiled like a tide, splashing out crimson-red lava. Ling Han continuously entered and exited the Black Tower, tirelessly launching attacks on the giant snake's eyes. He only needed to succeed once, and he would be able to reap a great victory, so he was completely in no hurry. The giant snake was stupid. If Ling Han's strength was stronger, it would definitely have tunneled into the layer of ice under its instincts, and wouldn't have fought with Ling Han at all. But in its eyes, Ling Han was so weak that it only needed one smash to kill him, so how could it escape from such a smelly bug? Moreover, it was continuously hit by Ling Han. Although its skin was thick and its flesh was thick, and it only hurt a little, it completely stimulated its ferocity, and it was determined to kill Ling Han. One man and one snake, just like that, continued to wear each other down. After a few hours, the giant snake appeared to be more and more manic, constantly pounding the ground with its head as if it wanted to take the initiative. Ling Han looked for an opportunity, and in the instant that the giant snake pounded the ground, he attacked from within the Black Tower. Xiao, with a wild slash, 800 sword light soared into the sky. It was precisely the mysterious 3000. These sword lights all blasted at the giant snake's right eye. At this time, the giant snake's terrifying defense was fully displayed. Even if the eye was such a weak vital point, it actually didn't shatter after several hundred sword lights blasted at it. Only when the last 100 sword lights surged past did a crack finally appear on the eyeball, and then, like broken porcelain, it shattered with a loud bang. A liquid rushed out like a burst dam. Under the pain, the giant snake began to writhe madly, and a huge force went on a rampage, as if the whole valley was about to be flattened. Ling Han entered the Black Tower, and immediately recovered his origin power. Now that he struck out with the mysterious 3000 with all his strength, it wouldn't exhaust all his power, but it still seemed to be 1/3 less. He crushed a few dozen origin crystals, and recovered his cultivation very quickly. Then he charged out of the Black Tower, wielding his sword, and charged in through the hole in the giant snake's eye. The demon birth sword activated 2 vein-like patterns, and sword chi crisscrossed. Ling Han didn't care about the consequences, and slashed to his heart's content. Chapter 300. Even if Zhu Wujiu didn't say anything about inspecting the goods, no one would ignore it. After all, it cost 10 origin power crystals. The carrier of origin power crystals was that special kind of crystal. It was a very common product with a large amount, which was why it was used as a container for origin power. Otherwise, it wouldn't be able to withstand this kind of consumption and would be used up long ago. There wouldn't be such a large amount. The size of the crystal was standard, about the size of a finger. Rather than saying it was a piece, it would be better to say it was a stick. However, even with such a small piece of yuan power crystal, It would still take a Sea of Souls Realm warrior a month to fill it up, and that was the normal speed. Even if Sea of Souls Realm warriors used up all of their yuan power, they would have to meditate to recover completely instead of eating pellets. Otherwise, it would be considered as a waste since pellets were also very expensive. Even spiritual Sea Realm warriors could only make 12 pieces in a year, so this thing was indeed very precious. It also showed the value of 100-year-old ginseng and Ganoderma. People paid origin power crystals one after another and got a ginseng or Ganoderma. Then they hurriedly examined it. If they didn't understand, they asked the people beside them to help appraise it, and they all looked happy. It was indeed 100-year-old. I want to sell another one. I want to buy 3 even if I have money. After confirming that the ginseng and Ganoderma sold by Zhu Wujiu were genuine, everyone was very excited. They waved the origin power crystals and squeezed in like local tycoons. These origin power crystals were actually given to them by their families and forces for emergencies after they entered the North region. After all, origin power crystals were popular there, and gold and silver were only circulated among ordinary people. In the 9 nations of the desolate north, the spiritual ocean tier was the absolute mainstay, so how could they condense origin power crystals all day long? Therefore, even the great clans like the 8 great clans couldn't take out many origin power crystals, let alone normal clans. Thus, these guys threw out dozens of origin power crystals at once. They were really rich and willful. Guangyuan shook his head and said, "If any guy dares to squander my origin power crystals like this, I will definitely kill him with my own hands." Ling Han sighed. "You speak as if you've refined origin power crystals before." "Pa, I don't even have enough time to cultivate. How could I possibly waste my essence energy on something like that?" Guangyuan immediately spat out, completely disregarding his image. True, Ling Han was now an earth-grade alchemist, and Guangyuan's status was who knew how much lower than his. Thus, he naturally acted like a ruffian, and did not need to put on the airs of a powerful cultivator. Everyone chuckled. Although Guangyuan was rough, he was also an interesting person. The crowd crowded around Zhu Wujiu, and the scene was extremely lively. Some of them didn't even have 10 pieces of origin crystals on them, so they tried to bargain with Zhu Wujiu. Some of them were richer and more overbearing, fearing that the ginseng and Ganoderma would be sold out, so they said they were willing to increase the price and sell the ginseng to him first. Cheng Fei-jun's expression became darker and darker. The purpose of him organizing the martial art tea party was to pick out outstanding talents with potential for Luo Jifeng to choose from. It was not for Ling Han to sell his wares. He couldn't help but stand up, reminding everyone that it was almost time for the sparring to continue. But no one paid any attention to him, because there could only be one first place in the martial art tea party, and there was only one prize. Having seen the skills of the others just now, he knew that there were only a few who could compete for the first place, and he was not fated to win. Since that was the case, why not focus on the treasures that could be seen? Cheng Fei-jun almost cursed out loud. This tea party was hosted by him, and he was a black-grade high-level alchemist. A bunch of mere gushing spring-tier martial artists actually dared to not give him face? But with Ling Han present, he, a black-grade high-level alchemist, was really nothing much. So what if they didn't give him face? Wasn't there still Grandmaster Ling? This damned Ling Han, was he born to go against him? Cheng Fei-jun sat down again, his eyes filled with fury, and he hated Luo Jifeng even more. This old guy said he wanted to get rid of Ling Han, but why hadn't there been any movement for a few days, allowing Ling Han to run around without rhyme or reason? After another hour or so, Zhu Wujiu finally sold out the basket of spirit medicine, but there were still many people waving their origin power crystals, wanting to spend. He walked towards Ling Han, and when he saw Ling Han nod, he said, "Friends who didn't manage to buy anything, don't worry. Later, you can come to the Pleasant Arrival Tavern's 7th courtyard to find me. There's also a large supply of ginseng and Ganoderma that are also 100 years old. I guarantee that everyone will be satisfied." With these words, only those who didn't manage to buy anything were willing to leave. But everyone was shocked. They had already sold out a basket of spirit medicine, and there was actually still more? It had to be known that these weren't cabbages that could be bought as many as one wanted, but were 100-year-old ginseng and Ganoderma. An ordinary person's lifespan was only a mere 100 years. Now, the deep mountains were filled with herb gatherers, and spirit medicine was becoming fewer and fewer. Occasionally picking 100-year-old ginseng was enough to burn incense, and now they were actually selling it in baskets and there was still more? Could it be that they had dug out an ancient herb garden? Chang Fei-jun's expression was similarly gloomy, and there was even stronger greed. He also thought that Ling Han had obtained an ancient herb garden, and it was left behind by an alchemy grandmaster, which was why Ling Han had obtained the inheritance and become an earth-grade alchemist at such a young age. If he could obtain it, instantly, his heart became fiery, and an endless desire was born, causing him to not hesitate to do some risky things out of desperation. Ling Han, that brat's killing intent has been aroused, Guang Yuan said to Ling Han. Ling Han smiled lightly and said, "No matter, he's just a jumping clown. Originally I didn't care, but since he wants to seek death, then I'll send him on his way. I'll leave this task to Big Brother Guang." Pooh, Guang Yuan instantly spurted out and faintly said, "That guy is a black-grade high-level alchemist, and if I kill him, then all the alchemists in the world will see me as a thorn in their side. Make it clean. He's only in the 7th layer of the gushing spring tier, and with Big Brother Guang's cultivation that's almost at the 8th layer of the spiritual ocean tier, you'll definitely be able to suppress him with one hand, absolutely without anyone noticing," Ling Han said with a smile. Guang Yuan obtained the complete large sun heaven heart scripture, and with Ling Han's supply of alchemical pills, his cultivation experienced a small explosion, and he already reached the peak stage of the 7th layer of the spiritual ocean tier, which even he himself didn't dare to believe. "All right, give this guy to me," Guang Yuan said through gritted teeth. He had received so many benefits from Ling Han, yet he had never truly put in any effort for Ling Han, so he felt really apologetic in his heart. Ling Han nodded. He really didn't take Chang Fei-jun to heart, but that Luo Jifeng, because he almost blinded him, he never went to steal from him again, so he didn't have a deep understanding of this person. The old guy's aura gave him a feeling of déjà vu, but he couldn't remember what it was. Chapter 301. The ginseng sale came to an end, and the martial art tea party naturally continued. However, quite a few people were thinking about the 100-year-old ginseng and Ganoderma, so they naturally appeared dispirited, causing the excitement on the scene to weaken greatly. Fortunately, Lian Xiaozhu by Yu Quan and the others once again went up to exchange pointers. Their spectacular performance redeemed quite a bit, winning frequent cheers from the crowd, especially the martial artists from their own country. When their own country's geniuses showed their prowess and defeated the experts of other countries, they were all extremely excited. In the end, with nations as a unit, a total of 8 strongest emerged. They were Lian Xiaozhu, Hua Gao Yi by Yu Quan, Yu Xinghua, Zhong Higuang, Chu Shui, Yuan Lianshan, and Qin Yi. Zhu Wujiu was a bit inexperienced, after all, and only had the cultivation of the 5th layer of the gushing spring tier. Moreover, he could only rely on the silver moon body, and his own talent in martial art was barely passable. Now, he'd only formed 2 flashes of sword chi, still a distance away from the title of young king. In the 9 nations of the desolate north, each nation had one. Only Yun Nation didn't have a single genius selected, which made all the martial artists of Yun Nation blush. However, what could they do if their skills were inferior? Martial arts spoke with strength. "Ling Han, if you go up, you can fight all 8 of them by yourself," Lu Yutong said, very displeased. The first in the desolate north should be her lover no matter what. That's right. On this point, Li Sichuan naturally stood in the same trench as Lu Yutong. Hu Niu patted her chest and said, "Niu will fight for Ling Han and take first place." As she spoke, she was about to jump down from the stage, scaring Qin Yi so much that his face instantly paled. He'd suffered at the hands of the little girl, and that speed was unfathomable for gushing spring tier martial artists. Unexpectedly, even Yen Tianzhao suffered a great loss, and had no choice but to unleash a powerful move, using strange silk threads to trap the little girl, and only then did he win. This could also be said to be because the little girl had not been on guard. Moreover, Hu Niu's strength had obviously increased after this, and now she was already in the 5th layer of gushing spring tier. If they were to fight again, it would be hard to say who would win. No matter if it was Ling Han or Hu Niu, as long as these 2 monsters entered the field, they would definitely be invincible in gushing spring tier. Even low-level spiritual ocean tier martial artists could only be swept aside by them. Ling Han laughed heartily and said, "Niu, don't scare little Ye. Can't you see that his face is pale?" When everyone heard this, it was true. and they couldn't help but laugh, because it was really rare to see King Yi lose his composure like this. This youngster had always been cold and detached. Who asked Hunyo to be small and act without any scruples? Even King Yi would have a headache if he saw her. Chang Fei-jun invited King Yi and the rest of the 8 up, and arranged their respective opponents. It just so happened that 8 would advance to 4, 4 would advance to 2, and finally the strongest would be decided, successfully concluding today's martial art tea party. The first must be our Fire Nation's Lian Xiuzhu. Bullshit. In front of our Stone Kingdom's Huagaoi. Everything else is trash. Go go go. Our Wind Nation's Bai Yuquan is here. Who's his match? The original individual honor had already risen to the national level, and everyone was cheering for their country's victorious prodigy. Only the Cloud Nation didn't have anyone fighting their way out, which made everyone's expressions unsightly. Lu Yutong and Li Sichuan were also very displeased. The one in the limelight should have been Ling Han. Once he came out, who could be his match? The 4 matches of the 8-4 should have been carried out one by one, but who asked Zhu Wujiu to call out midway, delaying a lot of time? Now only 4 matches were carried out together. Ping ping pang pang, the 8 people divided into 4 groups to fight. The scene was extremely intense, and instantly attracted everyone's attention. From time to time, people would exclaim in surprise and cheer for their performance. It really wasn't a wasted trip. Being able to watch such an exciting match also made many arrogant and complacent youngsters put away their arrogance. It turned out that not only did their own country have a genius that they could only look up to, other countries also had one. Ha 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 ha, the mongrels of the desolate north actually dare to hold some martial art tea party and talk nonsense about martial art. What a joke! An ear-piercing voice rang out, and a white-clothed youngster walked over with large strides, a disdainful expression on his face. Who is it? Everyone turned their heads, and even King Yi and the others stopped fighting. This person spoke of the desolate north, striking down all the people of the 9 nations. The white-clothed youngster was very handsome, and the expression on his face was also very arrogant, giving people the urge to raise their fists and punch him. He was extremely good at drawing hatred. There was a sword hanging on both of his waists. Usually they were dual swords, which was rather rare. He walked over with large strides and said, "Monkeys of the desolate north, go back to where you came from. The north region isn't a place you can go." "Who are you? Is it any of your business?" someone shouted. The white-clothed youngster smiled proudly and said, "I forgot to introduce myself. Announcing my name in front of you mongrels is practically an insult to me." Bao Xian ran. "Forget it, I won't announce my name." Pooh, many people instantly laughed out loud. "You said you wouldn't announce your name, but you already did. Was your intelligence worrying?" "The one with the surname Bao, get lost." Someone humphed. From this Bao Xian Ran's tone, he should be from a force of the North region, and to the desolate north, the North region was the true holy land of martial art. Thus, even if Bao Xian Ran had spoken rudely first, everyone still chose to tolerate him. Bao Xian Ran picked his ears and said, "Who was the one who told me to get lost just now? Get out here and let me have my way, and I'll break all your teeth." "So what if I said it?" A tall and sturdy youngster stood out. He had the back of a tiger and the waist of a bear, and his height was close to 2 meters. His skin was dark, and he looked like a violent bear. Pung! Everyone's eyes blurred, and they saw that Bao Xian Ran had already disappeared from his original spot. His fist smashed onto that violent bear's face, directly sending that person flying. That tall and sturdy youngster still wanted to stand up, but when he was halfway up, his entire head actually exploded, and his headless body instantly collapsed onto the ground, blood splattering all over the ground. For a moment there was absolute silence. But after a mere instant, the crowd became enraged, and all wanted to swallow this Bao Xian Ran alive. "You're strong, so if you win, then so be it. Why do you have to be so lethal?" I was a bit too heavy-handed. I originally only wanted to knock out a mouthful of teeth. But forget it, those who insulted me deserve to die, Bao Xian Ran said calmly, and then picked his ears with his fingers. Bao Xian Ran said calmly, then dug his ear with his finger. "Is there any other trash who wants to make a move?" Everyone was silent. Although that person just now was only in the poly tier, Bao Xian Ran's sudden attack was incredibly shocking. causing most gushing spring tier martial artists to be unable to capture its trajectory. If they were to really face him head-on, it would probably be a disaster. Moreover, this person's attack was so ruthless, so in a situation where there was no chance of victory, there was really no one who dared to rashly come down and fight with him. Brother Bao, let me come down to experience your strength. Zhong Higuang strode down the stage. Oh, it's just the 8 of you competing for the title of the strongest prodigy of the younger generation. I'm going to die of laughter. You're just a few mongrels, and you actually have the delusion of claiming to be number 1? You really don't know what you're talking about. Bao Xian Ran sneered, and mocked without holding back. Sir, have you had enough? Zhong Higuang was also furious, and removed the whip that was coiled around his waist. Bao Xian Ran picked his ear, then blew on his finger and said, How about this? I'll use 1 finger, and if I can't kill you within 3 moves, I'll kneel on the ground and call you grandfather. Arrogant, he was really too arrogant. He wanted to fight against one of the 8 great prodigies of the desolate north with 1 finger, and kill him within 3 moves. He was really looking down on others. Putting aside whether he could win or not, to kill at every turn, he was really looking down on the 9 nations of the desolate north, wasn't he? Chapter 302. Brother Zhong, kill him. Yes, kill him. We, the 9 nations of the desolate north, are not to be trifled with. The crowd became enraged, but Cheng Feijun was silent. He recognized the symbol on Bao Xian Ran's sleeves. This was a disciple of a large sect, so it was not worthwhile for him to offend him. Anyway, it was just Zhong Higuang, so if he died, then so be it. There were still many geniuses here, so 1 less wouldn't matter. Ling Han frowned and said, Zhong Higuang is in trouble. Why? Lu Yutong and Li Sichan both asked in shock. Because that brat is in the spiritual ocean tier, and in the 5th layer of the spiritual ocean tier. Guang Yuan continued. What? Lu Yutong and Li Sichan both revealed shocked expressions. A 20-something spiritual ocean tier martial artist. What a joke, it was impossible to find one in Rain Country. There indeed appeared recently, and Feng Yan was one. And Yen Tianzhao was even younger, only 15 years old. But normally, one had to be over 30 to cross into the spiritual ocean tier. Even reaching the gushing spring tier at 30 years old was already quite good. Could it be that the people of the North region were all so powerful that any random person that came out was a martial art genius? Then this fight cannot be fought. Zhu Wujiu stood up abruptly. This was an absolutely unfair fight. Ling Han nodded and said, Go stop it and have Qin Yi come back. Yes. Zhu Wujiu hurriedly received the order and left, but it was already too late. Zhong Higuang was already unable to restrain his anger, and with a wave of his whip, he lashed out at Bao Xian Ran. Shua, the long whip turned into a spirit snake, and as origin power surged, layers of ripples appeared in the air, extremely shocking. Bao Xian Ran only smiled coldly, and with the point of his left little finger, he pointed at the middle of the long whip with incredible accuracy. An even stronger wave of origin power struck, and the long whip instantly seemed to be hit where it hurt, immediately softening. Zhong Higuang was shocked, and was just about to wave his whip to regroup, but Bao Xian Ran had already flown out. His speed was extremely fast. With a single move of his feet, he had already appeared in front of Zhong Higuang and grinned. Zhong Higuang was extremely panic-stricken, and was about to abandon his whip to attack when Bao Xian Ran flicked a finger at his forehead. With a paw, his entire body was instantly sent flying, and when he was in midair, his head suddenly exploded, red and white matter splattering everywhere. Everyone trembled in fear. That was one of the strongest geniuses in the 9 nations of the desolate north, yet he was killed like a dog. How could they accept this? Could it be that the North region was filled with this kind of monsters? Then why the hell would they go to the Winter Moon sect? They would definitely have to experience fierce competition to enter the sect, and they would all die from a casual attack. They had come out to pursue a higher realm of martial art, not to die. For a time, many people had the thought of retreating. Don't you guys think that a person's head is the most beautiful when it explodes? Bao Xian Ran said with a hint of intoxication. Then his voice became cold and he said, You really surprise me. You dogs of the desolate north can actually be so beautiful when you die. Truly inconceivable. This was not praise. Everyone was furious, But when they thought of the other's terrifying strength, none of them dared to speak out loud. "You're not in the gushing spring tier," Chu Shuai said. Zhong Higuang was in the 9th spring of the gushing spring tier, and no gushing spring tier warrior could kill him in 2 moves. Only spiritual ocean tier warriors had such qualifications. Pa Bao Xian Ran began clapping his hands, and said with a smile, "Finally there's a smart person. I obviously can't be in the gushing spring tier. A genius like me is already 25 years old. How could I still be trash in the gushing spring tier? Spiritual ocean tier!" Everyone exclaimed in shock, and at the same time became extremely furious. "You, an elite of the spiritual ocean tier, came to torment and kill a gushing spring tier warrior. What did this mean?" Bao Xian Ran stepped down and a pattern opened up, forming a light green symbol. Releasing the will of martial art was the sign of the spiritual ocean tier. "Sir, you've gone too far. You're a dignified spiritual ocean tier warrior. Yet you hide your cultivation level and kill people at every turn. Don't you think you've gone too far?" Bai Yuquan said in a powerful and resonant voice. "Well said, well said." Everyone cheered for him. Even a spiritual ocean tier warrior couldn't bully others like this. Not to mention it wasn't as if there were no spiritual ocean tier warriors in the 9 nations of the desolate north. Bao Xian Ran picked his ears and said, "What do you mean by going too far? I'm about the same age as you guys, and my cultivation level is higher than yours, and my strength is stronger than yours. This is because my talent is higher and you guys are just trash. As trash, you should be prepared to be stepped on by me. Too despicable. Let's attack together. At most, a few dozen of us will die, but we have to kill him no matter what. That's right, we, the 9 nations of the desolate north, are not to be trifled with." Bao Xian Ran's provocation finally caused everyone to successfully suppress their fear, and only endless fury remained. They had to kill this arrogant guy no matter what to vent their anger. "Oh, kill me!" Bao Xian Ran sneered, raised his left hand high up, and circled around everyone. He said, "Trash, have you noticed this symbol? This is the Cold Water Sect's armband, and I am a disciple of the Cold Water Sect. Putting aside whether you guys can kill me or not, even if you can, not only will you guys die, the clans behind you will die, and your country will also be destroyed. Because I am a disciple of the Cold Water Sect. Do you understand, you trash?" Bao Xian Ran proudly put down his left hand. Now, is there any trash that refuses to accept this? For a moment, the crowd fell silent once again. A spiritual ocean tier warrior was obviously nothing much. United as one, they could fight to the death no matter what. However, the Cold Water Sect could be called a sect, and they had at least a spiritual infant tier elite overseeing it. That was an unimaginable power. No matter how hot-blooded one was, they still had to consider the clans behind them in their country. Attracting a colossus like the Cold Water Sect, what kind of disaster was that? Now all of you scram back to your kennels. Whoever dares to leave the Fallen Moon Gorge, I'll behead him," Bao Xian Ran said coldly. This time, everyone finally knew that he was purposely here to stop them from entering the North region. At this critical juncture, there were only 2 possibilities. The first was that Bao Xian Ran didn't want them to participate in tomorrow's auction, and the second was that he didn't want them to participate in the Winter Moon Sect's entrance examination. Or both were possible. What are you still hesitating for? Bao Xian Ran glared. His own strength was enough to crush them, and added with the colossus that was the Cold Water Sect standing behind him, he naturally had the confidence to be arrogant. Damn it! Everyone clenched their fists tightly, so much so that their bones made cracking sounds. Could it be that so many of them could only return home with their tails between their legs because of a young man? That's right, I seem to have heard just now that there were many 100-year-old ginseng and Lingji here. Bao Xian Ran revealed a smile, greed flashing past his eyes. Before you leave the ginseng, Lingji, and origin power crystals behind. If anyone dares to hide them, kill without mercy. The crowd was in an uproar. Chapter 303. Ling Han's eyes narrowed. The technique that the young man used just now was precisely Mysterious 3000. However, the young man advanced into the Flower Blossom tier, so a casual attack had supreme power, instantly killing 2 elites in the 9th layer of the Spiritual Pedestal tier. Thus, just from this attack, It was completely impossible to judge the young man's attainments in Mysterious 3000, which was also the best representation of a swordsman's strength on the path of the sword. Mysterious 3000 was propelled by sword chi, and the more sword chi cultivated, the more sword lights shot out, and the greater the power. In the sky, the young man said indifferently, "Now has anyone answered my question? I'll speak. Fairy Zhu should have gone deep into the forest, firstly to search for crimson-red chilling ice grass, and secondly to fight for the heavenly Lux stone," someone hurriedly said in a trembling voice. The young man revealed a smile and said, "Heavenly Lux stone? Xian'er is still in the spiritual pedestal tier, so if she refined a piece of heavenly Lux stone and broke through to the flower blossom tier in the future, it would be greatly beneficial to her." He paused and then said, "Jiming, do you think that if I took the heavenly Lux stone and gave it to Xian'er, would she be very happy?" Tang Jiming revealed an envious expression. Heavenly Lux stone was the most precious treasure for martial artists under the flower blossom tier. He was now in the 9th layer of the spiritual pedestal tier, and if he could fuse with a piece of heavenly Lux stone tsk. However, he immediately put away this envy and said respectfully, "Fairy Zhu would definitely be extremely happy." Ha 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 ha. The young man laughed loudly. "Alright, then I'll make an exception and play with the people here." After he finished speaking, he turned around and left. With each step he drew a sword diagram dazzling like flowers. Tang Jiming sneered at everyone and hurriedly followed. Although he couldn't fly, the speed of a spiritual pedestal tier elite wasn't slow either. He continuously passed through the treetops, chasing after the young man. Only now did everyone let out a sigh of relief. Many people even sat on the ground drenched in sweat. However, not everyone was so shocked by the young man that they lost their fighting spirit. Shen Zhongcheng's eyes were fixed on the place where the young man disappeared, his right hand tightly gripping his sword, exuding endless fighting spirit. Ling Han was no exception, fighting spirit burning in his heart. This young man was probably comparable to the Sword Emperor back then. Regrettably, in his last life, he focused on alchemy and only pursued tier in martial arts, so he didn't compete with the 6 heaven-tier emperors. But in this life, his regrets could be made up for. That young man's talent and comprehension of sword arts were both extremely shocking, just like the second Sword Emperor. Competing with such a prodigy, Ling Han was full of fighting spirit. "I know who that person is," someone suddenly exclaimed. "I've heard before that when an elite from the Heaven Sword sect came to the North region to travel, he fell in love with Fairy Zhu at first sight, and had the intention of inviting her to the Heaven Sword sect. It's this person, the second sword in the world, Yao Huiyu." As soon as the words were spoken, cries of surprise were instantly heard. What kind of person was this, actually daring to claim to be the second sword in the world, not afraid of losing his tongue? Yao Huiyu's strength was indeed very strong. Flower blossom tier cultivators at his age were practically invincible, so to claim the second in the world was really shameless. How many swordsmen were there in the world? Could it be that soul tier and deity transformation tier swordsmen were inferior to him? I heard that Yao Huiyu originally wanted to claim the title of the best sword in the world, but in order to express his respect to those old seniors of the Heaven Sword sect, he retreated to the title of second. The second in the world, that's too modest. However, he's already in the flower blossom tier in his 20s. In his age group, the second in the world should be fully deserving of the title. Heavens, is there really such a huge gap between the level of martial arts in our North region and the Middle State? It's said that the Middle State is the holy land of martial arts, and it's indeed true. Everyone sighed ruefully. In the past, they were foolish and arrogant, but when they saw true elites and geniuses, only then did they realize that the world was far larger than they imagined. However, the 2 9th layer spiritual pedestal tier elites were killed, and this stronghold was no longer safe. Encountering an attack from a spiritual pedestal tier demonic beast, it was extremely possible that it would be instantly destroyed. Thus, everyone set out on their way, either to continue gathering herbs and hunting demonic beasts, or to head to other strongholds. Ling Han also set out towards the core area of the forest. He couldn't help but sigh ruefully. Previously, he felt that his cultivation was already fast enough, but compared to Yao Huiyu, although his speed wasn't considered slow, it couldn't be said to be much faster. After all, A great sect with 10,000 years of history like the Heaven Sword sect had abundant cultivation resources that normal forces couldn't compare to. Concentrating them on a few genius disciples, then the cultivation of Yao Huiyu and the others naturally wouldn't be slower than Ling Han's. However, after breaking through to the flower blossom tier, there were pitifully few spirit medicines of level 6 and above. Even an ancient great sect like the Heaven Sword sect would feel that they were poor, and in terms of the cultivation of their disciples, they couldn't be faster. And Ling Han didn't need to feel inferior. How long had it been since he started cultivating? It was only a little over a year, and he had already soared from the second layer of body refining tier to the fourth layer of the spiritual ocean tier. How could this kind of cultivation speed compare to Yao Huiyu's in the past? After all, he never needed to worry about comprehension of cultivation level. However, now that Yao Huiyi Aofeng and the others have appeared, the difficulty of me wanting to obtain the crimson red chilling ice grass and the heavenly luck stone has increased considerably. Ling Han stroked his chin. He was determined to obtain these two things, but from now on there were many difficulties. Ling Han. Hunyo suddenly ran towards a certain direction. Ling Han followed, and saw that Hunyo had stopped beside a plant. This plant was completely crimson red, as if it was burning. Fiery sun grass. Ling Han was astounded. He really didn't mean to. This time he didn't come to the dark devil forest for the fiery sungrass, but he actually bumped into it while walking. What kind of luck was this? No, it wasn't that his luck was good, but rather that Hunyo seemed to have the ability to find medicinal ingredients. This wasn't bad, and his chances of obtaining the crimson red chilling ice grass increased slightly. As long as he succeeded first, then he could directly hide in the Black Tower. Who cared how many sword strikes you had in the world? Nothing would be of any use. Since he had encountered it, there was naturally no reason for him to miss it. Ling Han dug up the fiery sungrass with its roots, planning to transplant it into the Black Tower. This kind of spirit medicine needed to grow for 100 years before it would blossom and bear seeds, but in the Black Tower, this process could be completed in a month. Thus, he plucked a stalk of fiery sungrass, which meant that in a few months' time, this kind of spirit medicine would be as plentiful as cabbages. If I really have to return to the Winter Moon sect, I'll be able to report back, Ling Han said with a smile, but his entire body immediately stood on end, feeling a strong sense of danger. As expected of the person who destroyed my Sea Breeze City's stronghold, his senses are really shockingly sharp. An aged voice was heard from behind him. It was like the sound of metal rubbing against each other, making one feel so uncomfortable that they wanted to cover their ears. Ling Han slowly turned around, only to see a skinny old man standing soundlessly behind him. He held a red walking stick in his hand, and his waist was bent, looking very old. Elder Zhou Yun, right? He revealed a smile. Do you Flower Blossom tier warriors all have the habit of acting like ghosts? Appearing behind others without a sound, aren't you afraid of scaring them? Chapter 304. What a powerful move. It instantly restrained the two of them. Everyone was originally cheering, but when they saw this scene, all of them felt despair. Bao Xian Ran was already powerful enough, but now he actually had an even more powerful spiritual tool in his hands. Who else could be a match for this flag? It was obvious that this was a spiritual tool. Once the will of martial art was awakened, the chill would be sealed in ice. Who would be able to get close? It was said that the sect guarding treasure of the Cold Water School was called the Cold Water Flag. Once it was activated, it would truly seal 1,000 kilometers in ice. It was extremely terrifying. This flag was only an imitation, so its might was far from being able to compare with the real Cold Water Flag. Was it still not enough to suppress two gushing spring-tier martial artists? Bao Xian Ran made a pei sound. A little girl actually needed him to sacrifice a command flag in order to subdue her. It was really quite embarrassing. Chung Fei Jun, on the other hand, revealed a cold smile. He had initially wanted to rely on Luo Jifeng to finish off Ling Han, but the other party had actually not succeeded even after so many days. This caused him to silently curse Luo Jifeng as useless. But now Bao Xian Ran was actually going to help him fulfill his wish, causing him to want to run over and hug Bao Xian Ran, giving him a fierce kiss. What a good person! Ka ka ka. At this moment a change occurred. A large number of spiderweb-like cracks appeared on the layer of ice surrounding Ling Han. It could be seen that there was a ball of scarlet flames circulating around his body, and it had already melted a hole in the ice. Deviant flame Ching Fei Jun's eyes immediately turned red. He had possessed a strange flame before, so even though he was so far away, he could feel that the strange flame had a trace of familiarity, yet it was also completely different. His own deviant flame had already been devoured by Ling Han's deviant flame. It was obvious that this strange flame was more powerful. It was inevitable that two strange flames had fused together. I want, Chang Fei Jun shouted in his heart. To be able to melt even the ice seal of the command flag. The power of the strange flame was truly astonishing. And the sound of ka did not come from Ling Han's layer of ice, but from Hu Niu's. The little girl's mouth was wide open as she chewed continuously, crushing the ice and swallowing it at an incredible speed. In just a short while, her little head had already popped out, and the rest of her body was also rapidly liberating. Damn, what kind of foodie is this? He can even eat this kind of ice seal. Bao Xian Ran's face twitched. These two fuck you monsters, especially Hu Niu. What kind of teeth did she have? His killing intent immediately surged, and his eyes locked onto Hu Niu. Now that she had not escaped, he could very easily kill her. Clang, the two swords at his waist were unsheathed, cold as water. Hey, have you forgotten that you still have me? Ling Han smiled faintly. Trash in the first layer of the gushing spring tier. I'll kill you first, then kill this little girl. Bao Xian Ran's figure flew like the wind, charging towards Ling Han. His two swords slashed together and Hong, the will of martial art circulated, and the sky was filled with ice and snow. This was not an illusion but real ice and snow. After reaching the Sea of Soul's realm, the will of martial art could be released, which could affect heaven and earth and form physical attacks. On every piece of ice and snow, there was a small glowing vein-like pattern that possessed terrifying destructive power. Bao Xian Ran had previously underestimated Ling Han, who was able to easily escape from the ice seal of the flag. This was worthy of him killing. Ling Han drew his sword and activated the four-season sword technique. The concepts of spring, summer, autumn and winter circulated, forming a cycle of heaven and earth. Bao Xian Ran's attack contained the will of martial art, so it was obviously stronger, but Ling Han's power was not much weaker, and added with the fact that the four-season sword technique was a black-grade high-level martial arts technique, its power was extraordinarily great, and it very well compensated for the lack of will of martial art. Hong, hong, hong. The two of them continued to exchange blows, and for a moment it was hard to determine who had the upper hand. Quick, pinch me, am I dreaming? Why is it that a guy in the first layer of the gushing spring tier is exchanging blows with a spiritual ocean tier warrior? Someone mumbled. My eyes must be blurred, haha. How is this possible? Damn, I'm going crazy, is this really gushing spring tier? Seeing this scene, aside from the martial artists of Rain Country, the others all cried out as if they had gone mad, holding their heads in their hands. This was too surreal. A mere martial artist in the first layer of the gushing spring tier could actually fight a spiritual ocean tier warrior head-on, and not be at a disadvantage. It was practically a dream. Although Hu Niu was also in the gushing spring tier, at least she didn't fight Bao Xian Ran head-on and won with speed, which was at least acceptable. But Ling Han definitely had the aura of the first layer of the gushing spring tier. Yet he could fight a martial artist in the fifth layer of the spiritual ocean tier head-on, practically blinding their dog eyes. A gushing spring tier could be this strong? Not only Ling Han but also Hu Niu. The two of them did not fall into a disadvantage when fighting against Bao Xian Ran, perfectly illustrating what was called a monster, what was called a freak. You guys still don't know, right? He's Ling Han, someone from Rain Country said. What? He's Grandmaster Ling, an Earth-grade alchemist? That's right. How is this possible? He was only 16 or 17 years old when he went up. I'm really going crazy. A 16 or 17-year-old youngster can not only fight a spiritual ocean tier warrior head-on, but is also an Earth-grade alchemist. I've always been called a genius, but compared to him I seem like an idiot. I'm also an idiot. We're both idiots. Everyone sighed. At first, they had thought very highly of themselves, always feeling that they were among the best of the younger generation, but only now did they realize how narrow-minded and arrogant they had been. On the other side, Hu Niu had naturally bitten out of the ice seal, But seeing that Ling Han and Bao Xian Ran were fighting fiercely, she did not rush up to fight. She had a strong sensitivity towards battles, and knew that Ling Han had not fully displayed his strength. He could definitely win, so naturally she did not interfere. Bao Xian Ran was shocked. He was a genuine martial artist in the 5th layer of the spiritual ocean tier, and his opponent was a genuine martial artist in the 1st layer of the gushing spring tier. But his battle prowess was not the slightest bit inferior to his, so how could he accept this? If his opponent also reached the spiritual ocean tier, then wouldn't he be able to instantly kill him with a single move? No, he definitely could not allow this kind of genius to continue living. He leaped up, intending to activate the flag and seal Ling Han in ice, then easily kill him. You want a second time? Ling Han smirked coldly. The mysterious 3000 was already ready to be used, and this powerful move only needed the time of 2 or 3 breaths to be prepared. Very quickly, one of Bao Xian Ran's hands had already touched the flag. He was going to pull out the flag and use it as a weapon to sweep at Ling Han. If he was swept by it, Ling Han would first be sealed in ice, then be forcibly shattered by the tyrannical power. Then he would naturally be thoroughly dead. Hong, for flashes of sword light lit up at the same time. One was a real sword and the other 3 were sword chi. Then they formed a total of 400 flashes of sword light that shot towards Bao Xian Ran. Bao Xian Ran's eyes emitted extreme shock and terror, and he hurriedly waved the flag to parry. Piu sword light scattered, shaking the heavens and earth. Bao Xian Ran staggered backwards, his body covered in wounds, many of which were deep to the bone, revealing the ghastly white bones. His entire person was completely unrecognizable. However, to be able to withstand the mysterious 3000 and not die, he could be considered to have some ability. The battle flag blocked most of the attack, or else he would still have died. Phone reading was more refreshing. Chapter 305. This was too much. Not only did he chase them back to the desolate north, he even wanted to rob them. Grandmaster Chung, aren't you going to say a few words? Someone asked Chung Feijun. He was the organizer of this martial art tea party. Now that something like this happened, was the host going to keep sitting? Being pointed at like this, Chung Feijun could only stand up and say, Bao Xian Ran, this is the Falling Moon Gorge, the territory of my Star Brilliance Palace Hall. Is it really good for you to come here and show off? Huh, a black-grade high-level alchemist. Bao Xian Ran's gaze swept over, and he couldn't help but pick his ear. You can't be a fake, right? You're only a few years older than me. How did you become a black-grade high-level alchemist? There were 3 silver badges hanging on the other's chest, so he naturally wouldn't be ignorant. Chung Feijun's expression instantly darkened. Was everyone looking down on him now? He snorted and said, I'm Chung Feijun, leave this town immediately, or else the Star Defense Force will expel you. Hearing this, everyone felt vexed. They were being stepped on, yet they could only ask the other to leave. How hateful. Is that so? Bao Xian Ran smiled faintly, and casually took out a small flag, sticking it into the ground. This flag actually grew with the wind, turning into a large flag that was at least 10 meters tall. A river was drawn on the flag, and it was surrounded by pure white snow. Just a glance was enough to make one's whole body shiver, as if they'd entered a world of ice and snow. No, this wasn't a feeling, it was really so. One could clearly feel that the surrounding temperature had sharply dropped, and it was continuously dropping. The flag of the cold water sect. Chung Feijun exclaimed, his expression extremely ugly. Bao Xian Ran laughed and said, That's right, my sect wants to borrow this place to do something. I hope Grandmaster Chung will give me some face, or else, don't blame my sect for not giving you face. Chung Feijun's chest rose and fell rapidly, showing the struggle in his heart, but in the end he still sat down. This martial art tea party was held in his own name, and had nothing to do with the Star Brilliance Palace Hall. Thus, he could not use the name of the Alchemist Society. Black-grade high-level alchemists were indeed very awesome, and even large sects did not dare to kill them, but that did not mean that the Alchemist Society would definitely give them face. Bao Xian Ran could totally ignore him. Could it be that he would dare to run to the cold water sect to protest? Seeing that even Chung Feijun was scared, everyone despaired. Could it be that a few thousand people, were going to be robbed by a single person, even if this person was in the spiritual ocean tier? Run. In any case, this guy was alone. If everyone ran together, how could he stop them? You can't escape. Bao Xian Ran broke into a smile. This is the command flag of our sect. Once it is unfurled, the area within a radius of 1 li will be sealed. Without my permission, no one can even think of leaving. Now, obediently hand over the item, he said coldly. He had come under the orders of his master to stop the people here from entering the North region to participate in the entrance exam of the Winter Moon sect. That was because the Cold Water sect and the Winter Moon sect were not on good terms, so if he could weaken the other party a little, or even annoy the other party a little, it would be good. However, after coming here, he actually discovered that there was still a large amount of 100-year-old ginseng and Ganoderma appearing here, which instantly made him overjoyed. This time he was going to make a huge fortune. Grandmaster Ling, we can only rely on you now. Qi Yongyi and the others all gathered around him. Grandmaster Ling, beat that guy to death. Right, that guy is too despicable. Everyone said one after another. There was an earth-grade alchemist here, and even if the sect master of the Cold Water sect came personally, he would have to give him some face. Just like how the spiritual pedestal tier was mortal and the flower blossom tier was immortal, once an alchemist level surpassed earth grade, their status would also soar, and it was not something that a black-grade high-level alchemist could compare with. Moreover, Ling Han's battle prowess was publicly acknowledged by everyone, consecutively defeating Feng Yan and Yan Tianzhao. He was practically freakish. Ling Han could not help but laugh and said, "Didn't you guys not allow me to make a move?" Everyone was embarrassed. Previously, they had hoped that Ling Han would not make a move, and only wanted to obtain the first place in the martial art tea party. But now an outsider had come, and with the power of the spiritual ocean tier, they could only ask Ling Han to come out and suppress him. Lu Yutong and Li Xichan also began to encourage from the side. If Ling Han stood out at this moment and defeated Bao Xian Ran in an invincible manner, then it would be equivalent to establishing his position as the first person in the younger generation of the 9 nations of the desolate north. They naturally hoped that their beloved could win such a good reputation. Ling Han smiled and stood up. It couldn't be helped. Bao Xian Ran wanted to rob them, and this created a direct conflict of interest with Ling Han. There was nothing much to say about wanting to steal his things. He would just kill him. Ling Han's killing intent circulated. This wasn't Rain Country, where there was the Rain Emperor to hold him back. Moreover, he had now become an earth-grade alchemist, and in terms of status he was even above the Rain Emperor. If he wanted to kill someone, who could stop him? "You want to steal my things?" Ling Han asked as he walked in front of Bao Xian Ran. Meanwhile, Hunyo grabbed onto the corner of Ling Han's clothes and stood at the side. She could not help but bare her teeth, wanting to steal Ling Han's things. Ling Han was Nyo's, so Ling Han's things were naturally Nyo's as well, so what you wanted to steal was Nyo's things. Hunyo was very angry. Trash in the first layer of gushing spring tier. Bao Xian Ran sneered. Since when did trash in the first layer of gushing spring tier dare to stand in front of me and speak? Hurry up and kneel. He shouted lightly, and the sound wave took form, vibrating towards Ling Han. He had not cultivated martial arts techniques that specialized in sound, but with his cultivation level in the spiritual ocean tier, this shout was still like a lion's roar, capable of shattering the skin, flesh, blood, and bones of a gushing spring tier cultivator. Xiao Ling Han had not made a move yet, but Hunyo had already moved first. Her small body turned into a flash of light, and instantly appeared above Bao Xian Ran's head. Pa 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 pa, the little girl continuously slapped Bao Xian Ran's face. Pooh! Seeing this scene, everyone spluttered. A little girl of 5 or 6 years old was violently torturing Bao Xian Ran. Was this a dream? Only the martial artists of Rain Country revealed proud expressions. Previously, even someone as strong as Yan Tianzhao was severely restrained by Hunyo, and in the end he had to use a powerful move to win. In the end, he was almost shattered into pieces by a single slash from Ling Han. This big and small pair was definitely a monster among monsters, and Ling Han had now become an earth-grade alchemist, causing others to only be able to sweat. This freakishness had no limits. Ah! Bao Xian Ran was struck dumb, but immediately came back to his senses. He had been mighty and domineering for half a day, but now he was actually slapped in the face in public. How embarrassing was this? He hurriedly swung his fist at Hunyeo, but Hunyo's speed was too fast. With a xiao, she appeared behind him and threw another series of attacks. Bao Xian Ran's back instantly blossomed, and blood splattered everywhere. Damn it, damn it. After failing to catch Hunyeo a few times, Bao Xian Ran knew that her speed was far above his, so he hurriedly leaped to the side of the flag. After grabbing onto it, he shouted loudly, "Cold water is invincible, freeze 1,000 miles. Hong, a white-colored cold air shot out from the flag, instantly turning everything within a radius of 30 meters into ice cubes. Ling Han and Hunyeo were no exception, and were both frozen. Chapter 306. What a powerful move. It instantly restrained the two of them. Everyone was originally cheering, but when they saw this scene, all of them felt despair. Bao Xian Ran was already powerful enough, but now he actually had an even more powerful spiritual tool in his hands. Who else could be a match for this flag? It was obvious that this was a spiritual tool. Once the will of martial art was awakened, the chill would be sealed in ice. Who would be able to get close? It was said that the sect guarding treasure of the Cold Water School was called the Cold Water Flag. Once it was activated, it would truly seal 1,000 kilometers in ice. It was extremely terrifying. This flag was only an imitation, so its might was far from being able to compare with the real Cold Water Flag. Was it still not enough to suppress two gushing spring-tier martial artists? Bao Xian Ran made a pei sound. A little girl actually needed him to sacrifice a command flag in order to subdue her. It was really quite embarrassing. Cheng Fei-jun, on the other hand, revealed a cold smile. He had initially wanted to rely on Luo Jifeng to finish off Ling Han, but the other party had actually not succeeded even after so many days. This caused him to silently curse Luo Jifeng as useless. But now Bao Xian Ran was actually going to help him fulfill his wish, causing him to want to run over and hug Bao Xian Ran, giving him a fierce kiss. What a good person. Ka ka ka. At this moment a change occurred. A large number of spiderweb-like cracks appeared on the layer of ice surrounding Ling Han. It could be seen that there was a ball of scarlet flames circulating around his body, and it had already melted a hole in the ice. Deviant flame Cheng Fei-jun's eyes immediately turned red. He had possessed a strange flame before, so even though he was so far away, he could feel that the strange flame was a little familiar, yet completely different. His own deviant flame had already been devoured by Ling Han's deviant flame. It was obvious that this strange flame was more powerful. It was inevitable that two strange flames had fused together. I want. Cheng Fei-jun shouted in his heart. To be able to melt even the ice seal of the command flag. The power of the strange flame was truly astonishing. And the sound of ka 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 did not come from the layer of ice on Ling Han's side, but from Hunyo's side. The little girl's mouth was wide open as she chewed continuously, crushing the ice and swallowing it at an incredible speed. In just a short while, her little head had already popped out, and the rest of her body was also rapidly liberating. Damn, what kind of foodie is this? He can even eat this kind of ice seal. Bao Xian Ran's face twitched. These two fuck you monsters, especially Hunyeo. What kind of teeth did she have? His killing intent immediately surged, and his eyes locked onto Hunyeo. Now that she had not escaped, he could very easily kill her. Clang, the two swords at his waist were unsheathed, cold as water. Hey, have you forgotten that you still have me? Ling Han smiled faintly. Trash in the first layer of the gushing spring tier. I'll kill you first, then kill this little girl. Bao Xian Ran's figure flew like the wind, charging towards Ling Han. His two swords slashed together and Hong, the will of martial art circulated, and the sky was filled with ice and snow. This was not an illusion but real ice and snow. After reaching the Sea of Soul's realm, the will of martial art could be released, which could affect heaven and earth and form physical attacks. On every piece of ice and snow, there was a small glowing vein-like pattern that possessed terrifying destructive power. Bao Xian Ran had previously underestimated Ling Han, who was able to easily escape from the ice seal of the flag. This was worthy of him killing. Ling Han drew his sword and activated the four-season sword technique. The concepts of spring, summer, autumn, and winter circulated, forming a cycle of heaven and earth. Bao Xian Ran's attack contained the will of martial art, so it was obviously stronger, but Ling Han's power was not much weaker, and added with the fact that the four-season sword technique was a black-grade high-level martial arts technique, Its power was extraordinarily great, and it very well compensated for the lack of will of martial art. Hong hong hong. The two of them continued to exchange blows, and for a moment it was hard to determine who had the upper hand. Quick, quick, pinch me, am I dreaming? Why is it that a guy in the first layer of the gushing spring tier is exchanging blows with a spiritual ocean tier warrior? Someone mumbled. My eyes must be blurred, haha. How is this possible? Damn, I'm going crazy, is this really gushing spring tier? Seeing this scene, aside from the martial artists of Rain Country, the others all cried out as if they had gone mad, clutching their heads. This was too surreal. A mere martial artist in the first layer of the gushing spring tier could actually fight a spiritual ocean tier warrior head-on, and not be at a disadvantage. It was practically a dream. Although Hunyo was also in the gushing spring tier, at least she didn't fight Bao Xi and ran head-on and won with speed, which was at least acceptable. But Ling Han definitely had the aura of the first layer of the gushing spring tier. Yet he could fight a martial artist in the fifth layer of the spiritual ocean tier head-on, practically blinding their dog eyes. A gushing spring tier could be this strong? Not only Ling Han but also Hunyo. The two of them did not fall into a disadvantage when fighting against Bao Xi and Ran, perfectly illustrating what was called a monster, what was called a freak. You guys still don't know, right? He's Ling Han, someone from Rain Country said. What? He's Grandmaster Ling, an Earth-grade alchemist? That's right. How is this possible? He was only 16 or 17 years old when he went up. I'm really going crazy. A 16 or 17-year-old youngster can not only fight a spiritual ocean tier warrior head-on, but is also an Earth-grade alchemist. I've always been called a genius, but compared to him I look like an idiot. I'm also an idiot. We're both idiots. Everyone sighed. Originally they felt very good about themselves. They always felt that they were at the top of the younger generation. But now they realized how ignorant and arrogant they were. On the other side, Hunyo had naturally bitten her way out of the ice seal. However, when she saw that Ling Han and Bao Xi and Ran were engaged in a fierce battle, she did not rush up to join the battle. She had a strong sensitivity towards battles, and knew that Ling Han had not fully displayed his strength yet. He could definitely win, so she naturally did not interfere. Bao Xi and Ran was astonished. He was a genuine martial artist in the fifth layer of the spiritual ocean tier, and Ling Han was a genuine martial artist in the first layer of the gushing spring tier, but Ling Han's battle prowess was not the slightest bit inferior to his. How could he possibly accept this? If his opponent also reached the spiritual ocean tier, then wouldn't he be killed in one move? No, I can't let such a genius live. He leaped up, intending to activate the flag and seal Ling Han in ice before killing him. You want a second time? Ling Han smirked coldly. The mysterious 3000 was ready to be used, and this powerful move only needed the time of 2 or 3 breaths to complete its preparation. Very quickly, one of Bao Xi and Ran's hands had already touched the flag. He was going to pull out the flag and use it as a weapon to sweep at Ling Han. If he was swept by it, Ling Han would first be sealed in ice, and then be shattered by the tyrannical power. Then he would naturally be thoroughly dead. Hong, for flashes of sword light lit up at the same time. One was a real sword and the other 3 were sword chi. Then they formed a total of 400 flashes of sword light that shot towards Bao Xi and Ran. Bao Xi and Ran's eyes shone with extreme terror, and he hurriedly waved the flag to parry. Pu sword light scattered, shaking the heavens and earth. Bao Xi and Ran staggered backwards, his body covered in wounds, many of which were deep to the bone, revealing his pale white bones. His entire person was completely unrecognizable. However, being able to withstand the mysterious 3000 and not die, he could be considered to have some ability. The flag blocked most of the attack, or else he would still have died. Phone reading was more refreshing. Chapter 307. Good dogs don't block the way, get lost. Ling Han waved his hand. Haha. Luoda laughed coldly. Youngsters nowadays were truly ignorant and fearless. Facing him, who was in the spiritual pedestal tier and on the prodigy roll, they still dared to be so arrogant. He snorted and said, I won't bicker with you for now. Speak, how did you get to know Fairy Zhu? In the end, he still couldn't let go of Zhu Xian'er's attitude towards Ling Han. What was the relationship between the two that Zhu Xian'er actually saluted Ling Han? Oh, you're talking about Xian'er. Ling Han laughed mischievously and began to spout nonsense. He said, "She's my family's child bride, so she obviously has to salute when she sees me. My jour still understands the 3 obediences and 4 virtues." Luoda was dumbfounded by his bluff, and then came to his senses. He said, "Nonsense. Zhu Xian'er was a proud disciple of the half-moon sect, so how could she be someone's child bride?" TSK, you even discovered that, what a high IQ. Ling Han deliberately praised. Luoda's face darkened. This youngster actually dared to play him like a monkey. His eyes spat fire and he said, "If you don't tell the truth, don't blame me for being merciless." He released the aura of the spiritual pedestal tier, which surged forth. For a genius like him, a month's time was enough to change a lot. For example, he completely stabilized his tier, pushing his cultivation to the late stage of the first layer of the spiritual pedestal tier, and his strength was at least 30% stronger than when he battled Shinzhongchang. He had unlimited room for improvement, but no matter how much he solidified his tier in the 9th layer of the spiritual ocean tier, there would always be a limit, and the closer one was to the limit, the harder it was to improve. Thus, in the same amount of time, his strength would definitely surpass Shinzhongchang's. If he battled Shinzhongchang again, he had full confidence that he could win. Ling Han deliberately hugged his shoulders and said, "Don't scare me, I'm easily frightened." "Haha, you indeed should be frightened because you're facing Luoda on the prodigy role," Luoda said proudly, feeling satisfied with Ling Han's fear. Ling Han continued, "I'll go crazy when I'm frightened and like to beat people up. Who knows how many people were beaten by me until they knelt on the ground and called me grandpa. You wouldn't want to call me grandpa, right?" The corner of Luoda's mouth twitched. He felt that the mouth of this young man in front of him was really sinister. He said darkly, "You have such a cheap mouth that's seeking your own death." Hey, you're scaring me again," Ling Han said with a smile. "I'm not scaring you, I'll really beat you." Luoda moved. He stretched out his right hand, martial intent circulating, and Hong light burst forth. It was as if he was stepping on divine clouds, his aura mighty. Ling Han smiled faintly, and clenched his right hand into a fist. When Luoda grabbed at him, he suddenly shot out a punch. Pung! A heavy sound rang out, and the two of them retreated a few steps at the same time. Ling Han was surprised and said, "I underestimated you a little, actually being able to force me to retreat." Sigh, as expected, one mustn't be too proud, this has to change. Damn! Luoda, on the other hand, was both shocked and furious. Those words should have been said by him, alright? He was in the spiritual pedestal tier, and in terms of battle prowess he should absolutely crush spiritual ocean tier warriors, but in that exchange of blows, although he didn't use his full strength, nor did he use any martial arts techniques, that was still a spiritual pedestal tier attack. Most importantly, Ling Han hadn't even reached the 9th layer of the spiritual ocean tier. Yet his battle prowess was so shocking, practically a second Shinzhongchang. He was truly a monster. On this year's prodigy roll, this youngster was definitely a dark horse, and would shine brilliantly. Thinking of this, Luoda's killing intent instantly rose. There was no need for such a freak to compete with him on the prodigy roll. Killing intent towards me. Ling Han shook his head and said, "Originally there was no enmity between us, so it's fine if I beat you up, but you actually wanted to kill me, so I could only kill you. This is called not losing out." "Kill me?" Luoda sneered. Even Shinzhongchang definitely wasn't his match now, not to mention that Shinzhongchang hadn't even reached the 9th layer of the spiritual ocean tier. He unsheathed his swords. Holding two short swords in the hands of a brawny man like him, a sense of incongruity instantly rolled over. Ling Han casually waved and Xiao, a branch landed in his hand. He smiled and said, "I'll use this branch to kill you." Luoda was furious. Shinzhongchang didn't draw his sword when he fought, and now Ling Han used a branch to say he would kill him. Both of them were looking down on him too much. He snorted angrily and said, "You'll soon suffer the consequences of your own actions. You have strength, that's how confident you are." Ling Han laughed loudly, and took the initiative to attack. With a wave of his sword, Xiao, 7 flashes of sword chi appeared. 7 flashes of sword chi! Luoda exclaimed, his face revealing a shocked expression. He too had only cultivated 6 flashes of sword chi. Die! Luoda brandished his two swords, and white threads weaved densely, forming something like a spider's web. This was the secret art he cultivated, able to turn sword qi into something like a fish net. Once retracted, a terrifying destructive power would burst forth completely. Wasn't he just lagging behind by one flash of sword qi? He had the advantage of a major tier, and with a spirit tool in hand it was more than enough to make up for it. Pu Piu Piu Ling Han's sword qi slashed onto the fish net, and instantly tore a hole in the fish net, but these sword qi were also annihilated. Could be said that they were evenly matched. However, Luoda's expression became more and more unsightly. He clearly had the advantage of a major tier, and had even used a spirit tool to activate sword qi, but even so, the quality of the sword qi of both sides was only tied. One had to know that the quality of sword qi depended on three factors: one's own power, comprehension of the sword path, and the medium that was used to unleash sword qi. He had an absolute advantage in terms of power and medium, yet it was still a tie. It could be seen how much worse his comprehension of the sword path was compared to Ling Han's. How about it? Ling Han asked with a smile. He waved the branch and once again sliced towards Luoda. With the infusion of origin power, this branch was also as hard as an iron sword. Arrogant and conceited, you will only bring about your own destruction. Luoda sneered, and waved his sword to meet the attack. Innumerable threads weaved densely, wanting to trap Ling Han within. Ling Han had no intention of tangling. His expression became stern, and he used Mysterious 3000. Luoda instantly felt a chill run through his entire body. The aura that Ling Han emitted now actually reminded him of Yao Huiyu. Back then, he only raised a finger, and sword intent soared to the skies, easily killing two elites in the 9th layer of the spiritual pedestal tier. They were two completely different people, but the aura they emitted was shockingly similar, which made his legs go weak. Hong 276 flashes of sword light floated, and blasted towards Luoda. Luoda gritted his teeth. Shwa shwa shwa. As he retreated, he waved his sword, weaving a dense net of sword qi in front of him. Pu Piu Piu Piu. The sword light attacked, and this large net instantly shattered with a loud bang. The speed at which he weaved was far inferior to the destructive power of the sword light. Although he lost a few dozen flashes of sword light, there were still close to 200 that blasted towards him. Luoda roared loudly, blocking with all his might. The sword light surged past, and he was wounded all over, but his life was saved. After all, these sword lights were activated by tree branches, and not only were their numbers far from reaching 800, the destructive power of the sword lights was also much weaker. Added with the fact that Luoda was in the spiritual pedestal tier after all, and had the ability to battle surpassing his own cultivation level, he finally escaped the calamity. Phone reading was more refreshing. Chapter 308. Chung Fei-jun organized this martial art tea party to, on one hand, pick out geniuses for Luo Jifeng to recruit, and on the other hand establish his personal prestige. When the time came, he could use his status as a black-grade high-level alchemist to naturally convince others to join. But now Chung Fei-jun was completely forgotten in a corner, while Ling Han obtained everyone's acknowledgement and gratitude. This really made Chung Fei-jun seethe with anger. Who asked him to shrink back at such a crucial moment? In the world of martial art, even if you were weak, if you fought to the death, others would give you a thumbs up and call you a good man. But fleeing without a fight and being afraid to fight in public was the most despised. Ling Han clasped his hands in greeting, then brought Lu Yutong and the others back to the inn. On the way back, Lu Yutong and Li Si were still dissatisfied, saying that since Ling Han got first place, he should ask Chung Fei-jun for that restore heart pill. This made Ling Han laugh loudly, and was even more disdainful. To think that he, the mighty alchemy emperor, would still have to eat a second-rate pill concocted by a black-grade high-level alchemist? What a joke. Not long after returning to the inn, customers swarmed in like clouds. Zhu Wujiu was already too busy, so Guang Yuan and Qin Yi both went to help. Later, not only did the younger generation of the 9 nations of the desolate north come with origin crystals, even many alchemists from the Star Brilliance Pavilion rushed over upon hearing the news. Those who did not enter the Flower Blossom tier were all mortals, and mortals only had a mere 100 years of life. Who didn't want to live a few more years? The more powerful the elderly were, the more they cherished their lives. To live a few more years, they were really willing to pay any price. Though the effects of 100-year-old ginseng and Ganoderma were not nature-defying, they could still prolong one's life, and living 3 to 5 more years was definitely not a problem. Moreover, these things were very nourishing and could heal internal injuries, which was equivalent to prolonging one's life. Lu Yutong and Li Xichan became housewives, happily counting the origin crystals on the side, but were looked down upon by Hu Niu. She thought to herself, "These two silly girls, what's so good about origin crystals? They should be sticking to Ling Han." After selling for a day, Ling Han earned an astonishing 100,000 crystals. This was a fortune that would make anyone envious. It was guaranteed that even the Rain Country royalty would at most be a fraction of it. The auction was just around the corner, and it would start in 2 days. On the other side, under the urging of the 3 Earth-grade alchemists, Ling Han's alchemist certification would be completed very soon. At most it would take another 5 days and his proof of identity would be sent over. Ling Han was very satisfied and began to think about where he should go next. The Star Brilliance Palace Hall was only a transit station on his way out of the desolate north, so it was obviously impossible for him to stay here for a long time. He would also take the opportunity to certify as an Earth-grade alchemist, giving him a guarantee that he could do as he pleased. Now that these 2 things were about to be completed, the next step naturally had to be put on the agenda. The Winter Moon sect was going to open its doors and accept disciples. After Ling Han heard this news from others, he considered for a while and decided to go to the Winter Moon sect. First, he had to find out news about his mother. Second, he had to collect some interest. For a large sect like the Winter Moon sect, they definitely had their own medicinal garden. Ling Han planned to empty out their medicinal garden to enrich the space in the Black Tower. Hu asked this sect to capture his mother and injure his father. If he didn't take revenge, how could he still be considered a human? When he had enough strength, he would naturally kill Ao Feng and settle this grudge. And he would go to the Winter Moon sect. However, he had to hide his identity. Otherwise, with his identity as Feng Yan's mortal enemy, even if that spiritual infant tier elite didn't kill him as an Earth-grade alchemist, he would still be chased out. How would he collect the Winter Moon sect's medicinal garden then? Because they spent all their origin crystals, and the martial art tea party was over, many youngsters didn't wait for the auction to start, and directly set out on their way to the Winter Moon sect. However, among these people who set out, some actually circled back after walking for a while, and specially went to see Ling Han to tell him a piece of news. On their way, they noticed a few youngsters coming from the direction of the North region. Could it be people like Bao Xian Ran again? Ling Han thanked them and these people set out again. Ling Han couldn't help but feel rueful. He killed Bao Xian Ran only because the latter infringed on his interests, and didn't think too much about it. However, the result was that he gained the hearts of many people. Otherwise, they would have already left, so why would they specially come back to tell him? However, from the fact that they could leave freely, he knew that the new outsiders should be different from Bao Xian Ran. Otherwise, they should have tried to kill them halfway and not let them leave. Could it be that they came to participate in the auction? This was very possible. After all, there was at least one blue-scale demonic fruit for sale this time, so it was normal to attract people nearby. In the middle of the night, that feeling of being watched came again. Ling Han knew that Luo Jifeng must have stared at him again. It wasn't the first time that the old guy had done something like this, but under Ling Han's eye of truth he had nowhere to hide. However, Ling Han very quickly revealed a solemn expression, because Luo Jifeng actually had his face covered with a cloth today. Hiding his head but showing his tail, he was obviously going to do something bad. Obviously, Ling Han didn't give the other a chance to make a move. And finally, the old guy couldn't hold back and decided to make a move even if it was in the inn. Ling Han hesitated internally. Should he immediately hide inside the Black Tower? Hiding inside the Black Tower would definitely be absolutely safe, but he still had one chance for the Black Tower's power boost. And he was now in the 9th layer of the Gushing Spring tier, and as long as he strengthened his foundation to an unshakable level, he would attempt to break through to the Spiritual Ocean tier. If he didn't use it now, it would be equivalent to wasting an opportunity. Most importantly, the Black Tower's power boost was a process of tempering the body, which was very beneficial to him, so he definitely couldn't miss it. Small Tower also said that it was better to leave the power boost as late as possible. He was now in the 9th layer of the gushing spring tier, and couldn't go any later. With the power boost, he could possess the cultivation of the 9th layer of the spiritual ocean tier. And with his freakish battle prowess, the 9th layer of the spiritual ocean tier was enough to battle a spiritual pedestal tier opponent. Though the higher the tier, the harder it was to battle someone of a higher tier. Battling someone in the 2nd or 3rd layer of the spiritual pedestal tier shouldn't be a problem. After all, Luo Jifeng was only in the 3rd layer of the spiritual pedestal tier. If he used the mysterious 3000 with all his strength, there should be a chance to insta-kill him. After making his decision, Ling Han immediately moved quietly and left the inn, fleeing towards a dark place in the distance. With the senses of Luo Jifeng's spiritual pedestal tier divine sense, he naturally discovered Ling Han's departure at the first instant. The old man couldn't help but be slightly startled. How could it be so coincidental? When he was prepared to kill Ling Han even at the cost of exposing his identity, this brat actually left the inn alone, creating a chance for him. Strange. However, he couldn't resist such a temptation no matter what. In his mind, a mere 1st layer of the gushing spring tier couldn't possibly pose a threat to him. The old man leaped and flew away, following closely behind Ling Han. He planned to catch up to Ling Han in a remote area and kill him. Firstly, he'd solve a problem for Cheng Feijun, and secondly, he'd extract the strange fire. Otherwise, Cheng Feijun definitely wouldn't be able to seize the position of the ruler of the Star Brilliance Palace Hall. After about 10 minutes, Ling Han suddenly stopped. It was the plaza where the martial art tea party had been held yesterday. There were still a large number of pergolas that hadn't been torn down, and the surroundings were completely dark, as if it were a ghost town. This really was a good place to kill. It was so spacious. Chapter 309. Old man, come out. You followed me for so long, you should come out for a breather, Ling Han said as he turned around. Luo Jifeng hid in the shadows and did not come out immediately. He thought that Ling Han was bluffing. How could a brat in the 1st layer of the gushing spring tier possibly discover his tracks? You can be shameless just because you have a cloth on your face? Ling Han sneered. Luo Jifeng was instantly enraged, and knew that he had indeed been discovered by Ling Han. He strode out and said, "Brat, how did you discover me?" "I guessed," Ling Han said casually. "I faintly felt that there was a shadow following behind me. Thinking about it, to follow behind someone in the middle of the night, it must be an old dog that cannot be seen." Luo Jifeng was seething with anger from his scolding, and shouted angrily, "How dare you? I've always been very bold." Ling Han broke into a smile. Luo Jifeng immediately calmed down. An elite of the spiritual pedestal tier naturally would not lose his composure like this. He clasped his hands behind his back and said, "Brat, you probably do not know my cultivation level, right? Spiritual pedestal tier." He did not wait for Ling Han to guess and revealed it first. "I've heard that you even killed someone in the 5th layer of the spiritual ocean tier. Thinking about it, this makes you proud, thinking that I'm also that kind of trash?" Wrong. Whether it's the spiritual pedestal tier or the spiritual ocean tier, you can't possibly have any difference in cultivation level. And this is precisely the key to your death. For some people, once you offend them, only death awaits you. Ling Han laughed and said, "So it's an old dog of the spiritual pedestal tier. My apologies. I'm actually quite curious that Cheng Feijun could actually command an old dog like you, so I don't think you have anything to be proud of." "Bullshit. Cheng Feijun is the one who listens to my orders," Luo Jifeng immediately reprimanded. However, the moment the words left his mouth, he could not help but shiver. In a stern voice he said, "Damn it, you actually dared to trick this old man into speaking." Ling Han shrugged and said, "In any case, you're here to kill me. Moreover, a spiritual pedestal tier against a gushing spring tier martial artist would definitely be able to crush him with a single hand. I'm someone who's definitely going to die, so even if I know some secrets, so what? Old dog, let me ask you, which party are you from?" When Luo Jifeng heard this, he was stunned. The first sentence that Ling Han had said should have been his line. But why did it come from Ling Han's mouth? Although this was the truth, it made him feel extremely awkward. How can a man be so calm when he knows he's going to die? But when he heard Ling Han's last sentence, the old man became angry again. This kid still dared to call him an old dog? Why would a dead man need to know so much? He said coldly. Being called an old dog by Ling Han left and right made him reluctant to immediately kill Ling Han. He wanted to toy with the latter a bit first, then slowly kill him. Ling Han laughed and said, "An old dog will always be an old dog, refusing to listen to nice words, so I can only use force." Damn it! Luo Jifeng humphed angrily. He really could not stand being called an old dog by Ling Han, so he decided to first capture this brat, then slowly torture him. At the same time, collecting the strange fire was also a very troublesome matter. He needed Cheng Fei Jun to be present, so he'd better first capture Ling Han. Small tower. Ling Han said softly. Instantly a terrifying power burst forth from his dantian, instantly circulating through his entire body. First layer of the spiritual ocean tier, second layer, third layer, his cultivation level soared all the way, and instantly reached the 9th layer of the spiritual ocean tier. Luo Jifeng was just about to make a move, but suddenly stopped and said in an extremely shocked tone, "Impossible, impossible. How did your aura suddenly soar to the 9th layer of the spiritual ocean tier? From the first layer of the gushing spring tier to the 9th layer of the spiritual ocean tier, this was practically a leap of 2 major tiers. Who could accept this? Why would a dead man need to know so much?" Ling Han said. This was precisely Luo Jifeng's answer to him previously. Luo Jifeng had already recovered from his shock and said, "So what if it's the 9th layer of the spiritual ocean tier? With a difference of 1 major tier, it's still as easy as turning over my hand for me to suppress you. I definitely do not believe that a small place like the desolate north could possibly have a 17-year-old in the 9th layer of the spiritual ocean tier, and also an earth-grade alchemist at the same time. You must have taken some alchemical pill that temporarily increased your cultivation level. This kind of increase only gives you power, but the concept of martial art cannot possibly increase correspondingly. At most, you can only display the battle prowess of the 3rd or 4th layer of the spiritual ocean tier. In front of me, this kind of battle prowess is practically trash," he said disdainfully. Ling Han's right hand shook, and a sword appeared out of thin air. It was not a normal metal sword but the demon birth sword. Today, he would definitely not let Luo Jifeng off. This, what kind of spirit tool is this? Luo Jifeng's expression immediately changed greatly. Even if the demon birth sword did not awaken the martial art intent within, a level 10 spirit tool was still a level 10 spirit tool. One look at the patterns on the sword's body would cause a strong feeling of helplessness, as if he was facing a top-notch elite. Level 10 spirit tool, demon birth sword, Ling Han said calmly. This time he did not hide anything. Level 10 spirit tool. Level 10 spirit tool. Luo Jifeng mumbled, his face immediately revealing a strong expression of greed. "I understand you are relying on this demon birth sword. Ha 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 ha. A level 10 spirit tool is indeed powerful, but you have no way of awakening the martial art intent within it. At most it would be slightly sharp and slightly pressuring towards me. I have to thank you for gifting me such a valuable treasure. Ha ha ha, only I am worthy of this spirit tool." "Is that so?" Ling Han stretched out his left hand, and with a thought wong patterns appeared on his hand, releasing a 5-colored light. "Who?" Luo Jifeng instantly spluttered. This was the martial art intent, it was the real deal. How is this possible? How is this possible? He was instantly driven mad. Relying on alchemical pills to forcefully increase one's cultivation level was actually only increasing one's power. It was impossible for one's cultivation level of martial art to increase along with it. Could it be that Ling Han was really in the spiritual ocean tier, and had only forcefully suppressed his cultivation level previously? But a 17-year-old spiritual ocean tier and earth-grade alchemist, no matter how you looked at it, this was all nonsense. How could there be such a freak? No matter how much he dared to imagine, he would never have imagined that Ling Han's soul was actually once a heaven-tier elite, the Alchemy Emperor. Thus, putting aside an earth-grade alchemist, even a heaven-grade alchemist could be immediately conjured out. And as long as his power reached the required level, with his heaven-tier divine sense, how could he not be able to manifest the martial art intent? Ling Han lightly shook the demon birth sword. Wang, the treasured sword, glowed, and 2 vein-like patterns faintly emitted light. This meant that a portion of the demon birth sword's martial art will had been awakened by him. Even if it was just a tiny bit, how awesome was a level 10 spiritual tool? A frightening pressure swept out, instantly causing Luo Jifeng's heart to tremble violently, and his legs almost gave way, causing him to kneel down. Previously, a single decree from a spiritual infant-tier cultivator was enough to force Fu Yuanshang and the other two spiritual pedestal-tier elites to only be able to resist with all their might and not be able to make a move. A level 10 spirit tool was naturally even more awesome. However, Ling Han could only activate two vein-like patterns after all, and they were only slightly lit up, so the will of martial art that he could release was too limited. As a result, Luo Jifeng still retained a large portion of his battle prowess. I shall accept such a treasured sword. At the same time that Luo Jifeng was shocked, he became even more excited. Chapter 310. Luo Jifeng was very shocked, because Ling Han could actually revive a level 10 spirit tool. Although it was only a little, it was already shocking enough. However, he also thought that if even Ling Han could revive a level 10 spirit tool, then what about him? If this demon birth sword fell into his hands, it would definitely be able to unleash an even stronger power. A level 10 spirit tool. Ha ha ha, this treasured tool, this old man will take it. He laughed loudly and stretched out a large hand to grab at Ling Han. A black cloud spread out, and skulls floated out from within, as if the gates of hell had opened, and countless dead spirits walked out. Ling Han suddenly came to a realization and said, "So you're someone from the Thousand Corpse sect? No wonder I kept having a familiar feeling." "What?" Luo Jifeng was greatly shocked. "How could you possibly know of our sect's existence?" "Nonsense, you used the Thousand Corpse sect's secret technique right in front of me, and if I still couldn't recognize it, then what would I need these eyes for?" Ling Han scoffed. Luo Jifeng was extremely gloomy. The Thousand Corpse sect had already disappeared for several tens of thousands of years, and in the last 10,000 years the martial arts sect even suffered a huge blow, causing a gap in their inheritance. In this era, there shouldn't be anyone who could recognize the Thousand Corpse sect's secret technique, so how could a random youngster recognize it at a glance? "Brat, you seem to be hiding many secrets." His eyes soon shone with a strange light. A 17-year-old Earth-grade alchemist with the 9th layer of the spiritual ocean tier. This couldn't be described with the word miracle anymore. Later, he took out a level 10 spirit tool, and even recognized the Thousand Corpse sect's secret technique at a glance. There was definitely a huge secret hidden. His heart thumped wildly. If he could take down Ling Han, it might be the greatest opportunity of his life. "Don't have such a sweet dream, it's impossible." Ling Han shook his head. "You know what I'm thinking?" "Nonsense, you're almost drooling." "Isn't it obvious what you're thinking?" Ling Han sneered. Of course, it was impossible for Luo Jifeng to lose his composure to the extent of drooling. He gave a humph. At this moment, the surroundings had already been completely enveloped by his black aura, and numerous skulls surged about. This filled him with confidence. "Kid, once I capture you, not only will I obtain all of your fortuitous encounters, I'll also torture you in every possible way. I can guarantee you that you will suffer a fate worse than death." Ling Han snorted and scoffed. "You damned eunuch without a dick between your legs. No wonder you raised a catamite and cultivated the evil arts of the Thousand Corpse sect. With so many corpses on your body, your manhood is naturally rotten, and you can only sell your ass." You. It was as if Luo Jifeng's heart had been heavily punched by someone. Even the skin on his face became twisted, and he suddenly let out a furious roar that sounded like the wail of a ghost. Instantly, innumerable skulls appeared and pounced towards Ling Han. This was his greatest pain. As a man, he had no manhood, and now that it was exposed by Ling Han in front of him, he was instantly infuriated. "Damn old dog, I still haven't settled this debt with you. You almost blinded me." Ling Han gave a long howl, and the demon birth sword appeared, unleashing the mysterious 3000. Hong, 700 sword flashes moved in unison. Under the control of the demon birth sword, each flash of sword light actually transformed into a black armored warrior formed from demon chi, attacking Luo Jifeng. "Fuck!" Ling Han was instantly stunned. Every black armored warrior was in the 9th layer of the spiritual pedestal tier, and 700 black armored warriors attacking together. What kind of concept was that? Even he had not thought that the combination of the mysterious 3000 and the demon birth sword could actually unleash such a terrifying might. Of course, this was also because with the power boost from the Black Tower, his power had soared to the 9th layer of the spiritual ocean tier. He had even purposely withdrawn 100 sword lights in order to spare Luo Jifeng's life, lest he killed him without being able to interrogate him for information. Who would have thought that this might was so great that it was practically nature-defying? 700 black-armored warriors surged past. Not only was the corpse chi that filled the air dispersed, all the skulls shattered, and Luo Jifeng also died without a complete corpse. There was not even the slightest fragment left behind. Luo Jifeng might not be able to withstand a mere black-armored warrior in the 9th layer of the spiritual pedestal tier. What more when he was attacked by 700 such beings at the same time? AI. Ling Han sighed. This was great. He directly killed the person and the trail was cut off. He changed his mind. Go look for that attendant. He quickly returned and arrived at Luo Jifeng's courtyard. With a single move he captured that attendant, knocked him unconscious, and stored him into the Black Tower. Then he too flashed into the Black Tower and began to interrogate him. I was forced. That attendant was scared half to death, and was filled with confusion and fear towards the space within the Black Tower. No matter how Ling Han asked, the attendant did not know anything. He was only adopted by Luo Jifeng after he came to town. At first, he thought that he had met a great benefactor, but in the end, he was also very disgusted. Thus he used violence to torment Luo Jifeng every time, but it only made that old dog feel even better. Ling Han could only knock the attendant unconscious again, and then throw him out of the Black Tower. This trail had not been cut off, because Cheng Feijun was still alive. He asked the attendant to invite Cheng Feijun to Luo Jifeng's courtyard. In order to make the latter commit the crime, he carelessly stuffed an alchemical pill into the attendant's mouth, deceiving him that it was poison. If he did not take the antidote within 3 days, he would die from the poison. That attendant did not suspect anything at all, because Luo Jifeng had not returned all this while, making him feel that it was extremely likely that he had been killed by Ling Han. When he thought that even such a terrifying character like Luo Jifeng had been dealt with by Ling Han, how could he still dare to resist? Not long after, there was a sound from the courtyard's main door, and the sound of 2 footsteps entered. How come it's you? When Cheng Feijun saw Ling Han, he could not help but reveal an extremely shocked expression. Here there was no one that he could not accept as much as Ling Han. Ling Han humphed and said, I am the disciplinary elder. Why are you not kneeling upon seeing me? Cheng Feijun was startled by his bluff. After hesitating for a moment, he immediately revealed a ferocious glint and said, You are deceiving me, Lord Luo. He exclaimed. How troublesome. Ling Han moved, knocking him unconscious with a palm, and then turned his gaze towards that attendant. I'll do it myself, the attendant said hurriedly, knocking against the wall and fainting with a dong. He really had a clear mind. Ling Han could not help but laugh in spite of himself, and stored the 2 of them into the Black Tower at the same time. He returned to the inn, and once again entered the Black Tower, beginning to interrogate Cheng Feijun. Ling Han, how dare you? Even if you are an Earth-grade alchemist, privately detaining another alchemist is still a heavy crime. Cheng Feijun shouted fiercely once he woke up. Since when has even the remnants of the 1,000 Corpse sect become so arrogant? Ling Han shook his head. What nonsense are you spouting? Who is the remnant of the 1,000 Corpse sect? Cheng Feijun's expression changed, but he countered with a question. Less nonsense, quickly let me go. You entered my space and still want to leave? Ling Han smiled faintly, and his figure floated into the air. With a casual wave, a large mountain rose from the ground, evolving the changes of heaven and earth. Who? Cheng Feijun instantly spluttered, his eyes staring blankly as if he had become an idiot. This is an illusion, this is an illusion. He muttered, his whole body trembling. Pa! Ling Han slapped him, and Cheng Feijun immediately cried out in pain. This was definitely not an illusion. Chapter 311. Xiao, a strong chi sliced over from outside the valley, turning into a sharp blade that was 3,000 meters long, extremely terrifying. Everyone's faces turned green with fear. This strong chi was too long, and it was impossible to dodge to the left or right nor upwards. It was a strike from the demonic ape, And even if they weren't directly cut, under the terrifying rising power, with their spiritual pedestal tier and spiritual ocean tier strength, they would definitely be shattered. Dig a hole. Someone immediately bombarded the ground. There had always been a saying of the shield of earth, and hiding in the soil might be able to avoid the disaster. Everyone followed suit, bombarding the ground madly. The people here were at least in the spiritual ocean tier, and blasting a hole in the ground was a simple task. In an instant, everyone became rats on the ground, drilling into the holes in the soil one after another. The strong chi streaked past, pung pung pung, raising a cloud of dust on the ground. The terrifying energy swept out, slicing the mountain wall before disappearing. This mountain wall was also extraordinarily sturdy. Receiving the demonic ape's attack, it actually didn't completely slice off, but only left a mark that was not even a foot deep, truly shocking. Everyone hiding in the soil was forcibly sent flying out, all of them spewing blood. A few people who were too weak were even directly shaken into bloody foam, but most people still managed to survive. People like Zhu Xian'er, Xian, and the others all walked towards Ling Han. The reminder just now was precisely from him. Ling Han smiled faintly and said, "No need to thank me. Although there were some enemies here, he had absolutely no need to rely on the demonic ape to kill them. Could it be that he didn't even have this bit of confidence? Besides, some people weren't bad. It would be a pity if they died here. Quickly leave this place." The rescued people, regardless of whether they knew each other or not, all nodded at Ling Han, then ran out of the valley one after another. Being affected by the demonic ape's attack caused them to be heavily injured, and if it were to be hit a few more times, they'd definitely be finished. Moreover, this mountain wall was so sturdy that it was impossible for them to penetrate it with their strength. So there was only one way to obtain the heavenly luck stone: kill the demonic ape. Fortunately, when their own outstanding junior was attacked, the flower blossom tier elites outside the valley also began to risk their lives, restraining the demonic ape and not letting it have another chance to unleash a killing move. When Ling Han saw that most of the people in the valley had fled, he said to Hu Niu, "Niu, can you go in?" Hu Niu was a freak. Others couldn't do anything, but maybe she could. Let Niu try. Hu Niu squatted at the entrance of the cave, opened her mouth and bit down. With a kacha, bright vein-like patterns immediately shone at the entrance of the cave. Once it was touched, the power laid down by the demonic ape would automatically appear. The little girl, however, went berserk and bit left and right, actually devouring all the vein-like patterns in the vicinity. Holy shit! Even if Ling Han knew that Hu Niu was extraordinary, being a freak to such an extent still made the corner of his mouth twitch, unable to accept it. That was a power defense laid down by the 9th layer of the flower blossom tier, and a king among demonic beasts, yet it was still bitten through by Hu Niu. What kind of teeth did she have? After biting out a small hole, Hu Niu immediately crawled in, and ran inside with pa 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 pa. She knew what Ling Han wanted. In a short while she ran back from the cave, crawled out of the cave, and threw herself into Ling Han's arms, handing over 9 pearl-like things. Immediately a strong fragrance assailed the nostrils, making all the pores on one's body open. It was indescribably comfortable. Heavenly Luck Stone. Ling Han hurriedly stored the 9 heavenly luck stones into the black tower, then picked up Hu Niu and slowly walked out of the valley. Just now, he used his own body as a cover, so no one discovered that Hu Niu entered the valley. And who would have thought that Hu Niu actually had such great ability, being able to bite through even the power defense laid down by a flower blossom tier warrior. Now everyone was paying attention to the battle in the sky. As long as the demonic ape was killed, then they would naturally be able to enter the cave and obtain the heavenly luck stone. Ling Han's heart thumped rapidly. He only knew that there were heavenly luck stones in the cave, but he didn't think that there were as many as 9, which meant that he could create 9 geniuses. 1 for him, 1 for Hu Niu, 1 for Ling Dongxing, 1 for Lu Yutong, and 1 for Qin Yi. These 5 definitely had to be used, and Guang Yuan, Zhu Wujiu, and Li Xichan's martial arts talent wasn't outstanding, so wouldn't it be a bit of a waste to give it to them? Forget it, everyone could only take 1 heavenly luck stone anyways, and it was useless to have more. If he didn't give it to them, who would he give it to? Spending it on his own people would be the best use of it. It was decided then. However, after a while, he'd already made up his mind. As for how he was going to use the remaining one, he'd think about it later. Maybe he'd take it out for auction and make a ruthless profit. After exiting the mountain valley, he saw that Zhu Xian'er was looking at him with a complicated and surprised gaze. Presumably, it was his reminder that saved her life, but now he had to compete with her for the crimson-red chilling ice grass, so she definitely felt complicated. Previously, Ling Han was only in the 5th layer of the spiritual ocean tier, but now he shockingly stepped into the 7th layer. This advancement was too frightening, wasn't it? You! Ling Han's heart leaped out, and his killing intent soared. Ling Han smiled and said, I just saved your life, and now you're repaying kindness with ingratitude. Startled, Ling Han swept his gaze around and saw that many people were staring at him with unfriendly expressions. Knowing that he'd angered the crowd, he immediately snorted, took a few steps back and said, I'll spare you this time, but the next time we meet, I'll definitely take your head. Ling Han only laughed. The next time they met, he'd probably already broken through to the spiritual pedestal tier, and at that time, who knew who'd run and who'd chase after him? However, the battle in the sky was becoming more and more disadvantageous for the humans. The demonic ape was too powerful, and unlike the other beasts in the forest, it was indeed bloodthirsty and belligerent, but its intelligence wasn't affected. This meant that it only gained the benefit of increased lethality, and its battle prowess naturally increased. Retreat, everyone, retreat! A flower blossom tier elite shouted. They were going to suffer defeat in this battle, and the only plan now was to retreat first, then gather more elites to come over. This time, even a spiritual infant tier elite would be alarmed. Ling Han didn't care. Anyways, the heavenly luck stone was already in his hands, so retreat was retreat. He'd go guard the crimson-red chilling ice grass, and when he reached the 9th layer of the spiritual ocean tier, he'd use the Black Tower's power installation to take away this stock of spirit medicine, not wasting the benefit of the power installation to increase his physique. Wait! With a long howl, a figure shot over, high up in the sky, yet emitted a domineering aura that intimidated the 9 heavens and 10 earths, extremely shocking. There were lines of vein-like patterns blossoming around his body, and they were like blooming celestial flowers. The scene was astonishing. At first, Ling Han thought it was Yao Huiyu. Only such a domineering youngster could release such a powerful aura, but when he focused his eyes, he could faintly see that this was a man in the prime of his 30s, brimming with a natural might, as if he was a natural-born emperor. Ling Han's mouth slowly opened, revealing a shocked expression. This person was actually... Chapter 312. After that, an ordinary-looking old man appeared and entered another private room. The most important thing for the Spirit Treasures Pavilion to do business was to level the playing field, so these two people being able to enter a private room on the 5th floor meant that they, or the force they represented, were at least not weaker than a low-level Earth-grade alchemist. That old man was in the Flower Blossom tier. Ling Han was a bit surprised. Today's auction actually attracted an elite of the Flower Blossom tier. Really not simple. People continuously entered, and not long after, he heard a very distinctive voice. Fairy Chi, what a coincidence to meet you again. We really are fated, why don't we sit together? From the day before yesterday until now we've met a total of 17 times. So 17 times. So many times, then we're definitely fated. Fairy Chi, don't you and I look a bit more abnormal today? Get lost. Ling Han looked down from the window and saw Gu Fenghua chasing after Chi Hualan. This freak was grinning from ear to ear, his buttocks bouncing. These two also went upstairs, but did not come to the 5th floor. Obviously, they were not qualified to sit in a private room here. As for whether they were on the 2nd, 3rd, or 4th floor, Ling Han was not so free that he activated the Eye of Truth to search. As it turned out, the young people of the 9 nations of the desolate north were the foreign martial artists that had arrived. In the private room, Guang Yuan and the others were very fresh. Normally, they did not have the right to enter such a private room, even if the furnishings around them were not shocking. However, as they walked around and touched here and there, they had a different feeling. Lu Yutong and Li Xichan were both girls, so they naturally had to pay attention to their image. Thus they sat properly. Hu Niu, on the other hand, did not care so much. She clung to Ling Han's arms and giggled happily. After a while, the auction finally began. Ling Han was bored, so he lay down and slept, while Hu Niu continuously teased him with her small hands. One big and one small were very happy, making Lu Yutong and Li Xichen extremely envious, wanting nothing more than to take their place. The two girls looked at each other and nodded. They felt that they couldn't be careless just because Hunyo was young. This little girl couldn't be underestimated, and after another 10 years the little girl should have grown into a big girl. At that time it would be too late to be on guard. Fire, theft and tigress. Ladies and gentlemen, the item that we are going to present to you now is a treasure from the ancient era. It has an incomparably symbolic meaning. The auctioneer's spittle flew as he spoke. That is the alchemy cauldron that Grandmaster Ling Han, the man who created the three-fire guide technique and was known as the Alchemy Emperor, had once used. Ling Han, Guang Yuan, Lu Yutong, and the others all walked towards Ling Han. They could naturally tell that this Ling Han was not this Ling Han, but the two of them actually had the same name, and were both geniuses of the Tao of alchemy. They couldn't help but click their tongues in wonder. Haha, I heard that there is also a person called Ling Han here. A cold voice was suddenly heard from one of the private rooms. It was a very old voice. You really don't know the immensity of heaven and earth, actually daring to have the same name as the former alchemy emperor. Haha, you indeed overestimate yourself. It's not strange to have the same name, but what kind of achievements did great alchemist Ling Han of 10,000 years ago have? To have the same name as him, you really deserve to die. This was the voice of a woman. The voice was tender, but filled with ridicule. Though it was impossible to tell which private room these two voices came from, it was certain that they came from the 5th floor, which instantly made Ling Han think of the cloaked woman and the old man in the flower blossom tier that he had seen before. Ling Han didn't know whether to laugh or be angry because both of them were him, but one was praised to the top of the clouds, while the other was stepped on underfoot, which made him feel like he didn't know whether to laugh or cry. What a coincidence! Who asked the two of them to have the same name? Small Tower wouldn't have done it on purpose, right? Humph, I don't know who that Grandmaster Ling of 10,000 years ago was, but the current Ling Han is only 17 years old, yet is already an earth-grade alchemist. He could be called an alchemy genius anywhere. Is this also called overestimating yourself? Lu Yutong was unhappy, and immediately defended Ling Han. Li Xichen nodded and said, I'm also an alchemist, and know some things about that Grandmaster Ling of 10,000 years ago. Li Xichen nodded as well and said, I'm also an alchemist, so I do know some things about that Grandmaster Ling from 10,000 years ago. That Grandmaster only became a low-level Earth-grade alchemist when he was 30 years old. After that, he became a middle-level Earth-grade in 10 years, high-level Earth-grade in 20 years, and finally became a Heaven-grade alchemist in 30 years. He was also the youngest Heaven-grade alchemist in history. Then, he broke through the limit of Heaven-grade in 50 years, and was honored as the Alchemy Emperor. These words were the truth, without any exaggeration at all. The ancient records recorded it like this. But when put together with Lu Yutong's words just now, it couldn't be any more obvious. 10,000 years ago, Ling Han only became an Earth-grade alchemist when he was 30 years old, but the current Ling Han was 17 years old. To say nothing of his future accomplishments, merely comparing the present Ling Han was definitely superior to the current Ling Han. Thus, the old man and the woman in the two private rooms were momentarily speechless. Who asked Ling Han to be younger? Ling Han, however, laughed and shook his head. He possessed all the memories of his previous life, which meant that he was standing on the foundation of his previous life and moving forward, so he definitely had to surpass his previous life. How could these two be compared together? However, it was strange. In his previous life, though Ling Han was called the Alchemy Emperor, he had already died for so many years, so why were these two still so respectful? Most alchemists knew that two Ling Han had the same name, but they had never seen anyone criticize Ling Han because of this. It was inexplicable, and it was two people at that. Esteemed guests, please don't hurt the harmony. Let's auction this alchemy furnace. As I said just now, this is an alchemy furnace used by the ancient Grandmaster Ling Han. The materials used are of the highest quality, but unfortunately, it's already damaged. Thus, it can only be used as an ornament and as a souvenir. The auctioneer hurriedly adjusted the atmosphere. He paused, then said, an item used by the ancient Grandmaster Ling has great significance, so we naturally can't sell it cheaply, or else it would be disrespectful to Grandmaster Ling. Thus, the starting price of this alchemy furnace is 1,000 origin crystals. 2,000. 3,000. 5,000. Just as he finished speaking, someone started to raise the price. From the voices, it was obvious that it was Long Yongzhang and the other two big shots of alchemy. True, the ancient Ling Han's reputation was too resounding. The items he used were totems, spiritual pillars, and had incomparable symbolic significance to alchemists now. In just a short while, the price shot up to 10,000 and it was still rising. Very soon, it broke through the 50,000 mark. Ling Han was shocked. Could it be that Long Yongzhang and the other two had come for the alchemy furnace that he had used in the past? To be honest, that alchemy furnace was indeed a good item. It was forged from purple moon and stars iron, and its heat conductivity and pressure resistance were all excellent. However, it was already damaged and could no longer be used for alchemy. Moreover, it looked extremely damaged. Even if the materials were taken back and refined again, there wouldn't be much left. Thus, the true value of this alchemy furnace was only about 10,000 origin crystals, but now it had already exceeded that by several times. Chapter 313. This alchemy furnace that Ling Han had once used, and now only had symbolic significance, was still soaring in price, and very soon crossed the threshold of 100,000 origin crystals. However, the three big bosses of alchemy had no intention of giving up, and continued to increase the price, as if they wouldn't stop until they emptied out all their savings. The three alchemists have true love for the Grandmaster Ling Han from 10,000 years ago, Guang Yuan said ruefully. Yes, it's already over 100,000 origin crystals. How much higher is the price? Zhu Wujiu also nodded. Ling Han's expression instantly darkened. He didn't need such true love. Lu Yutong and Li Xichan thought that Ling Han was in a bad mood because he was inferior to the Ling Han from 10,000 years ago, and hurriedly comforted him. Hun Yo was much more direct, kissing him on the cheek and giggling. However, Long Yongzhang and the other two had no intention of stopping. The price soared to 200,000, and was advancing towards 300,000, which made people speechless. Firstly, it was the determination of the three big bosses, and secondly, it was the wealth of alchemists. 300,000 origin crystals, what kind of concept was that? Even for the three big bosses of alchemy, 300,000 origin crystals would probably be a huge loss. After all, they usually concocted black-grade alchemical pills, and black-grade alchemical pills were usually sold with gold and silver. The three alchemists were definitely still trying to break through to become earth-grade middle-level alchemists, and every time they failed, the materials consumed would be at an astronomical price. They were definitely bought with origin crystals. Thus, these three being able to save 300,000 origin crystals was indeed awesome, but they had probably reached their limit. As expected, after reaching 300,000, the three big bosses of alchemy seemed to lack confidence. In the end, the price was fixed at 332,853 origin crystals. Why was there a fraction? That was because Long Yongzhang and the other two were really going all out, taking out all the origin crystals they had on them. Now that the highest price was set by Li Xiyuan, he couldn't help but look happy. He could finally win the alchemy furnace that the alchemy emperor had once used. This was a totem, a symbol. Are there any more bids? The auctioneer asked. He was shocked to see such a high price, but it was also reasonable. They were shocked because it was just a shabby pill furnace. However, who asked it to be used by the alchemy emperor? In the eyes of his believers, forget 300,000, even 1 million wouldn't be an exaggeration. 400,000. Just at this time, a young and pleasant female voice rang out. Her words were spoken lightly, but it caused everyone to jump. This was 400,000 origin energy crystals, not 400,000 gold and silver. Ling Han clearly heard that this woman was one of the two people who had ridiculed him just now. Previously, he was still wondering why the two of them didn't say a word during the auction since they worshipped him so much. It turned out that they were so confident that they would directly kill him. After competing for so long, she naturally knew the bottom line of Long Yongzhang and the other two. Thus, she could beat them with a single price and save as much money as possible. 500,000. Another voice rang out, hoarse and ancient. It was the other person who had mocked Ling Han earlier, the old man. 600,000. The woman didn't mind raising the price, as if this 600,000 was just a piece of paper. 700,000. The old man wasn't afraid to fight. 900,000. This time it was Long Yongzhang's voice. It should be the three alchemy giants joining hands and pooling all the origin crystals together. 1 million. The woman and the old man spoke at the same time. 1,500,000. The woman paused, then directly called out a sky-high price. She seemed to be very impatient and didn't want to increase the price bit by bit. 2 million. The old man wasn't afraid either. Two super rich people. At the beginning, who would have thought that the true competitors for this pill furnace would actually be the two of them? Not to mention their status, just being able to take out 2 million origin crystals was enough for them to sit in the private room on the 5th floor. To the Spirit Treasures Pavilion that did business, having money was the father. Ling Han couldn't help but sigh and murmured, "I've used quite a few pill furnaces now. Should I consider selling them all?" This caused Lu Yutong and the others to laugh. They thought he was mocking himself, but who would have thought that the two Ling Hans were actually the same person? After the price reached this height, even Long Yongzhang and the others could only be guests. They were all very regretful. This was a pill furnace used by the Alchemy Emperor. If it could be left in the Star Brilliance Palace Hall, then it could definitely make this place the holy land of all alchemists. However, they didn't know that as long as Ling Han once again reached the apex in the future, this place, as an important location for Ling Han to become an Earth-grade alchemist, would definitely become the holy land of alchemists. 300,000 two-star origin crystals. The woman raised the price again, instantly giving everyone a fright. In theory, if the grade of origin crystals increased by one level, the price would indeed increase tenfold, but in reality, no one was willing to spend high-level origin crystals like money. Let's put it this way. If the same amount of one-star origin crystals could allow one to complete a breakthrough in 3 years, then two-star origin crystals would only need 1 year. Right time, that was the most important thing. Especially for martial artists below the flower blossom tier, they only had a lifespan of 100 years, so the younger one broke through to the spiritual pedestal tier, the more time they had to break through to the flower blossom tier. Once they crossed over, they would be able to shed their mortal body. One-star origin crystals were refined by spiritual ocean tier martial artists, and were extremely helpful to the cultivation of body refining, poly, gushing spring and spiritual ocean tier martial artists, being able to provide enough origin power. However, for spiritual pedestal tier martial artists, the effects of one-star origin crystals would be greatly reduced, needing two-star origin crystals to display their effects. For flower blossom tier martial artists, one-star origin crystals were completely useless aside from being used as money. Thus, the higher the grade of the origin crystal, not only did it mean better effects, it also meant more uses. Some precious spirit medicines could only be purchased with origin crystals, and even had to be 4-star, 5-star, or even 6-star origin crystals. Thus, the true value of 300,000 2-star origin crystals was far higher than 3 million 2-star origin crystals. 400,000 2-star origin crystals. The old man was similarly calm. Everyone was so shocked that their eyeballs almost popped out of their sockets. What kind of concept was 400,000 2-star origin crystals? It required 40,000 spiritual pedestal tier martial artists to refine for an entire year. Were there 100,000 spiritual pedestal tier martial artists in the whole North region? Most importantly, these two people were so indifferent, as if they did not care at all. Were they really people from the North region? Ling Han was also very curious. If it was Long Yongzhang and his group fighting over the alchemy furnace, he could still understand, but what were these two people doing? He could not help but activate the Eye of Truth. First, he found the old man, but the old man immediately sensed him and gave a heavy humph, sending out a wave of sound. Woo! Ling Han gave a muffled humph, and a stream of blood immediately gushed out from his right eye. He had actually suffered a small loss from this blow. Flower blossom tear. That was a power that surpassed mortals. Ling Han, Lu Yutong and the others were all greatly shocked. Why did he suddenly shed tears of blood out of nowhere? Only Hunyo vigilantly stared in one direction, which was precisely where the old man was. Obviously, the little girl was not staring randomly, but had really sensed something, and had already revealed a fierce expression. Chapter 314. Ling Han pressed Hunyo down. That old man was too strong. Even if Hunyo possessed astonishing speed, she would not be able to do anything in front of a flower blossom tier cultivator. The old man could casually release a burst of qi, and it would be enough to kill the little girl. I'm fine. He shook his head and took out a towel to wipe off the blood. He could still feel a faint pain in his right eye, but once he circulated the indestructible Heaven Scroll, the pain immediately disappeared. It was only a matter of a few minutes, and his right eye had already completely returned to normal. As expected of the indestructible Heaven Scroll, it could even easily heal such a soft spot like the eyes. After a few minutes of tug-of-war, the cauldron was finally taken down by the cloaked woman, and she had paid up to 1,000,000 two-star origin crystals for it. With so many origin crystals, as long as I step into the spiritual ocean tier, I'll be able to charge into the 9th layer of the spiritual ocean tier in less than a month, right? Ling Han said inwardly. The purpose of origin crystals was to create an environment filled with origin power, speeding up cultivation. He focused his gaze to look for the cloaked woman. In just a moment he found her, and what surprised him was that when he found the woman, she just happened to stand up, holding the pill furnace that she had just bought. She was actually about to leave. In other words, she had specifically come to bid for this pill furnace. Since she had obtained the pill furnace, she would naturally leave. Relying on the eye of truth, Ling Han caught a glimpse of her face, and he couldn't help but be slightly stunned. This woman was really beautiful, not inferior to Qi Hualan. However, regardless of whether it was this woman or the old man from before, they were not alchemists. Ling Han did not sense the slightest bit of an alchemist's aura from them. There was no doubt about this. As the alchemy emperor, if Ling Han still could not determine whether a person was an alchemist or not, then he should really buy a piece of tofu and knock himself to death. Two people who were obviously not alchemists spent up to 1,000,000 two-star origin crystals for a damaged alchemy furnace. Why was that? Previously, they had indeed admired their past selves very much, but to say that they were willing to pay such a high price for it was somewhat incomprehensible. The cloaked woman left, and the flower blossom tier old man also left. The two of them had the same goal, and that was only this alchemy furnace. Now that the pill furnace had an owner, they naturally had no reason to stay any longer. He really didn't understand. He could only treat them as true love and nouveau riche. After this great climax, not only did the rest of the auction cause Ling Han to feel drowsy, there were also quite a number of people below the stage who began to doze off as they sat, and some even began to snore. Ahem ahem. The auctioneer hurriedly adjusted the order of the auction, and took out a valuable item to be auctioned in advance. Finally, the atmosphere became lively again. Another half an hour later, an auction item caught Ling Han's attention. It was a statue that looked like a scorpion. It was completely black and emitted a cold metallic luster. According to the joint research of a few experienced appraisers, this should be an antique from 5,000 or 6,000 years ago. There are even some ancient words on it that are different from the current ones. After deciphering it, it roughly means, Scorpio Temple, life and death, reincarnation for 10,000 lifetimes. The auctioneer said, this should be a token, a key, and it can open the Scorpio Palace of the 12 Heaven Mystery Realms. Whoosh! As soon as he finished speaking, everyone stood up. All of them had excited expressions on their faces. The 12 Heaven Mystery Realms were one of the great mystery realms that had been passed down in the world. They opened once every 100 years, and the spiritual chi in the mystery realms was so abundant that it made people speechless. Cultivating in there for one day was equivalent to cultivating in the outside world for 10 or even 100 days. Because of this, the mystery realms nurtured innumerable spirit herbs that only opened once every 100 years. Not only were they old enough, but because of the spiritual chi, the quality of these spirit herbs was shockingly high. But this wasn't the main point. The main point was that the 12 Heaven Mystery Realms had 12 mysterious palaces. It was said that the greatest treasures of the mystery realm, cultivation techniques, spirit tools, martial arts techniques, and medicinal pills, were hidden inside. There was once a lucky person who entered the Ares Palace, and his reputation quickly rose. In the end, he became an elite of the heaven tier, and a very powerful one at that. If it weren't for the suppression of the environment of the era he lived in, the whole world couldn't produce a shattering void tier elite. His achievements definitely wouldn't stop at the heaven tier, but the shattering void tier or even shattering void to become a god. And to enter the 12 palaces, one would need a corresponding key. According to our pavilion's research, this should be the key to open the Scorpio Palace, but it could also be an imitation. Our pavilion can't be sure about this because there are some things on this sculpture that we can't be sure about. The auctioneer circled back to the topic. Instantly, a considerable number of people looked disappointed. Thinking about it again, it made sense. If this key was real, then why would it be auctioned here? If it was brought to the middle state, there would be more tycoons there, and it would be able to be auctioned off at a really high price. Even so, there were still a considerable number of people who were filled with interest towards the sculpture. What if it was real? Ling Han, do you think it's real or fake? Lu Yutong couldn't help but ask out of curiosity. Ling Han focused his eyes, and the Eye of Truth was activated. The sculpture's form immediately disintegrated in his line of sight, disappearing layer by layer. When he saw an item deep within the sculpture, he couldn't help but smile, because it was actually a piece of paper. On it was written, "You've all been fooled, this is a fake, ha ha ha." But when he saw the signature at the end, his body couldn't help but tremble, and an expression of disbelief appeared on his face. "What's wrong?" Lu Yutong and Li Xichon hurriedly asked. "Nothing." Ling Han waved his hand, but anyone could see the abnormality on his face. How could Ling Han not lose his composure? Because the signature was a picture of a naked girl. That brushstroke, he could recognize with a single glance that it was that showy disciple of his, Zhang Yufeng. He wasn't at all surprised that Zhang Yufeng would do such a senseless thing, but what shocked him was that this stone sculpture was said to be something from 5,000 or 6,000 years ago. But Zhang Yufeng was obviously someone from 10,000 years ago. Even if Zhang Yufeng could break through to the shattering void tier, he would only have a lifespan of 1,000 years or so. How could he last until 5,000 or 6,000 years ago? Unless Zhang Yufeng had advanced a step further, stepped into the realm of immortals, and became an immortal. Although it was unknown whether immortals could be immortal, Azura Demon Emperor, who had been suppressed for tens of thousands of years, and had been cut into 9 pieces, was still alive and kicking? Zhang Yufeng was still alive, and had become an immortal? Then what about his other 3 disciples? Were they still alive? One had to know that the 4 of them had been taken as disciples by Ling Han back then, either because they had astonishing talent in alchemy, or because they had nature-defying comprehension in martial art. Otherwise, how could he have so much time to teach disciples when he was completely focused on alchemy? If Zhang Yufeng could become an immortal, then his other 3 disciples should also be qualified to do so. Then wouldn't he still have the chance to meet his 4 disciples? Haha, he really wanted to see their expressions at that time. It would definitely be very interesting. Chapter 315. Ling Han only kept a small piece of black stone, and gave the rest to Small Tower to repair itself. In that instant, the entire black stone turned into flying ash, and the source of chaos inside was completely extracted by Small Tower. He couldn't help but think that if Azura Demon Emperor entered the Black Tower, then even if he obtained a large piece of chaos source rock to make his body, what use would it be? He would definitely be instantly extracted into ashes. Ling Han didn't immediately go to the crimson red chilling ice grass. He was currently only at the 7th layer of the spiritual ocean tier, and had to wait until he reached the 9th layer of the spiritual ocean tier before going. If he went there now, he would only be sitting and waiting, which didn't suit Ling Han's personality. Thus he and Hunyo strolled in the forest. There were still many spirit medicines here, and since he had the time, why not go look for them? The harvest was not bad, but in a few days the demonic qi had mostly dissipated. More and more people poured into this area, and Ling Han's profits also plummeted. He stroked his chin, but still decided not to waste time, so he carved on a tree writing, "Ding ergo, come and chase after your young master." This sentence was obviously said to Ding Yuan Xian. He still wanted to use Ding Yuan Xian's hand to sharpen himself, allowing him to break through to the 9th layer of the spiritual ocean tier as soon as possible. He walked and carved on the way, believing that with Ding Yuan Xian's ability, he should be able to track him down. And Hunyo imitated him, also carving on the tree. However, even though she looked like she was carved out of jade, the words that she carved were crooked and twisted. She even proudly stuck out her little butt and carved happily, without the slightest bit of shame. Only a day had passed, and as expected, Ding Yuan Xian had caught up. "I have to admit, you really have great guts," he said coldly, his eyes burning with fury. This youngster killed his younger brother, and now actually dared to take the initiative to provoke him. He was really going to be angered to death. "SOSO second in the world," Ling Han said with a smile. "SOSO first in the world," Hunyo said without the slightest modesty, and patted her little chest. "You guys!" Ding Yuan Xian roared furiously. His figure pounced out, charging towards Ling Han and Hunyo. His spiritual pedestal shone, making him look like a god. Ling Han laughed loudly and raised his sword to attack. Instantly, 8 flashes of sword chi shot out. Seeing this scene, Ding Yuan Xian was naturally enraged. Ling Han had relied on his pressure to advance into the realm of 8 flashes of sword chi. When he thought of this, he burned with fury. Could it be that this brat had tasted the sweetness of success and was going to use him as a whetstone again? However, he stared at the demon birth sword. Previously, he only knew that this was an extremely high-level spirit tool, which made his heart palpitate in shock. But later, when this sword was actually able to forcefully shake the 3 lives corpse caskets, everyone, including him, naturally knew that the demon birth sword was definitely not as simple as level 6 or even level 7. Who would not be envious? "This sword belongs to me," he said with a cold humph, and his attack was as quick as lightning. Ling Han used all his strength and launched a counterattack against Ding Yuan Xian. However, the gap between their cultivation levels was really too wide. Very soon he was riddled with wounds, and even his bones were showing. Thankfully, the indestructible heaven scroll was too powerful and allowed his life force to be maintained at a shockingly exuberant state. It was only when he had lost too much blood, and even his eyes were beginning to blur, that Ling Han began to flee. As he ran, he took out ginseng and other tonics and consumed them madly, and used the indestructible heaven scroll to recover. He retreated as he fought, and was not fleeing in a defeated manner. In this battle he gave it his all, but after 3 days he still reached his limit, and had no choice but to hide inside the Black Tower. At this moment, there was practically not a single piece of uninjured flesh on his body. Even with the circulation of the indestructible heaven scroll, the speed at which he was injured was far greater than the speed at which he recovered, causing him to have 1 foot over the line of death. He hurriedly circulated a drop of indestructible true fluid to recover his body. Very soon, his flesh and blood regenerated, and he completely recovered. After swallowing a few alchemical pills that were helpful for cultivation, he crushed a few hundred origin crystals. Instantly, an endless amount of origin power enveloped him, and he greedily absorbed it. His cultivation level rose slowly. This cultivation session actually lasted for 2 days and 2 nights. When he finished cultivating, he had already quietly advanced into the 8th layer of the spiritual ocean tier. Very good, this sparring partner isn't bad. I'm afraid that in another month, not only will I be able to reach the 9th layer of the spiritual ocean tier, I might even be able to rush to the peak of the 9th layer, Ling Han mumbled, unafraid of how depressed Ding Yuan Xian would be if he heard these words. "Let's go and find a sparring partner." Ling Han continued to leave words, while Hunyo giggled and helped to leave them, letting her unsightly handwriting wreak havoc on this part of the forest. Another 2 days passed, and Ding Yuan Xian indeed caught up again. 8th layer of the spiritual ocean tier. After sweeping a glance over Ling Han's body, Ding Yuan Xian instantly cried out in shock, his eyeballs almost popping out. He was exasperated. This brat really treated him as a sparring partner. Not only had he tempered the 8th flash of sword chi, he had now even advanced into the 8th layer of the spiritual ocean tier. If he continued to spar with this brat, wouldn't the latter advance into the 9th layer of the spiritual ocean tier at such a terrifying speed, and even directly step into the spiritual pedestal tier? He was really a bit afraid. Ling Han's battle prowess was too freakish, and perhaps the moment he entered the spiritual pedestal tier, he would have the qualifications to stand on equal footing with him. How could he bear to personally facilitate a fatal opponent? But this brat had killed his younger brother, so how could he let him off just like that? He definitely had to kill him. At least, this brat's current strength was far inferior to his. Ding Yuan Xian didn't know that Ling Han still had the Black Tower, which was the last layer of protection for his life. Otherwise, he would definitely turn around and leave. Just like when he fought with Ronghuan Xian, the latter could hide in the 3 lives corpse caskets in the end. At least, a palm strike from a flower blossom tier warrior almost killed him. "Do you dare to fight to the death with me?" Ding Yuan Xian goaded. Is there something wrong with your head? I'm only in the 8th layer of the spiritual ocean tier, and you're in the 9th layer of the spiritual pedestal tier. I'll fight to the death with you, idiot. Ling Han shook his head, yet took the initiative to attack. The demon birth sword unfolded, and sword chi was like a rainbow. Just obediently be my sparring partner. Your sister. Ding Yuan Xian was extremely furious, and charged towards Ling Han in a frenzy of attacks. Previously, he had almost killed Ling Han a few times, so he was still confident in himself. As long as Ling Han's luck was slightly worse, he would definitely be able to kill the latter. Unfortunately, he was always that tiny bit off. After battling for another 3 days, Ling Han once again entered the Black Tower in a state close to death. After drawing in a drop of indestructible true fluid, he directly fainted from exhaustion. When he woke up, he hurriedly began to cultivate again. His improvement was obvious. He had reached the middle period of the 8th layer, and what was even rarer was that he had come infinitely close to death this time, which allowed him to have a deeper understanding of life and death. Life and death, these were opposites, but the end of life was death, and the end of death was also life. It was an endless cycle, just like Tai Chi. This was in line with the great Tao. Tao begets one, one begets two. Order and chaos, life and death, light and darkness, these opposites and cycles could all be traced back to the source. However, Ling Han's present cultivation level was too low. He could only be inspired but could not comprehend at all. He used this inspiration on the path of the sword, and defined the path that he wanted to walk. Sword Chi, Sword Ray, everyone could cultivate them, but Sword Heart was different. This was a kind of profound brilliance, and one needed to have their own path. In his last life, the Sword Emperor walked the path of a ruler. With a strike of his sword, the whole heaven and earth would have to grovel before him. The setting sun Saber Emperor walked the path of emotionlessness. Even the sun, the source of life, could be cut down by him without hesitation. What kind of path did he want to walk? Chapter 316. In the eyes of the martial artists of the North region, the 9 nations of the desolate North was the region with the lowest level of martial art in the entire vast lands. They didn't even have a true flower blossom tier cultivator, and only barely had such an elite cultivator by relying on the power of the nation. Those below the flower blossom tier were all ants. In their eyes, such a remote and desolate place was naturally filled with country bumpkins and country bumpkins. But now, not only did a 17-year-old Grandmaster Alchemist appear, this person could even kill Bao Xian Ran. Although Bao Xian Ran couldn't be considered a true elite among the younger generation of the North region, he shouldn't have been killed by a country bumpkin from the desolate North. Moreover, this country bumpkin was only 17 years old, and had reached Earth grade in alchemy. There was such a genius in the world. Ha ha ha, so it's Grandmaster Ling. Come over tomorrow and ask for guidance from Grandmaster Ling, someone immediately said. I'll also shamelessly pay a visit to Grandmaster Ling. I'll come too. The youngsters of the North region said one after another, not caring whether Ling Han agreed or not, talking to themselves. Since even the last precious auction item was taken, everyone naturally left. There were many treasures in the world anyway, and this was only an ordinary auction. No one would be too disappointed because they didn't manage to buy what they wanted. After Ling Han took the blue scale beast fruit and 9 rings heaven hero saber, he settled the bill with the origin crystals he'd gathered. As for the debt he owed Long Yongchang and the others, he'd slowly pay it back. Anyways, he still had a large amount of 100-year-old ginseng and Ganoderma, so he'd sell them to Gu Fenghua and the others. They didn't lack money. At first, he was a bit displeased with these people talking to themselves and coming to visit him tomorrow, but since they'd all become potential customers, his attitude naturally changed. He was happy to play with them and settle the debt first. According to Long Changyong, his proof of being an alchemist would be sent over in a few days, so it was close to the time of his departure. Ling Han threw the 9 rings heaven hero saber to Ken Yi, and when he returned to the inn, he entered the Black Tower and began to pull out ginseng and Ganoderma. There were actually many other spirit herbs, but for those who weren't alchemists, ginseng and Ganoderma were still the best. Eating them raw was a great tonic. The next day, Gu Fenghua and the others indeed came running over. Master Ling, I didn't expect you to be so young. Every person who came would say something similar, which made Ling Han's ears almost grow calluses. Ha ha ha, Ling Han, as expected, you're a pervert. You have some of my flair back then. Gu Fenghua's voice rang out. The moment he entered, he gave Ling Han a passionate hug. However, he immediately moved closer to his ear and said, "However, Fairy Qi is mine. If you dare to snatch her from me, be careful that I don't sprinkle itching powder on your underwear and make you scratch every day." This guy let go of his hand, but his face was still filled with enthusiasm. Ling Han gave him a look of disdain and said, "You value your lover more than your friends. This is called every man for himself. For my happiness, I can only sacrifice you a little," Gu Fenghua said without any trace of politeness. "Brother Ling." Qi Hualan walked over gracefully and clasped her hands in obeisance towards Ling Han. "I have yet to repay the favor of saving me in the Devil Sky Mystery Realm, and I never thought that you would already become an Earth-grade alchemist. Hualan really doesn't know if there will be a day when I can repay the favor." "Of course there is," Gu Fenghua interrupted. "He and I are good friends, so what's his is mine, and what's mine is still mine. So, if you devote yourself to me and marry me, that would be equivalent to repaying Ling Han's favor." Qi Hualan acted as if she had not heard anything, and smiled sweetly at Ling Han and said, "Brother Ling, are you interested in going to the Purple Star sect as a guest?" She was a disciple of the Purple Star sect, and if she could pull Ling Han into the sect, then this merit would be indescribably great. A 17-year-old Earth-grade alchemist, even if he did not have the chance to advance to Heaven-grade in the future, there should be no problem for him to advance to Earth-grade high level, and the sect would spare no expense to help Ling Han advance to the Flower Blossom tier, and with the addition of spirit medicine to extend his lifespan, it would not be difficult for Ling Han to live up to 400 years. A whole 400 years, continuously concocting Earth-grade alchemical pills. How many more Flower Blossom tier elites would the Purple Star sect have? It could be said that a high-level alchemist could completely change the fate of a sect. "Yo, isn't little sister Qi reputed to be pure as jade and as clear as ice? How come you're also using a honey trap?" Amidst light laughter, a woman with a graceful figure walked over, swaying gracefully. Her figure was graceful and shockingly hot, and her protrusion and fullness would make one drool. How could someone have such a good figure? Fiery red lips, black hair that cascaded down like a waterfall. This was an exquisite beauty, and was filled with a fiery charm. She was like a blooming flower, attracting men to pluck her, even if they would be pricked by the thorns because of it. "Lin Xiangqin," Qi Hualan said softly. This fiery beauty was Lin Xiangqin. She bowed gracefully towards Ling Han and lowered her head slightly, revealing a small portion of her jade-like neck. It was snow-white and delicate, like silk and jade, astonishingly beautiful. She was really good at using her own advantage. There were obviously no explicit movements, yet it allowed others to fully experience her charm, making their hearts itch and making them yearn for it. Extreme Imperial Sect's Lin Xiangqin pays her respects to Grandmaster Ling. She did not immediately stand up, and seemed to be waiting for Ling Han to go up and help her up. And this kind of opportunity, she was sure that no man would refuse it, right? All around them, Gu Fenghua, Su Wentong, and the others all revealed dazed and intoxicated expressions. In terms of appearance alone, it was hard to tell who was superior between her and Qi Hualan, but in terms of charm, she was more than a few streets ahead of Qi Hualan. Of course, there would definitely be many men who liked a pure type like Qi Hualan. Though Lin Xiangqin was only 20 years old, her fiery charm already had the air of a mature sister. Qi Hualan spoke straightforwardly, and immediately humphed, saying, "Vixen." However, Ling Han did not extend a hand to help her up. He had seen plenty of temptations from beauties in his previous life. At that time, he had reached the pinnacle of both the way of alchemy and martial art, and the beauties who were willing to throw themselves into his arms were of even higher status, and there was no lack of fairies in the deity transformation tier. Lin Xiangqin could not help but be surprised, but Ling Han had already turned around and walked away. She could only stand up by herself, rubbing her nose and revealing an expression of dissatisfaction. Lu Yutong and Li Sichuan smiled at each other. Their Ling Han was not a shallow person. If they wanted to obtain his attention, it would not be enough to just seduce him with their beauty. They could only use their sincerity to earn his trust. "Grandmaster Ling, how about following me to the Extreme Monarch sect for a walk?" Lin Xiangqin was not willing to admit defeat, and immediately caught up to him, asking sweetly. Sure, as long as you agree to one condition of mine, Ling Han said calmly. Hearing these words, everyone could not help but reveal a sliver of disdain. After pretending for so long he was only a pervert. But who asked this pervert to be an Earth-grade alchemist? And his future was limitless. It was really possible that he could have a captivating beauty like Lin Xiangqin. Lin Xiangqin also smirked coldly in her heart, feeling of disgust towards Ling Han, but the smile on her face was like a flower and she asked sweetly, I wonder what condition Grandmaster Ling has? Help me flatten the Winter Moon sect. Chapter 317. Help me flatten the Winter Moon sect. Once these words were spoken, everyone fell silent out of fear. What kind of existence was the Winter Moon sect? Although there were many forces that could be called sects in the North region, only the 5 great sects were publicly recognized as the strongest, known as the 5 great sects of the North region, and the Winter Moon sect was one of them. Although the Imperial sect and the Heaven Essence sect were very awesome in terms of absolute strength, they were all inferior to the Winter Moon sect. Perhaps only the 3 sects combined could rival them. And to flatten the Winter Moon sect, it would require at least 3 times the power of the Winter Moon sect to defeat a sect that had a great protective array and adopted a defensive stance. In other words, it would require at least 10 Imperial extreme sects to combine forces, and in this process even the victor would pay a huge price. For an Earth-grade alchemist, which force would be willing to do so? Master Ling really knows how to joke. Everyone laughed dryly, instantly losing their arrogance and becoming well-behaved, because no matter how arrogant they were, they wouldn't dare to say something like flatten the Winter Moon sect, whether it was the truth or just a joke. Ling Han, however, didn't care. The grudge between him and Feng Yan was something everyone in Rain Country knew, and they would find out if they made some inquiries. Thus, no matter how ruthless his words were, people would think it was because of Feng Yan, but they didn't know that this grudge also involved the previous generation. If a normal person said something like that, even if the Winter Moon sect didn't make a move themselves, there would be many bootlicking forces that would kill Ling Han. But now, this was an Earth-grade alchemist whose status was similar to the Flower Blossom tier, so how would a normal force dare to make a move? Even a great force like the Winter Moon sect had to be wary of the alchemist society behind them. At most, they would beat up Ling Han and tell him not to speak carelessly, but they wouldn't dare to publicly kill Ling Han. Of course, what they would do in private was another matter. One sentence was enough to subdue these arrogant young prodigies. As Ling Han inquired about the current situation of the North region, he asked Zhu Wujiao to take out another basket of ginseng and Ganoderma to sell. These youngsters were not lacking in money. In the previous auctions they could throw out 100,000 yuan crystals and they would be able to get it. Sure enough, even though these geniuses came from large sects and had seen and eaten 100-year-old ginseng and Ganoderma, they couldn't help but feel their mouths twitch when they saw such huge tonics placed in a basket as if they were cabbages. Sigh, compared to Master Ling, we are indeed frogs at the bottom of a well. So many 100-year-old ginsengs and Ganoderma. Grandmaster Ling must have controlled an ancient herb garden. It can't be an ancient herb garden either. This place is filled with 100-year-old medicinal herbs. That's true. About 100 years ago, there was a faction that planted a large amount of ginseng and Ganoderma, but they were destroyed for some reason. However, the herb garden was not destroyed. Instead, it grew well and was discovered by Master Ling in the end. Everyone sighed. This was really luck. Moreover, with the title of an Earth-grade alchemist supporting him, who would be willing to fall out with Ling Han just for a bit of 100-year-old ginseng and Lingji? Ling Han could earn as much as he wanted without worrying about being targeted. After all, compared to large factions, this was indeed only a small amount of money. Zhu Wujiao was in charge of collecting money, while Ling Han chatted with everyone and inquired about the North region situation. After all, what was written in the books was at least a dozen years ago, or even a few decades ago. The general situation of the North region had not changed. The strongest were still 5 factions, also known as One Valley and 4 sects: Bloodflame Valley, Winter Moon sect, Sanluo sect, Beast Emperor sect and Half Moon sect. Bloodflame Valley was the only faction that did not have a sect in its name, but their strength was considered number 1 in the North region. It was said that they could possibly produce a super elite of the deity transformation tier, and truly sweep through the North region. Although there were 4 regions and 1 state in the vast lands, it was not easy to interact normally. Each region was separated by a natural chasm, which was said to be left behind from the ancient war. The higher one's strength was, the harder it was to cross. Precisely because of this, although the North region only had spiritual infant tier elites to keep watch, there was no need to worry about the other 4 regions invading. Speaking of geniuses of the younger generation, Blood Flame Valley's Wuxia is only 23 years old, but he's already advanced into the spiritual pedestal tier, Su Wentong said, his face full of envy. He could be ranked at the top of the younger generation of the Heaven Origin sect, but now he was only in the 4th layer of the spiritual ocean tier, far from the peak of the spiritual ocean tier. Not to mention that the step from the spiritual ocean tier to the spiritual pedestal tier was extremely difficult. The higher the tier of martial art, the more difficult it was to cross a major tier. There was once a genius who stepped into the flower blossom tier at the age of 32, becoming the youngest flower blossom tier warrior in history, but he spent 122 years to go from the flower blossom tier to the spiritual infant tier, and finally died of old age in the spiritual infant tier, not even breaking through to the deity transformation tier, which made people sigh. Even more abnormal than me, Gu Fenghua mumbled on the side. Zuyuda Linghan mumbled, remembering this name. A 23-year-old spiritual pedestal tier warrior was indeed shocking, and according to what he knew, even Sword Emperor and Heavenly Phoenix Divine Maiden shouldn't have been so awesome. Presumably, it was because the environment had changed, making cultivation much easier for people now. The Beast Emperor sect also has a freak called Lu Yang, 24 years old, and also advanced into the spiritual pedestal tier. Moreover, the Beast Emperor sect raises demonic beasts as beast pets, and if 1 man and 1 beast worked together, their battle prowess would increase by a notch. Lin Xiangqin also mentioned a genius. The Limitless sect doesn't have any particularly dazzling new stars, but they have a triplet combination. Although they're all in the 9th layer of the spiritual ocean tier now, the 3 of them can kill an early-stage spiritual pedestal tier warrior together, so they can't be underestimated, Qi Hualan said. The young prodigy of the Half-Moon sect is a girl, and I heard she's as beautiful as a flower. Even Zuyuda fell in love with her at first sight, sending her to the sect to propose marriage, but was coldly rejected, Su Wentong said with a smile. I've also heard that she's called Zhu Xian. She's only 22 years old, and also advanced into the spiritual pedestal tier, truly shocking. Lin Xiangqin nodded, unable to restrain her envy. They were both women, but why did Zhu Xian surpass her by a large margin? Not only that, but her beauty is also extremely shocking. I once saw her lift a corner of her veil to drink water. Although only a little bit of her chin was revealed, it was enough to intoxicate me, and I wanted nothing more than to die for her, someone added, his face completely filled with infatuation. Those who hadn't seen Zhu Xian before were all shocked. Being able to make a young prodigy so infatuated. Then Zhu Xian's charm was too great. Moreover, she didn't even show her face, and only a little bit of her chin could make people so infatuated. Inconceivable. I've also heard that a genius from the middle state came to our place to train, and unexpectedly encountered Zhu Xian. He was shocked on the spot, and even ran to the Half-Moon sect to propose, saying he'd bring Zhu Xian to the middle state. Guess which sect in the middle state is that genius from? Someone else said, appearing to be showing off. Without waiting for everyone to guess, he directly revealed the mystery, and said, Heaven's Sword Sect. Chapter 318. Oh, Heaven's Sword Sect. These 3 words seem to have magical power, making all the young men and women here feel deep veneration, revealing endless yearning. Close to 10,000 years ago, a great calamity occurred in the vast lands. It was Heaven's Sword Sect, Absolute Saber Sect, Cloud Phoenix Sect, and several other super forces that led their seniors into a bloody battle, finally quelling the calamity and achieving the present 10,000 years of peace. Moreover, Heaven's Sword Sect has a shattering void tier elite overseeing it, practically a living monument of martial art. If it were me, needless to say, I'd immediately run over. Haha, cut off your lower part and do a good makeover on your face, you'll have a chance. Get lost. Everyone laughed loudly, but they had an indescribable yearning towards Heaven's Sword Sect. This was a true holy land of martial art, with an immortal inheritance. Perhaps one day, A supreme being that could break through the void and enter the realm of gods would appear. What happened in the end? Did Zhu Xian'er go to the middle state? Lu Yutong was curious and couldn't help but ask. No, the person who heard the gossip said. I heard that Zhu Xian'er is extremely filial. Her master went mad when he was cultivating a few years ago, so she made a great vow that she would definitely help her master recover. Whoever was able to do it, she would give that person any amount of cultivation resources, and would even be willing to marry that person to a lower status. However, according to a genius doctor, to cure such a Dao wound, only a heaven-grade medicinal pill can do it. So our fairy still has to go to the middle state in the end. Who knows which bastard will benefit from it? When he said the last sentence, he was already gritting his teeth, as if he'd already seen the goddess of his dreams being embraced by some stinky man, and that was heart-wrenching. Shua, all of a sudden everyone's eyes were fixed on Ling Han. Why are you guys doing this to me? Ling Han asked innocently. If there's anyone in the north region that can become a heaven-grade alchemist, it's definitely you. Gu Fenghua laughed loudly. You're so abnormal, becoming a heaven-grade alchemist is just around the corner, and you'll be able to hug a beauty at that time. Let me discuss something with you. Can you give me a pair of Fairy Zhu's underwear? Pung 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 pung. Without waiting for Ling Han to open his mouth, this pervert had already been beaten to a pulp by over a dozen people who admired Zhu Xian'er, and in an instant, he was beaten so badly that he no longer looked human. Yeah, that's Fairy Zhu we're talking about. Lu Yutong was extremely intoxicated. Humph. Li Sichan was the same. Only Hu Niu did not mind at all and thought, Ling Han is Niu's, a bunch of silly girls. Ling Han only smiled faintly. In his last life, what kind of beautiful woman had he not seen? The heavenly phoenix divine maiden was even said to be the most beautiful woman of all time. It wasn't that he had not been moved. However, when she had asked him to concoct alchemical pills for her, he had asked the heavenly phoenix divine maiden to tell him her real name. He didn't know what was wrong with this woman. When he asked her for a name, it was as if he wanted to kill her. Later on, she would come knocking on his door every 2 to 3 days and take the pills without saying anything. It was as if she was the owner. If he wanted to stop her and fight with her, he would be looking for trouble. Ling Han wanted to break through to the shattering void tier so much because he had enough of the heavenly phoenix divine maiden's bullying, and wanted to turn the tables and become the owner. The result was, not long after, he was tormented and killed by the Black Tower. If the heavenly phoenix divine maiden had entered into the realm of immortals, she would probably still be so beautiful that it would make one's heart flutter, right? Suddenly, he somewhat missed the heavenly phoenix divine maiden, the sword emperor, and the setting sun saber emperor. Had these guys died long ago, or had they broken into the realm of immortals? Logically speaking, it was possible that Zhang Yufeng had entered into the realm of immortals, so these guys should have even less of a problem, right? Are you so engrossed in your thoughts? Lu Yutong was jealous, and could not help but pinch Ling Han's waist. However, she saw that Li Sichan also very tacitly pinched the other side of Ling Han's waist, and could not help but laugh out loud. However, Ling Han said, then what about the Winter Moon sect? What kind of astonishing genius does they have? If it's the Winter Moon sect, the 7 sons of the Ao family should be the strongest, Lin Xiangqin said after some thought. Ao Feng's 7th son? Ling Han asked. No, Ao Feng has 7 sons and they're all geniuses, collectively known as the 7 sons of the Ao family, Su Wentong explained. These 7 are all at the peak stage of the spiritual ocean tier, and any one of them could step into the spiritual pedestal tier at any time. The dragon gave birth to 9 sons, and as expected, they were all different. Ao Yangming was only in the poly tier, but his brothers were about to reach the spiritual pedestal tier. Perhaps a few were even more disdainful, and were still in the body refining tier. Ling Han rubbed his chin and said, who are these 7 people? Gu Fenghua shook his head and said, Ao Feng has too many illegitimate children. Who can remember who they are? Those 7 are the most promising, and are respectively called Ao De, Ao Air, Ao San, all the way up to Ao Qi. This Ling Han also felt like breaking out in a cold sweat. There were too many, and outsiders couldn't even remember their names. Crippling these 7 people, Ao Feng would probably be heartbroken, right? When he thought of the pain that Ling Dongxing had suffered, Ling Han could not help but grit his teeth in hatred. Ao Feng had to be the last one to be killed, so that he would have a taste of that heart-wrenching pain before he died. Very smoothly, he sold large amounts of 100-year-old ginseng and Ganoderma, earning him almost 400,000 origin crystals. With so many people in the 9 nations of the desolate north, they only spent a few 100,000 origin crystals, but there were only a dozen or so people here, yet they bought almost 400,000 origin crystals. It could be seen how rich the people of the north region were. Comparing oneself to others was infuriating. Everyone chatted for a bit, and naturally left one after another. Ling Han also went to the Star Brilliance Pavilion to return the origin crystals he owed Long Yongzhang and the others. He originally thought that if he didn't have enough money, he could use the 7 turns break crisis pill to make up for it, but he didn't think that the people of the north region would be so helpful. After Chang Fei-jun disappeared for 2 days, he finally attracted the attention of the Star Brilliance Palace Hall. They sent people to search for this young master, but how could they possibly find him? At first, there were people who suspected that it had something to do with Ling Han, but it was soon clear that Chang Fei-jun was called over by Luo Jifeng's attendant. But now not only was Chang Fei-jun missing, even Luo Jifeng and his attendant were missing, so it naturally had nothing to do with Ling Han. Ling Han decided to add fuel to the fire and spread the news that Luo Jifeng was a disciple of the Thousand Corpse sect, making the vast lands wary of this evil sect. The Thousand Corpse sect could even do something like destroying the desolate north, so it was not impossible for them to destroy the north region, or even the entire vast lands. He had Guang Yuan, Zhu Wujiao, and the others spread the news. As long as they casually mentioned it in places like tea houses and restaurants, this kind of gossip would quickly spread throughout the world as if it had wings. As expected, it had only been a few days, and the news of the Thousand Corpse sect had spread everywhere in the small town. How terrifying this force was, wanting to turn the entire vast lands into a land of corpses. In the process of spreading, the news would definitely be processed, so the more the Thousand Corpse sect spread, the more evil it became. It was practically complete. Ling Han, however, felt that this was very good. The Thousand Corpse sect indeed needed to be more vigilant. This force was too evil. Chapter 319. As far as Ling Han was concerned, there was nothing more important than obtaining the crimson red chilling ice grass on this journey. For this stock of spirit medicine, he was even willing to exchange the heavenly luck stone and the primal chaos source stone. He endured immense pain, yet acted as if he did not feel it. The body of Rock Cliff could cut off the feeling of pain, and the indestructible Heaven Scroll could fully protect his life force. Added with the protection of the Thunder Battle armor, he was qualified to continue advancing. The Rain Emperor and Yao Huiyu both looked shocked. In terms of pure defense alone, Ling Han was already above them, but in battle defense was dynamic because a powerful attack was also a form of defense. Forcing the opponent to be unable to attack, then even if one's own defense was slightly weaker, what did it matter? What they were shocked about was the battle armor on Ling Han's body. It was too shocking, actually being able to increase the static defense close to the peak stage of the Flower Blossom tier, protecting Ling Han in all aspects. But for some unknown reason, they kept feeling that this battle armor seemed to have some flaws. This was because a hole had been blasted through the Thunder Battle armor, and that was why there was a faint feeling of disharmony. It was fine at lower cultivation levels, but the higher one's cultivation level was, the more this flaw would be magnified. After all, it was not a perfect and flawless level 10 spirit tool. Meanwhile, Zhu Xianer's beautiful eyes lit up. She hoped very much that Ling Han would be able to successfully pluck it. As long as he could pluck it, there would be room for negotiation. Ling Han did not care what others thought. He simply strode forward, wanting to make use of this chance to pluck the crimson red chilling ice grass as much as possible. Otherwise, he could only wait until he had advanced into the spiritual pedestal tier before using the power boost from the Black Tower again. However, he still wanted to suppress his cultivation level and completely perfect this tier later on. He did not plan to break through quickly, so if he could make use of this chance to obtain the crimson red chilling ice grass, that would naturally be the best. Moreover, this kind of test was also an opportunity for him. 4 meters, 3 meters, 2 meters, 1 meter of spirit grass was within his reach, but Ling Han revealed an expression of pain. The might of this flame was too terrifying. Even if he had cut off his sense of pain, He still could not avoid it completely because his divine sense also felt as if it was on fire, making him feel extremely uncomfortable. He had to, as soon as possible. Ling Han took another step forward, and finally arrived by the side of the spirit grass. However, he did not pluck the grass, but instead drew out the demon birth sword, intending to dig out this spirit grass. As long as it could be stored into the Black Tower alive, then no matter what kind of environment it needed, it could grow in the Black Tower. Moreover, it could grow even better, and one day could be equivalent to 3 years. This was a level 7 spirit grass, so Ling Han naturally did not plan to only use it once. Chong, the sword struck the white stone below, and instantly innumerable sparks flew, leaving behind a shallow mark. However, the tip of the sword condensed into a layer of white frost, and a chill rapidly spread from the blade of the sword, causing Ling Han to shiver. It was as if all the blood in his body was about to freeze. He planned to slice this rock in half and store it in the Black Tower together. The tip of the sword naturally extended into the cold ground, attracting the invasion of cold air. And the strange thing was that even though the other half of the sword was in the fiery ground, it did not cancel out the cold air, but rather coexisted very harmoniously. After a wave of cold air came a wave of scorching heat, causing Ling Han's blood that had just frozen to instantly boil again, so uncomfortable that he immediately spat out blood. Fuck, this was the authentic double attack of ice and fire. Ling Han bared his teeth, but had no intention of stopping. Ding 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 ding, he used the demon birth sword like a machete, continuously slashing at the rock. Thankfully, this was a level 10 spirit tool. If its level was slightly lower, and it was slashed randomly in such a place where cold and heat intersected, it would definitely destroy the toughness of the material, and it would crack on its own after a few slashes. But even so, because Ling Han's strength was still a shortcoming, the progress of his slashing was not much, and his left hand, left foot, and right foot were already charred, emitting the fragrance of barbecued meat. His right hand was still in good condition because he had activated the indestructible heavens scroll to heal it with all his might, and had given up on the other, unimportant parts. Hunyo was very anxious, jumping up and down, but she was also filled with apprehension towards this place of cold and heat, and did not dare to rashly charge in. Moreover, Ling Han could still stand, and was still brandishing his sword, so it was not the worst time yet. If Ling Han collapsed, she would definitely dash over and drag Ling Han out with all her might. When both his legs were about to be burnt off, Ling Han generously used the indestructible true fluid. There were a total of 3 drops which could allow him to fully recover 3 times. Wang, a vast amount of life essence overflowed within his body, and his injuries were instantly healed. Ding ding ding. Ling Han slashed with even more vigor. But when the essence of the indestructible true fluid was completely exhausted, his arms and legs once again began to show signs of being charred. Yao Huiyu and the others, however, were dumbfounded. Just now, such heavy injuries could be instantly healed. What kind of astonishing healing panacea was this? If they could obtain one, wouldn't that be equivalent to having an extra life? Yao Huiyu was still unclear of Ling Han's identity, while Zhu Xian'er and the Rain Emperor nodded internally. As expected of an Earth-grade alchemist, awesome. If this was known to Lu Jitong and the other Earth-grade alchemists, they would definitely burst into tears because how could there be such an awesome Earth-grade alchemical pill in this world? Only the legendary saintly medicine, the 9 divine pill, had such effects. But that was a heaven-grade mid-level alchemical pill, and there was no longer anyone in this world that could concoct it. Ling Han slashed. Ding ding ding, the sounds of slashing rang out incessantly, causing Yao Huiyu and the others to be puzzled. Why didn't he just pull out the grass and leave? Why did he insist on slashing the rock in half? Could it be that he wanted to capture it alive and continue to raise it? Did he have such conditions? They had really guessed correctly, but they definitely would not have thought that there would be a treasure like the Black Tower. Ling Han very quickly used up the second drop of indestructible true fluid, but this time the speed of recovery was obviously slower, and the time it took for the medicinal effects to disappear was also faster. Even if it was such a godly item, it still had a resistance to medicinal effects. True, a drop of indestructible true fluid could practically revive a dead person, and the body would recover to the extent that it was completely unscathed. If there were no restrictions, then it would actually be illogical. When the effects of the second drop of indestructible true fluid completely disappeared, Ling Han had also shaved off about 2/3 of the white rock. He couldn't help but sigh. If he could grasp Sword Ray now, and then use 10,000 techniques returned to one, perhaps he would be able to slice this rock in half with a single strike. Now there was no other way, and he could only continuously circulate the 4 seasons sword technique. If he used the mysterious 3,000, Yao Huiyu would definitely come out, and even the old monsters of the Heaven Sword sect might come out to interrogate him about how he had learned this sword technique. At that time, even if he could come up with some random excuse, would the Heaven Sword sect spare an outsider who had learned their sect's sword technique? Thus, before he had enough strength, Ling Han did not want the Heaven Sword sect to know that he had learned the 3 styles of black origin. Chop 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 chop. In a short while, Ling Han was forced to use up the last drop of indestructible true fluid, and at this moment the white rock was also about to be sliced in half. Ling Han seemed to have gone mad. There was no more indestructible true fluid to extend his life now, so he had to slice the white rock in half before he collapsed. Chapter 320. The cloaked woman gritted her teeth in anger, and couldn't help but say, "My name is Mu Fei Yao. You can find me in the Middle States Cold City." Ling Han couldn't help but smile. This woman was so easily provoked, so she probably wasn't very old. He continued, "You're hiding like this and you still want me to believe you?" Mu Fei Yao reached out and was about to take off her cloak, but immediately humped and said, "I almost fell for your trick, you cunning brat." Her gaze turned cold and she said, "If you provoke me again, be careful that I don't break your neck. Then you still need to have the ability to do so." Ling Han suddenly exploded, and turned around to grab Mu Fei Yao's neck, pushing her against the wall of the carriage. Mu Fei Yao was shocked. She was in the spiritual pedestal tier, and even if she was now heavily injured and her ability had fallen to the spiritual ocean tier, she was still countless times stronger than someone in the first layer of the gushing spring tier. But now, she was actually subdued by a single move from Ling Han. How could she believe this? Ling Han's power was shockingly great, enough to rival someone in the 5th layer of the spiritual ocean tier. "Which party do you come from, and why do you insist on buying that alchemy furnace?" Ling Han asked. Spending so many origin crystals to buy a damaged and useless alchemy furnace, he didn't believe that this was money to burn, what more when 2 people were fighting over it. "Why should I tell a liar like you?" Mu Fei Yao said, unconvinced. "Because if you don't tell me, I'll spank your bottom," Ling Han said calmly. Mu Fei Yao instantly trembled in fear. She was a pure and clean young lady, and if her bottom was spanked by a stinky man, how would she have the face to live in the future? Especially when this man had the same name as the alchemy emperor from 10,000 years ago. This was a great taboo for them, but she couldn't submit even more. Her pride wouldn't allow it. She gritted her teeth and said, "If you dare to run amok, I'll definitely spare no expense to kill you." "Ha!" Ling Han didn't mind at all. "I've changed my mind now. I'll take you to a crowded and lively place, and spank your bottom in front of everyone." Mu Fei Yao inhaled sharply and said in a trembling voice, You can't. You can test my bottom line," Ling Han said lightly. Mu Fei Yao looked into Ling Han's eyes. His gaze was clear, but it was filled with wildness. This kind of person would definitely not have any misgivings when he did things. He would definitely do what he said and he would definitely do it. She definitely should not attempt to anger this kind of person. "I am a disciple of the Cold Spear Association." She took a step back. In any case, this was no secret. Ling Han was instantly startled. The Cold Spear Association was a little secret between him and his 4 disciples. They had once wanted to create a power, and they had even thought of a name. It would be called the Cold Spear Association. However, before they could officially start, Ling Han had disappeared into the ancient ruins. Could it be that this Cold Spear Association had been founded by his 4 disciples after his death? If that was the case, it would be extremely normal for Mu Fei Yao to bid for the pill furnace he had once used. But why did the old man of the flower blossom tier also want to compete for this alchemy furnace? Moreover, the 2 of them even fought, and it was most likely because of this alchemy furnace. Then what about the old man just now? Ling Han asked. "He is a fake member of the Cold Spear Association." Mu Fei Yao's face was immediately filled with fury. "These swindlers, we will definitely exterminate them, and not allow them to roam the world under the name of Grandmaster Ling." Ling Han was even more astonished. There were actually two cold spear associations. Mu Feiyao thought that the other was a fake, and the other probably thought the same as well. Thus, both parties were desperately fighting over the alchemy furnace he had once used. But the problem was he had already died 10,000 years ago, so why did they still respect him so much, paying such a huge price for the alchemy furnace he had once used? Could it be that the two cold spear associations had both been founded by his disciples? And some kind of conflict had arisen between them, causing them to hate each other and want to exterminate the other? From the fact that they had spared no expense to buy the alchemy furnace he had once used, it was clear that these two cold spear associations respected him very much. But since that was the case, why did they have to hate each other to such an extent? Ling Han felt a headache coming on. What had actually happened after his death that caused a conflict to arise between his four disciples, resulting in the establishment of two cold spear associations, and the love-hate relationship between them? However, these two parties were only opposing each other because the other had pretended to be a member of the Cold Spear Association, and wanted nothing more than to kill each other. Then, if he admitted to the identity of his last life, he would definitely be considered a super swindler by these two Cold Spear Associations, and be killed to pieces. Looking at Mu Feiyao's current appearance, she had definitely gone mad. She could do anything, so why would she care about his identity as an Earth-grade alchemist? You can leave now. Ling Han tossed Mu Feiyao off the carriage, not having the slightest bit of tenderness towards the fairer sex. Mu Feiyao fell heavily onto the ground. Her face was filled with disbelief. She had actually been tossed out by Ling Han just like that. This detestable guy, don't let me encounter him, or else I'll definitely make things difficult for him. Carrying even more questions, Ling Han finally arrived at the Winter Moon sect. At this time, there were still 2 days before the Winter Moon sect opened their doors to accept disciples. For a large sect like the Winter Moon sect, normally their doors were naturally tightly shut, and people entered and exited through small doors. Only when there was a major event, such as paying respects to the ancestors, or the arrival of an extremely important guest, or the Great Disciple Acceptance Ceremony that was held once every 5 years, would the doors be opened. Looking from afar, a giant stone door was locked between the mountain paths, and there were 2 small doors on the side. One could enter and the other could exit. There was an endless stream of people, showing the prosperity of the Winter Moon sect. Further up, there were clouds and mist, as if dragons were dancing in the mountains. Although there was a large city near the Winter Moon sect called Seabreeze City, it was still some distance away, after all, and the time for the opening of the sect's doors to accept disciples was approaching. Thus, many people set up tents at the foot of the mountain, waiting for the arrival of this day. After all, the opportunity was rare, and only came once every 5 years. There were not only young people from the desolate north here, but the entire north region. The Winter Moon sect was one of the 5 great sects of the north region, and if they could enter, it was equivalent to opening an extremely bright door, and naturally attracted countless young people with dreams. If one looked down from a high place, it was really a black mass and there were heads everywhere. Just here alone, there were about a few 100,000 people. This number seemed like a lot, but if one thought about how many people there were in the North region, a few 100,000 was really very normal. Just the 9 nations of the desolate North had about 1 billion people, and the desolate North was only a small rural corner in the North region. Ling Han told the others to stay in Seabreeze City, and came to the foot of the mountain of the Winter Moon sect alone. Regarding the exam the day after tomorrow, there was already a large amount of information spread out. First was the reward. Those who entered the top 10 would all receive a great reward. And the reward for the first was a spirit tool called Thunder Battle Armor. This spirit tool was said to have been passed down from ancient times, and in the long history of inheritance, it had already been damaged a lot, so its power was not as before, but it was still a precious treasure. It's actually Thunder Battle Armor. Ling Han was very surprised. Chapter 321. It wasn't strange that the Winter Moon sect was willing to take out such a spirit tool as a reward, because the first in the exam would definitely be heavily nurtured by the Winter Moon sect, and would definitely become a core member of the sect in the future. So this spirit tool only went 1 round, and would eventually return to the hands of the Winter Moon sect. It's actually the Thunder Battle Armor. Ling Han was very surprised. This wasn't the first time he heard of the Thunder Battle Armor. In his last life, the Thunder Battle Armor had appeared, and its owner at that time was the famous Thunder Empress Shuexian, one of the 7 elites of the Heaven tier in his last life. Although Shuexian only ranked 4th among the 7 kings in his last life, the 3 people before her were super freaks like the Sword Emperor, Heavenly Phoenix Divine Maiden, and Setting Sun Saber Emperor. Ranking 4th didn't mean she was weak. On the contrary, aside from Ling Han, the other 6 were all ridiculously strong. And the reason why Shuexian was so strong was related to the thunder battle armor she wore. This battle armor not only had shocking defensive abilities, but could also release the might of lightning, which allowed her to rank 4th. Unexpectedly, after 10,000 years, the thunder battle armor actually appeared again, and landed in the hands of a small force like the Winter Moon sect. Could it be that Shuexian had fallen? That couldn't be right. Even if Shuexian didn't shatter the void and become immortal, she still had the Blue Thunder sect behind her. That was a great sect that still stood tall even now, immortal like the Heaven Sword sect and the Absolute Saber sect. Would they just let a treasure wander outside like that? No, if this thunder battle armor still had the might of the past, then would the Winter Moon sect still take it out as a reward? Such a treasure would even make the elites of the Winter Moon sect jealous. Perhaps it was very badly damaged, so the Blue Thunder sect gave up, so the Winter Moon sect didn't have any elites interested, so they simply took it out as a reward. In any case, it would stay in the Winter Moon sect. No matter, let's get the thing first, Ling Han mumbled. This time his interest was really piqued because even if the thunder battle armor was damaged, it was still a level 9 spirit tool, and was definitely worth making a move on. This time, the Winter Moon sect would recruit a total of 10,000 disciples, and it was not easy to squeeze into these 10,000, because there were countless young geniuses in the North region. Naturally, it would be even more difficult to come out on top among these 10,000 victors. Moreover, what was even more outrageous was that even disciples of the Winter Moon sect below the age of 30 could participate in this exam. Naturally, these people were also aiming for the rewards. Aside from the thunder battle armor, there were also a few other spiritual weapons, a few spiritual talismans, and a few medicinal pills. Even for the disciples of the Winter Moon sect, this was still very attractive. Fortunately, everyone abided by the condition of being under 30 years old. The content of the test was very simple. Everyone would enter Mount Yulong. At the same time, everyone would be given a very small token. In the next 3 days, everyone would have to fight for the token. 3 days later, the number of tokens that everyone had obtained would be calculated, and those who ranked in the top 10,000 would be able to enter the Winter Moon sect. As for the top 100 people, they would have a chance to participate in the second round. Once the top 10 were decided, they would receive additional rewards. The first place would be the Thunder Battle Armor. Therefore, there was a strategy to speak of. Just now, there were already several 100,000 people, and added with the many people in Seabreeze City, the total number of people should exceed 1 million without a problem. This was destined to result in a large number of people being eliminated. However, precisely because of this, some of the weaker people had other values. It was better to sell the token in their hands than to work for nothing. More importantly, participating in this exam was a very dangerous thing. The Winter Moon sect did not say that they could not injure or even kill people in the exam. After this news spread, it caused many people to give up. Since that was the case, why not take this opportunity to earn a small fortune? Participate in the exam, obtain the token, and immediately hand it to the seller after the exam began, then leave. Therefore, the powerful buyers had already begun to take action. They contacted people in private and started to discuss the price. Hi, this Tan brother. Ling Han was naturally disturbed by many people. He had already sent away quite a few sellers, and this time a chubby young man came back. His whole body was covered in gold, silver, and jewels, as if afraid that others did not know he was rich. Ling Han's gaze swept over him. This young man was really rich. Those gold, silver, and jewels were obviously like trash in the eyes of martial artists, but the hairpin he wore was made from ebony wood. The belt was woven from spotted silk and black soaring gold, and the sword sheath at his waist was made from 8 treasures star iron. These were all astonishingly valuable materials that required a large amount of origin crystals to be bought. It was believed that even if it was a personal disciple of the Winter Moon sect, being able to obtain one of these treasures was already very shocking, not to mention that so many treasures were on one person. Ling Han had now disguised himself into a tanned young man, and his appearance had also changed a lot. He was very ordinary, belonging to the type that would definitely not attract attention in a crowd. "This brother with a bulging wallet, what business do you have?" Ling Han said with a smile. The chubby young man grinned, filled with a feeling of sincerity. He reached out to pat Ling Han's shoulder and said, "Brother, the exam will begin tomorrow. Do you want to advance into the top 10,000? Or even the top 100? What's the use of thinking?" Ling Han deliberately sighed, a bit surprised. This guy actually didn't come to buy tokens. I have a way as long as you can afford it." The chubby young man came over and said in a low voice, "I have a spirit tool that can be used at the poly tier, and its power is comparable to the spiritual ocean tier. With this spirit tool, you only need to wait for 3 days and then kill everyone you see. There will naturally be a lot of tokens for you to pick up." "Oh, take it out," Ling Han said with a smile. Come, follow me to a place with fewer people. This kind of treasure can't be taken by others," the chubby young man said, pretending to be mysterious. The two came to a remote corner, and the chubby young man took out a red ball and said, "This is called Heaven Shocking Thunder Shattering Heaven and Earth, Exploding Light Ball that Flattens the World. Here it is." He shook the ball a few times and then threw it on the ground. Pong! It immediately formed a huge explosion, and its power was shocking. After the smoke and dust dispersed, the chubby young man picked up the ball that he had thrown before, and said to Ling Han proudly, "How is it? But this thing can only be used 10 times, so after you take it back, don't use it carelessly." Ling Han smiled. The chubby young man wore a ring on his finger, and it was not a normal ring, but a spatial spirit tool. When he picked up the ball, he had already stored it in his space ring. Then, he took out another ball from his space ring. It looked exactly the same, but it was a fake. This was a fraud. Chapter 322. The plump young man's movements were very, very fast. If it wasn't for the fact that Ling Han had a sliver of heaven-tier divine sense, he definitely wouldn't have discovered the young man's trick. However, with his eyesight, this fake whatever ball couldn't possibly deceive him. Come. Since you're pleasing to the eye, I'll only ask for 10 origin crystals." The plump young man walked closer, and even handed over the ball. Ling Han took the ball and said with a smile, "How about I blow you up, and then I won't have to pay a single origin crystal. Though it'll reduce the number of uses, it's still worth it." The plump young man chuckled and said, "Tan brother, you really like to joke." Ling Han flicked his finger and this ball shot swiftly towards the sky. The plump young man's gaze couldn't help but follow, and he raised his head to look towards the sky. Ling Han reached out and grabbed at the hairpin on his head, and said with a smile, "I don't want this whatever ball. I only want this hairpin on your head." The plump young man was shocked, and hurriedly raised his right hand. Wang densely packed vein-like patterns immediately lit up on his sleeve, forming a soft white light that blocked Ling Han's attack. With a slight shock, Ling Han couldn't help but take 2 steps back. He felt his right hand go slightly numb, and a spider web-like crack actually appeared. Blood seeped out, forming beads of blood. However, he channeled the indestructible heaven scroll, and the wound immediately healed, instantly becoming completely fine again. "Yo, so you're an expert." The plump young man came back to his senses, and stretched out his hand to catch the ball in the sky. He was trying to act cool, and his head didn't reach the sky. He wanted to catch the ball that Ling Han had just shot into the sky, but unexpectedly he had miscalculated, and it heavily smashed onto his head. "Ayo!" He hurriedly covered his head, and instantly his image was completely ruined. Ling Han laughed and said, "With your outfit, a normal sect wouldn't be able to nurture you, so why did you come here to trick little kids?" To tell you the truth, I'm only outwardly strong but inwardly weak. If it weren't for this outfit, wouldn't I be robbed instead when encountering an expert like you? As the saying goes, when walking in the martial world, one has to grasp both and both hands have to be strong," the plump young man said, without the slightest awkwardness of a thief caught. How should I address you?" Ling Han patted his shoulder. As the saying goes, rely on your friends when you're away from home. My surname is Ma, and my full name is Duo Bao. People call me Lord Bao, but since we hit it off, you can just call me Brother Bao," the fat youth said casually. Brother Bao, we can be considered friends, and as the saying goes, for friends of friends of friends of friends of friends of I of, Ling Han said of. Pa! Ma Duo Bao immediately jumped up. You're really greedy. This mysterious jade belt was something that I, Bao Yi, spent a lot of money to get. Also, we're Bao Yi Bao Ge, not Bao Yi. Your surname is Ma, why don't you call me Bao Bao? Ling Han patted the other's shoulder again and continued. This pair of boots is also not bad. Our feet are about the same size, why don't we switch? No. Ma Duo Bao rolled his eyes. I say, why are you even more black-bellied than Bao Yi? Don't wrongly accuse me, I'm very pure, Ling Han said seriously. Pure, your sister. Ma Duo Bao hurriedly ran away and said as he ran. Don't delay Bao Ye's time to earn money, let's go scam some more idiots. Pa pa pa. By the time he said the last word, he had already disappeared without a trace. Ling Han's expression froze slightly. This youngster was very unusual, wearing spirit tools from head to toe, and he himself gave Ling Han the feeling that he wasn't wearing anything. Nowadays, martial art was in a flourishing age. Not only were all kinds of geniuses emerging like bamboo shoots after the rain, but freaks and perverts also came one after another. He didn't believe that Ma Duo Bao carrying so many spirit tools would be discovered by him alone, but this brat was still living like a fish in water, so he definitely had some tricks up his sleeve that even the older generation didn't make a move on him. A smile also appeared at the corner of Ling Han's lips. He had changed his appearance now, so what if he entered the Black Tower in public and used the demon birth sword? Who would know who he was? Of course, it was better not to use it if he could. The most important thing was to get the Thunder battle armor, and give the Winter Moon sect a good thrashing while he was at it. Ling Han returned to his original spot, and just when he was planning to rest, he saw a purple-clothed youngster walk over, followed by a dozen or so people, with an arrogance that his eyes were almost growing on his forehead. Hey brat, during tomorrow's exam, you'll join our Zhao alliance and be my subordinate, the purple-clothed youngster said to himself. Hurry up and thank our master Zhao, or else a lone brat like you would definitely be courting death, someone flattered from behind. Brat, do you know how many famous geniuses will appear this time? Humph, little overlord Spear Yongchong doesn't know. He'll participate tomorrow. There's also Sword of Justice by Ming, reputed to be able to split a mountain with one strike. The others said one after another. Meeting these people will only lead to death, so everyone has to stick together and unite by Master Zhao's side to survive. Don't think about the top 100. Even the Winter Moon sect will send out young elites to participate, so it's good enough that we can enter the top 10,000. After another 5 years, we who haven't reached 30 will naturally be able to participate in the next exam, and will be able to fight for a ranking then. Ling Han laughed loudly and said, not a bad plan, but a bunch of trash added together is still trash. Sorry, I have no plans to team up with trash. That would lower my standards. Insolence. Those guys shouted in anger, all wanting to make a move, but were stopped by the purple-clothed youngster. It's strictly forbidden to cause trouble now. Whoever causes trouble will be disqualified from the exam, and in serious cases will be killed on the spot, the purple-clothed youngster reprimanded sternly, looking towards Ling Han and laughing coldly. Black brat, you refuse a toast only to drink a forfeit. Humph, don't let us meet tomorrow. If I don't tear out all the bones in your body, my name isn't Zhao Ri. Killing intent flashed through Ling Han's eyes, and he said indifferently, if you insist on seeking death, I don't mind killing a few trash. Humph, let's go. Zhao Ri left with his people, going to recruit lackeys again. There were many people like this, and most of them used both strength and money to pave the way, because it wasn't safe to just buy command tokens, as the test would last for 3 days. If they were targeted by someone with strength and robbed, wouldn't that be a waste of money? So, those with some brains already started to find lackeys. After all, there was strength in numbers, and others wouldn't dare to rashly provoke them. Ling Han was alone, and naturally was always targeted by others, wanting to pull him into their own camp. After all, first layer of the Gushing Spring tier wasn't considered weak, and could be considered a quasi-elite among the younger generation. Phone reading was more refreshing. Chapter 323. Shui Guchang was ranked 20th on the Prodigy roll last year, and had the cultivation level of the second layer of the spiritual pedestal tier. But now, he was shockingly already in the 4th layer of the spiritual pedestal tier. This was very normal. There were many alchemical pills that could speed up cultivation below the flower blossom tier, and these prodigies definitely had the support of sex behind them, so they were completely capable of causing their cultivation level to undergo an earth-shattering change within a year. And if it were not for the fact that he was worried about spoiling things through excessive enthusiasm, Shui Gucheng's cultivation level could possibly be even higher. For example, Zhu Xian'er's information only showed that she was in the second layer of the spiritual pedestal tier, but now she had shockingly advanced into the fifth layer. For these prodigies, their cultivation levels would be greatly different every few months, and if they still judged them with the old standards of 1 year ago, they would definitely be deceived. The one ranked below Shui Gucheng was Ji Derong. According to the information, Ji Derong had always been unconvinced, so he would challenge the prodigies every time he saw them. That short man just now must have been Ji Derong, and he fit the description on the information very well. As the time of the prodigy tournament drew closer and closer, all kinds of monsters appeared. Can Yi Lu Yutong and Zhu Wujiu all wanted to participate in the prodigy tournament this time. Moreover, they were very ambitious. Not only did they want to be ranked on the prodigy roll, they also wanted to obtain a high ranking, but there was not much hope for them to come now. At first, Kenye's cultivation level was the highest, and he also had the highest chance of obtaining a good ranking on the prodigy roll. Unfortunately, he had already broken through to the spiritual ocean tier before he refined the heavenly Lux Stone. Unless he broke through to the spiritual pedestal tier, the heavenly Lux Stone would not be able to be of any use at all. Thus, his current battle prowess was at most on par with Zhu Wujiu, who had broken through to the spiritual ocean tier, and was far inferior to Lu Yutong, who had broken through to the spiritual ocean tier. If he did not have an overwhelming advantage in cultivation level, his battle prowess would not be as strong as Lu Yutong's. As Ling Han thought this, he walked towards Forget Not. It was almost time for dinner. However, when he arrived at the restaurant, he shockingly discovered that a large hole had been blasted out on one side of the restaurant's wall. It was currently being repaired, so there was not a single customer in the restaurant. He frowned and said, "What's going on?" Just now there were two madmen fighting. One of them was hit, and his body crashed over, smashing a large hole in our restaurant. Thankfully, only a few waiters were injured, and no lives were lost, Zhu Wujiu said very gloomily. Ling Han was instantly angered and said, "Was there a guy with a short stature who was holding a hammer?" "Yes." Zhu Wujiu nodded and then asked in surprise, "How did young Master Han know?" Ling Han did not answer, and instead turned around to leave. "Young Master Han, where are you going?" Zhu Wujiu hurriedly chased after him. "Naturally, I'm going to find those two bastards and make them pay for it," Ling Han said with a dark expression. "Young Master Han, those two people are on the prodigy roll, and they are both in the spiritual pedestal tier. One is ranked 20th, and the other is ranked 21st, Zhu Wujiu said in a trembling voice. He had not known before, either, and only found out how great the background of those two madmen was after hearing the discussions of others. Ling Han did not even turn his head and said, "So what? I'll give them a beating first, then drag them back here to work for a month." Zhu Wujiu could not help but shiver. He knew that Ling Han was very fierce, and his battle prowess was astonishing, but there was still a gap of a major tier between them after all. Moreover, Shui Gucheng and Ji Derong were both on the prodigy roll, and similarly had the powerful ability to challenge those at a higher cultivation level than them. That was no laughing matter. "You stay here. Someone has to stand guard at the restaurant," Ling Han said in a low voice. "Yes, yes." Zhu Wujiu nodded. When he recalled that Ling Han was an earth-grade alchemist, he could not help but feel relieved. Even if you were the first on the prodigy roll when you saw Ling Han, you would still have to lower your head and address him as Grandmaster. How could he have forgotten about this? He had been worrying for nothing for so long. Ling Han strode forwards and asked around on his way. Shui Gucheng and Ji Derong had fought so merrily, so they naturally left behind witnesses along the way. At this moment they were all discussing fervently, and there was no need for Ling Han to deliberately ask around. They were all talking about it. Thus, Ling Han very easily followed the path of the battle between the two of them. But after a dozen or so minutes, he heard from the passers-by that the two of them had already stopped fighting, and had returned to their respective homes. Ling Han first tracked down that short hammer-wielding shorty, and asked around on his way, until he arrived in front of an inn. He shouted loudly, "Shorty G, get out here!" The initially noisy inn immediately became quiet. What was going on? Someone actually dared to ask the person ranked 21st on the prodigy roll to get out here? Furthermore, it was Shorty G. Was he trying to stir up a hornet's nest? Everyone knew that though Jiderong was not the first on the prodigy roll in terms of temper, he was definitely in the top 3. Pung. True enough, an instant later, a window was broken open, and a short man leapt out. Originally, with his stature, it was impossible for him to cause too much damage, but who asked him to be carrying a large hammer on his shoulder? When he crashed into the room, he practically split the whole room into 2 halves. Which bastard actually dares to insult your grandpa G? Jiderong's eyes widened in anger. Being able to remain on the prodigy roll, he was at most 30 years old, but his face was fully covered with a full beard, and it looked like he was more than 40 years old. Ling Han walked over and said, "You idiot! You destroyed my restaurant, so I'm here to capture you and bring you back to be a waiter." Ha 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 ha. When Jiderong heard this, he was first startled, then laughed loudly. Had he heard wrongly? There was actually someone who wanted to capture him and bring him back to be a waiter? He looked at Ling Han a few more times and said, "You are quite interesting, but you should not joke around with your grandpa G. Are you kidding me?" Ling Han leaped over, and with a kick he aimed straight for Jiderong's face. "How dare you!" Jiderong was furious. Though he admired Ling Han's sense of humor, this young man actually dared to kick him. This was really too audacious. He decided to make Ling Han suffer a little. He could at least keep his life and let him entertain his boredom. He moved and casually made a grabbing motion, but his expression immediately changed. That was because the might of this kick from Ling Han was astonishingly terrifying, causing even him to feel a chill. Fuck, was this really a young man in the 9th layer of the spiritual ocean tier? Pung. Jiderong was instantly and solidly kicked in the face. With a great force, he was unquestionably stomped onto the ground. Pung, a hole instantly appeared in the ground, and his whole head had sunk in. The destructive power of this kick was too great. Even if Jiderong was someone ranked on the prodigy roll, so what? He had already been knocked unconscious by the force of the kick. His limbs drooped and he looked like a dead dog. Everyone present paled in shock. There was a considerable number of martial artists in this inn. Some had come to participate in the prodigy tournament, while others had come to spectate. Naturally, they all recognized who Jiderong was. But it was precisely such a young elite that had been knocked unconscious by a single stomp. This instantly caused a considerable number of those who had planned to participate in the prodigy tournament to back out. My God, with such a monster here, what the hell are you still participating in? I'll teach you how to be a proper person at any moment. All of a sudden, the whole place fell silent again. Chapter 324. A day's time quickly passed, and the Winter Moon Sect's once every 5 years disciple recruitment ceremony finally began. Rumble. The huge mountain gate, which had not been opened for a long time, slowly opened. It was too heavy, and when it opened it was as if there was an earthquake. Small stones fell from the nearby mountain walls, and the soil on the ground shook like a carpet. Everyone felt their scalps go numb. This was too shocking. Just the opening of a mountain gate had caused such a huge commotion. A ray of light shot out from the mountain gate. It was indescribably dazzling, causing everyone to involuntarily close their eyes, not daring to go forward. Only when the ray of light gradually weakened and became gentle did it once again pass. At this moment, an old man walked out from the mountain gate. Flowers bloomed with every step he took, forming incomparably resplendent patterns in midair. One after another, they didn't disappear even after a long time. His physical body flew into the air flower blossom tier. Everyone couldn't help but feel deep veneration. This was an existence that transcended the mortal world. In the eyes of ordinary people, this was actually a god. Otherwise, how could mortals fly and have a long lifespan of 200 to 300 years? Our sect has officially begun accepting disciples, the old man said indifferently. His voice was very gentle, but it was clearly transmitted to everyone's ears. At the same time, it suppressed the voices of the millions of people present. It was very hard to imagine that so many people had shut their mouths at the same time. It was so quiet that even a pin drop could be heard, but that was the truth. If the aura of a flower blossom tier cultivator could not even suppress 1,000,000 ordinary people, then it would be a waste to call him extraordinary. You all know the rules, so I'll just explain it briefly. Now, enter the mountain gate one by one, collect your tokens, and then enter the forest from the two sides. That is where you will fight. Disciples under the age of 30 can also participate, but they can only join on the third day. Fight and seize the token. This is the first step. In addition, you have to rush to the northwest of Mount Yulong within 3 days. There is a valley there called Luoyan Valley. On the third day, if you don't arrive at Luoyan Valley by the time the moon rises to the middle of the sky, you will be disqualified. Therefore, if you think that you have obtained enough tokens, you can go to the Fallen Goose Valley in advance. You don't have to wait until the end of the 3 days. From here, there are a total of 26 roads that lead to Luoyan Valley. You can decide which one to take. Since you are participating in the assessment, you are responsible for your own life and death. Let's start. The old man sat cross-legged in the sky, but a great pressure pressed down on everyone, making them feel as if a rock was pressing down on their hearts. They didn't even dare to breathe loudly. Everyone stepped forward one by one and received their tokens. Those who were alone immediately ran into the depths of the forest, while those who were in groups waited there. Soon small teams were formed. Ling Han's gaze swept over, and he really did see a few dazzling people. A red-clothed youngster with a long spear on his back exuded an iron-blooded, murderous aura. The cultivation of the 7th layer of the spiritual ocean tier was quite extraordinary. This should be Little Overlord Spear Yang Chong. Reaching the 7th layer of the spiritual ocean tier at the age of 24 or 25 was indeed extraordinary. One had to know that Guang Yuan was only at the 5th layer of the spiritual ocean tier at the time, and now he had just stepped into the 8th layer, but there was a gap of 20 years between their ages. Yang Chong immediately sensed Ling Han's gaze and turned his head to look at him. He couldn't help but reveal a hint of disdain at the corner of his mouth. He continued to stride forward, as if he didn't care about Ling Han at all. And this guy needs to be beaten up properly, Ling Han said inwardly. He then looked at a youngster with a long sword at his waist. Listening to the discussions of the people nearby, that was Sword of Justice by Ming. He was also at the 7th layer of the spiritual ocean tier, and his battle prowess was even more unfathomable. It was said that he once killed a bandit at the 9th layer of the spiritual ocean tier with one strike, and had a great reputation. There was also a red-clothed girl with a face like a peach blossom, astonishingly beautiful. There was a large red flower in her hair, making her jade-like beautiful face look tender and alluring. A black whip was tied around her waist, outlining her slender waist to the point that it could be grasped with one hand, making her already proud and impressive look even more majestic. Her raised buttocks formed an astonishing arc. In the world of martial art, the number of females was obviously less than that of males, and beautiful women were even less, not to mention that this girl was also in the spiritual ocean tier. Thus, she was like a magnet, attracting the gazes of countless people in the surroundings. The men's eyes were burning hot, and the women's eyes were red. Listening to the discussions of the surrounding people, this girl was called Si Chi Meng. But as for whether she was strong or not, no one knew because no one had seen her fight. Ling Han temporarily only went to these 3 strong people. There were too many people here, and he couldn't come at all, so he could only go to those that were closer to him. The crowd was too crowded, so after an hour, Ling Han finally entered through the mountain gates and received his token. He slowly and leisurely walked into the forest and immediately, he felt the gazes of groups of people fixed on him. However, the more calm and composed Ling Han appeared, the more these people didn't dare to act rashly. Who knew if he was pretending to be weak to eat the tiger? The Winter Moon sect didn't say that spirit tools couldn't be used, and adding on the factor of spirit tools, it would make his battle prowess completely unfathomable. However, they didn't make a move, but it didn't mean that others wouldn't. Hand over the token, then scram. Yang Chong walked with large strides and shouted at a small team that was guarding here. The other party was still waiting for their people here and hadn't left. Yang Chong, the exam has just begun, why be so angry? Give me Miao Tai Ning some face and we'll mind our own business, how about it? The leader of the small team walked out and clasped his hands at Yang Chong. You're courting death. Yang Chong snorted coldly and charged out, both fists punching out. How dare you? Miao Tai Ning roared angrily, and hurriedly called for his lackeys to go up together. However, no matter how many dregs were added together, they were still dregs. These people didn't even have the qualifications to force Yang Chong to use his spear. Instantly, 3 people were blasted into a rain of blood by the iron fists, and Miao Taining was one of them. Instantly, the others lost all their fighting spirit and turned to run. "All of you stay here." Yang Chong's figure leapt forward, punching 1 person each, instantly annihilating this small group. He said to a young man passing by, "You search their tokens for me." The young man was so scared that his face turned pale and he didn't dare to resist. He hurriedly found the token from the corpses all over the ground and trembled as he brought it in front of Yang Chong. Yang Chong took out a bag and put away the token, then waved his hand and said, "Scram, if I meet you again in one day, I won't make things difficult for you." Thank you, young Master Yang." The young man was overjoyed and hurriedly bowed to express his thanks. Yang Chong ignored him and looked at the other small groups, his killing intent surging. "Run!" Those small groups immediately scattered like birds and beasts, desperately fleeing into the mountain forest. Yang Chong showed a disdainful expression. His gaze swept over and revealed a strong desire to fight. He said, "You too, do you want to fight with me, Yang Chong?" Bai Ming and Si Qiming had already taken the token and walked into the mountain gate. Chapter 325. These were 3 powerful geniuses, all in the 7th layer of the spiritual ocean tier, which was quite shocking. Bai Ming looked at Yang Chong without any sign of weakness, and Yang Chong did the same. One of them touched the hilt of his sword, while the other reached for the body of his spear, burning with fighting spirit as if they were going to burn. But in the end they didn't make a move, and only took a deep look at each other before entering the mountain forest. The exam had just begun, and it was too early to make a move. Even if they won, they wouldn't be able to get a few tokens, and would instead reveal their trump cards. It had to be known that there were definitely not only 3 geniuses here. That tanned brother. Amidst the shouts, a fat and round young man practically rolled over, stopping in front of Ling Han and panting. "You're too ungrateful, not waiting for Treasure Master." Ling Han smiled faintly and said, "You actually dare to show yourself? Aren't you afraid of being exposed for your deceitful business and being hunted down?" "Pa, when did I deceive?" Ma Duobao sneered. "Treasure Master has always been honest in doing business. Don't ruin Treasure Master's reputation." "Fine, you still have reputation." Ling Han shook his head. "Brother He, how about we join hands?" Ma Duobao came over. "Why?" Ling Han asked. "You're covered in jewels, do you still need to join hands with anyone?" If he didn't summon the demon birth sword, even he couldn't do anything to Ling Han's spirit tools. "Hee, Brother He, don't you want to do a big deal?" Ma Duobao snickered, moved his head over, and said in a low voice, "Don't tell me you're not interested in the medicinal garden here." Ling Han was surprised and said, "You want to steal the medicinal garden here, you're quite daring." "Hee, we're kindred spirits. Second brother doesn't talk about boss." Ma Duobao nudged Ling Han and said, How about it, Treasure Master is most skilled at removing formations and restrictions, what can you do?" Ling Han scratched his head and said, "Where did you find out that I look like a thief? Why do you think so yourself?" Ma Duobao laughed heartily and said, All right, Treasure Master has been doing business for so many years. Once you raise your butt, Treasure Master will know what kind of shit you're shitting. I already said that we're on the same path, yet you're still trying to be secretive. Are you not treating Treasure Master as a friend?" Ling Han rolled his eyes and said, "We've never been friends. Strangers the first time, familiarity the second. Aren't we friends now?" Ma Duobao looked at Ling Han a few more times. This disguise technique is really not bad. It almost fooled even Treasure Lord. This time Ling Han was really shocked. The other party could actually see through his disguise. He activated the Eye of Truth and looked towards the other party. But Ma Duobao raised a hand in front of his face. There were vein-like patterns on his sleeve that emitted a faint light, yet even Ling Han's Eye of Truth couldn't penetrate it. "Well, what kind of luck do you have to actually get the Eye of Truth?" "Ha ha ha, now Treasure Master has complete confidence. You're in charge of the eyes, and Treasure Master is in charge of the hands. I guarantee that not a single blade of grass will grow in this medicinal garden," Ma Duobao said excitedly. Ling Han's heart trembled. This guy could even recognize the Eye of Truth with a single glance. Was he really a young man? He could disguise himself, but why couldn't the other party? When he entered the mountain gates, there was a flower blossom tier cultivator keeping watch. Don't look like he was unperturbed, but if there was someone who had exceeded the age limit in disguise and hid in the crowd, he would definitely discover it at the first moment. Whether one was young or not could be seen from their life force. After 30, as long as one didn't enter the flower blossom tier, the various functions of the body would begin to decline, and life force would show a downward trend, completely different from the exuberant vitality of young people. However, if Ma Duobao was an old monster in disguise, then what kind of cultivation level would he have to be able to hide from the eyes of a flower blossom tier cultivator? Ling Han thought and said, "All right, then let's work together." He was also very interested in emptying the Winter Moon sect's medicinal garden. Yulong Mountain was the private property of the Winter Moon sect. To prevent people from sneaking into the mountain to dig for herbs and hunt beasts, the entire mountain range was protected by a mountain guarding formation. If an external force forcefully broke through, it would definitely alert the Winter Moon sect. However, they already entered the Winter Moon sect, so they didn't have to worry about triggering the formation. As long as they had the ability to open the medicinal garden's restriction, they could easily empty the medicinal garden. The two of them looked at each other and both laughed. They advanced. Ma Duobao obviously did his homework and kept leading the way in front, walking in a fixed direction. "Stop, hand over the token, and I can spare your lives." However, after they walked for a while, they encountered an ambush from a small team. There were a total of 34 people, and they were surrounded. "Are you going to attack or should I?" Ling Han asked Ma Duobao with a smile. "Treasure Grandpa is only interested in treasures. Keep the token yourself." Ma Duobao shrugged. As expected, this guy came for the Winter Moon sect's medicinal garden. Scamming people of origin crystals before was probably just his personality, and he probably had the mentality that he'd be an idiot not to take advantage of others. Ling Han smiled at those people and said, "It's a robbery now, be serious, hand over the token." Those people were seething with anger. They were the robbers, all right? "You insist on using force, brothers, kill." These people all brandished their sabers and swords as they charged over. Ling Han frowned. If these people had only intended to rob him, then he would not mind turning the tables on them and letting them live after robbing them. But now these people were all exuding killing intent, and already harbored the intention to kill. He couldn't help but snort coldly, and his left hand slapped the scabbard. Xiao, the long sword, instantly bounced out, and he grabbed it in his hand. Shua, a dazzling sword light swept out. Pew 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 pew, fresh blood splattered, and bloodstains appeared on each of these people's right shoulders, dangling powerlessly. The weapons in their hands instantly fell to the ground as they cried out in shock. "This pretense is good, I give 10 points. Ma Duobao clapped. In the end, Ling Han didn't kill, and only crippled these people's right hands. It wouldn't affect their movements in the future, but he couldn't be rough anymore. He said indifferently, "Leave the token, then get lost." These people knew they encountered an expert, and hurriedly took out their tokens and put them together with pale faces, running away without another word. They were only injured now, and if they didn't know what was good for them, they'd lose their lives. They all ran back. Their hands were crippled, so how could they fight? Ling Han picked up the token and put it into the Black Tower. In front of Ma Duobao, who was full of treasures, he didn't mind exposing the fact that he had a spatial spirit tool, but Ma Duobao definitely wouldn't think that it was the Black Tower, a world of its own. On the way they encountered a few more robberies. Ling Han normally wouldn't kill unless the other party went too far, such as directly launching a fatal sneak attack without saying a word. Then he wouldn't be polite, stabbing them to death with a single strike. Half a day later, they finally arrived at a gigantic medicine garden. Chapter 326. Rather than calling this a herb garden, it was better to call it a giant herb field, because there were only some stumps and trees there, wrapped with some cloth strips to make a wall, but couldn't block anything. However, Ling Han and Ma Duobao both revealed cautious expressions. This herb garden was protected by restrictions. It seemed relaxed, but it wasn't, and was filled with killing intent. "Little brother Treasure, tell me, how are we going to sneak in without anyone noticing?" Ling Han asked. This medicinal garden was very large. and took up half the mountaintop. There were large patches of spiritual medicine planted in it, and he almost drooled at the sight of it. There were indeed many high-level spirit herbs, some he hadn't even seen in his last life. After all, the Winter Moon sect was a super force in the North region. It's treasure, Lord. Brother treasure. Ma Duobao emphasized. He rubbed his hands and stared at the herb garden. Now use your eye of truth to find a place with the weakest defense. Treasure Lord has a way to open a door to enter, and it can last for a day. However, after a day we have to sneak out. Enough. Ling Han nodded, and immediately activated the eye of truth to search. This could break through falsehood and reach the essence, and was the best choice to use to break formations. Wang, streaks of golden vein-like patterns shone in his right eye, and the heaven and earth immediately took on another form. This was a world completely formed from 6 kinds of source elements. Metal, wood, water, fire, earth and thunder elements formed the foundation of this world, and then evolved into everything else. The herb garden's restrictions also completely appeared in front of him, each node without a single secret. Unfortunately, this restriction was too strong. If Ling Han tried to break it now, he'd definitely be instantly crushed to death. However, finding the weakest spot was still easy. He quickly pointed in a direction and said, "There." The two walked over. Ma Duobao took out 3 spirit talismans and muttered something. Wang, 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 the 3 talismans immediately shone, and he hurriedly pressed them in the air. Pa, 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 the 3 spirit talismans seemed to be stuck on an air wall actually hanging in the air. These 3 spirit talismans occupied 3 corners, and 2 rays of light surged out from each of them, connecting the other 2 spirit talismans together, forming a triangle. Let's go. Ma Duobao's figure moved, leaping over from the triangle, and he had already entered the medicine garden. This triangle was very small. Normally, with Ma Duobao's physique, it would be impossible for him to pass through it. However, he sucked in his stomach, and his huge stomach actually disappeared in an instant. He easily passed through it. Ling Han couldn't help but laugh. Little brother Bao, you've lost some weight. It's quite good. Pfft, this body of flesh is treasure master's treasure. It can't be exchanged for even 1,000 gold. Ma Bao Duo took a deep breath and his stomach immediately swelled up, returning to its original state. Ling Han also leaped into the herb garden. Hopefully someone won't remove the talisman, or else we'll be turtles in a jar. Ma Duobao muttered. Hey, you only have 3 spirit talismans. Ling Han grabbed him. Treasure Master is so busy, how could there be any spirit talismans left? Ma Duobao said confidently. It was only because he had been doing all sorts of sneaky things that he didn't have time to replenish such talismans. Ling Han sighed and said, "You're too unreliable, aren't you? You just realized?" Ma Duobao glared. Hurry, let's split up and leave once we've harvested enough. If you're greedy and stay here, don't blame Treasure Master if you're caught. Same here, Ling Han said with a smile. Ma Duobao turned around and left to search for valuable spirit medicine to harvest. If he were to plunder on a large scale, it wouldn't be long before the Winter Moon sect would be alerted, so he could only harvest selectively. Ling Han also immediately took action. There were quite a lot of valuable spirit medicine here. After all, this was one of the 5 strongest forces in the North region. However, spirit medicine above level 8 was impossible to obtain. There had to be a reason why the level of martial art in the North region was low. It was related to the environment of the world, which also restricted the appearance of high-grade spirit medicine, unless there was an extremely special opportunity, such as a shattering void tier corpse, which might have enough nourishment to produce a level 10 godly medicine. Ling Han picked according to the type, dug them up by the roots, and sent them into the Black Tower. Anyway, 1 year in the Black Tower was equivalent to 1,000 years in the outside world. He could soon turn one spirit medicine into a few dozen or even a few hundred. He harvested happily, but not long after, he heard a heavy sound. There was a strong fluctuation of origin power coming from afar, causing the spirit medicine here to tremble. Brother Hey, the wind is tight, pull. Ma Duobao's screams that sounded like a pig being slaughtered were heard. His extremely fat figure also appeared, and behind him was an expressionless old man in the spiritual pedestal tier. Fuck, why did you lead him here? Ling Han hurriedly broke into a run. Treasure Master didn't know you were here. Ma Duobao said, feeling wronged. However, we'll share blessings and difficulties. From now on, you'll be Treasure Master's brother. I'm afraid I'll have to count the money for you after being sold by you. Ling Han decisively refused. This fatty was too treacherous. Pa, you actually dare to look down on your Treasure Master. Ma Duobao was extremely displeased. The spiritual pedestal tier warrior at the back was finally enraged and shouted, "Two audacious idiots, daring to steal from this sex medicinal garden. Quickly surrender, or else when you fall into my hands, I'll definitely skin you and pull out your tendons." Pa, you think your Treasure Master grows up scared? Ma Duobao raised his fat buttocks and gave a heavy smack. He said, "Come catch Treasure Master. Brother Hey, I'll leave this old man to you. Treasure Master has matters to attend to, so I'll retreat first." Shua, his figure suddenly sped up. It was unknown who said that when escaping, one didn't have to be the fastest. It was fine as long as one ran faster than the people beside him. These words were very reasonable. Now, the spiritual pedestal tier old man was getting closer and closer, and was only a few meters away from Ling Han. "You damned fatty." Ling Han cursed and hurriedly drew his sword. With a slash, a stalk of spirit grass was instantly cut in half by him. He then casually struck out with his palm, sending the spirit grass flying towards the old man. "Old ghost, if you dare to come any closer, I'll be in a bad mood and the things here will suffer," he said with a smile. The old man stretched out his hand and swept the spirit herbs to the side. He immediately revealed a fearful expression. He was responsible for guarding the medicinal garden. If he allowed this place to be destroyed, then even if he caught the two thieves, he would still be heavily punished. Anyways, these two people's cultivation was so low, so he just let them escape the medicinal garden, and he could attack without any qualms. Once he made up his mind, he slowed down and maintained a distance of about 30 meters from Ling Han, no longer approaching. Xiao xiao xiao, the three of them were like a line flying quickly. The door that had been broken open earlier was already in sight. Ma Duobao was the first to dash out, but he did not leave. Instead, he stood at the doorway and stretched out both hands. In the instant that Ling Han dashed out, shwa shwa shwa, his hands moved in quick succession, instantly ripping off the three spirit talismans. Pung! The spiritual pedestal tier old man crashed head first into the restriction, and instantly, a terrifying power blasted over, sending him flying. He was crushed along the way, destroying who knew how many flowers and plants. "Restrain your grief," Ling Han and Ma Duobao said at the same time. Chapter 327. Speaking of which, that person from this morning is even more powerful. He's only 21 years old, yet he's already in the first layer of the spiritual pedestal tier, and his battle prowess is as high as 12 stars. What? There's actually someone who can surpass 10 stars of battle prowess. What's that person called? Shuren Ping. Never heard of him. Indeed, never heard of him. According to the information he registered, he came from overseas. Hey, that means he came from the seas outside the desolate north, is that true? Who knows? No wonder I've never heard of him before. Some people came early in the morning, so they didn't miss anything from the beginning to the end. They knew what shocking new talents appeared in the process of registration. Actually, some of the new talents weren't young, but they missed the last batch because of one thing or another, and only managed to catch up this time. This was very normal. After all, the prodigy role was only an empty title. If it was the crucial time to fight for treasures, who would be willing to abandon it and come here to fight with others? Grandmaster Ling. Ling Han and the others were queuing up when they saw some people in front of them greet them and deliberately walk over. Moreover, there were quite a few of them, and they were precisely the few that they had seen previously at the Fallen Moon Gorge. Gu Fenghua, Qi Hualan, Lin Xiangqin, and the others. More than half a year had passed, and their cultivation had all reached the 9th layer of the spiritual ocean tier, but none of them had broken through to the spiritual pedestal tier. Presumably, it wasn't that they couldn't, but rather that they were consolidating their cultivation. Forcibly raising their cultivation level for the sake of an empty title was like pulling up seedlings to help them grow. It would be too damaging to one's cultivation level in the future, and how could the prodigies that could make it onto the prodigy roll not understand this point? How long could they be proud of themselves on the prodigy roll? The longest would be about 10 years, but they could all advance to the flower blossom tier in the future, and their lifespan would be as long as 300 years, so what was a mere 10 years worth of glory? How could they lose the big for the small? Long time no see. Ling Han raised his clasped hands at them. Everyone chatted about the recent events, and it was naturally inevitable that they would mention the domineering battle between the Rain Emperor, Yao Huiyu, and the demonic ape in the Dark Demon Forest. None of them did not yearn for it. Person should be like Yao Huiyu. In the future, I'll become the second spear in the world, Su Wentong said with a smile. If I'm like Grandmaster Ling and become an earth-grade alchemist, wouldn't I also be able to shine brightly under the heavens? Lin Xiangqin laughed lightly, her charm overflowing. She had the same effect as Yin Hong, and they were both natural beauties. This guy and Yao Huiyu are both freaks, but one is on the path of martial arts, while the other is on the path of alchemy, Gu Fenghua said ruefully. Yet Qi Hualan said with a serious expression, Grandmaster Ling's talent in martial arts is not weak either. Everyone was startled. The main reason was that Ling Han's achievements in alchemy were too dazzling. At the age of 17, he had become an earth-grade alchemist, causing everyone to subconsciously forget about his talent in martial arts. This guy had already broken through to the spiritual ocean tier when he was in the gushing spring tier. And now that he had broken through to the 9th layer of the spiritual ocean tier, would he be able to break through to the spiritual pedestal tier? Moreover, he was currently only 18 years old. Don't worry, I will not participate in the prodigy gathering, Ling Han said with a smile. You scared this pervert to death. If you participate, you would definitely snatch away one of the spots, and perhaps I would be eliminated, Gu Fenghua said, patting his chest, looking like he had let out an exaggerated sigh of relief. Grandmaster Ling is not on the prodigy roll. Lin Xiangqin threw him another coquettish glance, tempting his heart. In truth, she was not trying to seduce Ling Han, but rather was born this way. She had thrown him a coquettish glance by accident. Haha, what high-sounding sentiments. Someone at the side was unconvinced. He crossed his arms over his chest, a disdainful expression on his face. Seeing everyone's gaze turn in his direction, he gave himself a thumbs up. Jiawenda of the Blood Flame Valley is me. If you guys are unconvinced, I will beat all of you up one by one. The Blood Flame Valley. No wonder they were so arrogant. The 4 strongest forces of the North region were 1 valley and 3 sections. The valley was the Blood Flame Valley, which had even managed to nurture a genius like Swayuda. Everyone was young and impetuous, so they were naturally unconvinced. They all glared angrily at him, but Ling Han waved them off and said, There's no need to lower yourself to the level of these small fries. That's right. Who are we? Why should we hold a grudge against such small fries? If we really meet them, we'll just kill them with one slash. Gu Fenghua and the others nodded one after another, but this caused Diao Wenda's expression to turn livid. He had deliberately provoked them because there were a few incomparably beautiful women in this group. His goal was naturally to attract the attention of the beauties, but he had not expected that they would not take him seriously at all. Detestable guy, when you all witness my battle prowess later, I'll see how scared you all will be, Diao Wenda thought to himself, but he managed to restrain himself. Cultivators naturally spoke with their fists. Without sufficient strength, the words that came out of their mouths would be no different from farts. It's the 7 sons of Ao family's turn. Someone exclaimed in front of them. Ao Xinglai and the others indeed walked out in a single file, and arrived in front of the testing stone monument. However, Ao Xinglai and Ao Yuanwei were both on the prodigy roll, so they had automatically obtained the right to enter the main competition. Half a year had passed, and among the 7 sons of Ao family, there were actually 3 who had stepped into the spiritual pedestal tier, and they were Ao Xinglai, Ao Yuanwei, and Ao Jiancheng. Ao Jiancheng was the 7th, and was actually able to catch up from behind, which was a little strange. The 5 sons of Ao family that did not directly enter the main competition were tested one by one, and all of them obtained battle prowess of 15 battle stars or above. It could be seen that though their cultivation levels had not increased in this half a year, their battle prowess had increased considerably. Ao Jiancheng even had battle prowess of 3 battle stars of the spiritual pedestal tier, and if placed in the prodigy roll, he would be able to rank in the top 40. Of course, this was based on last year's battle prowess, and this year's might not necessarily be the case. Yuan Wei and I also want to test our battle prowess, you don't mind, right? Ao Xinglai asked the few people in charge of recording with a smile. Of course not, please. Those few people nodded at the same time. They definitely had to give face to the heroes on the prodigy roll. Ao Xinglai nodded and said to Ao Yuan Wei, "Second, you first." Ao Yuan Wei nodded expressionlessly. Ever since he had broken through to the spiritual pedestal tier, he had always been dissatisfied with the ranking of old second, and wanted to replace Ao Xinglai, but never had a good opportunity. This time he would let the other test his battle prowess. He took a long saber from the weapons rack on the side. This was made from level 5 materials, and was completely capable of withstanding the powerful power of the spiritual pedestal tier. He focused and calmed his breathing. After at least the time of 3 breaths, he suddenly slashed out with the saber. Hong! 7 flashes of saber chi swept out, yet they all struck the same spot on the stone tablet as the tip of the saber, exploding all the power of the attack in such a small area. This kind of test was not so much a test of battle prowess, but rather a test of the strongest destructive power. Under normal circumstances, there would not be a chance for you to prepare for 3 breaths time before making your move. If you did, you would have already died a few times. Wong wong wong, the characters on the 5th row lit up one after another. 1 2 3 4 5. Battle prowess of 5 stars of the spiritual pedestal tier. This was quite extraordinary. Because he had just broken through to the spiritual pedestal tier, he would naturally focus on increasing his cultivation level. Where would he find the time to temper his origin power and solidify his cultivation level? This kind of thing would naturally only be done when he reached the 9th layer. As expected of the second son of the Ao family, the 78th place in the last tournament so strong. This time, he might be able to surpass the eldest son of the Ao family. The second son of the Ao family can improve so much. Could it be that the eldest son of the Ao family can't? It must be Ao Xinglai. Everyone's gazes turned to Ao Xinglai. Chapter 328. Zhao Huan shook his head repeatedly and said, "That's a spiritual ocean tier beast, we can't possibly defeat it. My idea is that we send out a total of 5 people, and attack from different directions to attract this beast, luring it away. Once that beast leaves, the rest of us will immediately dig out the yellow dragon fruit along with its roots. That beast definitely won't chase too far, and will return after a while. At that time we can all escape unscathed." Not a bad idea. Ling Han didn't care much about the yellow dragon fruit, but for old friends like Qi Yongyi he was willing to lend a hand. He didn't need the yellow dragon fruit, but he could give it to Lu Yutong, Li Xichan and Ken Yi. Hu Niu also ate the root of the godly medicine, and although it was only one, the transformation was very shocking, and the yellow dragon fruit couldn't possibly have any more effect. Besides, the yellow dragon fruit could also be concocted into Restore Origin pill, which could strengthen the tier of martial artists below the spiritual ocean tier, which was very practical. Let's go check out the situation first. Ling Han didn't immediately make a decision. Yes. Everyone nodded. They set off, and on the way Ling Han said, "This yellow dragon fruit is on Yulong Mountain. Why wasn't it taken by the Winter Moon sect? That place is too remote." Everyone laughed. True, although the entire Yulong Mountain was the private property of the Winter Moon sect, this mountain was too big, and the area that the Winter Moon sect could actually control was only a small area. Deep in the mountain was still primitive, and the ones that ruled were still beasts. It was said that there were existences not weaker than the spiritual infant tier. Extremely terrifying. Thus, even the Winter Moon sect would order its disciples not to enter the depths of the Yulong Mountains without permission. However, if one wanted to make a fortune, they would have to enter the depths of the mountains. There, one could find high-level spirit medicine, and even rare metals that could be used to forge god weapons. Risk always coexisted with opportunity. This obviously wasn't the depths of Yulong Mountain, but there were still places that the Winter Moon sect's disciples had overlooked. Indeed, following Qi Yongyi and the others, the path was extremely rugged and not something ordinary people could traverse. In the end, they arrived at a precipice. There they saw a strange beast lying there, snoring loudly. This wild beast was only a meter long and shaped like a dog. Its entire body was crimson, but there was a single horn on its head and a circle of eyes on its face that formed a semicircle. A quick count revealed that there were exactly 9 of them. Beside it grew a plant that was half the height of a person. It bore a string of densely packed fruits. Each fruit was not much bigger than a peanut, so the number of fruits was indeed astonishing. Ling Han's gaze swept over, and he sucked in a cold breath. This is the nine-eyed demon wolf. It was not a normal beast, but a king among the beasts. This nine-eyed beast was indeed at the Sea of Souls realm, but if it brought a king warrior with it, its battling power would not be something that a normal Sea of Souls realm warrior could compete with. Ling Han immediately knew why this nine-eyed beast didn't eat those yellow dragon fruits, because it just advanced to the 5th layer of the spiritual ocean tier. Presumably, this beast had to wait until the peak of the 9th layer of the spiritual ocean tier before eating the yellow dragon fruits and leaping to the spiritual pedestal tier in one go. Opportunities like this to improve one's physique were indeed better the later the tier, just like Black Tower's power boost. It was the same for beasts, absorbing the medicinal power at the moment of breakthrough, coordinating with the world-shaking changes in the body itself. That was definitely the effect of 1 + 1 being greater than 2. Beasts originally had considerable intelligence, and even had the instinct inherited from their bloodline. Thus, although they couldn't concoct pills, they surpassed humans much in using spirit medicine because they always ate them raw. I'm afraid I'll have to disappoint you guys. Ling Han shook his head, pointed at the nine-eyed demon wolf and said, "This is a nine-eyed demon wolf at the 5th layer of the spiritual ocean tier, and a king among beasts." Once these words were spoken, everyone was dumbfounded. King, humans forming 3 flashes of chi was only minor accomplishment, 6 flashes was major accomplishment, and only those with 7 flashes and above were considered real kings. In other words, this beast was comparable to a human elite at the 5th layer of the spiritual ocean tier that formed at least 7 flashes of chi. How could this be played? It was impossible to lure it away, as a casual attack could kill someone from extremely far away. Fortunately, they immediately encountered another team, or else if they acted rashly, they would have been annihilated by now. "Then what do we do, give up?" someone said unwillingly. That was a yellow dragon fruit, which could improve one's physique after ingesting, fundamentally changing a person. Ling Han smiled and said, "There's a change of plans. Leave the task of luring the nine-eyed demon wolf to me. You guys only need to pick the herbs." His gaze burned. A beast with a king's bloodline, with such nourishing flesh and blood to replenish his chi and blood, he should be able to cultivate to perfection in the gushing spring tier and break through to the spiritual ocean tier. No. Qi Yongyi and the others immediately shook their heads, but some nodded incessantly. Since Ling Han was willing to play the hero, why not? They didn't have much of a relationship with Ling Han anyway. "That's it," Ling Han said. He didn't want to play the hero, but to deal with a king like the nine-eyed demon wolf, he had to use his trump card, so he obviously had to act alone. Without waiting for everyone's agreement, Ling Han already charged out, holding a long sword in his hand and pouring origin power into it. Shua, he used the long sword as a hidden weapon, throwing it directly at the nine-eyed demon wolf. The long sword hadn't arrived when the beast wolf already stood up, and one of its eyes shot out a flash of lightning, directly shattering the long sword. It growled at Ling Han but didn't get up to chase. Obviously its intelligence wasn't low either, and it didn't fall for the trick. Ling Han smiled faintly, and another sword appeared in his hand, which he once again shot at the nine-eyed demon wolf. The Black Tower space was almost infinite anyways, and iron swords weren't worth much, so he prepared at least 1,000. The beast wolf once again shot out lightning from its eyes, shattering the flying sword. Ling Han didn't care, and continuously waved his hand. Xiao xiao xiao, flying swords danced in unison, shooting towards the beast. This king beast was finally completely enraged, pouncing towards Ling Han. "Stupid dog, come and chase me." Ling Han broke into a run, using shadow wind movement technique. He was like a gust of wind blowing into the distance. Although the nine-eyed demon wolf's intelligence was quite high, it was still a beast after all, and had a violent nature. It unhesitatingly launched a chase. One man and one wolf immediately disappeared into the distance. Quickly pick the yellow dragon fruit," everyone hurriedly said. Zhao Huan looked at Ling Han's long disappeared figure and said, "Don't you guys feel that this person has a familiar feeling?" "You think so too?" Qian Wuyong immediately said. Qi Yongyi Bailey Tung Yun, and the others all nodded. Let's not talk about this first. The yellow dragon fruit is already in our hands. Quickly retreat. They hurriedly walked back, retreating to the place where they agreed to meet up with Ling Han. No need to wait, right? Being targeted by the nine-eyed demon wolf, he's definitely dead. That's right. Quickly divide the yellow dragon fruit. Some people immediately cried out. You guys have no shame, he lured away the nine-eyed demon beast with his life, and you guys actually say that, do you still have humanity? Zhao Huan immediately rebuked. Sitting in the leader's position, he also had an additional sense of responsibility, no longer considering things from his own point of view. For a moment, everyone was a bit silent. He well said, don't you guys have no shame? A group of 7 people suddenly appeared. Chapter 329. Who are you? Zhao Huan immediately shouted. Who are we? The 7 laughed and raised their hands to show to everyone. You're blind, didn't you want to enter our sect? You don't even recognize our sect's symbol? You're the disciples of the Winter Moon sect. Everyone came to a realization. Didn't you say you could only join the exam on the 3rd day? Why did you appear now? Qian Wuyong asked. You're quite nosy. A disciple of the Winter Moon sect said indifferently. Humph, that yellow dragon fruit belongs to our sect. We're responsible for guarding it. You immediately hand it over, and we won't argue with you. Bullshit. Bailey Tongyun was young and aggressive, immediately jumping up. That's clearly a beast guarding it, what does it have to do with you guys? I know you guys just happened to arrive, so you deliberately waited for us to get the spirit medicine before jumping out to pick the peaches. Pa, that disciple of the Winter Moon sect clapped and laughed. Aha, you're absolutely right, but so what if you guys know? I, Zhanming, am at the first layer of the spiritual ocean tier. Even if you guys work together, you're not my match. Senior brother Zhan, the yellow dragon fruit is of great importance. Let's kill them all to avoid leaking the news. Another disciple on the side suggested. Zhan Yuan thought about it and said, that's fine, or else we'll participate in the exam today. And it won't be good if people find out. Kill them all. Zhao Huan immediately drew her sword and said, Wu Yong Ziyan Feng Yu, you guys fight with me against that spiritual ocean tier. The others are only at the gushing spring tier, so it's not like we have no hope of winning. Okay, everyone drew their weapons. The yellow dragon fruit was too important, and none of them wanted to give it up. Zhan Yuan sneered and said, truly a bunch of trash who overestimate themselves. The battle immediately began, and blood flew again. Ling Han's figure flashed, and behind him the beast was getting closer and closer. Beasts didn't know any movement techniques, but some agility-type ones were born with astonishing speed, comparable to martial artists of the same tier using top-notch movement techniques. It was as if some kind of martial arts flowed in their blood, and they didn't need to use it at all, using it instinctively. Just like how the demonic beast was able to shoot out electricity from its eyes. If it were a martial artist, it would be considered a martial technique. However, the demonic beast was able to use it casually. Therefore, demonic beasts were never afraid of warriors of the same level. King Realm warriors were even more terrifying. Even though Ling Han was using the high-grade profound level shadow wind movement technique, the nine-eyed demon wolf still managed to catch up to him. Suddenly, an electric arc shot out from its eyes, shooting towards Ling Han. How fast is lightning? Ling Han only had time to pull back his sword to block. With a sizzling sound, he felt his right hand go numb, and the entire iron sword had already turned into a pool of molten iron. The web between his thumb and forefinger was even split open, and fresh blood gushed out. Damn, he had already cultivated the body of rock cliff. His defensive power was astonishing, yet he was injured in a single strike. It was a king-level beast, and its cultivation was way higher than his. If he wanted to kill it, it would be a bit too easy. But it was precisely because it was a king-level beast that he could use as a stepping stone to strengthen his final foundation and reach the Sea of Souls realm. No matter what, I have to try. I have the Black Tower anyways. If I can't beat it, I'll just hide. Ling Han thought roguishly, but as long as there was a sliver of chance, he definitely wouldn't give up even if he would be riddled with scars. He definitely wouldn't lose his adventurous spirit because of the Black Tower. On the contrary, it would only make him more daring. The nine-eyed demon wolf attacked with another electric arc. Ling Han didn't bother to waste his sword and directly threw out a punch. activating the indestructible heaven scroll. A faint golden light overflowed from his hand. Hong, the electric attack arrived. Ling Han grunted as his right fist suffered another heavy injury. Damn. Although I'm at the 9th layer of the gushing spring tier, I've already merged 9 spring eyes. Moreover, I've merged the 5-element origin nuclei. This kind of power can definitely compare to the 4th layer of the spiritual ocean tier, or even the 5th layer. However, this large dog is only at the 5th layer of the spiritual ocean tier, so how can its attack be so fierce? If I didn't cultivate the indestructible heaven scroll, I'm afraid my entire arm would have exploded in one move. Ling Han said inwardly as he activated the indestructible heaven scroll, and his right hand quickly recovered to its original state. The indestructible heaven scroll, at least at the rock cliff tier, didn't have an obvious increase in defense. Its power lay in recovery. However, stepping into the Vajra tier was different. At that time, the physique would be indestructible, and the physical body would be practically immortal. The 9-eyed demon wolf sent another electric arc. Are you done yet? Ling Han didn't run anymore and turned around. This place was quiet enough, and he'd changed his appearance now, so it didn't matter even if someone discovered some small secrets. The demon birth sword was unleashed, meeting the electric arc head-on. Pa, the electric arc hit, and a field of light exploded, forming a dazzling white ball, bright enough to blind people's eyes. Ling Han revealed a trace of a smile. A 10th tier spirit tool was awesome as expected. Even if it hadn't awakened, its own attribute alone was enough to scatter the electric arc. True. If even this allowed the electric arc to invade the body, then the demon birth sword would be too useless. Wang Wang on the sword's body, 2 vein-like patterns shone faintly. This spirit tool had already awakened to a certain extent. The 9-eyed demon wolf immediately revealed a vigilant expression. It was the king of beasts, and had a shocking sensitivity towards dangerous auras. However, it soon felt relieved. Although the aura emitted by the demon birth sword was dangerous, it wasn't strong, making it fearless. This beast wolf immediately pounced over and swung its right paw. Over a dozen vein-like patterns shone at the same time. Wang Wang Wang, the will of martial art vibrated, forming a terrifying pressure. However, this was ineffective against Ling Han. A sliver of heaven-tier divine sense was enough to make him immune to most of the pressure. He raised his sword and used the 4-season sword technique, meeting the beast wolf head-on. Spring, summer, autumn, and winter, the 4 types of concepts revolved at the same time. In an instant, there was the change of the 4 seasons, making people feel the passage of time and the vicissitudes of time. Pooh! The beast wolf's paw swatted down, and the sword light instantly shattered. Ling Han was directly sent flying by the paw, and the clothes on his left shoulder were torn open, leaving behind a deep wound. Blood instantly gushed out, and the beast wolf's paw was also cut open, with blood flowing everywhere. The demon birth sword was a 10th tier spirit tool after all. Even if it hadn't awakened, its sharpness wouldn't change in the slightest. My beast wolf's blood! Ling Han yelled in distress. Every part of a royal beast's body was a treasure, especially its blood and bone marrow. Those were all extremely nutritious items, much stronger than 100-year-old ginseng. The 9-eyed demon wolf's gaze involuntarily revealed a sinister expression. As strong as it was in the spiritual ocean tier, it had long since developed intelligence, but it still maintained the bloodthirst and violence of a beast. It could understand Ling Han's words, and this made it extremely furious. It actually felt distress for it. Wasn't this already treating it as his dish? Chapter 330. The 9-eyed beast wolf expressed that it couldn't tolerate a mere gushing spring tier human actually dared to covet its physical body. Go to hell! It pounced again, waving its claws to attack Ling Han. Ling Han didn't take the attack head-on, but instead continued to change his position. He first circulated the indestructible heaven scroll to heal his injuries. Spiritual ocean tier warriors could release their martial art intent outwards, so if he was hit, the opponent's martial art intent would also enter through the wound and slow down the recovery of the injury. It could even enter the mind and destroy the spirit. 9-eyed demon wolves were royalty, and their martial art willpower was even stronger. Ling Han immediately felt as if there were countless vicious wolves biting him in his blood. It was extremely uncomfortable. However, once the indestructible heaven scroll was channeled, The nine-eyed beast wolf's martial art intent was instantly dissolved like snow meeting boiling water, completely dissolving in an instant. Ling Han couldn't help but smile. This was because the level of the indestructible heaven scroll was too high, so he only needed to circulate it once to eliminate the nine-eyed beast wolf's martial art intent. This was a kind of suppression in terms of level, as expected of an absolute art that even he needed 10,000 years to comprehend. Its power was incredible. Little puppy, be obedient and become my food. Ling Han laughed loudly and brandished his sword. However, he was once again sent flying by the nine-eyed beast wolf after just a few moves, and he bled profusely. However, how sharp was the demon birth sword? Even the nine-eyed beast wolf would bleed if it touched it. In theory, the injuries suffered by the man and the wolf were not on the same level. If this continued, it would definitely be Ling Han who would die from his injuries. However, he had the indestructible heaven's scroll, and his wounds could immediately heal. On the other hand, the nine-eyed beast wolf also had the will of martial art in the demon birth sword, and it was at the 10th level. Even if it hadn't awakened, it was still enough to pose a threat to a spiritual ocean tier beast. Thus, the nine-eyed demon wolf was constantly bleeding. Although it wasn't a lot, as time went on it would definitely be in serious trouble. This was the effect Ling Han wanted. As he swung the demon birth sword, he took out a piece of ginseng. He didn't care, and just started to chew on it like it was a carrot. If others were here, they would definitely scold him for being a wastrel. This is 100-year-old ginseng. How can it be wasted like this? Ling Han, however, did not care at all. To others, this was 100-year-old ginseng, but to him it was really no different from a carrot. There were plenty of them in the Black Tower. Moreover, it had been a few days since they came out of the Falling Moon Gorge. The ginseng's age had increased by more than 10 years, and its efficacy was even better. Ginseng was very nutritious, so even though he was bleeding badly, with the support of the ginseng he was fine. No matter what, he was much better than the nine-eyed demon wolf. As they fought, the nine-eyed demon wolf seemed to have realized this. It suddenly became more violent, and its attacks became more violent. It wanted to kill Ling Han in one hit. Haha, although you're a king tier, I'm not weak either. Ling Han activated the demon birth sword, and 7 flashes of sword chi shot out. This meant that he was also a king tier, a king among humans. It was just that, after all, they were a major realm apart. The nine-eyed demon wolf had the complete upper hand, beating Ling Han to the point where he could only parry. I've been slapped in the face, Ling Han said self-mockingly. However, no one would mock Ling Han because of this, and would only admire him immensely. The nine-eyed demon wolf was a king among beasts. Moreover, it had the advantage of a major realm, so it should have been absolutely crushed. Such an outcome was unimaginable. Ling Han knew himself. It wasn't that he was strong enough, but that he possessed the indestructible heaven scroll, which gave him the ability to fight for a long time. Otherwise, he would have been killed by the nine-eyed demon wolf long ago. How could a cultivation technique that required 10,000 years to comprehend not be strong? Moreover, he possessed the demon birth sword and a large amount of 100-year-old ginseng, which was why he was so confident. Without any one of the conditions, he might be able to protect himself, but he wouldn't be able to harm the nine-eyed demon wolf at all. He hadn't used the mysterious 3000 all along because he wasn't sure if this attack could kill the nine-eyed demon wolf, and this beast wolf would definitely want to retreat after suffering a great loss. With its speed, Ling Han wouldn't be able to catch up. Thus, he had to wait for the most opportune moment to use the mysterious 3000. After a long battle, the nine-eyed demon wolf finally revealed a hint of fatigue. A fierce light flashed through its eyes, and all the fur on its body stood up. Its 9 eyes emitted lightning at the same time. An ultimate move. Ling Han's expression immediately froze. 9 bolts of lightning shot over at the same time from different directions, sealing off all his escape routes. Moreover, he could only block 2 bolts of lightning at most. This was an ultimate move released by a spiritual ocean tier beast king, so how could it be so easy to block? Not easy to block, I can only dodge. The instant the lightning struck him, Ling Han entered the Black Tower, and then immediately came out. Entering and exiting was so fast that it was almost undetectable, but the lightning had already surged past his back. He smiled faintly. Although this was an unfair victory, He didn't want to be electrocuted until he was crispy on the outside and tender on the inside. Moreover, there was such a large difference in cultivation between him and the nine-eyed demon wolf, and a head-on clash would be unfair to him. The beast wolf's 9 eyes revealed confusion at the same time. How did this human dodge its ultimate move? This should be something impossible. It accurately calculated Ling Han's speed and ability to wield the sword. This shouldn't have happened no matter what. If it could open its mouth to speak, then it would definitely have asked a question by now. Little wolf dog, you definitely won't know. Just obediently surrender. Ling Han laughed loudly. The Black Tower was his true trump card. The nine-eyed demon wolf's fur once again stood up, and pa 9 bolts of lightning shot out again. Ling Han repeated the same trick, moving in and out, easily dodging the demonic wolf's ultimate move. He revealed an expression of joy. The more ultimate moves like this were used, the greater the burden on the nine-eyed demon wolf, and the closer it was to using the mysterious 3000 to end the battle. However, as a king-tier beast, the nine-eyed demon wolf obviously wasn't stupid. Seeing that the ultimate move was useless, it didn't use it again, and continued to tangle with Ling Han. However, as it fought, its attacks weakened. It wasn't that its body couldn't bear it, but that it lost its patience. As a beast, it was violent, bloodthirsty, and proud, but at the same time it lacked patience. After a long battle, it still couldn't take down its prey, and it was also heavily injured, which finally made it want to retreat. Ling Han couldn't help but frown. He could obviously see it and could only grit his teeth. He had to use an ultimate move or else this beast king would really run away. Mysterious 3000 he had been accumulating power, so with a thought this ultimate move was already launched. 800 flashes of sword light shot out without reservation, but they didn't transform into black armored warriors like last time. Obviously, this required Ling Han to cross into the spiritual ocean tier, and that was even a miraculous effect from the Black Tower's power boost. Ling Han needed to cross into the spiritual pedestal tier to show the power of that move again. Even so, the 800 flashes of sword light were still extremely terrifying. Covering the sky and only the 5-colored sword light illuminated the world. The nine-eyed demon wolf revealed a strong expression of fear. The power of this sword move was too strong, making it feel palpitations, but at this moment it could only face it head-on. Chapter 331. In the 7th round, the most anticipated battle was naturally Hunyo's battle with Ao Xinglai. Everyone had already witnessed Hunyo's unreasonable destructive power. Even the strongest flower blossom tier cultivator could not stand against her teeth. However, destructive power was destructive power, and did not represent battle prowess. Everyone wanted to see Hunyo's actual battle. She would undoubtedly be a formidable opponent for everyone. Thankfully, the other monster, Ling Han, did not participate in the battle. Otherwise, everyone would have another target to be wary of. Ao Xinglai was very displeased. How could he have drawn a freak like Hunyo? But things had already happened, and an elite like him would naturally not shrink back. Creating a possibility from the impossible was the true personality of an elite. He raised his long sword horizontally, his expression solemn. His opponent was only a little girl, so he naturally would not say any pleasantries. No matter how brilliant his speech was, it would only make others laugh at him. Nyo's ultimate move, invincible wind and fire wheels. Hunyo charged out, her arms dancing in circles like 2 wheels, smashing towards Ao Xinglai. Ao Xinglai was unafraid. He had a complete advantage in cultivation level, which also meant that he had an advantage in power. This was an irrefutable truth in martial arts. He stabbed out with his sword, and 7 flashes of sword chi flew out, slicing towards Hunyo from different directions. He was similarly filled with confidence in his own attack power. As long as he managed to land a single strike, Hunyo would definitely lose. With an elite of flower blossom tier standing guard, it was impossible for anyone to die here. Hunyo used her high-speed movement technique, and with a schwa appeared behind Ao Xinglai. Pung 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 pung. Invincible wind and fire wheels suddenly smashed onto his back. Pung 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 pung, one punch followed by another. The power of her fists possessed the destructive power of 20 stars of the spiritual ocean tier. How terrifying was that? Added with the fact that Ao Xinglai had not expected that her speed would be so fast, He had used all his power on the sword he had thrust out, so the defense on his back was extremely weak. Instantly he staggered forward from the attacks, continuously throwing up blood. It couldn't be, right? The spectators were all dumbfounded. How could there possibly be such a fast speed? This kind of absolute speed, added with a terrifying destructive power, this was a perfect combination. If one wanted to deal with this kind of attack, they could only use an area of effect attack that had no blind spots, making it so that Hunyo would not be able to get close, or use a fatal blow when she got close. Ao Xinglai roared in fury, and hurriedly used his origin power to protect his back. Pung 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 pung. Martial intent collided fiercely, forming one after another brilliant vein-like patterns. He finally steadied himself. The battle prowess of 20 stars of the spiritual ocean tier was still only in the spiritual ocean tier, after all, and would not be able to cause any damage to the defense of his spiritual pedestal tier. He turned around wanting to face Hunyo head-on, but was Hunyo's speed something that he could catch up to? He turned around and Hunyo also moved like a shadow, sticking closely to his back. Pung 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 pung. Ao Xinglai could only take a beating. He had the power of the spiritual pedestal tier, but it was completely useless. Nyo's Heaven Wolf Claw. Seeing that her punches were ineffective, Hunyo switched to using her claws. This time, even Ao Xinglai's defense could not withstand it. Streaks of blood spurted out from his back. Enough, the referee said, and stopped the battle. This battle was out of everyone's expectations, but it was also within reason. If it was beyond everyone's expectations, it was because the battle was actually so one-sided. Ao Xinglai was, after all, a being ranked 78th in the last tournament, yet he practically did not even have the ability to fight back. However, Hunyo had displayed the destructive power of 20 stars of the Flower Blossom tier, so this kind of result seemed to be within reason. In the 8th round, Lu Yutong also smoothly advanced. At this point, the 4 people by Ling Han's side had all advanced into the prodigy role. This was definitely a miracle, because even for great clans like the Beast Emperor sect and the Winter Moon sect, there would only be 2 or 3 disciples who could simultaneously enter into the prodigy role. Next, it was a matter of how far these 4 people could advance. Lu Yutong, Qin Yi, and Zhu Wujiu would probably only be able to advance beyond the 50th place. However, as long as Hunyo performed as usual, she would definitely have the ability to charge for the first place. The first day's battles ended, and the new candidates for the prodigy role had all been born. Meanwhile, out of the 56 people who had remained in the last tournament, as many as 7 people had been eliminated. In other words, more than half of the new prodigy role had changed faces. This was also something that rarely happened in the history of the prodigy role. On the second day, the ranking tournament began. Though Ling Han went, he did not care too much about it. This was only an empty title. Increasing one's own strength was the way to go. The battles were very intense. Every person had to fight 10 battles every day for 10 consecutive days. The outcome of every battle would affect the final ranking. Thus, if one wanted to obtain a good ranking on the prodigy role, every battle was very important. After all, Lu Yutong, Zhu Wujiu, and Qin Yi were restricted by their cultivation level. If they encountered someone in the spiritual pedestal tier, they would definitely lose, but if they encountered someone in the spiritual ocean tier, they would win more than they would lose. Only Hunyo advanced triumphantly. However, when the little girl encountered Zhu Wujiu on the 3rd day, she took the initiative to forfeit the battle and gave the latter a victory. On the 5th day, she encountered Qin Yi again and similarly threw the match. On the 7th day, she encountered Lu Yutong and did not throw the match. These were her only 2 defeats. And on the prodigy role, the mysterious person Yang Junhao displayed absolute strength. Even Ke Lu Yang, Zhu Xian'er, Zhuyu, and other prodigies from the previous prodigy role, as well as new stars like Huang Han and Shi Amping, had 98 victories and 0 defeats, placing him in first place. Next were Lu Yang, Zhu Xian'er, and the others. They all had 96 victories and 2 defeats. One defeat was by Yang Junhao, and the other was by Hunyo. Obviously, Yang Junhao had already obtained the first place in the prodigy role. The last round was the battle that everyone anticipated, between Yang Junhao and Hunyo. Unfortunately, the result could no longer affect the ranking. When the battle began, Hunyo still relied on her speed to obtain an overwhelming advantage, but her claws were also unable to break through Yang Junhao's defense. She also disliked Yang Junhao's filth and was unwilling to bite him. Thus, she was unable to obtain victory, and in the end the battle ended in a draw. Because of this, Yang Junhao obtained the first place in the prodigy roll, with an absolute advantage of 98 victories and 1 draw. The second place was Lu Da with 97 victories, the third place was Hunyou with 96 victories and 1 draw, and the fourth place was Zhu Xian'er with 96 victories. The 5th to 10th places were respectively Hua Yinghan, Zui Da Ping Shenzhongcheng, Shui Gucheng and Ji Derong. Qin Yi was 48th, Lu Yutong was 52nd, and Zhu Wujiu was 79th. Additionally, Yu Kaiyu's ranking was very high, and he charged up to the 22nd place in one go. After using the Restore Origin pill to strengthen his foundation, his progress was indeed very fierce. However, everyone felt that it was unfair that Hunyou had to settle for 3rd place. She had defeated the person in 2nd place, and in her battle with Yang Junhao, Hunyou had not used her full strength, because she had not used her strongest teeth. Otherwise, it was guaranteed that even Yang Junhao would have to kneel. But that was fine. In another year's time, the prodigy roll would not be ranked like this. Instead, it would be ranked according to the actual battle results of the 100 people on the roll, and it would take into account spirit tools, luck, alchemical pills, and so on. Moreover, how old was Hunyou? She was only 6 years old now, and could still dominate the prodigy roll for a whole 24 years. She was already so fierce in the 9th layer of the spiritual ocean tier. So who would be able to match her in the spiritual pedestal tier? After the prodigy battle ended, a big piece of news suddenly spread out. The 12 heaven mystery realms were about to open, and the 100 people on the prodigy roll would automatically obtain the right to enter. Holy shit! When Ling Han heard this news, he immediately cursed out loud. Chapter 332. Ling Han had heard of the reputation of the 7 sons of the Ao clan before. Now that he had seen them, they truly lived up to their reputation. Ao Jianchong was at the 9th layer of the spiritual ocean tier, and to be able to stand out among hundreds of people at the 9th layer of the spiritual ocean tier, his battle prowess definitely surpassed 9 stars. Ling Han would never belittle himself, but his current battle prowess was only at the level of spiritual ocean 9 stars. Unless he used the demon birth sword, then his battle prowess could indeed increase by a few more stars. After all, it was a 10th tier spirit weapon. However, if he used the demon birth sword in front of so many people of the Winter Moon sect, then not only would he not be able to obtain the thunder battle armor, the demon birth sword would also be snatched away unless he hid inside the Black Tower. In short, he definitely wouldn't be able to get the thunder battle armor. This was not in line with his plan. Fortunately, he had already obtained the 9-eyed beast wolf. After digesting its benefits and consolidating the last of his foundations, he would be able to break through to the spirit ocean tier. For others, it would take at least a few months to break into the Sea of Souls realm, but for Ling Han an hour or 2 was enough. Even Feng Yan had used less than 10 days. Could it be that he was inferior to Feng Yan? Speaking of Feng Yan, this guy should have returned to the Winter Moon sect long ago. With the Winter Moon sect's ability, perhaps they could get him a fake leg. Then would he also participate in this exam? After all, even he was tempted by this thunder battle armor, what more others? Ling Han nodded internally. He definitely had to break through to the spiritual ocean tier. Otherwise, if he appeared with the cultivation of the 1st layer of the gushing spring tier, and was able to consecutively defeat spiritual ocean tier warriors, it would be impossible not to arouse suspicion. However, he needed to recover his strength first. Pa. With a thought, an origin crystal was instantly crushed into powder, and dense origin power surged out, surrounding Ling Han tightly. In the Black Tower, Ling Han could come and go as he pleased. Immediately, the elemental energy seeped into his body through his skin. With just a little processing from his spirit root, the elemental energy could be completely used by him. This was also the reason why origin crystals could become a holy item for cultivation. It was because they were easy to absorb. It was a pity that it required one's full concentration to refine it, so it could not be used in battle. Therefore, when it came to recovering from battle, he still had to rely on medicinal pills. When it came to normal cultivation, he had to rely on both origin crystals and medicinal pills. One origin crystal would require a powerful warrior of spiritual ocean tier to concoct for a whole month, and the origin power contained within it was extremely abundant. Thus, Ling Han only needed to refine this piece of origin crystal to recover all of his power. Due to losing too much blood, even eating several hundred-year-old ginseng couldn't immediately replenish it. His face was pale, but he didn't show under the disguise of spirit. He exited the Black Tower. Anyway, the nine-eyed beast wolf was already in the bag, and it couldn't escape his grasp. He had to first find Qi Yongyi and the others. Although he didn't care about the yellow dragon fruit, he naturally wouldn't give up what was rightfully his. Besides, he also wanted Qi Yongyi and the others to be at ease and tell them that he was still alive. And he would. To of dragon to rank. Of rank. If. Of clan sect he dragon to. To clan of Ling clan sect was wood of to. If Ling Wooden rank, sect would to Wooden to of wood of rank top 100. He walked towards the place they had agreed on and soon arrived at the place. However, before he could get close, he heard the clanging of weapons and indistinctly heard angry shouts. Was it because of the yellow dragon fruit that there was internal strife? Ling Han frowned. He leaped up and appeared at the top of a large tree. Looking down, he saw that it was simply hell on earth. There were at least dozens of corpses lying on the ground. Their heads were severed, their intestines were broken, and their hearts were cut out. It was a tragic sight. And these people were precisely from Rain Country. Only a few of them were still alive, and at this moment they were struggling at death's door. They were surrounded by 7 people, and could die in battle at any moment. Ling Han's gaze swept across them. Quite a few people he knew had also died, such as Li Dongyu, Xia Zhongguang and Huang Weizhe. Qi Yongyi, Bailey Tungyun, and the others who hadn't died were also riddled with wounds and were barely holding on by relying on their spirit weapons. The other party only had 7 people, but 6 of them were in the late stage of the Gushing Spring tier, and one was even in the first layer of the Spiritual Ocean tier. It was precisely because of his existence that Zhao Huan, Qian Wuyong, and Hu Fengyu, these 3 experts, were completely suppressed, forming a one-sided massacre. Gagaga, refusing a toast only to drink a forfeit. All of you die. Zhan Yuan sneered. He was multitasking, and not only did he suppress 3 people in the 9th layer of the Gushing Spring tier, he also blocked those who tried to escape from the battlefield. You'll all die a horrible death, Qi Yongyi said through gritted teeth and tears of blood. Hung, curses only belong to the weak, useless moans. You're not the first to be killed by me, and you won't be the last, Zhan Yuan said coldly, without the slightest bit of pity. Ling Han's index finger twitched. This was his killing intent. I heard that there's a person called Ling Han in your Rain Country. He's very arrogant, actually daring to harm the disciple of a grand elder of my sect. Zhan Yuan was like a cat toying with a mouse. In reality, there weren't many who died in his hands, but he played a key role. Hung, if Ling Han was here now, it'd be you who'd be tortured to death. Zhao Huan roared. Haha, a group of frogs at the bottom of a well dares to spout such arrogant words. What kind of genius could a small country in the desolate north have? Zhan Yuan laughed proudly. When will I make a trip to the desolate north, kill that person called Ling Han, and bring his head back? Senior brother Zhan is mighty. Hee. Maybe Grand Elder Sure will be happy and take Senior brother Zhan as a disciple. Then we'll all have to rely on Senior brother Zhan's guidance. The other 6 people all flattered him. Zhan Yuan laughed loudly, looking proud of himself. Nonsense, Ling Han is already an Earth-grade alchemist. Not to mention you, even the sect leader of the Winter Moon sect wouldn't dare to touch a single hair on his head. Moreover, with Ling Han's strength, killing you would be like slaughtering a chicken or a dog. Qian Wuyong shouted harshly. Earth-grade alchemist. Zhan Yuan stared blankly, then burst into laughter. What a joke, an Earth-grade alchemist could come from a small 9 nations of the desolate north. These country bumpkins of the desolate north were really stupid, still dreaming even before death. What's so funny, let me laugh too. A cold voice sounded and Ling Han also appeared on the scene, his hands behind his back, his eyes full of killing intent. Hu Yin! Qi Yongyi and the others all shouted. At first they were happy. This guy lured away the 9-eyed beast wolf and was actually still alive. But then they immediately looked worried. What use could a mere first layer of the Gushing Spring tier have? Wasn't he still destined to be slaughtered? Did he think everyone was a freak like Ling Han? Oh, another one came to die? Zhang Yuan sneered and snapped his fingers. Junior brother too, kill him. He was only in the first layer of the gushing spring tier. Yes. A youngster leaped out, revealing a sinister smile. Remember, the one who killed you is called Tu Gangliang. You're just trash, so why do you have so much nonsense to say? Ling Han raised his leg and his foot landed on that person's chest. Under the powerful shockwave, that person was immediately sent flying, but he had just floated into midair when there was a and his whole body actually exploded from the inside. Hiss, for a moment the entire scene was silent, and everyone involuntarily stopped what they were doing. Chapter 333. To be honest, the person called Tu Gangliang was only at the 7th layer of the gushing spring tier. Not very strong. But no matter how weak he was still at the 7th layer of the gushing spring tier, and his battle prowess was enough to crush the first layer of the gushing spring tier several dozen times, but he was actually kicked to death. How could people accept this? This is called Wind God's Kick. Ling Han randomly made up a name. He didn't use his sword, fist or palm, because he didn't want Qi Yongyi and the others to suspect his identity. But how many first-layer gushing spring tier cultivators were there in the world? It was hard not to suspect. Qi Yongyi and the others' eyes already lit up. Courting death. Zhang Yuan was furious and shouted, "Attack together, kill him, kill him." This was supposed to be their hunt, but one of them was killed. How could he not be furious? The remaining 5 people pounced at the same time. Their cultivation was higher than Tu Gangliang's, and with 5 against 1, even if they couldn't kill Ling Han, it shouldn't be a problem to fight to a draw. But they were facing Ling Han. Wind God's Kick. Ling Han's figure bounced up, continuously kicking. Martial art was to master one technique, master all techniques. He'd already cultivated 7 flashes of sword qi on the path of the sword, so with a flick of his leg, there was a burst of qi that turned into a sharp sword, sweeping towards the 5 people. Every movement was a sword. His current battle prowess was enough to kill a normal 5th-layer spiritual ocean tier cultivator, so how could these 5 people rival him? He kicked between the legs of one of them, and the burst of qi rose up, turning into a sharp sword that tore the person in half. Hualala, intestines, heart and brain splattered everywhere. The scene was extremely cruel. Even Ling Han himself didn't think that his kick would actually release sword qi, forming such an effect. But this also meant that he had some small accomplishment on the path of the sword to be able to transform his body into a sword, with swords everywhere. Ling Han kicked 4 more times, and there were 4 completely unrecognizable corpses on the ground. Everyone shivered at the same time. Those were 5 elites in the late stage of gushing spring tier. Yet they were almost instantly killed at the same time. How could anyone believe that? Zhao Huan and the others thought, this guy can't really be Ling Han, right? Although he looks completely different, how can there be so many freaks in the first layer of the gushing spring tier? Ling Han walked towards Zhang Yuan and said, "It's your turn now." Zhang Yuan couldn't help but feel a chill in his heart. What kind of gaze was this? It made him tremble from the bottom of his heart, as if his soul was in fear. He hurriedly encouraged himself. This was only a martial artist in the first layer of the gushing spring tier. Though his battle prowess was somewhat nature-defying, no matter how nature-defying he was, he could not possibly surpass the threshold of the spiritual ocean tier. Otherwise, wouldn't his martial art tier be a mere decoration? You deserve to kill a disciple of my Winter Moon sect, you are seeking death. He roared furiously, and took the initiative to attack. Those who kill will always be killed by others. How can you all be an exception? Ling Han still delivered a violent kick. This kick unsurprisingly broke through Zhang Yuan's defense, and ruthlessly landed a kick on his face. Zhang Yuan instantly staggered back, but after a few steps, his head instantly exploded. The headless body swayed for a while, then fell down with a loud bang. Qi Yongyi and the others were already dumbfounded. Zhang Yuan and the others killed 100 people until only 12 were left, but Ling Han easily annihilated all 7 of them with one move. How big was the gap between the 2 sides? Master Ling. Zhao Huan said tentatively. Ling Han glared and said, "What Master Ling, where's my yellow dragon fruit? You guys aren't thinking of taking my share, right?" Zhao Huan hurriedly took out the yellow dragon fruit, handed it over and said, "Please accept it, my lord." He saw that Ling Han didn't acknowledge his identity, and didn't dare to simply acknowledge him, so he could only address him as Milord. Ling Han took half of the yellow dragon fruit, and with his contributions it was reasonable for him to take 90%. Moreover, he just saved everyone and his martial prowess was right there. Even if he took it all, Qi Yongyi and the others could only nod. However, being acquaintances, Ling Han obviously wouldn't take all the benefits, leaving half for them and said, "I'll take half, you guys don't have any objections, right?" "No." They hurriedly shook their heads like a rattled drum. Ling Han left half of the yellow dragon fruit, and put the rest into the Black Tower. He was planning to leave and break through to the spiritual ocean tier, but he frowned and walked towards the left. Xiao, two figures appeared almost immediately after. It was precisely Ao Jiancheng and the purple-clothed youth that he'd seen before. Interesting. Ao Jiancheng clasped his hands behind his back, and his gaze swept past the yellow dragon fruit that Zhao Huan hadn't put away yet and said, It's actually the yellow dragon fruit. No wonder it triggered a battle. To be honest, even I'm a bit moved. Senior brother Jiancheng. This is our sect's disciple." The purple-clothed youth stood on the ground for a while, and his gaze locked onto a sleeve. Although there were bloodstains on it, he could still see that there was a moon pattern on the sleeve. Jiancheng immediately revealed killing intent and said darkly, "You guys are so daring, actually daring to slaughter our sect's disciple. They coveted our things and wanted to kill and rob, so should we just wait for death?" Zhao Huan said, unconvinced. In Rain Country, he was a genius of the 8 great clans, but here, he repeatedly faced life-threatening danger. The contrast was too great. "Now that they're all dead, you guys can say whatever you want," the purple-clothed youth said coldly. "I'll say that you guys killed and robbed our sect's disciple, yet you still want to pour dirty water on them. Put down the yellow dragon fruit and kill yourself," he said proudly. Qi Yongyi and the others were half angered to death. Was there such bullying? In the end, it's still the yellow dragon fruit. Ling Han smiled faintly and said, "You guys go first. Leave this place to me." "You?" Qi Yongyi and the others hesitated. "You guys still don't believe me?" Ling Han raised his eyebrows, brimming with confidence. "Let's go." Qi Yongyi and the others originally suspected that he was Ling Han, and now they had no more doubts, turning to leave. If they stayed here, not only would they not be able to help Ling Han, they'd instead be a hindrance. Such big words. The purple-clothed youth sneered. A mere junior in the first layer of the gushing spring tier dared to say he could block them. Where did this courage come from? He immediately pounced, wanting to block Qi Yongyi and the others. Ling Han similarly moved. His iron sword unsheathed, Shua sword chi crisscrossed. The purple-clothed youth was forced to stop. He stretched out a hand to wipe, and a wound actually appeared on his cheek from the sword chi. He couldn't help but be furious and said, "Damn, you dare injure me." "So what?" Ling Han said indifferently. "Die." The purple-clothed youth pounced again, but this time his target was Ling Han. As he stretched out his fists and slashed his legs, the will of martial art circulated. His battle prowess was extremely shocking, at least 10 stars. To possess battle prowess 3 stars above his tier at the spiritual ocean tier, this was extremely remarkable. Ling Han didn't dare to be careless. Ding 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 ding, the long sword danced swiftly, sword chi soaring into the sky. The 4 seasons sword technique was smooth, battling fiercely with the purple-clothed youth. Phone reading was more refreshing. Chapter 334. Ling Han was freakish, but the cultivation of the 9th layer of the gushing spring tier was still a shortcoming. His battle prowess was comparable to 9 stars of the spiritual ocean tier, but encountering the 10 stars purple-clothed youngster, he was still a level weaker. After a few moves, he was at a disadvantage and could only defend. However, this still made Ao Jiancheng and the purple-clothed youngster dumbstruck. Since when could the first layer of the gushing spring tier be so fierce? Ao Jiancheng's eyes were burning with killing intent. If such a freak's cultivation also rose to the 9th layer of the spiritual ocean tier, wouldn't he be able to instantly kill him with one hand? No, such a genius had to be eliminated as soon as possible. He liked to challenge geniuses because the feeling of crushing geniuses was very satisfying, but if he was the one being crushed, that definitely wasn't what he pursued. The purple-clothed youngster shouted repeatedly, each move more ruthless than the last. However, Ling Han was only 1 star weaker than him in battle prowess, so how could he take him down with a bit more effort? Moreover, Ling Han still had too many trump cards that he hadn't revealed. If possible, Ling Han really wanted to kill Ao Jiancheng. This should be Ao Feng's beloved son, right? Killing him would definitely make Ao Feng's heart ache for a while. However, Ling Han sensed that there was a divine sense following Ao Jiancheng. That Winter Moon sect elite was constantly paying attention to Ao Jiancheng. And once Ling Han unleashed the demon birth sword, it would definitely draw that person over. Ling Han shook his head. He could only rely on his own strength to contend. I underestimated you. The purple-clothed youngster stopped, but not to stop the battle. He drew his sword with a backhand, a cold light like autumn water. This was a spirit tool, and there were vein-like patterns on the blade, a total of 9. Awaken! He shouted lightly. Wang, wang, wang. The vein-like patterns on the blade were activated one by one, glowing, but only 8 were lit, and the 9th vein-like pattern wasn't activated. Being able to make me use the long brow sword, you should be proud even if you die. The purple-clothed youngster smiled proudly, and leaped out with his sword, slashing towards Ling Han. The spirit tool sliced through the air, and 4 flashes of sword chi danced in unison, extremely terrifying. Ling Han frowned. Without another word, he turned around and ran. If he wanted to win against the purple-clothed youth, he could only use the demon birth sword and perform the mysterious 3000. However, once the demon birth sword was unleashed, the divine sense following Ao Jiancheng would definitely detect it. That won't do. As long as he charged into the spiritual ocean tier, his strength would have a shocking breakthrough. Why would he have to risk his life here? You want to run? The violet-robed youth snorted and hurriedly gave chase. Ao Jiancheng also used his movement technique to follow behind. Ling Han was too monstrous, and if such a genius wasn't eliminated as soon as possible, it would make people unable to eat and sleep in peace. However, once Ling Han used Shadow Wind movement technique, who could catch up to him? Hunyo was one of them, but if she was in the spiritual ocean tier, unless she was innately skilled in movement arts and had a bloodline ability in this area, it would be impossible for her to catch up to Ling Han, who was using Shadow Wind movement arts. After running for a few minutes, the gap between the two had already widened by a large margin. Ao Jiancheng even overtook the purple-clothed youth, but the distance between him and Ling Han was still continuously increasing. After chasing for a few more minutes, Ao Jiancheng could only dispiritedly stop, because Ling Han had already disappeared from his field of vision. He couldn't help but hate inwardly. If he'd known earlier, he would have personally attacked and killed Ling Han, not giving him a chance to escape. But who would have thought that this first layer of the Gushing Spring tier not only had nature-defying battle prowess, but his speed was also shockingly fast. He hadn't seen Hunyo's speed, or else he would have definitely collapsed. Senior brother Jiancheng, you killed that. The purple-clothed youth caught up and wanted to ask Ao Jiancheng if he killed Ling Han, but the moment the words left his mouth, he knew something was wrong because Ao Jiancheng's expression was rather ugly. Humph. Ao Jiancheng's face was full of killing intent. He swore that he definitely wouldn't give Ling Han a second chance. After Ling Han ran for a while, his figure flashed and entered the Black Tower. It was time to break through. When he advanced into the spiritual ocean tier, how would he sweep through the world? Even if it was the 9th layer of the spiritual ocean tier, so what? He wouldn't need to use the demon birth sword to defeat them all. The 9-eyed beast wolf was still alive, but it was heavily injured. Now that it had woken up, it immediately bared its teeth and roared angrily, revealing its ferocious appearance. You're still fierce now? Ling Han slapped out, and the 9-eyed beast wolf was instantly killed by the shock. He stretched out a hand, and all the blood in the beast wolf's body was drawn out and attached to his body. There were a few drops of blood that were silver, as if mercury had condensed into a ball. This was the 9-eyed beast wolf's blood essence, the symbol of royalty, and there were only a few drops. Don't think it was too little. Only after reaching the shattering void tier could the blood in one's body turn silver, and 1 drop could kill a flower blossom tier elite. Ling Han absorbed these essences and turned them into endless essence, nourishing his body. The blood quickly dried up at a speed visible to the naked eye, turning into bloody scars that stuck to his skin. However, the color had already become extremely faint. That was because the essence within had been absorbed. Ling Han felt like his body was about to explode. Absorbing the blood essence of a spiritual ocean tier beast king was extremely beneficial to him. But this wasn't enough. Ling Han waved his hand again, and the nine-eyed beast wolf was instantly dismembered. Pieces of bones were peeled off and danced in the air. He clasped his hands together, and drops of white bone marrow immediately emerged from the bones. Blood, bone marrow, these were the nine-eyed beast wolf's true essences. Normally, the bones would need to be continuously boiled, and only after at least a day and a night would the bone marrow be completely absorbed into the broth, but in the Black Tower, there was no need to go through so much trouble. Ling Han only needed to raise his hand to do it. He opened his mouth and the bone marrow essence instantly flew into his mouth and was swallowed by him. Wang, the five elements chaos lotus swayed lightly, and origin power flowed wildly in his body, sending the bone marrow essence to every corner of his body, making his bones stronger and his muscles firmer. More spirit medicine. Ling Han waved his hand, and stalks of spirit medicine rose from the ground and lined up in front of him. He had plucked some spirit medicines from both the Devil Life Mystery Realm and the Winter Moon Sex Medicinal Garden. He chose some spirit medicines that could strengthen his physique and strengthen his foundation. With a press of his right hand, the essence of the medicinal liquid was instantly extracted. Ling Han opened his mouth and swallowed like a whale. Hong! His entire body seemed to have become a pill furnace. There were all kinds of spirit medicine in his body, as well as the nine-eyed beast wolf's bone marrow and blood. He turned his body into a furnace, refining these essences and nourishing himself. He felt like he was about to explode. Still not enough, I haven't reached the limit, Ling Han said inwardly. He wanted to break through the instant his body reached its limit and solidify his foundation to an unshakable level. Hong hong, hong. Waves of energy exploded inside Ling Han's body. His skin was already cracking and streaks of blood flowed out, but his eyes were shining. He was about to touch the door to the limit. His skin continuously exploded. Even the body of rock cliff couldn't stand such a violent power in his body. Right at this moment. Chapter 335. Everyone looked down on Ling Han. Although the power of his punch was very fierce, he had only killed a cultivator in the first layer of the spiritual pedestal tier, unlike Quick Sword Yang-Chi, who was famous and had killed who knew how many spiritual pedestal tier cultivators in his hands. Yang-Chi, kill him. Don't disappoint us. On the stage, there were already fierce people shouting loudly. They had spent an origin crystal just to have a bloody battle. Yang-Chi was unmoved. He only stared at Ling Han and said, "You are very strong and qualified to make me fight you with my full strength." "Oh, then do you have the right to make me fight you with my full strength?" Ling Han asked with a smile. To be honest, he really hoped that there would be someone in the spiritual pedestal tier who could make him fight with his full strength. By now, he already felt that it was lonely at the top, and that life was as lonely as snow. Sword. Yang-Chi moved. Shua, a sword had appeared in his hand at some unknown time. The blade of the sword was as thin as a cicada's wings, and with a flick of his wrist, the tip of the sword had already appeared at Ling Han's left shoulder. It was indeed astonishingly fast. Too fast, as expected of the quick sword Yang-Chi. It's over, Han Lin is also going to be defeated by a single strike. Everyone called out one after another. However, Yang-Chi actually aimed for Ling Han's left shoulder and not the position of his heart, which made a lot of people disappointed. It would have been better if this strike had killed someone. Ling Han smiled faintly, and with a grab of his right hand, Yang-Chi's wing sword appeared in his hand. Yang-Chi's expression changed drastically. His sword was already so fast, so how did Yang-Chi manage to grab it? He hurriedly withdrew his sword, confident that with the sharpness of the snow-wing sword, it would be enough to cut Ling Han's hand full of wounds. But he immediately discovered that it was as if the snow-wing sword had taken root in Ling Han's hand, and actually did not move in the slightest. Ling Han slowly raised his left fist. Obviously, he was going to deliver a punch. Yang-Chi was very clear that if he abandoned his sword and retreated at this moment, he should be able to avoid this punch, but as a swordsman, as long as he was alive, his sword would be there, and if his sword died, he would also die. He did not abandon his sword. and only forcefully drew his sword out. Unfortunately, though his cultivation level was in the 6th layer of the spiritual pedestal tier, his power was actually not as strong as Ling Han's. No matter how hard he tried, he could not draw his sword out. His eyes turned cold, and he simply pushed his sword forward, wanting to pierce through Ling Han's left shoulder. But this was also an extravagant hope. Yang Qi was an elite swordsman after all. With a loud shout, the tip of his sword actually shot out 7 flashes of sword qi, which shot towards Ling Han. With such a close distance, how could you dodge? Ling Han revealed a smile and did not dodge at all. He merely tilted his head slightly, not allowing the sword qi to hit his eyes. Shwa 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 shwa. The 7 flashes of sword qi landed solidly on him, but he had already formed the body of iron sheet, and his physique was comparable to forging materials of the same level. The 7 flashes of sword qi did not even leave behind a single scar. Pooh! Seeing this scene, everyone choked. What kind of frightening defensive power was that? Sword qi was formed from a martial artist's own power, their understanding of swordsmanship, and the carrier. Yang Qi was in the 6th layer of the spiritual pedestal tier, so there was naturally no need to mention his power. It was definitely powerful, and he was able to form 7 flashes of sword qi, so his understanding of swordsmanship was naturally not bad. Lastly, his snow wing sword was a level 5 spirit tool, so it was definitely not weak. But even so, it had not managed to leave a single wound on Ling Han's face. Fuck, is he still human? Is the skin of this guy's face forged from rare metal? How is it that even this kind of sword qi could not damage it? This kind of defense is practically enough to make one despair. Who would be able to cut through this kind of defense? The spectators outside were all exclaiming in shock. Some people even held their faces in their hands, revealing expressions of complete disbelief. But not everyone was like this. For example, Yang Junhao, Lu Yang, Zhu Xian and Yu Kuan all revealed expressions of belligerence. This kind of opponent was worth a fight. They all had sky-high confidence, and believed that they were definitely invincible in a battle of the same cultivation level. Ling Han threw a punch, and with a pong it landed on Yang Qi's face, instantly knocking him out. Yang Qi did not have any killing intent towards him, so he had also shown mercy. Han Lin wins, the referee announced. After defeating Yang Qi, though Ling Han did not manage to accumulate 10 victories, the time limit had already reached 1 hour, so he naturally obtained the right to enter into the next round. He descended from the tournament stage and returned to the arena. He could clearly feel a few pairs of eyes that were almost solid staring at him, causing him to feel a faint pain. This was not a physical pain but a mental one. The fighting spirit of Yang Junhao and the others was too strong. Ling Han only smiled calmly. Now, who else in the spiritual pedestal tier could pose a threat to him? Unless the Sword Emperor or the Heavenly Phoenix Divine Maiden reappeared and returned to the spiritual pedestal tier, then perhaps he would still have the right to fight. After all, he could be a monster, and so could the Sword Emperor and the others. The Heaven's Sword sect was an ancient great sect, and furthermore had connections with the immortal realm. In his last life, only 7 people had advanced into the Heaven tier, which showed how freakish the Sword Emperor and the others were. On the 3rd day, Ling Han did not appear in the great arena. He did not need to know what kind of elites there were among his opponents and observe their ultimate moves. In short, whoever appeared in front of him, he could send them flying with a single punch. Another day passed, and the semifinals began. A total of 49 people had entered into the semifinals, so in the first round, there would be 15 people who would have a bye and automatically enter into the second round, while the remaining 34 would have to battle it out for the 17 places to advance. However, who would have a bye would not be decided by drawing lots, but rather by the Jiang clan. This was naturally unfair, but who asked them to be the one who held the tournament for a spouse, and so they had the right to decide? Thus, people like Yu Kuan, Yang Junhao, Chao Tianyi, and the other top rankers on the prodigy roll all had a bye without any suspense. Ling Han, Lu Yang, and the other young geniuses were the same. Obviously, they were favored by the Jiang clan, and did not want them to be eliminated in the first round. Unfortunately, the Jiang clan only had 1 key. Otherwise, there would be quite a lot of marriageable women. The first round of battles ended, and the full list of 32 people had also appeared. Though only men could participate in the tournament for a spouse, as long as they had this list, It would definitely be even more awesome than the current prodigy role. That was the top 10 of several generations, and there was also a super freak like Ling Han. There was also another person who had attracted everyone's attention, but no one knew what he looked like. That was because he was wearing a mask, but his figure was slightly thin and small, and he was obviously half a head shorter than the average person. His name was Zhang San, but this was obviously a fake name. Ling Han swept a glance over him, and could confirm that the other's cultivation was in the 9th layer of the spiritual pedestal tier, and there was a faint aura that made him feel disgusted. The second round of battles began, and Ling Han was the 7th to fight. His opponent was the white-robed sword king Shen Zhongcheng. The first few battles ended very quickly because the tournament organizers arranged for the strong to fight the weak as much as possible, and Ling Han against Shen Zhongcheng. Did they think that Ling Han had the absolute advantage, or was he at an absolute disadvantage? Ling Han entered the ring and nodded at Shen Zhongcheng. He still had a good impression of this swordsman. "Please," Shen Zhongcheng said solemnly. He had seen Ling Han fight before, and knew that Ling Han was very strong. Ling Han clenched his fists and said, "Please." Shen Zhongcheng drew his sword. Chong, a flash of sword light soared into the skies, and in an instant, there were 7 flashes of sword chi that swept towards Ling Han. Ling Han's move was simple and violent. Facing it head-on, he raised his fists and punched out fiercely. Pong 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 pong. With only 7 consecutive punches, without even using fist chi, Shen Zhongcheng's sword was sent flying by him, and he was defeated. Chapter 336. Before the examination had even begun, there were already a great many rich people going around buying tokens and taking in lackeys. Ling Han had also been harassed by a great many people. Most of them were fine, and if they were rejected, they would continue to look for the next one. However, there were always some people who thought the world should revolve around them, and after being rejected, they put on a sour face and even threatened to kill. This young man was one of them, named Zhao Ri. However, because Ling Han had changed his appearance several times, Zhao Ri naturally couldn't recognize Ling Han. He just sniffed hard, and his eyes stared at the meat that Ling Han was roasting, revealing a drooling expression. "Brother Zhao, this seems to be a very high-quality beast meat," a underling said to Zhao Ri. "Go get it for me," Zhao Ri said. Zhao Ri said, "High-level demon beast meat was a great tonic. For martial artists, it was not inferior to medicinal pills." A underling immediately walked over and shouted at Ling Han, "Damn brat, hand over the token and you can get lost." Ling Han frowned and said, "If you don't want to die, get lost." "Haha, can't you see we have so many people?" The underling sneered. Their group was indeed not weak. Not only were there many people, there were also a few late-stage gushing spring tier experts. They pushed forward all the way, causing their confidence to soar. "Hurry, this young master is hungry," Zhao Ri urged from behind. Humph, refusing a toast only to drink a forfeit. That underling immediately kicked at Ling Han with great force. This was no longer just a matter of kicking Ling Han away, but rather a matter of wanting to smash his head open. This exam didn't forbid killing, and it seemed to release many people's ferocity. Ling Han's gaze turned cold, and with a slash of his finger, a cold sword chi appeared out of thin air. Poo, blood splattered, and one of the man's legs was sliced off, dancing in an arc in the air and landing in front of Zhao Ri with a puff. At this time, the little brother finally realized what had happened. After being stunned for a moment, he let out a blood-curdling scream. His face was covered with tears and snot, but he completely forgot to bandage his wounds. Otherwise, he would die from the bleeding alone. "Impudent! How dare you!" Courting death. More than 100 people shouted angrily in unison. He was just one person, yet he dared to act violently in front of them. Was there still justice in this world? He seems to have some skills. Zhao Ri sneered. "Brother Zhang, brother Li, brother Ma, which one of you is willing to make a move and capture this brat?" He said to the 3 young men beside him. These 3 people were all in the 9th layer of the gushing spring tier, and the arrogance on their faces was about to soar to the skies. In reality, putting aside the descendants of some great clans, reaching the 9th layer of the gushing spring tier below the age of 30 was indeed very impressive in the North region, and could be considered a top-notch level. After all, there were only a few geniuses who managed to break through to the spiritual ocean tier. They either had a fortuitous encounter, ate some kind of spirit fruit, or consumed some kind of spirit pill passed down from ancient times. The young man surnamed Zhang strode forward and said with a smile, "Leave this small fry to me, lest he dirties brother Li and brother Ma's hands." The other two smiled reservedly. The strength of the three of them was about the same, and they were not willing to submit to each other. Each of them wanted to fight for first place, so when they encountered a situation like this, they would take turns to show off their strength. "Brat, you don't need to report your name and you don't need to say what background you have, I don't care. Meeting me here is your greatest misfortune, so if you want to blame something you can only blame your bad luck," the young man surnamed Zhang said very arrogantly, and shot out a punch, waving it at Ling Han. In order to show his strength in front of Li and Ma, he gave his all in this punch, in order to kill Ling Han as easily as crushing dry weeds and smashing rotten wood. Whoever could finish off their opponent faster would naturally be stronger. Ling Han shook his head. These youngsters really thought they were the kings of the world, doing whatever they wanted to do. He snorted and also shot out a punch, activating War Elephant Fist. Wang, a pattern spread out, and a light silver dragon elephant walked out from within, emitting a powerful aura, and stepped towards the young man surnamed Zhang. "Poop you!" Everyone spurted out at the same time. Martial art will, that was martial art will, and martial art will released externally, that was the spiritual ocean tier. Fuck. Everyone's eyes popped out. Who would have thought that such an unremarkable youth, only 18 or 19 years old, would actually be an expert of the spiritual ocean tier? This time they were screwed, kicking an iron plate. Peng the dragon elephant ran over, and the young man surnamed Zhang no longer existed, being trampled into a pile of mud. Ling Han was surprised. It was the first time he used War Elephant Fist, and he didn't know how powerful it was, but in the end, a small fry in the 9th layer of the gushing spring tier was blasted into pieces. He only practiced this fist technique for a day, and didn't truly grasp its essence. The real War Elephant Fist should strike out a dragon elephant that should be golden, and not light silver like now. However, to be able to cultivate to such a level in a day's time was not bad. Ling Han smiled and didn't push himself too hard. He was a genius, but not a nature-defying genius. It could only be said that his luck was relatively good. Big lord," Zhao Ri said, trembling. A spiritual ocean tier warrior absolutely crushed a gushing spring tier warrior. Even if they had a 100-man team it wouldn't be enough, not to mention that there were only 10 or so gushing spring tier warriors in the 100-man team. "Still want to eat meat?" Ling Han smiled warmly, but he just crushed the young man surnamed Zhang into meat paste with one punch, so who would think Ling Han was gentle and amiable? Everyone shook their heads in unison, their movements extremely orderly. Ling Han nodded and said, "Take out the token. Except for Zhao Ri, everyone else can get lost." Everyone felt as if they were granted amnesty, and hurriedly took out the token and put it on the ground, then turned around and left. The token could be snatched again if it was gone, but if they lost their lives, where would they find it? Zhao Ri gritted his teeth and suddenly broke into a run. He didn't want to wait helplessly for death. However, he just turned around and raised his right foot to stomp down, but he stepped on empty air, and his whole body instantly fell towards the ground. It wasn't that there was suddenly a hole in the ground, but that his right leg was already sent flying by a flash of sword chi, so he naturally stepped on empty air. "Ah!" He immediately screamed and struggled to prop up his upper body, wanting to ask for help from his subordinates, but no one even looked at him, only lowering their heads and scurrying away, making him suddenly feel a strong sense of desolation. "Don't kill me. I'm a member of the Zhao family. My father is Zhao Richang, a spiritual pedestal tier elite. If he knows you killed me, he'll definitely find you and kill you." Zhao Ri could only turn around and threaten Ling Han. Ling Han smiled faintly and said, "All right, I'll remember." He casually waved, and Piu Zhao Ri's head was already cut off. The bones rolled a few times, and his eyes were still filled with unwillingness. "My sword intent is too strong now. It's clearly a punch or a palm, but it turns into sword chi. This way, even if I use the War Elephant Fist, people will guess that I'm actually using a sword. And I have to adjust it a bit," he mumbled. As for trash like Zhao Ri, he wouldn't care even if he killed 10,000. In his previous life, he didn't know how many spoiled brats like him he'd killed. Chapter 337. Ling Han walked in the mountains, following a narrow mountain path towards the Fallen Goose Valley. He encountered many battles along the way, but with his strength, he naturally easily suppressed them. If the opponent had killing intent, he would mercilessly kill them. If the opponent only wanted to rob him, then he would be lenient. After all, fighting for tokens was the rule of the game, and not a personal grudge. In battle after battle, Ling Han finally suppressed sword qi and formed fist qi again. Mastery of one technique meant mastery of all techniques. Martial art in the world originated from the same source. He thought, I've encountered a bottleneck in the cultivation of sword qi, and have fallen into a stagnation since the fifth flash. In truth, the fifth flash was also because my father was captured, and I broke through the shackles in a fit of rage. The sixth flash was because I was discussing the art of the sword with Teacher Mo, and only then did I have an epiphany. The seventh flash was also an explosion of emotions. But I can't always have such great joy and sorrow around me, and I don't want to improve my sword intent through great sorrow, because I can't be so lucky that the people around me are only injured and not killed every time. Since I encountered a bottleneck in the cultivation of sword qi, I might as well try other martial arts techniques. I've only practiced fist arts for a while, but I vaguely feel a resonance with sword arts. Maybe if I raise War Elephant Fist to the highest tier, I'll be able to form the eighth flash of sword qi. On the third day, the disciples of the Winter Moon sect officially joined the exam. There weren't many people, only about 300, but these people were all around 25 years old, and the weakest was in the Gushing Spring tier. This was very shocking, and messed up the situation again. Ling Han had yet to encounter an opponent, and the number of tokens he had obtained had reached the number of 10,000, while the number of opponents he had truly defeated was only over 700. Sure enough, after robbing the right people, the rewards would be even greater. This already guaranteed him to enter the top 100, and Ling Han didn't have the ambition to get first place because first place was meaningless. The top 100 could enter the second round of examination. The Fallen Goose Valley appeared. It was a natural valley that birds couldn't cross, because there was often a shocking murderous aura rushing out from below, and even Flower Blossom tier elites would be afraid. It was said that the Winter Moon sect had once sent a spiritual infant tier elite to enter, but a total of 3 had entered, and in the end, only 2 returned. Moreover, those 2 had passed away not too long ago. From then on, the Fallen Goose Valley became a restricted area. No one dared to enter. Ling Han and the others naturally didn't need to enter the Fallen Goose Valley. They gathered at the periphery of the valley. Once they arrived, they handed over their tokens to register their identities. Brother, can I ask you something? How many command medallions did you get? As Ling Han walked into the safe zone, he saw a young man in his 20s approach him. Why should I tell you? Ling Han asked. To be honest, amongst the people that have come here now, those ranked in the top 100 have over 900 command tokens. So, if you can't reach this number, why don't you sell the command token to me? If it's too much, why don't you share some with me? The young man said with a grin. Ling Han also smiled and said, not interested. Hey, the price can be negotiated, don't go. The young man caught up, but Ling Han didn't pay attention to him, so he could only shake his head and wait for the people behind. Ling Han walked all the way to the place to hand over tokens. At least a dozen people struck up a conversation with him to buy his command token, but he ignored them all. When he came to the end, there was a high platform set up here, and those who returned had to walk up to hand over their tokens. In addition, there was also a huge white paper pasted on the platform. On it was written 100 names, and behind each name was a number. Obviously, this was the result of the people currently ranked in the top 100. Ling Han took a look. Sure enough, the last person's result was over 900, but this person would definitely be eliminated because there was still half a day before the end of the competition. There were still a large number of people who hadn't returned, and there would definitely be many whose results would break 1,000. He glanced over and didn't find the names of Zhao Huan and the other young people of the 9 nations of the desolate north. Perhaps they could advance into the top 10,000, but it would be too difficult to enter the top 100, unless their luck was especially good and they could always encounter pushovers. But even if they didn't enter the top 10,000, they obtained many yellow dragon fruits, so this trip wasn't in vain. Among the people he heard of, he only found one person, Sword of Justice by Ming. He was now high in second place with a result of 11,008. This result might ultimately only rank 40 or 50 or even lower, but as long as he obtained 10,000 tokens, he could enter the top 100, so what was the point of having more? He was also a smart person. Ling Han nodded. He went to hand over the command token. When he waved his right hand and a large pile of command tokens piled on the table, the people in charge of counting were all shocked. They didn't think that this youngster who appeared to be only 18 or 19 years old would be so fierce. This was even when Ling Han deliberately disguised himself to look older, or else his 17-year-old appearance would be even more shocking. The result is 10,086 pieces. The people in charge of counting were 4 gushing spring tier warriors, so their speed was naturally fast. There was also a spiritual pedestal tier warrior sitting on the high platform who closed his eyes to rest, ignoring everything. However, with such an elite sitting there, who dared to act recklessly? Name, age, birthplace, cultivation? A disciple asked, holding a book in his hand that already had many names written on it. He was in charge of recording the top 100 results. Although the first round of examination wasn't over yet, breaking 10,000 already guaranteed that one could enter the top 100, but the question was which rank. Ling Han said, Han Lin, 19 years old, Fuyun Mountain, first layer of the spiritual ocean tier. Han Lin was Ling Han reversed. A 19-year-old spiritual ocean tier warrior was still shocking, but older by 2 years should be much better. Meanwhile, Mount Fuyun was a small mountain in the north region. Ling Han had seen it in a geographical record before, so he casually took it over. Because the vast lands had experienced a great calamity 9,000 years ago, many names of places had changed, so he could not rashly toss the names of places from his previous life over. The 4 disciples were all shocked. Although the result of over 10,000 pieces wasn't bad, luck might have played a part, but a 19-year-old spiritual ocean tier warrior was shocking. Even the spiritual pedestal tier warrior couldn't help but open his eyes. Sizing up, Ling Han nodded and said, "Youngster, not bad at all." Ling Han didn't disguise himself too old because his life essence was too exuberant. If he really disguised himself as 24 or 25 years old flower blossom tier monsters could see through it with one glance. And if they thought that he was one of the thieves in the medicine garden, that would be fun. Ling Han smiled faintly and said, "Thank you, senior, for your praise." The spiritual pedestal tier warrior also smiled amicably, not daring to be careless. Because a 19-year-old spiritual ocean tier warrior was really shocking, and in the future he might become a flower blossom tier warrior, or even a spiritual infant tier warrior. Even if he couldn't be friends with Ling Han, he definitely couldn't become enemies. "This is your new token. You definitely can't lose it." A disciple handed over a heavy black token with the words Han Lin carved on it. Chapter 338. Ling Han's current result was ranked 7th, which seemed very high at the moment, but after all the tests ended, he might fall to 40 or 50. Right now, the top 10's results were very close, only a few hundred or even a few dozen. Obviously, this was a smart person. Getting 10,000 tokens meant that one could definitely enter the top 100, so what was the point of ranking lower or higher? The second round was the key. It was definitely a competition of raw strength, and he just had to give it his all in this round. Ling Han walked to a large rock and sat down cross-legged. His right fist trembled lightly as war elephant fist circulated in his mind. Waves of fist intent circulated, and on his fist, vein-like patterns formed by the will of martial art flickered. Since he had nothing to do, how could he waste time? Humph, a mere first layer of the spiritual ocean tier dares to show off here. An ear-piercing voice sounded in Ling Han's ears. Ling Han turned his head, and it was a slender man who was hugging himself. The cultivation of the 4th layer of the spiritual ocean tier was quite impressive for his age. After all, he'd never heard of a spiritual pedestal tier cultivator under 30 in the North region. "And who the hell are you?" Ling Han said in annoyance. He disguised himself anyway, and without revealing his trump card, he didn't want to tolerate it at all. He could completely be arrogant and overbearing. The young man snorted and said, "This young master is Yan Jun." Oh, Ling Han suddenly realized. Yan Jun was originally ranked 7th and he just happened to be pushed down to 8th. But what was there to fight about the first round's ranking? You came here so early, so you shouldn't care about the ranking at all. In the next re-examination, I'll beat you up, Yanjun said coldly. He indeed didn't care about this round's ranking before, but Ling Han was really too young, making him feel intense jealousy. Moreover, Ling Han was only at the first layer of the spiritual ocean tier, and being pushed down by such a person made him feel even more uncomfortable. Idiot! Ling Han sneered and ignored him. Yanjun couldn't help but shoot flames of fury in his eyes, but he forcefully suppressed it and snorted. When the re-examination began, he definitely let Ling Han know the immensity of heaven and earth. This enmity was really inexplicable. Ling Han shook his head and continued to practice his fist technique. He had only cultivated 3 fist chis, and if he broke through to 4, his battle prowess would have a small qualitative change. The sky had already darkened, and there were still more than 4 hours until midnight. More and more people returned. Yangchong, Si Chi Meng, Zhao Huan, Qi Yongyi. People that Ling Han knew or knew by name all appeared. He glanced at them and saw that Zhao Huan and the others were quite happy. It was very likely that they would be able to squeeze into the top 10,000. As expected, Ling Han's ranking continued to drop. The first place had already reached the 20,000 mark. It was Yang Chong. But in just a short while he was swept down, and the first place became Ao Fengxing. He should also be one of the 7 sons of the Ao family, but it was unknown which son he was. Ling Han smiled. Ao Fengxing had too many illegitimate children, and he probably couldn't even remember them, let alone outsiders. His gaze focused as he saw a big fatty in the crowd. He looked to be about 22 or 23 years old, and his appearance was very unfamiliar, but judging from that round figure, Ling Han was certain that the guy was Ma Duobao. His figure was really a sore point, and no matter how awesome the disguise pill was, it couldn't change his standing out in the crowd. Catch him! As expected, if Ling Han could discover Ma Duobao, how could the elites of the Winter Moon sect not discover him? Instantly, a few spiritual pedestal tier elites jumped out from the shadows and grabbed at Ma Duobao. Tan brother, we'll meet again in the future. Ma Duobao immediately broke into a run, and when he left, he actually winked in Ling Han's direction. This range was very wide, but Ling Han was certain that the other party discovered him. Strange, Ling Han was surprised. He didn't have a special figure, and on top of that he changed his appearance, so how did Ma Duobao recognize him? Could it be that thieves had a special method of recognizing people? Although Ma Duobao was fat, his movement technique was extremely agile, and he shuttled through the crowd like a fish, making the spiritual pedestal tier elites unable to attack him. They moved further and further away, and in a short while, Ma Duobao had already escaped into the dense forest. Ling Han didn't worry for this guy. This guy's body was full of treasures, and even he couldn't see through his own strength, so he had enough ability to protect himself. After Hu Niu and Yan Tianzhao, there was another monster. Rong Huanxian had already become an old monster, not to mention that. The ranking continued to refresh, and more people with the surname Ao appeared in the top 10. Needless to say, they were definitely the 7 sons of the Ao family. This certainly meant that these 7 people's strength was extremely extraordinary. So many of them could squeeze into the top 10, and none of them were even 30 years old. From this point of view, Ao Feng's own talent should also be excellent, or else he wouldn't be able to produce so many geniuses. No wonder the Yu family wanted to form this marriage alliance with the Ao family. When midnight arrived, the first round of examination was declared over. Even if there were still people who didn't return, the results wouldn't be counted. Ling Han's ranking indeed fell below the 40th place, barely reaching the 42nd place. The first place was Ao Xinglai with a result of 30,000, which was very shocking. The top 100, those who obtained a black iron plate, follow me, a disciple said. The top 10,000 are still being tabulated. Everyone, don't be anxious, another disciple said. Ling Han stood up, left the Fallen Goose Valley, and followed the crowd to a mountain peak called Rising Sword Peak. Yulong Mountain was too big. Even if the Winter Moon sect had a total of over 200,000 people, they could only occupy 7 mountain peaks. In terms of area, it was only 1,000th of the mountain. However, these 7 mountain peaks all had abundant spiritual qi, and were holy lands for cultivation. In comparison, the quality of Rising Sword Peak spiritual qi ranked last, and this was where the lowest level disciples lived. Ling Han and the others didn't officially enter the Winter Moon sect, so they could only temporarily live here. In the top 100, the disciples of the Winter Moon sect occupied over 30 places, so two factions were naturally formed, and on the first night, they almost started fighting. Fortunately, there was a spiritual pedestal tier warrior keeping watch, so nothing big happened in the end. Ling Han thought about it. The 7 sons of Ao family all reached the 9th layer of the spiritual ocean tier, quite extraordinary, and aside from the 7 of them, there were a few others who were also promising, not inferior to the 7 sons of Ao family. However, who was stronger would only be determined in tomorrow's re-examination. The disciples of the Winter Moon sect probably didn't agree with each other, and wanted to rank 1st, 2nd, and 3rd. This night was extremely unpeaceful, with turbulent undercurrents, but the next day's morning sun still rose as scheduled. Ling Han also entered the Black Tower in the middle of the night, and refined the yellow dragon fruit into return spirit fruit, since he had nothing to do. A spiritual pedestal tier elite appeared early, urging everyone to get up. Without letting them eat breakfast, he brought them to a giant platform halfway up the mountain. The floor tiles here were paved with broad white stone, and their specialty was their hardness. Even if a spiritual pedestal tier elite attacked with full force, it would take a lot of effort to break through, making it the most suitable for a battlefield. The real ranking battle was about to begin. Phone reading was more refreshing. Chapter 339. Peng sword light flew everywhere, all landing on the 3 lives corpse casket. This was a level 10 spirit tool, and it very easily blocked Ling Han's attack. Thankfully, the demon birth sword was also a level 10 spirit tool, so it did not cause the 3 lives corpse casket to counterattack. However, the 3 lives corpse casket was already closing in on Rong Huanxian. As long as he was sucked in, then Rong Huanxian would once again be in an invincible state. Ling Han, you can't do anything to me. Rong Huanxian smirked coldly. As long as Hunyou was here, could it be that he would not be able to confirm Ling Han's identity? Wait, where was that little girl? It was her turn just now, so why did she disappear all of a sudden? Ah! He suddenly let out a scream and turned his head. Hunyou's small head had actually appeared in the green net, and there was still blood dripping from the corner of her mouth. She had shockingly bitten off 2 of his fingers, one of which was wearing a spatial ring. No! He immediately shouted loudly. The spatial ring was not worth much, but the problem was that all his belongings were hidden inside, including the key that he had snatched from the Jiang clan. Hee. Hunyou grinned. She and Ling Han cooperated very well. One attacked from the front, drawing his attention, while the other launched a sneak attack from the side. With the destructive power of 20 stars of the flower blossom tier, she bit through the green net and bit off 2 of Rong Huanxian's fingers in passing. She hurriedly retreated. Peng, the 3 lives corpse casket closed, swallowing Rong Huanxian inside. Kill them all. Rong Huanxian's hoarse voice was heard from inside. Losing 2 fingers was fine. As long as the heart was not damaged, corpse chi could regrow all organs, but the spatial ring definitely had to be taken back. Instantly, that corpse soldier fixed its eyes on Ling Han. Yin Tianzhao also shook his right hand and put away the green net. His gaze was filled with coldness as he said in a cold voice, "Hand over that key and I can spare your life." Ling Han casually wiped away the divine sense that Rong Huanxian had placed on the spatial ring. With a sweep as expected, there was a silver key inside. It was unknown what material it was made of, but it was as thick as a child's arm. He smiled faintly, and directly stored the spatial ring into the Black Tower. Then he dodged to the side, not clashing head-on with the corpse soldier. That was meaningless. Oh, the battle between you and me was not decided in the first place, and I was just thinking of fighting to my heart's content. Forcing me to use my full strength, your only fate is death, Yin Tianzhao said coldly. With a wave of his right hand, a flash of green light shot out, and actually transformed into a pair of extremely thin wings. It was like an exceptional divine blade that slashed towards Ling Han. Ling Han drew his sword. Ding! When the long sword struck the wings, there were actually intense sparks flickering. Upon closer inspection, those were not ordinary sparks but rather patterns. What a terrifying Yin Tianzhao. The martial intent that he struck out was actually able to contend with a level 10 spirit tool. But it was at this moment that the corpse soldier waved a claw at Yin Tianzhao. The order that it had received was to kill everyone, which naturally included Yin Tianzhao. At first, Yin Tianzhao was a bit further away, so it naturally prioritized attacking Ling Han. However, Yin Tianzhao had suddenly charged so close to it, so it naturally did not mind giving him a strike in passing. Fuck! Yin Tianzhao cursed. No matter how glorious his last life had been, his present cultivation level was only in the 9th layer of the spiritual pedestal tier, so he definitely could not ignore a corpse soldier in the flower blossom tier, even if it had not been completely refined. He waved another attack, but this time it was aimed at the corpse soldier. Ling Han charged forwards, the demon birth sword swinging out. 10 flashes of sword chi appeared, and the 4 seasons sword technique had already been displayed. The concept fluctuated as if it was the passage of time. This time it became him and the corpse soldier attacking Yin Tianzhao together. Yin Tianzhao was suspected to have been possessed by an immortal, and his battle prowess was shockingly terrifying. He raised his hand and kicked, easily dispersing all of the attacks from the corpse soldier and Ling Han. However, the moment Ling Han came close, the corpse soldier turned to attack Ling Han again, causing the scene to become incredibly chaotic. In a chaotic 3-way battle, Ling Han, who had obtained the key, naturally became the main target of attack. However, the corpse soldier was the standard two-faced. When it could attack Ling Han, it would attack Ling Han, but if Ling Han was far away, it would not remain idle either. It would also attack Yin Tianzhao a few times in passing, causing Yin Tianzhao to feel very gloomy. This ally of his was really too unreliable. Hunyo clapped continuously on the sidelines. She was filled with confidence in Ling Han. After a period of accumulating power, Ling Han's sword swung out, and the mysterious 3000 was instantly unleashed. 1,000 flashes of sword light. The 4-season sword technique was only a black-grade high-level martial arts technique, but spiritual pedestal tier cultivators were already able to use earth-grade martial arts techniques, and the mysterious 3000 was an existence that surpassed heaven-grade martial arts techniques. Its might was only limited by the martial artist's understanding of the way of the sword. In an instant, he had jumped from black grade to surpassing heaven grade, so the might of his sword technique naturally soared wildly. Xiu xiu xiu. 1,000 flashes of sword light intertwined, and every flash of sword light was equivalent to a full-powered attack from Ling Han. How astonishing was this might! Furthermore, this was an attack that was unleashed using a level 10 spirit tool. Yin Tianzhao immediately gave a muffled humph. He spread out his arms and multiple green lines spread out. This time they did not form a net but were far denser than a net. They were actually 2 wings that were formed from vein-like patterns, protecting him within. Yet the corpse soldier continued to charge forward stupidly, and also bore the majority of the might of the sword light. Pung! The sword light was destroyed, causing a huge explosion that was incredibly terrifying. When the sword light completely dispersed, that corpse soldier was already riddled with holes, and its left arm had also been sliced off. However, it still pounced towards Ling Han, completely unafraid of death. Meanwhile, Yin Tianzhao was much better. The wings of light that protected him had only some feathers scattered, and he was completely unharmed. This was naturally because the majority of the attack had been borne by the corpse soldier. It had to be said that merely based on the toughness of its physique, the corpse soldier was truly comparable to rare metals of the same level, and could be compared to body of iron sheet. Furthermore, this was also because this corpse soldier had not been completely refined. It could only be said to be above the level of a level 2 silver armored corpse, but had not reached the level of a level 3 silver armored corpse. Otherwise, even the mysterious 3000 would not be able to cause any damage. After all, this was a sword technique that dealt mass damage, and 10,000 techniques returned to 1 was the ultimate killing move that could break through the toughness. This is a sword technique of the Heaven Sword Palace. Yin Tianzhao exclaimed in shock, frowning slightly. No, there is a Heaven Sword sect here. Could it be that you are a disciple of that place? No, you are born in the Rain Country, so you should not be related to the Heaven Sword sect. Could it be that you are the reincarnation of some great elite of the Heaven Sword Palace here? His first sentence was actually spoken to himself, but the latter sentence was actually directed at Ling Han. Ling Han smiled faintly and said, I do not have any relationship with the Heaven Sword Palace. As for you, since you know of the Heaven Sword Palace, You must be someone from the realm of immortals, right? Realm of immortals. Yan Tianzhao was startled for a moment, and then he suddenly laughed loudly, his face filled with disdain. Ignorant people of the lower realm, extremely stupid. To tell you the truth, I am indeed Yan Tianzhao. It is just that when I was young, I accidentally triggered a tool that contained the memories of an immortal, so I was slightly affected. Yet Ling Han came to a sudden realization. Things like memories could not be touched carelessly. The reason why he was unwilling to use the soul search technique was because after touching another person's memories, they would fuse together with his own memories. Once there were too many of these memories, he would not be able to distinguish which was his own and which was the other person's. It would definitely affect him and even cause a great change in his personality. At that time, Yan Tianzhao was only 5 years old. His own personality had not formed at all, so how could he possibly bear the memories of an immortal? Naturally, his personality would change greatly, and he was practically a copy of that immortal. He had become incomparably evil, and that was why he had been sealed away. Chapter 340. Ling Han had 2 spiritual oceans in his body, one at the bottom as earth and one at the top as heaven, symbolizing yin and yang. When he used origin power, he could selectively move one of the 2 spiritual oceans, but if necessary, both spiritual oceans could operate at the same time, one yin and one yang, opposing each other, yet able to gush out terrifying spirit power, allowing his power to soar to the 7th layer of the spiritual ocean tier. Against a nobody like Zhao Hongcheng, he obviously didn't need to go all out. The rotation of the Earth's spiritual ocean was enough to support enough power. He mainly comprehended the minute changes of the War Elephant Fist to improve his fist path. All methods in the world lead to the same goal, so he could cultivate 7 flashes of sword chi, which also meant he could reach the level of 7 flashes of fist chi. However, this required a process, and now that he was fighting Zhao Hongcheng, he was shortening this process. Die. Zhao Hongcheng was like a madman. The 1-hour time limit was approaching, but he was still fighting with Ling Han, which meant that he and Ling Han were both going to be eliminated. This made him furious, feeling that Ling Han was extremely hateful. He obviously couldn't beat him, so why did he have to fight with him like this? Die, your sister! Ling Han roared and punched out fiercely. 4 flashes of fist chi burst forth, turning into 4 silver fists that evolved into 4 dragons and elephants, crushing towards Zhao Hongcheng. What? Everyone cried out in shock. Was this a breakthrough in battle? If it was true, then this guy was too terrifying. To be able to turn pressure into motivation in battle and break through oneself, he was definitely a genius among geniuses. Impossible, this guy probably cultivated 4 flashes of fist chi long ago, but he was hiding it before, and only now did it burst out to purposely scare people. He wants people to think he broke through in battle to attract the sex attention. He's really scheming. Truly too naive. Everyone shook their heads. They were all conceited, but even they might not be able to achieve such a breakthrough, so they naturally subconsciously thought it was fake. Otherwise, wouldn't that mean they were inferior to the other? However, there were also a few people who revealed thoughtful expressions. What if it was true? Thankfully, it was only 4 flashes of fist chi, and he just stepped into the level of great accomplishment, not yet qualified to be called a king. Boom, 4 fist chi to 3 fist chi was like the suppression of the 4th level of martial art to the 3rd level. One was in the middle stage while the other was in the early stage. The difference was huge. As a result, Zhao Hongcheng was sent flying along with his sword when his fist smashed down. About an hour had passed. The 10 people ranked in the 30s all had their eyes on Ling Han. This guy had just experienced an evenly matched battle and had no time to recover. If they could pick on Ling Han, it would be the same as picking on a soft persimmon. Zhao Hongcheng lay on the ground, his face filled with disbelief. He was so unlucky to have met an opponent who had a breakthrough just before the battle. Top 30 step out. The spiritual pedestal tier elite said. Begin the next round. Shua, a girl with a graceful figure, was the fastest, and arrived in front of Ling Han before the others. Then she smiled charmingly at the people around her and said, "Little sister, thanks all the brothers for letting me win." This was a very beautiful girl, and added with her alluring figure, people couldn't help but take a few more glances. When she leapt out earlier, she deliberately twisted her hips and puffed out her chest, showing off her figure to the fullest, causing the other 9 people to involuntarily stare at her. That was how they managed to snatch the soft persimmon Ling Han. The other 9 people all secretly cursed their bad luck. Who asked them to have lustful thoughts? Admit defeat obediently. That girl attacking towards Ling Han. She was stronger than Zhao Hongchang, at the 3rd layer of the spiritual ocean tier. However, if it was just that, she obviously couldn't rival Ling Han, who had 6 stars of battle prowess. Since she dared to pick on Ling Han, she obviously had something to rely on. She unleashed an exquisite pagoda the moment she attacked. It was entirely made of jade, and vein-like patterns shone, forming visible ripples that surged towards Ling Han. Ling Han immediately felt that small pagoda emitted an extremely disgusted divine sense. This divine sense obviously wasn't directed at him, but at the exquisite pagoda. This tool spirit was quite interesting. Couldn't stand other pagoda-shaped spirit tools? The ripples were like a tsunami, surging violently. Ling Han punched at empty air, forming a vein-like pattern in front of him that quickly spread out like a shield, protecting him behind. The ripples emitted by the exquisite pagoda surged over, creating layers of ripples, and cracks immediately appeared on the vein-like pattern. When this shield shattered, the attack emitted by the exquisite pagoda also ended. That girl couldn't help but be shocked. The power used in this punch was a bit too coincidental, not a bit more, not a bit less, as if he'd exchanged blows with her before. But this moment wasn't the time for her to be shocked. She immediately shook the pagoda lightly, releasing a ripple, and at the same time she pounced out, drawing her sword to attack. Xiao xiao xiao, for flashes of sword light spread out, their might oppressive. As expected, the reason she could reach this stage wasn't because of the might of the spirit tool, but because she herself possessed shocking strength. Ling Han faced her, continuing to use her opponent to practice the war elephant fist. Some people paid attention to Ling Han, and couldn't help but reveal surprised expressions, because this girl's strength was obviously stronger than Zhao Hongchang's, but Ling Han could still fight back and forth, not falling into a disadvantage at all. In other words, Ling Han had held back his strength before. Since that was the case, could it be that this wasn't Ling Han's full strength? If he can enter the next round, I'll choose him as my opponent, a man with an imposing appearance said. His cultivation of the 8th layer of the spiritual ocean tier was extremely extraordinary. Haha, senior brother, you actually has the intent to fight against a mere 1st layer spiritual ocean tier. Someone laughed, but immediately revealed a doubtful expression. Senior brother, aren't you thinking too highly of him? Senior brother, you revealed a trace of a smile, his eyes flashing with the flames of battle. No, my feeling isn't wrong. This brat is worth a fight. Che. The 7 sons of Ao family snorted at the same time, appearing very displeased. 7 sons of Ao family, what are you snorting about? Are you looking for a beating? Senior brother, you walked over, his face showing undisguised disgust. You've lost to me. Ao Jiancheng shook his finger, appearing very disapproving. Haha. You Caillou, when you can defeat the 7th, then come challenge us again. Ao Xinglai said. Ao Jiancheng wasn't the youngest among the 7 sons of Ao family, but because he was the weakest, he was ranked last. Hearing Ao Xinglai's words, Ao Jiancheng couldn't help but reveal a hint of anger. The competition within the Ao family was fierce, and he wasn't willing to sit in the 7th position. Yu Caillou said, when I advance into the 9th layer of the spiritual ocean tier, I'll challenge you all one by one. You speak as if you're very powerful. Ao Fengxing picked his ear, then blew on his finger, his disdain evident in his words. Chapter 341. The relationship between the Ao family and the Yu family had never been on good terms. The old people naturally knew why, but the newcomers didn't understand, only thinking that the 2 grand-elders, Ao and Yu, didn't agree, which caused the younger generation to fight fiercely. They didn't know that because of a love feud from nearly 20 years ago, the 2 families that should have become in-laws completely walked on opposite sides. But no matter how much they didn't get along, it wouldn't be too stiff in public. After all, the Yu and Ao family each had a grand-elder, but in the descendants of the 2 families, although the Ao family also had many incompetent people, who asked Ao Feng to plant seeds everywhere and produce more, there would always be a few geniuses. And now the probability was a bit shocking, reaching as many as 7 people, all of them stronger than Yu Caillou. Obviously, in the competition of the next generation, the Ao family won, and with an overwhelming advantage. If Ling Han knew, he'd definitely sneer. Is that so? If Ao Feng's sons all died one by one, then what's the use of being a genius? In the field, Ling Han's punches were like rain, and his fist speed became faster and faster. The fifth flash of fist chi was almost fully formed and was about to surge out. This gave the woman enormous pressure, and she could only activate the exquisite pagoda as much as possible. However, this spirit tool's strongest power was only comparable to the seventh layer of the spiritual ocean tier. So how could it pose a threat to Ling Han? Just as the hour was about to end, Ling Han swung out a heavy punch, sending the woman flying with 5 flashes of fist chi. Hiss! This time quite a few people were truly shocked. Even if Ling Han had already grasped 5 flashes of fist chi and was only hiding it before, the significance of 5 flashes of fist chi itself was extraordinary. Moreover, Ling Han clearly fought continuously for an hour, but he could still persist in a high-intensity confrontation for an hour. Such tenacity was truly terrifying. This boy couldn't be underestimated. Ling Han stood solemnly and fought continuously for 2 hours, but with the size of his dantian and spiritual ocean, this kind of consumption wasn't even 1%. Otherwise, he wouldn't fight in such a way. He wasn't stupid. Rank 21 to 30, step forward. The spiritual pedestal tier elite's tone was calm and emotionless. Yu Kaiyu strode in front of Ling Han and said, "You can rest now. When you've recovered, we'll fight again." Many people scolded him for being stupid after he said that. Only an idiot would not take advantage of such an opportunity. Now, it even involved the top 10 places. Even if they couldn't get first place, they would still be able to obtain rewards like medicinal pills. Who wouldn't give it their all? Was it because he was too strong that he was so confident? Haha, he knows that it's impossible for him to defeat the 7 sons of the Ao clan, so he might as well pretend to be generous. Anyway, with the 7 of us here, he can only be ranked 8th at most, Ao Jian said, appearing extremely disdainful. Because the battle between spiritual ocean tier warriors was extremely destructive. Everyone was watching the battle from over 100 meters away. At this distance, coupled with the noise of the battle, it was very difficult to hear what they were saying. Therefore, Ling Han did not know that the person in front of him was called Yu Kaiyu, and Yu Kaiyu did not hear Ao Jian's slander. Because of this sentence, Ling Han's favorable impression of Yu Kaiyu increased greatly. He cupped his fists and said, "How should I address senior brother?" Yu Kaiyu. Ling Han was startled. Surnamed Yu, could he be Yu Zhanshan's son? He asked probingly. "I wonder how Yu Zhanshan and attendant Yu are related to brother Yu? It's my father." Yu Kaiyu was not surprised. He was Yu Zhanshan's son, and this kind of thing was known by any disciple of the Winter Moon sect. It was not a secret. As expected, this was his cousin. Ling Han laughed inwardly, thinking to himself, "Cousin, oh cousin, who asked your old man to not stop Aofeng, causing his old man's spirit base to be destroyed, causing their family to be separated from each other. Today I'll first beat up this cousin, and in the future I'll hang up and beat up uncle, and this grudge will be settled." There was no overnight enmity in a family. For normal people, this was disgraceful and heresy. How could a nephew hang up and beat his uncle? However, the soul that controlled this body was the Alchemy Emperor from 10,000 years ago. Although he admitted his current identity, it did not mean that his every word and action was restricted by this identity. If he was displeased, then he'd vent his anger. No need to rest, let's fight. Ling Han crooked his finger. I have the cultivation of the 8th layer of the spiritual ocean tier, 1 foot into the 9th layer of the spiritual ocean tier, and I also cultivate 3 black-grade high-level martial arts techniques. If you don't adjust to your best condition, you definitely won't be my match. Yu Kaiyu said unhappily. I want to defeat you in your best condition, not just one victory. Hehe, why must I satisfy you? Who do you think you are? Ling Han laughed and charged out, initiating an attack. Yu Kaiyu snorted and casually threw a punch. He wanted to let Ling Han know the gap between them, and he would then give Ling Han time to rest, allowing the two of them to fight as fairly as possible. Ling Han did not show weakness and also threw a punch. Pung! The two of them collided, and immediately, a visible shock wave spread out. Pung 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 pung. The couples on the side were actually quite far away, But they were still pushed back by the shock wave, rushing towards them in shock, not even caring about the battle anymore. Yu Kaiyu was shocked. The power of Ling Han's punch wasn't much inferior to his. He had the cultivation of the peak of the 8th layer of the Gushing Spring tier, so his power was tyrannical, but he actually couldn't suppress a 1st layer Gushing Spring tier cultivator. The other spirit tool was truly tyrannical. Ling Han smiled and said, "Senior brother, you come, let me beat you up and we'll be good friends from now on." There was a deeper meaning behind his words. After this fight, they were on the same side. However, Yu Kaiyu didn't know who Ling Han was, and couldn't help but feel annoyed. This guy actually said he wanted to beat him up. Damn it, where did his courage come from and where did his confidence come from? He gave a long howl and launched an attack at Ling Han. This time he was enraged and used his martial arts technique. His fists instantly became pitch black like iron, glowing with a metallic cold light. As he punched out, his martial will bloomed, and a line of vein-like patterns immediately lit up on his right fist, forming strange patterns that instantly expanded to his entire arm. It was as if his entire right arm had turned into a spiritual weapon. As he punched out, the air was pushed and pressed towards Ling Han, forming a visible gust of wind. The one surnamed Yu's fist technique has greatly improved, Ao Jianchong said, frowning slightly. Ao Fengxing nodded and said, "If his power goes up another level, he might really be able to pose a threat to us." Ao Xinglai smiled proudly. His power had already surpassed the other 7 by a large margin. These 6 people were truly frogs in the well, completely unaware of how strong they were, making wild guesses. Chapter 342. Ling Han went up to face Yu Kaiyu in a great battle. He also used War Elephant Fist, not planning to hold back at all. 5 flashes of fist chi erupted, and one punch could strike out 4 light silver dragon elephants, emitting an ancient aura of desolation as they charged towards Yu Kaiyu. Dragon elephants were divine beasts from ancient times, and had completely disappeared tens of thousands of years ago, leaving only legends. However, dragon elephants' power was unquestionable, able to topple mountains and overturn seas, and even split the sky and earth. However, the true dragon elephant was completely golden, and had the body of a wild elephant. With a sweep of its trunk, even a true dragon could only be strangled to death. On its head grew dragon horns that could prop up the sky, and its 4 limbs were like stone pillars that could suppress the earth. The dragon elephant that Ling Han shot out now was only light silver, and only had the shape of a wild elephant, without dragon horns, so its power was naturally far from that of a true dragon elephant. However, this also made Ling Han quite surprised. If this fist art was developed to the extreme and could form a true dragon elephant, then how powerful would the power of this punch be? As expected, those 6 heaven-tier guys from the previous life all had shocking origins, and this fist art definitely wasn't simple. However, Ling Han had a vague feeling that the fist art he obtained wasn't complete. If he continued to develop it like this, it could at most reach Earth grade, and couldn't become a heaven grade martial arts technique, not to mention leaping into God grade. From this point of view, Sword Emperor was still the most practical. 3 styles of black origin only needed to grasp Sword Chi, Sword Ray, and Sword Heart, and he could use them one by one. If that guy, Nalan Tu, didn't die and entered the God realm, he'd definitely beat him up if he had the chance in the future. Hunga's Ling Han pondered. His battle with Yu Kaiyu became more and more intense. Yu Kaiyu was certainly extraordinary, having the cultivation of the 8th layer of the spiritual ocean tier, but his true battle prowess soared to 14 stars, possessing battle prowess surpassing 6 stars. This was very shocking, causing the expressions of the 7 sons of Ao family to change slightly. The current Yu Kaiyu could fight to a draw with 6 of them, and only Ao Xinglai could win steadily, but if Yu Kaiyu advanced to the 9th layer of the spiritual ocean tier, then perhaps Ao Xinglai could only fight to a draw with him. You're wrong. My battle prowess can surpass 7 stars, Ao Xinglai said in his heart. He swept his gaze over them, appearing somewhat disdainful. Although these brothers of his were on the same level as him, his battle prowess was 2 stars higher than theirs, causing him to feel somewhat wronged. The 7 of them should be referred to as 1 dragon and 6 tigers. His strength was much stronger than them, so how could his 6 brothers be qualified to stand side by side with him? However, Ling Han was even more astonished. If his opponent was weak, his performance would be relatively mediocre. But if his opponent was strong, his battle prowess would actually rise accordingly. Yukaiyu's current battle prowess had soared to 14-star. But Ling Han could completely keep up with him and didn't show any signs of being at a disadvantage. How could anyone believe this? Just how strong is this guy? He clearly only had the cultivation of the first layer of the spiritual ocean tier, and even if he could also surpass 6 stars, he would only have battle prowess of 7 stars, so how could he match Yukaiyu, who had 14-star battle prowess? Could it be that the spirit tool on him could increase his battle prowess by another 7 stars? Yukaiyu roared continuously. Even if Ling Han used a spirit tool, he, an expert at the 8th layer of the spiritual ocean tier, still couldn't suppress someone at the first layer of the spiritual ocean tier, which he couldn't accept. He obviously had spirit tools, even spirit talismans, and medicinal pills that could increase battle prowess for a short period of time, but he was an extremely proud person. He already had such a huge advantage in cultivation, and still wanted to use external objects like spirit tools. Then what was the point of him winning? It would only be a loss of face. He held his breath and continued to fight with Ling Han. Hey, this year's newcomers are too strong. Even senior brother, you can't suppress them. If both of them are eliminated, it would really be a joke. A disciple of the Winter Moon sect said. Isn't that good? There just happens to be one more spot. True, those who can suppress senior brother Yu, among those under 30, are only the 7 sons of Ao family. That guy called Sword of Justice over there is also very strong, only at the 7th layer of the spiritual ocean tier, but his battle prowess is at least 12 stars, truly shocking. Didn't you guys hear what Grand Elder Shur said? The martial art is in a super flourishing age now, with geniuses emerging endlessly. In the future, a freak with battle prowess surpassing 10 stars might appear. The surrounding people discussed animatedly, and as more and more people were eliminated, the remaining people became more and more dazzling. Senior brother Yu, many thanks. Ling Han suddenly said without rhyme or reason. Yukaiyu had no idea what he was talking about, and was about to berate him when he saw Ling Han throw a punch. 6 flashes of fist chi burst forth, transforming into a total of 7 dragons and elephants, charging towards him. What? He was shocked. It was actually 6 flashes of fist chi, which already reached the level of great accomplishment, and was about to step into the ranks of true kings. This was too terrifying. One had to know that he only grasped 6 flashes of fist chi, and 7 flashes was a natural chasm that had stuck him for more than 4 years, never able to step into the realm of a king with 7 flashes. This many thanks was because under Yukaiyu's pressure, Ling Han quickly achieved a breakthrough. Of course, this was mainly because he already grasped 7 flashes of sword chi, or else no matter how much of a genius he was, he wouldn't be able to achieve a breakthrough so easily. These 6 flashes of fist chi shot out, plus War Elephant Fist, and Ling Han gradually gained the upper hand. His strength was originally no weaker than Yukaiyu's, and now he wasn't at a disadvantage in terms of the number of fist chi. His martial arts skills were even stronger than Yukaiyu's, and with Heaven-tier vision, if he still didn't gain the upper hand, then he really should find a piece of tofu and smash himself to death. Hong hong hong, he threw one punch after another like a savage from the wilderness, completely unreasonable, using iron fists to crush everything. Flashes of martial arts will exploded, the light dazzling. Yukaiyu retreated again and again. With his current battle prowess, he was no longer a match. He hesitated whether to take out his spirit tool, because Ling Han had obviously already used it. But thinking that he had such a great advantage in terms of cultivation level, enough to make up for the spirit tool, and that the two sides were fighting fairly if he used his spirit tool, then it wouldn't be in line with the fair battle he was seeking. Pong, before he finished his thought, his face had already taken a heavy punch, and his whole person was instantly sent flying. He felt his face go numb, and there was even a burning taste in his throat. He opened his mouth and spat out a mouthful of blood, and there were actually 3 broken teeth. Ling Han flew over, but extended his hand to Yukaiyu and said with a smile, "We're even, and from now on we'll be good brothers." Yukaiyu only thought that this good brother referred to fellow disciples, and couldn't help but touch his cheek, saying, "You hit me with such a heavy punch and still want to be brothers with me?" Ling Han chuckled, took out a pill bottle and said, "This is the Restore Spirit pill." Yukaiyu's eyes instantly became fiery. The Restore Spirit pill was the highest level of level 4 medicinal pills. couldn't increase cultivation level, and couldn't replenish origin power. It only had one function: solidify one's cultivation level. Chapter 343. Ling Han indeed decided to certify as a heaven-grade alchemist on a spur of the moment. An 18-year-old heaven-grade alchemist was really too dazzling, and he still hadn't established his own force. For example, if the Winter Moon sect and the Beast Emperor sect secretly abducted him, imprisoned him, and forced him to concoct alchemical pills, what would he do? On the surface, no one would dare to harm a heaven-grade alchemist, but in private, he. After all, there were only 2 heaven-grade alchemists in the whole vast lands. Ling Han had the Black Tower, which was indeed enough to protect himself, but if the secret of the Black Tower was leaked, he might encounter even more trouble. Didn't the Thousand Corpse sect have their eyes on him now? However, for the sake of his father, Ling Han chose to act on impulse. He definitely had to obtain the 9-leaf black Ganoderma and concoct the Restore Spirit pill. The problem now was, would he be able to concoct a heaven-grade alchemical pill? After all, he only had the cultivation of the spiritual pedestal tier, and theoretically, he could at most concoct an earth-grade mid-level alchemical pill. If he added in the strange fire, then earth-grade high-level alchemical pill wouldn't be a problem, but heaven-grade was uncertain. He could only hope that Xiaohua had been trained hard enough in the Black Tower, and his strength had improved greatly. Otherwise he really might fail. Face was secondary. The key was that he couldn't snatch the 9-leaf black Ganoderma back. Ling Han put away his random thoughts, and took out a stalk of Spirit Heart Heaven Spring Bamboo from the Black Tower. This was a kind of spirit medicine that could be used to concoct the most commonly seen return origin pill to replenish origin power. However, the Spirit Heart Heaven Spring Bamboo could be used to concoct a high-grade return origin pill. A 10-year-old one could allow a spiritual infant tier cultivator to instantly recover 1/10 of their origin power. A 100-year-old one could be effective on a deity transformation tier cultivator, and a 1,000-year-old one could be effective on a heaven tier cultivator. Ling Han had obtained a 100-year-old Spirit Heart Heaven Spring Bamboo in the Devil Sky Mystery Realm, and after close to a year's nurturing by the Black Tower, it had now reached 1,000 years old, and could be used to concoct the highest grade return origin pill. For heaven-tier cultivators, it was naturally a heaven-grade alchemical pill. Though heaven-grade alchemical pills were also divided into 3 grades: high, medium, and low. Because the grade was too high, heaven-grade low level was directly called heaven-grade medium level was saint-grade, and heaven-grade high level was immortal grade. Saint-grade alchemical pills could be effective on shattering void-tier cultivators, and immortal-grade alchemical pills truly did not belong to this world. In his last life, Ling Han had been able to concoct saint-grade alchemical pills, and he also had some knowledge of immortal-grade alchemical pills. He had even found some substitutes and concocted demigod-grade alchemical pills, which also proved that his talent in alchemy was unparalleled in both ancient and modern times, and extremely awesome. The title of Alchemy Emperor was not achieved through flattery, but through genuine ability and knowledge. Those 2 heaven-grade alchemists in the middle state should be heaven-grade low-level alchemists, and there was a huge gap in the inheritance of alchemy. This was completely unrelated to whether the environment of martial arts was prosperous or not, and it was completely impossible for them to become saint-grade alchemists. Though heaven-grade return origin pill was the most ordinary, most trashy heaven-grade alchemical pill, no matter how ordinary or trashy it was still a heaven-grade alchemical pill. It was something that no earth-grade alchemist could concoct, and it was enough for him to pass the certification. More importantly, he did not have any other heaven-grade materials. Spirit Heart Heaven Spring Bamboo was the main ingredient, but he also needed some supplementary ingredients. He manipulated it like moving clouds and flowing water, causing all those alchemists outside to stare in shock. So it turned out that the sorting of materials could also be done in such an elegant manner, and even filled with beauty. Meanwhile, Zhu Xian'er's heart was thumping wildly. Though she was known as the #1 beauty of the North region, and the strongest of the younger generation, to talk to a heaven-grade alchemist was really a fantasy. There were only 2 heaven-grade alchemists in the whole middle state, and this status was practically comparable to an ultimate warrior of Shattering Void tier. Did she have the right to talk to a Shattering Void tier elite? Of course not. Thus, Tang Zuming's threat and temptation were actually very real. If he wanted to ask the 2 heaven-grade alchemists to concoct alchemical pills for him, then the most effective method would be to ask their descendants for help. Otherwise, He could only wait until Zhu Xian'er had grown to the extent that even heaven-grade alchemists would have to give her face. Shattering Void Tier. Putting aside the question of whether or not Zhu Xian'er would be able to reach Shattering Void Tier, even if she could, that would be a matter of when and how long it would take. But if Ling Han could become a heaven-grade alchemist, Zhu Xian'er's heart could not help but thump wildly. She should be considered Ling Han's friend, right? Since they were friends, then it should not be too difficult for her to help him, right? At that moment, she incomparably hoped that Ling Han could succeed. Meanwhile, Tang Zuming smirked coldly. There were a total of 27 Earth-grade high-level alchemists in the Middle State, and in these 100 years they had all been charging towards the threshold of heaven-grade alchemist, but in the end no one had been able to cross over. Why? This step was really too difficult. An 18-year-old youngster also wanted to succeed. He was really too naive. However, he was still very astonished by Ling Han's technique, because he was also a genius of alchemy. He was already a black-grade high-level alchemist at the age of 20, which was enough to show how extraordinary he was. Ling Han's technique was really too experienced, causing him to feel ashamed of his own inferiority. He even had the thought of secretly learning from Ling Han, but looking at those dazzling movements, he completely did not know where to start secretly learning from. At first, there had been some noise outside, but at this moment, it had become absolutely silent. They were all quietly watching Ling Han, and that kind of charm actually caused a strong resonance to arise within them, as if there was something that was about to surge out from within their bodies. After sorting out the ingredients, Ling Han once again entered into the stage of purification. That astonishing technique naturally caused everyone to be shocked and dumbfounded again. A few of them even cried out in surprise, but they were all repeatedly rolled their eyes at by the others. The most important stage had arrived, the concoction of alchemical pills. No matter how pleasing to the eye one's choice of ingredients was, no matter how exquisite the purification of medicinal effects was, if one was unable to concoct the alchemical pill, everything would be useless. Ling Han focused his mind and calmed his heart. He summoned the strange fire and thought, "Small fire, it's yours now." Hong, a crimson ball of flame suddenly ignited. If one looked closely, there was actually a small ball of purple in the center of the flame, which appeared to be very unusual. Ling Han was surprised. Small fire was indeed very different. Compared to the beginning, small fire had swallowed another ball of strange fire, and its strength had definitely increased greatly, but the greater change should have come from the improvement of the Black Tower, which had truly allowed it to be reborn. There was hope for a heaven-grade alchemical pill. The flames raged, and the light of the flames soared into the skies. No way, with such a fierce fire right from the start. Isn't he afraid that he won't be able to control it? That's right, the furnace could explode at any moment. Immediately, a great many people began to shake their heads. Ling Han's skill in sorting out the ingredients and purification made them all sigh in admiration, but his alchemy level sigh was really a bit pitiful. How could such a person become an earth-grade alchemist? Though a great many older and more mature people did not speak, their eyes revealed disappointment. At first, they had thought that Ling Han was aggressive and full of confidence, and had really thought that he had some confidence, but they had not thought that he was just putting on a brave front. The other was only a youngster, so why did he have so much confidence in him for no reason? What a joke! The furnace fire was still blazing, and soared straight to the roof, forcing Ling Han to activate the thunder battle armor to resist such high temperature. 1 hour, 2 hours, 3 hours, time passed very quickly. How long has it been? Why hasn't the furnace exploded yet? That's right, it's been at least 3 hours, and it should have exploded long ago. Could it be that there's any hope of success? Impossible. I'm guessing that the ingredients he used are not heaven-grade at all, and he is completely faking alchemy. Hey, he can't be so reckless, right? The crowd discussed animatedly, and Tang Zuming simply laughed loudly. How could heaven-grade alchemical pills be so easy to concoct? It had to be that Ling Han had already failed long ago, and was just unwilling to admit defeat no matter what, stubbornly trying to save face. Chapter 344. Before, everyone thought that Ling Han was a chicken, but now this guy not only became much more ferocious, but was also a god of wealth. Who would want to fight such a person? First of all, they might not be able to beat him. The top 100 ranking had no absolute relationship with strength. For example, Yukai's strength was definitely in the top 10, but he only ranked in the 20s in the first round of the exam. Thus, even Yu Kaiyu lost to Ling Han. Other than the 7 sons of Ao family, who else could fight against Ling Han? Besides, even if they won, it might not be good. They would be targeted by Ling Han, and how could they be friends? So, everyone wanted to avoid Ling Han. Anyway, there were 9 other people to challenge. But there would always be an unlucky guy who had to face Ling Han. He smiled embarrassedly and said, "I'm Zheng Yuan, greetings to senior brother Han. There's no need to fight this battle, I admit defeat." Firstly, he really wasn't Ling Han's match, and secondly, he wanted to do Ling Han a favor. Ling Han just smiled faintly and said, "You admit it?" Zheng Yuan couldn't help but stare dumbfounded. It was over just like that. He also wanted to be friends with Ling Han. This guy was rich and overbearing, giving 3 bottles of Restore Origin pills at once. It was really scary. In everyone's eyes, Ling Han was probably inseparable from being a fool with a lot of money. Wasn't that so? Giving such a big gift just after getting to know someone, if this wasn't being a fool with a lot of money, then what was? Since that was the case, why not give him a few bottles? He was extremely embarrassed, but he could only walk back, retreating into the crowd. So this guy wasn't stupid. Seeing this scene, everyone said in their minds. After this round, there was only the last round, and the winner would at least advance into the top 10, and could get the reward. But to get first place, they definitely had to go through many battles. After an hour, the second to last round of battles all ended, leaving only 20 people in the field. Among them, the disciples of the Winter Moon sect occupied 14 spots. It could be seen that a large sect was a large sect after all, and indeed had deep roots. However, there were still 6 outsiders who stayed behind, which meant that their strength was quite extraordinary. That was indeed the truth. Some forces didn't establish any sects or factions. They just relied on their families to develop. Their strength couldn't be compared to sects, but after a few generations of accumulation, they still had a rather astonishing amount of cultivation resources. If they focused all of it on one of their descendants, it would be enough to create a genius. Yang Chong Bai Ming and Si Chi Meng were among them, and the last 2 were both males called Wang Ping and Shi Zhiyuan, both at the 7th layer of the spiritual ocean tier, only slightly inferior to Yu Kaiyu, which was quite shocking. The last round begin, the spiritual pedestal tier elite said. Hee. Which one of you wants to pick that brat? The 7 sons of the Ao family asked each other. All of them had their eyes on Ling Han. This kid can't be underestimated. Even Yu Kaiyu lost to him, Ao Jiancheng said. That's because Yu Kaiyu was too stupid. He had a spirit tool, but he didn't use it. He insisted on fighting with his bare fists. He lost because of his stupidity, said Ao Fengxing. That's not necessarily true. He obtained 3 bottles of Restore Spirit pills, which are even more valuable than the Thunder Battle armor. He's not the first, but obtained a medicinal pill that surpasses the first. This is clearly smart. Forget it, if we can avoid him, we'll avoid him first, and play with him in the final ranking battle. Yes. They reached a consensus, but the problem was that even they wanted to avoid Ling Han, not to mention the others. It wasn't like they didn't realize that Yu Kaiyu was no match for him. Thus, when they just stepped out, the other 3 had already found their opponents, and naturally none of them chose Ling Han. In other words, among the 7 of them, one had to fight Ling Han. I'll do it. Ao Jiancheng walked out. Okay. Then leave it to old 7. That's right. He's merely at the first layer of the spiritual ocean tier. If we send the others, it'd be too kind to him. The other 6 sons nodded one after another, then found their own opponents. Admit defeat. Surrender. Ao Jiancheng stood in front of Ling Han with his hands behind his back. He lifted his head slightly off the stage, revealing an arrogant expression. Didn't anyone tell you that your mouth stinks? Ling Han snorted. If your mouth stinks, then speak less. You have to insult the air. Come, I'll give you a few good slaps to wake you up. Such an arrogant brat. Ao Jiancheng frowned. Where did you get such courage from? Of course it's strength. Ling Han crooked his finger. Bring it on. If I don't beat you into a pig's head, my surname isn't Han. Haha. I'd like to see how you beat me into a pig's head. Ao Jiancheng sneered, revealing an awe-inspiring expression. He was truly enraged. Ling Han attacked. This was Ao Feng's son, and during the exam he was even chased by him. However, he didn't want to unleash the demon birth sword at the time, and there was also a strong warrior watching from the shadows, so it was hard to kill him. Now that he had advanced into the spiritual ocean tier, he truly had the qualifications to fight head-on without relying on external power. Hong, he punched out, and the origin power in the earth's spiritual ocean surged out, pouring into his fist. The will of martial art was released, forming dazzling vein-like patterns that struck towards Ao Jiancheng. Ao Jiancheng's expression was stern, and he didn't dare to be careless in the slightest. His opponent could defeat Yu Kaiyu, which meant that his battle prowess was at least 14 stars, which was very shocking. He drew his sword, and with a clang, a cold light as bright as autumn water turned, forming 6 flashes of sword qi, striking towards Ling Han. 6 flashes of sword qi already accomplished. To be listed as one of the Ao family's 7 sons, even if he was ranked last, Ao Jiancheng's strength was indeed incomparably powerful. This was a spirit tool that could increase his battle prowess by 2 stars. The higher one's tier, the lesser the auxiliary effect of spirit tools, medicinal pills, and spirit talismans. This was very obvious. So, the increase of 2 stars of battle prowess was actually quite considerable. Now Ao Jiancheng's battle prowess shot up to 16 stars, and with a slash 6 flashes of sword qi crisscrossed, tearing the air apart and forming whirlpools of air that continuously spun. Objectively speaking, Ling Han's cultivation was indeed a shortcoming. His strength was comparable to the 7th layer of the spiritual ocean tier, but Ao Jiancheng was at the 9th layer of the spiritual ocean tier, and he couldn't be stronger than a normal 9th layer spiritual ocean tier cultivator. More importantly, fist arts weren't Ling Han's forte. 14 stars nearing 15 stars was his current limit, and it was impossible to increase it any further. No matter, he also had a spirit tool. Purple Star Arm Guard. He immediately activated this spirit tool. Wang, under the infusion of powerful power, his power instantly soared. Power was the core element of battle prowess, and as his power increased, his battle prowess also correspondingly increased by a level. However, 15 stars nearing 16 stars, he was still slightly inferior to Ao Jiancheng. Ling Han still had a trick up his sleeve. With his heaven-tier martial art cultivation, Ao Jiancheng only needed to raise his hand or move his foot, and he would immediately be able to determine where the opponent's next attack would come from. Such foresight not only made up for the difference of 1 star in battle prowess, it even allowed Ling Han to have the upper hand. Hiss! The surrounding spectators all cried out in surprise. This was too inconceivable. Come to think of it, this new friend of mine is truly a complete freak, Yu Kaiyu muttered, and even reached out to touch the Restore Origin pill in his pocket. Now he still had a surreal feeling. Chapter 345. Ling Han had the absolute initiative. He still hadn't activated the Eye of Truth, or else Ao Jiancheng's weakness would be infinitely magnified in front of his eyes. As long as the difference in battle prowess wasn't large, it would definitely be fatal, allowing him to win in a few moves. This was a mystical power after all. Impossible! Ao Jiancheng roared angrily. He was close to his full battle prowess, but not only could he not suppress Ling Han, he even had the upper hand, which he couldn't accept no matter what. Ling Han smiled faintly and said, "Nothing's impossible, just obediently let me slap you in the face. Don't even think about it." Ao Jiancheng was very conceited. Ranked last among the 7 sons of Ao family, he was only enduring for a moment, and sooner or later, he would soar to the skies. He hadn't even taken off yet, and suffered a head-on blow that made him dizzy. He actually couldn't beat someone at the 1st layer of the spiritual ocean tier? He couldn't believe it, couldn't accept it. Ah! He roared angrily, took out a spirit talisman and slapped it on his chest. Instantly, surging origin power overflowed like the sea, and his power abruptly increased. His battle prowess instantly soared by 2 stars. This allowed him to directly suppress Ling Han, seizing the initiative of the battle. The spirit talisman he used was the Small Devil Sky Talisman, which could temporarily increase power, and the effect lasted about 10 minutes. So, he had to defeat Ling Han in this time, or else this precious spirit talisman would be wasted. No way, old Ao was forced to use a spirit talisman. I can't believe it. How can someone at the 1st layer of the spiritual ocean tier be so strong? I heard that there's a genius in the desolate north named Ling Han, who defeated Feng Yan at the first layer of the spiritual ocean tier at the first layer of the gushing spring tier. I always thought this couldn't happen, but now I somewhat believe it. Too shocking. How can someone at the first layer of the spiritual ocean tier have such terrifying battle prowess? How many stars does this guy's battle prowess surpass? The people around were all shocked. It was too hard to accept. How could someone be so strong? Even the old man of the spiritual pedestal tier frowned. This time he really picked up a treasure. Such a genius could probably be ranked among the top in the middle state. Lose, 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 lose. Ao Jiancheng shouted loudly. If he still couldn't defeat Ling Han after using the spirit talisman, then he would truly lose all face. Ling Han only snorted coldly and said, "Stop daydreaming." He finally activated the Eye of Truth, and faint golden vein-like patterns flashed past his right eye. Ao Jiancheng's every move was infinitely slowed down in his eyes. Here, and here it's full of holes. Ling Han was surprised. With his heaven-tier eyesight, he had only discovered 7 of Ao Jiancheng's flaws, but considering the power and attack speed of both sides, none of these 7 flaws could be used. If he chose these 7 spots to attack, the result would be that both sides would suffer. He had the indestructible Heaven Scroll, and would definitely be able to hold on more than Ao Jiancheng, but he refused such a victory. This was Ao Feng's son, so he had to win to his heart's content. And under the Eye of Truth, Ao Jiancheng's flaws were magnified by 19. He immediately began to calculate in his mind, simulating the possible result of attacking every flaw, and after an instant, he obtained the answer. His figure suddenly advanced, charging towards Ao Jiancheng. What? Impossible! Are my eyes playing tricks on me? In everyone's cries of surprise, Ling Han directly avoided all of Ao Jiancheng's attacks, his figure constantly swaying as if he had become a paper man. The seemingly inconceivable and completely unreasonable action became a perfect dodge, allowing him to bully right in front of Ao Jiancheng. Pa! Ling Han raised his hand and gave a slap, landing solidly on Ao Jiancheng's face. It was clear and loud. Ao Jiancheng's eyes instantly turned red, and he shouted angrily, "I'm going to kill you." He was extremely furious. As one of the 7 sons of Ao family, he was actually slapped in the face in public. What kind of humiliation was this? He attacked wildly. However, in front of Ling Han, who activated the Eye of Truth, this kind of counterattack was meaningless. The two's strength wasn't that different, and the effect of the Eye of Truth was extremely shocking. Pa pa pa! Ling Han continuously waved his palms, and Ao Jiancheng was also continuously slapped in the face, his teeth spitting out one after another. However, he actually couldn't do anything and could only roar in vain. His attacks were tyrannical, but they couldn't hit anyone at all, so what was the point? Enough! That spiritual pedestal tier elite didn't continue. This wasn't a battle at all, but a one-sided massacre. It didn't matter to others, but Ao Jiancheng was Ao Feng's son, and he couldn't just watch as Ao Jiancheng was humiliated, or else Ao Feng would definitely find trouble with him. Ao Feng was an existence that could at least step into the flower blossom tier in the future, and he didn't want Ao Jiancheng to bear a grudge. Pa 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 pa! Ling Han slapped 4 more times, knocking all of Ao Jiancheng's teeth out before stopping and retreating. Ah! How could Ao Jiancheng swallow this insult? He leapt up and pounced towards Ling Han. "Milord already said to stop and you still want to fight. Aren't you looking down on Milord?" Ling Han deliberately sounded arrogant. Ao Jiancheng almost went mad from anger. "Just now, that spiritual pedestal tier elite said to stop, and didn't you still slap me 4 times in a row? Now you're playing the blame game. No one is as shameless as you, too despicable, too vulgar, too sinister." The spiritual pedestal tier elite's face was a bit dark, displeased with both Ao Jiancheng and Ling Han. These 2 guys didn't take him seriously. However, one was Ao Feng's son, and the other had freakish battle prowess, his future accomplishments limitless. It seemed like he couldn't do anything to either of them. This obviously made him very depressed. "Enough," he said coldly. "In this battle old Ao lost, Han Lin won." Yu Kaiyu touched his face and said, "Compared to old Ao, I only lost 3 teeth, which can be considered preferential treatment. What medicine did this guy eat? How could he be so fierce?" The other battles also ended one after another, and the other 6 people of AO family all won, but the expressions of the 6 people were quite unsightly. How AO family competed internally was something that happened behind closed doors, but to the outside world they were all people of AO family. Now that old AO was publicly slapped in the face, and even lost a mouthful of teeth, how could they not be angry? This brat actually dared to humiliate our AO family's people in public. Absolutely unforgivable. AO Jian said coldly. However, he could so easily defeat old AO. I'm afraid that apart from boss, no one else is his match. The key is that this guy is only at the first layer of the spiritual ocean tier. No matter what spirit tool, spirit talisman, or medicinal pill he used to have such battle prowess, it's still shockingly terrifying. The 6 sons of AO family frowned at the same time, a strong sense of danger rising up. Chapter 346. Ling Han stood on the side, his right eye slightly aching. This was because his cultivation wasn't high enough. Using the Eye of Truth for a while made him feel uncomfortable. He immediately operated the indestructible Heaven Scroll, the highest level profound meaning circulating, and his right eye quickly returned to normal. After all, he only used it for a while, but if he used it for a long time, it definitely wouldn't recover so easily. Ao Jiancheng had no face to stay any longer. There was no hope for the top 10 anyway, so he obviously turned and left, or else wouldn't he be treated as a joke? Everyone looked at Ling Han in shock. This guy really amazed the world with a single feat. The 7 sons of AO family were absolute geniuses in the younger generation, and there were indeed spiritual pedestal tier warriors above them, but all of them were over 30 years old. In the martial art world, 30 years old was divided into youths and adults. Of course, after breaking through to the flower blossom tier, martial artists' lifespan increased greatly, and the boundaries of youths had to be redefined. It could be imagined that after today's exam, the entire Winter Moon sect would be shaken. Old monsters that hid for a long time might appear, fighting to take this guy with outstanding talent as a personal disciple. Now the top 10 ranking battle will begin, the spiritual pedestal tier warrior said. There are only 10 of you left, and everyone has to battle the other 9 once. If you win, you'll get 3 points. If you draw, you'll get 1 point, and if you lose, you won't get any points. Each battle will last at most half an hour, and if it goes beyond that, it'll be considered a draw. Begin. He swept a glance at Ling Han, somewhat displeased. However, who asked Ling Han's talent to be too monstrous? So what if he was displeased? In a few years, the latter's cultivation might surpass his, and he could only look up to him. In the martial art world, only cultivation, only strength, age, and experience. Who were they showing it to? Everyone carefully chose their opponents. This was a strategy. For example, they could be ranked in the middle, but if they encountered an elite and were heavily injured, their ranking would be at the bottom. And after entering the top 10 with every step forward, the rewards obtained would be slightly better. So everyone naturally wanted to earn more points. Ling Han was too strong, and probably only Ao Xinglai qualified to be his opponent here. So everyone wanted to avoid him, treating him and Ao Xinglai as the last 2 opponents. But how could that be? Ao Xinglai also didn't challenge Ling Han first. Instead, he chose another person as his opponent. Among the top 10, 6 of them were from the Ao clan. Therefore, Ling Han randomly targeted one of them, and the probability of encountering a member of the Ao clan was up to 2/3. His opponent was Ao Jian, ranked 5th. Everyone called him Ao the 5th or Ao the 5th. Ao Jian did not dare to be careless. He drew his sword with a solemn expression. Ling Han only smiled faintly, but there was a baleful look in his eyes. He didn't have a good impression of anyone from the Ao clan, so whenever he caught one, he would give them a ruthless beating. If this wasn't the Winter Moon sect, he would definitely draw Ao Old 5th into the Black Tower. As for whether he would kill him or imprison him, that was up to his mood. Ao Jian did not waste any time and directly used his ultimate move. With a swing of his sword, 6 streaks of sword chi crisscrossed. It was extremely shocking. The 7 sons of the Ao family were able to dominate the younger generation of the Winter Moon sect, and indeed could not be underestimated. Just by looking at these 6 flashes of sword chi, one could tell that if they were brought to Rain Country, even the swordsmen of the older generation would not have such strength. The amount of sword chi represented the understanding of the way of the sword. Ling Han also opened the Eye of Truth. His figure dashed out and forcibly shuttled through the gaps between Ao Jian's moves, appearing in front of his opponent. Under his opponent's disbelieving gaze, he punched his opponent's face. With every punch, Ao Jian would spit out a mouthful of blood, accompanied by a broken tooth. Ling Han punched a total of 32 times, and Ao Jian also spat out 32 mouthfuls of blood and 32 broken teeth. When Ling Han punched the last time, Ao Jian also flew up into the air and fell heavily onto the ground after drawing an arc. He immediately fainted. This everyone gasped. It was said that one shouldn't hit the face in a fight, but Ling Han specifically hit the face. This was too ruthless. Martial artists cared the most about face, not to mention proud figures like the 7 sons of the Ao family. But now the 2 of them fought with Ling Han, yet they were all knocked out of their teeth. Was this the rhythm of a death grudge? Too ruthless. Yu couldn't help but touch his face again, feeling even more how lucky he was to only lose 3 teeth. Ling Han said that he wanted to be friends with him, and it didn't seem wrong, but there seemed to be something wrong. This battle ended very quickly. From the beginning of the battle, Ling Han slapped Ao Jian 32 times in an extremely powerful manner, so fast that it was like a gust of wind. When this gust of wind blew, the outcome was already decided. The spiritual pedestal tier elite's face couldn't help but darken a bit. This was the 2nd son of the Ao family to have all his teeth knocked out. As the supervisor, he would definitely be hated by Ao Feng. This was really an undeserved disaster, making him a bit more dissatisfied with Ling Han. Ling Han didn't care about this and sat down to recover the origin power that he consumed. In fact, he really didn't consume much origin power. He just put on a show for others to make himself look slightly more normal. It was mainly to relieve the soreness in his eyes. Opening the Eye of Truth twice in a row made him feel some pressure. The indestructible heaven scroll circulated, and the discomfort in his eyes quickly disappeared. But it was a bit slower than the first time. After half an hour, all the battles were over. Everyone exchanged opponents and fought again. This time, Ling Han's opponent wasn't the 7 sons of the Ao family, nor was it a disciple of the Winter Moon sect, but Yang Chong. Little Overlord Spear. Brother Han, how could a person as powerful as you be unknown and only suddenly appear today? Yang Chong drew out a 2-meter-long silver spear. The spear's body was like a wash, and aimed at Ling Han, emitting a terrifying baleful aura. Ling Han smiled faintly and said, "Can't I just focus on cultivation and amaze the world with a single brilliant feat? Then Brother Han's patience is truly admirable." Yang Chong took quick steps and charged towards Ling Han. He suddenly swept the body of his spear horizontally, using it as a long staff. A strong wind howled as the long spear swept past, like a silver dragon, sending out multiple bursts of chi. The sound of explosions did not stop. The speed of this spear broke through the speed of sound. Ling Han's right fist clenched and punched towards the spear. Hong! His fist landed on the sword, and instantly, his whole body trembled violently. An inch longer, an inch stronger. This sweep of the long spear not only condensed Yang Chong's full strength, but also maximized its power as it swung. Unless Ling Han's strength far surpassed Yang Chong's, taking this attack head-on would only result in such a result. On the other hand, Yang Chong's perlicue was only split open and blood seeped out, but he immediately turned the sweep into a stab, stabbing towards Ling Han's chest. To swing the long spear and form a staff attack required a large amount of space to maneuver. If he attacked again, it would give Ling Han more time to recover, and it wouldn't be a choice that someone as smart as him would make. Thus, he thrust his spear forward. This was a consecutive move, one of the strongest moves of the Overlord Spear technique. Chapter 347. Oh! This person was like a god descending into the world, his aura astonishing. He was obviously only in the spiritual pedestal tier, but his martial intent was ostentatious, and the deterrent force was almost no weaker than the flower blossom tier. Behind him there were many beautiful female martial artists holding their cheeks, their eyes full of stars as they couldn't help but scream, looking infatuated with him. He strode in front of Zhu Xian'er, the corners of his mouth curling up, revealing a smile that could make one's mind go wild, and said, "Zhu Xian'er, take off your veil, and let me see if you have the qualifications to be my bride. So handsome. Too domineering. When Yi Jian marry me, I'm willing to be your bride." Many female martial artists shrieked in a frenzy. Zhu Xian'er's pretty face turned cold, and her gaze swept over Ling Han, yet she said indifferently, Xian'er has already taken young Master Han as my master, and as long as young Master Han agrees, Xian'er will naturally take off my veil. Conversely, as long as Ling Han didn't agree, then she could just stay where she was. What? Once these words were spoken, everyone was in an uproar. The women were obviously indignant that Zhu Xian'er actually refused such a super handsome guy, while the men's eyes were red with anxiety. Take young Master Han as my master. What did this mean? Did you offer your body and mind to him? For a moment, countless gazes that wished to kill stared at Ling Han. If gazes were like swords, Ling Han would definitely be chopped into pieces, and if gazes were like fire, Ling Han would definitely be burned into ashes. Haha, so you're that young Master Han? The godlike youngster stared at Ling Han, and revealed a disdainful smile. I'm called Wen Yijian, and will also be the world's #1 sword in the future. Haha. There's an idiot in the middle state who calls himself the world's #2 sword. Fortunately, he didn't call himself the #1 sword, or else I'll definitely let him know what's called sword path. So handsome. Hearing these bold words, many women became infatuated again. Ling Han only smiled faintly and said, Yao Huiyu indeed has the qualifications to be called the world's #2 sword in the future. But you, I'm just a lowly person. Whether or not you can become the world's most lowly person depends on how hard you work. Wen Yijian's expression immediately darkened and he said, You dare insult me? Insult you? I don't think so, I'm just speaking the truth. Ling Han shrugged. Wen Yijian looked up at the sky and laughed and said, In this world, no one can insult me. Oh, you really think you're something? Ling Han said disdainfully. Originally, he wasn't interested in paying attention to this kind of overconfident person, but who told him to provoke him first? Apologize to me, and if I'm satisfied, I can only cripple one of your arms, Wen Yijian said proudly. Ling Han gave an O and said, From your tone, you don't seem to be from the North region. Nonsense, how could there be a genius like me in the North region? I'm the #1 genius of the sword in the East region. Wen Yijian said without the slightest modesty. His gaze swept over, and seeing that many men revealed angry expressions, he couldn't help but sneer. What, you're not convinced? If not, then come at me. I can beat you until you're convinced, starting with you. When he said the last sentence, he stared at Ling Han again. You're not qualified to fight with Master Ling. A white-clothed figure shot out. It was Shenzhong Cheng. I'll defeat you. White-clothed Sword King. 8th on the prodigy roll. White-clothed Sword King. Beat this East region's bastard. Many men roared. Wen Yijian's arrogance already aroused public anger. Of course, there was another person who also became a public enemy, and that was obviously Ling Han. However, many people already heard that Ling Han became a heaven-grade alchemist. At least on the surface, who dared to challenge a heaven-grade alchemist? Wen Yijian was slightly surprised and said to Ling Han, You're still some master? Don't be scared when I say it. Ling Han smiled slightly. Haha, what master can scare me? Wen Yijian said disdainfully. You're at most a high-level black-grade alchemist, although for your age this is already very impressive. Ha 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 ha. Everyone instantly laughed loudly. Wen Yijian was baffled by the laughter and said darkly, Is what I said that funny? Idiot, my family's young Master Han is a heaven-grade alchemist. Zhu Wujiu shouted. Ha 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 ha. This time it was Wen Yijian's turn to laugh loudly, almost to the point of tears. Wasn't this funny? Who didn't know that there were only 2 heaven-grade alchemists in the entire vast lands, but these 2 diligently studied alchemy for who knew how many years, so how could they be this immature youngster in front of him? However, after he laughed for a while, he discovered that no one echoed him, and instead looked at him as if he was an idiot. Apart from a few beauties who still had their usual fanatical gazes. Grandmaster Ling is indeed a heaven-grade alchemist, admired by all in the world, an old man said. He was a flower blossom tier elite of the extreme imperial sect, specially escorting the sect's disciples into the mystery realm. That's right, Grandmaster Ling is our North region's most outstanding genius, the one and only. The flower blossom tier elite of the Great Compassion sect also said. Greetings, Grandmaster Ling. The flower blossom tier elites present all cupped their hands in salute. Alchemy and martial arts weren't in the same domain, but were inextricably linked. If it weren't for Ling Han's cultivation being too low, these flower blossom tier elites would have to kneel in salute. Ling Han only raised his hand, appearing calm and composed. He'd seen this kind of scene many times in his previous life, so he obviously wouldn't be flustered. When Yi Jian was greatly shocked. A flower blossom tier elite might be muddle-headed, but it was definitely impossible for over 100 flower blossom tier elites to all go crazy. This youngster in front of him was really a heaven-grade alchemist? Holy shit, this was too young, wasn't it? Alchemists had a transcendent status, and even if you didn't ask for an alchemist's help, you definitely couldn't offend them. Because offending an alchemist, especially a high-level alchemist, many people would volunteer to stick up for the alchemist without the alchemist even having to say anything. If the matter of him, when Yi Jian, looking down on a heaven-grade alchemist, got out, would there still be a place for him in the entire vast lands? When Yi Jian was proud but definitely not stupid, so he immediately lowered his proud head and said, "I didn't know, Master Ling, please forgive me, Master Ling." Ling Han smiled and said, "Actually, I'm not some heaven-grade alchemist, just a small martial artist. Didn't you want to teach me a lesson? Come, let's fight to our heart's content." "Fight your sister, you think I'm stupid?" How could Wen Yijian believe that over 100 flower blossom tier elites cooperating with a small spiritual pedestal tier like Ling Han to put on a show? Was that possible? He laughed loudly and said, "Master Ling really knows how to joke." He was also an extremely slick person, and wasn't troubled by Ling Han's words in the slightest. "Wen Yijian, come fight." Shen Zhongchang was full of fighting spirit. He was also a sword user, and couldn't help but want to spar with the sword arts expert. Wen Yijian just kicked an iron plate and lost a lot of face, so he obviously wanted to regain his face. He immediately snorted and said, "Since you want to lose so much, I'll let you have it all." Chapter 348. Ling Han won 2 consecutive victories, and each battle was won cleanly and cleanly, his momentum growing stronger and stronger. The third round of challenges began, and Ling Han again encountered the 7 sons of Ao family, ranked 6th, called Ao Mingjia. There was naturally no need to be polite, activating the Eye of Truth and slapping faces to his heart's content. Under 32 heavy punches, Ao Mingjia also became a toothless disciple. Now, everyone finally understood that Ling Han definitely had a grudge against the Ao family. Against others, he only defeated them, and although he would also heavily injure them, none of them were so miserable, having all their teeth knocked out. But what kind of existence was the Ao family in the Winter Moon sect? The ancestor of the Ao family was a grand elder, an old monster of the spiritual infant tier, so why did he have to have such a bad relationship with the Ao family? Even if he was young and impetuous, he shouldn't be so arrogant. Ling Han didn't need others to understand his way of doing things. He just waited. His next opponent was one of the 7 sons of Ao family, ranked 3rd Ao Xinghan. The result was naturally needless to say. He was beaten violently, and also became a toothless disciple. In the next round, Ling Han faced Si Qimeng. This woman was really strong, killing her way here, but her current record was 1 win and 3 losses, and the only win was against Bai Ming. She was quite straightforward and directly admitted defeat. It couldn't be helped, her 3 losses were all given by the 7 sons of Ao family, and Ling Han could beat the 7 sons of Ao family. Was there even a need to mention the gap? She was a delicate beauty, and if she was beaten black and blue on the spot, how embarrassing would that be? Ling Han now had 5 wins and 0 losses, and was currently tied for first with Ao Xinglai and Ao Yuanwei. In the 6th round, he encountered Bai Ming. Bai Ming admitted defeat. In the 7th round, he fought Ao Fengxing, but Ao Fengxing actually decisively admitted defeat, escaping the fate of being slapped in the face and becoming a toothless disciple. This made Ling Han very displeased, and his face darkened as if everyone was an eyesore. Everyone's face twitched. As expected, Ling Han really had a grudge against the Ao family. It wasn't good that he admitted defeat, but he actually got angry. In the 8th round, Ling Han fought against Ao Yuanwei. However, this fellow did not admit defeat and wanted to fight with Ling Han. His strength was indeed a little stronger than the other 5 sons of the Ao clan. But it was only a little. He had just launched his attack when Ling Han used his Eye of Truth to see everything clearly. Then, he rushed over and gave him a good beating. Suddenly, he and his 4 brothers became toothless. Ling Han covered his eyes. The continuous use of the Eye of Truth was too much of a burden on him. This was not something that could be healed by the indestructible Heaven Scroll alone. Rather, it was a strong sense of exhaustion that arose in his soul, and he needed a long period of rest to recover. During the last battle against Ao Xinglai, he couldn't use the Eye of Truth anymore. Otherwise, he might suffer from an intense backlash and it would definitely not feel good. It was fine, the Eye of Truth was only one of his trump cards. He still had other trump cards, such as the indestructible Heaven Scroll. At worst, he would trade injury for injury with Ao Xinglai but not death. When he thought of this, Ling Han could not help but reveal a strong hostility. His family was his reverse scale, and Ao Feng had injured his father and imprisoned his mother, arousing the murderous aura in his blood. The last round began, the spiritual pedestal tier elite said indifferently, but his eyes were fixed on Ling Han and Ao Xinglai. In his mind, Ao Xinglai was definitely a popular contender for first place, the only popular contender, but now there was actually another person with 8 wins and 0 losses. This was something he would never have thought of before. The winner of these 2 would be the first in this year's Mountain Gate opening examination. However, if Ling Han obtained first place, then it would make the elder of the Ao clan very displeased. Because the Thunder Battle Armor was taken out as a reward this time, it was the elder of the Ao clan who insisted on pushing for it. His intention was naturally very obvious. He wanted this Thunder Battle Armor to become a possession of the Ao clan. This was originally in the bag. The 7 sons of the Ao clan all moved out, but the result was really hard to say. Ling Han or Ao Xinglai, who was stronger? Before this, no one would have any hesitation. They were certain that the strongest spiritual ocean tier elite of the Winter Moon sect could only be Ao Xinglai. But now, after witnessing Ling Han's battle prowess, no one dared to pat their chest like that. This young man was really too miraculous. Ling Han faced Ao Xinglai directly. This was Ao Feng's most outstanding son, and if he was beaten to a pulp, Ao Feng would definitely be extremely displeased. Ling Han could not help but reveal a smile and said, "I hope you don't admit defeat." "Haha, do you think I'm one of those trash?" Ao Xinglai said coldly, his face full of disdain. These words dealt a heavy blow to the 6 sons of Ao family, causing the 5 sons who were left behind to look furious. However, their faces had all been slapped swollen by Ling Han, so there wasn't much change in their expressions. "Very good, then I don't have to worry." Ling Han breathed a huge sigh of relief. "Your face, I'm definitely going to slap it." Ao Xinglai was so angry that his body trembled. This was too much of an insult to him. "Young man, trouble usually comes from the mouth, and your mouth is cheap and your hands are also cheap. I will cripple your hands, and let you know that the reputation of the Ao clan is not to be slandered by anyone," he said in a low voice. He had already suppressed his anger, displaying his cultivation in martial art. Very nice words, but that requires true strength. Ling Han crooked his finger. "Come quickly, my fists can't help but want to leave a mark on your face." Impudence. Ao Xinglai finally moved. A long sword appeared out of nowhere, pitch black like ink. Once it was drawn out, the whole universe dimmed for a moment before returning to normal. Black star sword. The disciples of the Winter Moon sect all cried out in shock. Even the 5 sons of the Ao clan all had difficult expressions, their eyes revealing intense jealousy. The black star sword was Ao Feng's weapon, a level 5 spirit tool that could be gradually activated. Even in the hands of a spiritual ocean tier martial artist, it could still display the strongest battle prowess in the spiritual ocean tier. Now that this black star sword appeared in Ao Xinglai's hands, it at least meant 2 things. Firstly, Ao Feng saw Ao Xinglai as the true heir, which was why he gave his spirit tool to him. Secondly, Ao Feng was probably really about to advance into the flower blossom tier, so he could even give away a level 5 spirit tool. That's right, it's the black star sword. Ao Xinglai's face was full of arrogance, and under the jealous gazes of the other 5 sons, he was very pleased. He had cultivated hard for almost 20 years, not daring to slack off for even a moment, and now he had finally made it. He was the representative of the new generation of the Ao clan, one of a kind. Han Lin. I represent the Ao clan to punish you. Ao Xinglai activated the Black Star Sword, and multiple patterns lit up, exuding a terrifying aura. Punish your sister. Ling Han humphed. Using a chicken feather as a token of authority. Who do you think you are? He took the initiative to attack, throwing a punch. 7 dragons and elephants appeared, charging towards Ao Xinglai. More refreshing reading on mobile. Chapter 349. Ao Xinglai only snorted coldly and waved the Black Star Sword. A black light appeared, and specks of starlight flickered, easily destroying the 7-headed dragon elephant. This was a 5th-tier spirit tool. Even if it couldn't be fully activated, it was still essentially at the spiritual pedestal tier. Ling Han was certainly freakish, possessing 16 stars of battle prowess at the first layer of the spiritual ocean tier. But how could 16 stars compare to the spiritual pedestal tier? It was the same logic as when Ling Han drew out the demon birth sword at the 9th layer of the gushing spring tier. Even a spiritual ocean tier beast king had to be wary. Haha, once the Black Star Sword is drawn, this guy can only bow his head. That's natural. In Ao Xinglai's hands, though the Black Star Sword can't unleash the might of the spiritual pedestal tier, it's a spirit tool. With Ao Xinglai's strength, it's enough to unleash 1% of the Black Star Sword's power. This kind of power is enough to suppress anyone under the spiritual pedestal tier. No matter how freakish you are, it's useless. Everyone spoke one after another. This battle that was originally full of uncertainty had lost its suspense, and Ling Han would soon be defeated. Ling Han frowned. The Black Star Sword was indeed very powerful. If he were to face it with his bare hands, the result would really be hard to say, unless his physique could be raised to the Iron Sheet tier. At that time, he would indeed be able to contend against mid to low-level spirit tools. Would he have to draw the Demon Birth Sword? A 10th-tier spirit tool obviously could easily crush the Black Star Sword. If the two clashed, the Black Star Sword would definitely break upon contact. There was no other possibility. The problem was, once the Demon Birth Sword was drawn, how many old monsters would be envious of such a treasure? Could it be that he couldn't take care of a son of Ao Feng without the Demon Birth Sword? Ling Han's arrogance instantly rose. His true trump card wasn't the Demon Birth Sword, but the indestructible Heaven Scroll, and the Black Tower. Fine, then let's deal with it. Youngster, you take a strike from me as well. Ao Xinglai charged with his sword. With a wave of the Black Star Sword, 6 flashes of sword chi shot out. Every flash of sword chi was as black as ink, having been enhanced by the Black Star Sword, possessing the destructive power of the Black Star Sword. Ling Han punched out, and 6 streams of fist chi turned into 6 dragons and elephants, meeting the sword chi head-on. Pu piu piu piu. Each of the sword chi sliced a dragon elephant in half. The 6 sword chis were almost undamaged, and they continued to slash towards Ling Han. Everyone cried out in surprise. Previously, in the battle between Ling Han and Yang Chong's spear chi was also boosted by the spirit tool, but it was no match for Ling Han's fist chi, which was punched out with bare hands. But now the tables were completely turned. One could only say that the Black Star Sword was too strong. Although there was only a thin line between the 4th tier and the 5th tier, the gap of a large tier separated the number of martial artists. In the eyes of spiritual pedestal tier warriors, spiritual ocean tier warriors could completely be called ants. Ling Han's figure flickered as he executed the shadow wind movement art. He was like a phantom, dodging all 6 sword chis. Ha 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 ha, you can't even withstand a single flash of my sword chi, and you still dream of fighting me? Ao Xinglai sneered. He himself possessed 16 battle stars of battle prowess, and with the addition of the Black Star Sword, his battle prowess was already close to 1 star of the spiritual pedestal tier. Wouldn't that be enough to sweep away all spiritual ocean tier warriors? With the Black Star Sword in hand, this guy can completely suppress Han Lin without having to worry about wasting any energy. But he didn't challenge Han Lin earlier, allowing us to be humiliated. Ao Fengxing's eyes shone coldly as he said to the other 4 in a low voice. Damn it! Ao Jian clenched his fists tightly. He wants to use Han Lin to trample all of us down. And if he wins by force, then everyone in the world will only remember that there is only one Ao Xinglai in the Ao family. Let's join forces or else we'll only be completely outclassed by him, Ao Mingjie suggested. All right. The 5 sons of the Ao family all nodded. When they went to find Ao Jiancheng later, they didn't believe that the 6 of them joining forces would be unable to defeat a single Ao Xinglai. Hoo-hoo. The black star sword slashed, and 6 flashes of sword chi were like ink dragons, indestructible and shockingly terrifying. However, from the looks of it now, Ao Xinglai was indeed incomparably powerful, displaying an invincible stance. No matter what, Ling Han couldn't possibly defeat him. Meanwhile, Ling Han was very conflicted. He had at least 4 ways to change the situation of the battle. First, the Black Tower unleashed its might. According to Small Tower, the entire vast lands could be destroyed, but this would attract the higher-ups of the higher realms. At that time, the Black Tower would definitely be snatched and he would be killed like an ant. This was not to be considered. Second, the Black Tower's power boost would cause his cultivation to soar to the first layer of the spiritual pedestal tier, and he would be able to kill Ao Xinglai with a wave of his hand. However, the later the Black Tower's power boost, the better. This involved a chance to thoroughly cleanse his body, and Ling Han didn't want to waste it. Not to be considered for now. Third, take out the demon birth sword, but he'd already considered the consequences, so it was also set aside. Then there was only the 4th option, which was to use the Eye of Truth to find the weakness. If Ao Xinglai was truly in the spiritual pedestal tier, then the Eye of Truth would be useless. Mystical powers weren't gods, and could only increase his battle prowess to a certain extent. However, Ao Xinglai only possessed a sliver of spiritual pedestal tier battle prowess by relying on the Black Star Sword, which gave him a gap to break through. If there was a backlash, then so be it. Compared to the other 3 options, using the Eye of Truth was still the safest. Wang golden vein-like patterns immediately shone in his right eye, and the world appeared in front of him in another form. Time slowed down and even stopped, but at the same time, a stream of tears of blood flowed from his eyes. Overusing the Eye of Truth had caused him to suffer in the end. Kill! Ling Han suddenly advanced, charging towards Ao Xinglai. He circled around the Black Star Sword, bypassed the 6 flashes of sword chi, and faced Ao Xinglai directly. Hiss! Everyone was shocked. This allowed Ling Han to successfully break through. Could it be that the battle was about to turn around again? Yet Ao Xinglai didn't show the slightest hint of panic and said coldly, I already knew that your movement technique was strange, so how could I not be prepared? He shook his sword and Wang another flash of sword chi was shot out. 7 flashes of sword chi. No one would have thought that Ao Xinglai actually held back. His limit wasn't 6 flashes of sword chi, but 7. King tier, a king tier of martial arts. What a sinister guy. The 7th flash of sword chi was as black as ink, and slashed fiercely towards Ling Han's chest. Even Ling Han hadn't expected this, but he had lived for 200 years in his last life, and in the last period of his life, he had entered and exited incomparably dangerous historical sites. His ability to adapt to changes was definitely top-notch, or else he would have died countless times. His figure inconceivably twisted, avoiding the vital point on his chest, and at the same time, his right fist still smashed towards Ao Xinglai's face. Peng Ling Han's ribs were instantly struck by a sword. How sharp was the sword chi! It even tore a hole in his body of rock cliff, and fresh blood gushed out like a spring. Ao Xinglai was also sent flying by this punch. Ao Xinglai turned and landed on the ground. He opened his mouth and spat out 2 pieces of blood. He couldn't help but be angry and shocked. Though Ling Han's injuries were far more severe than his, he had still used the Black Star Sword. Chapter 350. Everyone exclaimed. The 7 sons of Ao family were all famous, and the Winter Moon sect had high hopes for them. In the entire history of the sect, it was rare for 7 brothers to be ranked so highly at the same time. But 5 of them were defeated, and 1 admitted defeat. If even Ao Xinglai was no match for Ling Han, then the 7 sons of Ao family would become a joke. Defeated by the same person in a single day, Ling Han and Ao Xinglai both took a few steps back. One covered his ribs with one hand, and the other pressed his face. Lone wolf blood circulated, and Ling Han charged out again. As he circulated the indestructible heaven scroll to heal his wounds, he wanted to defeat Ao Xinglai in one go. As his cultivation level increased, Lone Wolf Blood's increase in battle prowess became weaker and weaker. Now it could barely increase battle prowess by 1 battle star. But no matter how small a mosquito's leg was, it was still meat, and any increase was a little. Ao Xinglai's face was full of shock. He had laid an ambush with a flash of sword chi, catching Ling Han off guard. But it only heavily injured the opponent. No, that wasn't even a heavy injury, just a slightly serious one. And Ling Han's counterattack also gave him a heavy punch, breaking 2 of his teeth. But there was no time for him to be shocked. Ling Han threw another punch and he could only react. He waved his sword and instantly 7 flashes of sword chi shot out. Since he had already revealed his trump card, there was no need for him to hide anymore. With the increase of the Black Star Sword, the 7 flashes of sword chi were shockingly sharp. Ling Han tried his best, and with the help of the Eye of Truth, he dodged 6 flashes of sword chi, but he still couldn't completely dodge the 7th flash of sword chi. It slashed his leg again, but Ling Han didn't seem to feel it. Pong! A punch shot out, smashing onto Ao Xinglai's face. This was completely exchanging injury for injury. In everyone's eyes, the Black Star Sword was extremely sharp, and it was also a level 5 spirit tool, containing the intent of martial art that completely crushed spiritual ocean tier. No matter how strong Ling Han's will was, how many times could he change it? If Ling Han did not change his battle strategy, then he would only be continuously injured by Ao Xinglai, and in the end he would completely lose his ability to fight. But what they did not know was that Ling Han possessed the indestructible Heaven Scroll, which allowed him to instantly recover from normal injuries. Moreover, he also had 3 drops of indestructible true fluid, which could allow him to recover from serious injuries 3 times. What kind of concept was that? It was practically an unkillable monster. Moreover, he possessed a shred of the divine sense of the heaven tier. So dispelling the martial art willpower attached to a level 5 spiritual tool was nothing to him. If others were struck by the Black Star Sword, even if it was just sword chi, they would bleed profusely, and even their divine sense would be destroyed. Otherwise, how could a spiritual tool be so terrifying? To Ling Han, the Black Star Sword was just a little sharper. Yes, it was very sharp. Even his rock body couldn't withstand it. Bang 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 bang, the 2 of them continued to trade injury for injury. Admittedly, Ling Han's entire body was covered in wounds, and his face had turned pale due to the large amount of blood he had lost. Ao Xinglai's condition did not look any better, and his face was already no different from a pig's head. It could be said that even if Ao Xinglai could win this battle, there was nothing to be proud of. Not only did he have to rely on the might of a spiritual tool, his face had also been beaten into a pig's head, and he had completely lost face. Most importantly, Ao Xinglai might not be able to win. Ling Han continued to swallow alchemical pills, and the injuries on his body actually came under control. By the looks of it, he could still hold on for a very long time. Of course, Ling Han was only taking pills for show. He did not want others to know that he possessed a powerful recovery ability. In any case, he had already said that he had an alchemist master who could even gift bottles of Restore Origin pills to others, so it was not strange that he would have a lot of healing pills on him. This kind of scene caused the elite of spiritual pedestal tier to look hesitant. He did not know whether he should stop the battle or not. If this continued, the 2 of them could possibly be crippled. If such a thing really happened, he would not be able to absolve himself from the blame. However, just as he was hesitating, Ling Han and Ao Xinglai fiercely exchanged over a dozen blows. Ao Xinglai spat out blood and staggered. Though he had the cultivation of the 9th layer of the spiritual ocean tier, he did not have a divine healing art like the indestructible Heaven Scroll, so how could he endure the continuous barrage of punches from Ling Han? He was now completely relying on his willpower to hold on. He could not lose, he definitely could not lose. He was the leader of the 7 sons of Ao family, and he had inherited the Black Star Sword. He could only be glorious for a lifetime. However, why was his vision becoming blurrier and blurrier? Ao Xinglai's entire face was covered in blood, blurring his vision, and his willpower was similarly becoming blurred. Anyone who was punched in the head several dozen times by a martial artist of the same cultivation level would definitely feel dizzy and see stars. Everyone could understand his condition. Though Ao Xinglai had also taken some alchemical pills, the effects of the pills needed time to take effect. Moreover, healing pills were only healing pills and not celestial pills. This caused everyone to be extremely confused. That was because Ling Han's injuries were obviously more severe. Yet he was still able to jump around in such a lively manner. Though he was also completely bathed in blood. His condition was who knew how many times better than Ao Xinglai's. Could it be that this brat had really taken a celestial pill? I won't lose. Ao Xinglai staggered, but a willpower supported him. He definitely could not faint. He was Ao Xinglai, and in a battle of the same cultivation level he definitely could not lose. This kind of fighting spirit caused everyone to involuntarily feel admiration. Whether or not Ao Xinglai was well liked was one thing, but this tenacious willpower was worthy of praise. Even Ling Han nodded internally. However, their standpoints were different, and it also involved the thunder battle armor, so he naturally could not stop. With your fighting spirit. Ling Han threw another punch. Ao Xinglai found it difficult to even stand, so how could he dodge or parry this punch? Instantly he was punched in the chest. I grant you a dignified defeat. Peng. Ao Xinglai fell heavily onto the ground, and could no longer get up. Even the strongest willpower had its limits. 9 rounds of battle ended, and Ling Han had 9 wins and 0 losses, fully deserving of the first place. Very good. Now you guys can go back and rest. Tomorrow the rewards will be given out. That spiritual pedestal tier elite said, also sighing in relief. Though Ao Xinglai had been very badly beaten up, he had not suffered a serious injury that could not be healed after all. Haha, junior brother Han, come to my place to play. Yu Kaiyu immediately walked over, extending an invitation to Ling Han. Putting aside the fact that Ling Han had given him 3 bottles of Restore Origin pill, Ling Han had defeated all the 7 sons of Ao family, which made Yu Kaiyu consider him a close friend. Ling Han said, wait for me to clean up, then go to senior brother Yu's place. Yes. Yu Kaiyu nodded hurriedly. Ling Han was now covered in blood, and he looked extremely disheveled when he went up, so he naturally had to take a good bath and change into a set of clean clothes. Ling Han returned to his residence on Rising Sword Peak and directly entered the Black Tower to clean himself up, then gnawed on 100-year-old ginseng to nourish his body before going to find Yu Kaiyu. He also wanted to inquire about his mother's news through the latter's mouth. Chapter 351. Hey, it can't be. Is it really okay to play like this? Ling Han sighed. He had finally gained the upper hand with great difficulty, and had even formed the 10th flash of sword chi. Everything was perfect. But suddenly, his opponent cheated and did not want to battle with you on the same cultivation level, but wanted to advance to the flower blossom tier. How could he stand this? Ling Han was very freakish. He was now only in the first layer of the spiritual pedestal tier, but his battle prowess had already reached half a step into the flower blossom tier. But even if he advanced to the 9th layer of the spiritual pedestal tier, his battle prowess would still be half a step into the flower blossom tier, merely the stronger half a step into the flower blossom tier. How could the boundaries of mortals be so easily crossed? Even the Rain Emperor had to rely on the great power of a nation to forcibly raise his battle prowess from half a step into the flower blossom tier to the flower blossom tier. The power of a nation. How many people and how many martial artists were there in Rain Country? Previously, the gigantic golem dispersed into countless small golems, lying on the ground like stubborn rocks. It was probably absorbing the power of the earth, making the final effort to break through to the flower blossom tier. Thus, his and that woman's arrival did not alarm the golem at the first instant, because it was in a crucial period. That woman also didn't pay attention and stepped on a rock, which naturally made the golem feel a sense of danger. He casually slapped her to death. When a martial artist was in seclusion and had his nose poked with a finger, would you explode in anger and want to kill someone? Now that the gigantic golem couldn't beat Ling Han, it could only forcefully begin to break through. As long as it advanced into the flower blossom tier, killing Ling Han would be as easy as turning over its palm. This was not only revenge but also survival, so it had no choice but to stake it all. Ling Han wanted to make a move to stop the golem from taking this step, but after some thought, he dispelled the idea. He wholeheartedly subdued this gigantic golem, so the stronger the golem was, the better. The golem could cheat, but so could he. Small tower, is there any way to make a move? Ling Han asked. This was a mystery realm, a small world of its own. Small Tower immediately said, "Although this is a small world, and I also absorbed some source power, it's still not enough to conceal the power fluctuations when making a move." Ling Han was instantly disappointed. After all this time he still couldn't use it, so he could only stop this gigantic golem's breakthrough or turn around and run. "However, if you only unleash Black Tower and don't use power, I can still suppress this kind of aura fluctuations," Small Tower continued. Oh! Ling Han's heart moved. If he unleashed Black Tower and lured the gigantic golem in, then inside the Black Tower, this gigantic golem would have to listen obediently, not to mention Flower Blossom Tier 1s. He immediately made up his mind to let the gigantic golem break through and subdue a Flower Blossom Tier rock spirit. Spirits of the 5 elements, each one had a special ability. Strange Fire could assist in alchemy, Rock Spirit could nourish the earth, Metal Spirit could make weapons sharper and sturdier, Wood Spirit was the source of life and had shocking healing effects, and Water Spirit could summon clouds and rain, relieving drought. Ling Han quietly waited for the gigantic golem's breakthrough. Being idle, he summoned Guang Yuan and Li Xichan out of the Black Tower, and the three started cultivating together. The spiritual qi here was too dense, forming streaks of spiritual mist. Cultivating for one day was equivalent to cultivating for dozens of days outside. Ling Han and Guang Yuan were both martial arts maniacs, so they obviously entered the state at the first moment. Although Li Xichan mainly focused on alchemy, cultivation was still necessary. She didn't have a strange fire, so her alchemy level was limited by martial arts. Thus she also quickly started cultivating. They had all taken pills that could assist in their cultivation to further increase their cultivation speed. Only when their soul power was exhausted did they stop. At this time the gigantic golem was still in the midst of breaking through. Rocks crumbled all over its body, and its entire body was actually shrinking. Ling Han was clear that this wasn't the gigantic golem's failure. On the contrary, it was walking quite solidly on this path. The Flower Blossom Tier was breaking away from the mortal body, and for a rock spirit it was the same. It condensed the essence within its body, shedding the useless stubborn rocks, and developed towards a higher level of life. "What's that big guy?" Li Xichan finally had the time to ask. "Rock spirit, a rare rock of heaven and earth with intelligence, transforming into a living spirit," Ling Han said simply. "It seems to be undergoing some kind of transformation," Guang Yuan said. "Yes." Ling Han nodded. "It's breaking through to the Flower Blossom Tier, and I'm waiting for it. Once it successfully breaks through, I'll subdue it." Pooh! Guang Yuan and Li Xichan spurted out at the same time, feeling that Ling Han had gone mad. Flower Blossom Tier, weren't these 3 words enough? Under the Flower Blossom Tier, all were ants, and no matter how freakish Ling Han was, he couldn't possibly compare to a Flower Blossom Tier cultivator, unless he ascended to the throne and became the emperor, triggering the great power of a nation like the Rain Emperor. Would the rock spirit be merciful because you were a heaven-grade alchemist? Obviously not. Young Master Han. Guang Yuan and Li Xichan both looked nervous. No matter. Ling Han smiled faintly. He had the Black Tower, which was his greatest trump card. Guang Yuan and Li Xichan obviously thought of it as well. Although they didn't know what the Black Tower was, they only knew that Ling Han could hide in that absolutely safe place in times of danger. After cultivating, Guang Yuan and Li Xichan also returned to the Black Tower. The massive golem could complete its breakthrough at any time, so they shouldn't be flustered at that time. Sure enough, after only another 2 hours, the massive golem suddenly let out a violent roar. The sound waves soared into the sky and tore apart the clouds, the momentum shockingly terrifying. Its height shrunk to about 3 meters, still much taller than a normal person, but compared to its previous height of 30 meters, it could be said to be a miniature version. Flower Blossom Tier, this rock spirit already shed its mortal body, and stepped into the realm that any living creature yearned for even in their dreams. Different, completely different. This massive golem's aura was like the ocean, and patterns actually appeared on its torso. They were a bit like words but also a bit like patterns. No matter how one tried, they couldn't be distinguished. Ancient and simple, as if it was an ancient language that existed in the primeval times. The massive golem looked at Ling Han proudly. Although it still didn't evolve its eyes, its feet actually left slowly and floated in the air. Flower blossom tear able to fly physically. A fat golem floated in the air. This scene was a bit comical. Ling Han laughed loudly and said, "Blockhead, come and hit me." As he transmitted his thoughts to Small Tower, he said, "You can begin." Small Tower didn't answer, and instead directly unleashed the Black Tower. Wang! A pitch-black pagoda appeared. At first, it was only 3 meters tall, but it immediately expanded, reaching a height of 300 meters. At the bottom, a door opened, revealing a muddled entrance. From the outside, there was nothing but primal chaos, and nothing could be seen. The Black Tower was extremely plain. There weren't any golden characters of the indestructible Heaven's Scroll floating around, nor was there any ancient primeval aura rising. It couldn't be any more ordinary. Ling Han knew that this was Small Tower controlling the circulation of the Black Tower's aura. Otherwise, as long as it leaked out, it would attract the attention of the upper realm's ultimate elites, who would directly break through the realm and enter to snatch the Black Tower. "Big guy, quickly come to the bowl, quickly come to the tower." Phone reading was more refreshing. Chapter 352. In a short while, a great many people ran over and surged into the courtyard. "Junior Sister Zitai, how are you? Who molested you? Tell me, I'll tear him into pieces." He even dared to have designs on Junior Sister Zitai. He must be tired of living. Everyone spoke one after another. Those who could live on this peak were at least in the spiritual ocean tier, and some disciples in their 30s or 40s had already broken through to the spiritual pedestal tier. Among these people, there might be a few flower blossom tier cultivators, or even spiritual infant tier elites. Aozitai's popularity was indeed very high. Hearing her shout, so many people actually ran out. Some were even in seclusion but still came out regardless. Beautiful women had always been a rare resource, and beautiful women who had cultivated were even rarer. Not to mention that Aozitai was not an ordinary beauty. Aozitai was definitely an expert actor. Her previous proud, cold, and emotionless expression had all been put away. She fell to the ground, her face full of tears as she sobbed. "They wanted to molest me and use force on me. Woo woo woo, I don't want to live anymore." Hong, everyone's fury was instantly ignited, and they all glared at Ling Han and Yukayu, wanting nothing more than to skin the two of them alive. But after all, not everyone was blinded by beauty. Someone said, "That's not very possible in this place." This was an important place of the Winter Moon sect, and the slightest disturbance would attract the elites of the sect. How is it not possible? Are you doubting Junior Sister Zitai's words or her charm? But this kind of question was immediately drowned out. Perhaps these two people think so, and that's why they dared to act so violently here. Kill them. Many people's eyes were red. Cough. Yukayu stood up and said, "Fellow senior and junior brothers, you all are too arbitrary, disregarding the truth just because of her words. Others might not dare, but if it's senior brother you," someone said. When the others heard, they all nodded. Yukayu was Grand Elder Yu's great-grandson, and if he really molested Aozitai, then as long as the Yu clan's ancestor was willing to compromise, it was not impossible for Yukayu to marry Aozitai. Thinking of this, many people broke out in cold sweat. Fortunately, they had arrived in time. Now everyone was blinded by anger. Even if some people tried to maintain a calm heart, it was useless. The weak could not contend against the strong. Capture those two and punish them according to the sect's laws. They all shouted, jumping out one by one. Yukayu can be spared, but that Han Lin must be put to death. What kind of bullshit dares to molest Junior Sister Zitai? Yes, kill him. Everyone was incomparably furious. Yukayu was a member of the Yu clan, so no one dared to kill him. But Ling Han was different. He was a newcomer who had just been accepted into the sect. Even if he was killed, it would be difficult to offend the public. Who would the sect punish then? Naturally, Aozitai had expected this as well, which was why she had used such a devious technique. Ling Han shook his head. For youngsters, beauty was truly a powerful weapon. Just a simple trick had turned these geniuses into hotheads. Even if they were sold, they still had to pay for it. Actually, this was not surprising. These people had always looked up to Zitai, so when they suddenly heard that the goddess of their hearts had almost been violated, they were naturally furious. And when people were enraged, they would naturally lose their rationality. He snorted lightly and shouted, "A bunch of idiots!" With this shout, he had infused a sliver of heaven-tier consciousness into it. It did not have much destructive power, but it directly charged into everyone's consciousness. Instantly, everyone's expressions became dazed, and they calmed down from their violent rage. Something seemed off. Even if Yukayu wanted to violate Aozi Tai, he should not have dragged Ling Han into it. Ling Han gestured at Yukayu, indicating for him to cooperate. He said, "You the clothes on this woman." With a ripping sound, he began to tear Yukayu's clothes, instantly giving Yukayu a fright. If it was torn, it should look like this. Ling Han raised Yukayu's hand. But that woman's clothes, He paused for a moment and said, "Senior brother, you tear the other sleeve yourself." Only now did Yukayu know what Ling Han wanted to do. He hurriedly nodded, and with a ripping sound, he tore the other sleeve. As expected, because the angle of force exerted was different, the way it was torn was also completely different. Shwa, everyone's gaze instantly turned towards Aozi Tai. Being able to cultivate to the spiritual ocean tier. Which one of them was an idiot? Previously, they had merely been blinded by beauty and fury, but after being shouted at by Ling Han, they also calmed down and began to think seriously. The matter of violence did not make sense in the first place, because this was Yukayu's side courtyard, so why would Aozi Tai appear here? On the other hand, if Aozi Tai was trying to frame him, then that would make sense instead. Don't believe the two of them. In order to avoid being blamed, they would naturally make a false countercharge. In the crowd, someone immediately shouted, causing a small portion of the crowd to reveal expressions of fury again, and turn towards Ling Han and Yukayu. Ling Han strode out, his gaze sweeping over the crowd, and said, "Hiding your head and showing your tail, do you think I don't know where you're hiding?" He immediately attacked. Pong, pong, pong. A few people tried to stop him but were sent flying with a single palm strike. A man was instantly dragged out by him, and Ling Han asked Yukayu, "Senior brother, do you recognize this person?" "He should be Attendant Ao's son, but what's his name?" Yukayu said after some thought. Ao Feng really had too many illegitimate children. Ling Han flung the man to the ground and said, "Now everyone knows, right? These two people are both from the Ao clan. It's just a thief calling out to catch a thief." It was very obvious that this guy was fanning the flames. Everyone fell silent. None of them were stupid. Aozi Tai could make use of their admiration, but in the end it was impossible for her to keep deceiving them. Aozi Tai shrieked, "Don't listen to his nonsense. I was almost molested by them, and they even want to slander me. They've gone too far." Ling Han snorted and once again walked towards Aozi Tai. His slender figure cast a long shadow, enveloping Aozi Tai's body. What are you trying to do?" she said in a trembling voice. "You framed me and senior brother, Don't tell me you don't deserve to be punished?" Ling Han said coldly, and his hand moved to suppress Aozi Tai. "Stop!" Immediately, a few people moved at the same time, attacking Ling Han. It was one thing for Aozi Tai to make use of their feelings, but they clearly knew that they had been deceived, and admiration was not something that could be put down so easily. Naturally, they could not just watch as Ling Han attacked Aozi Tai. "Those who stand in my way, good luck," Ling Han said coldly, and unleashed his full battle prowess. Pung 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 pung. 6 flashes of fist chi rampaged, and the silver dragons and elephants collided. Those who stood in his way were not a match for him at all, and were all sent flying by a single punch of his, as if they were straw that filled the sky. Aozi Tai was greatly shocked, and could no longer care about pretending to cry on the ground. She hurriedly leaped up, wanting to flee into the crowd. There were over 100 spiritual ocean tier martial artists here, and she did not believe that Ling Han could defeat them all in one go. "You're quite agile." Ling Han smirked coldly. Using the shadow wind movement technique, he had already appeared behind Aozi Tai. With a clench of his right hand, the woman instantly fell into his grasp. Chapter 353. Who is this guy? How is he so strong? He sent 7 spiritual ocean tier cultivators flying with one punch, and senior brother Lu is at the 6th layer of the spiritual ocean tier. When did such a freak appear in the sect? You guys don't know, right? He's a new disciple this year, and he just entered the sect yesterday. Today he obtained the first place in the entrance exam. What? With the 7 sons of Ao family participating, how could the first place fall to someone else? What kind of news is this? The 7 sons of Ao family and senior brother you were both defeated by him. I think I understand now, no wonder Ao Zitai put on such a show. There were no idiots here. As long as one's brain was clear, it was very easy to think clearly and understand the twists and turns in this matter. Han Lin, let go of junior sister Zitai first, we can talk things out. Someone pleaded to Ling Han. Ling Han smiled faintly and said, when you guys ran over just now you were so aggressive, looking like you wanted to beat me to death. I'm so scared. Everyone was speechless. You're so fierce, even defeating the 7 sons of Ao family. Who else here could pose a threat to you? But Ao Zitai was still in Ling Han's hands, so he naturally could say whatever he wanted. Junior brother Han, I know you're unwilling, but junior sister Zitai is the beloved daughter of attendant Ao Feng, and also the great-granddaughter of Grand Elder Ao. Someone reminded. Ling Han snickered and said, senior brother Yu is also the son of Deacon Yu of Yuzhan Shan, and more so the great-grandson of Grand Elder Yu. Yet, this ugly woman did not hesitate at all to frame her. Since she did not give face, senior brother Yu naturally did not need to give face either. Yu instantly gaped. Why was he suddenly dragged into this? But after some thought, he didn't open his mouth to refute. Ao Zitai's actions made him very dissatisfied, and he wanted to make her suffer a little. If he swallowed this insult, wouldn't that mean that the Yu family was inferior to the Ao family? Therefore, when encountering this kind of thing, it was not something that could be tolerated just because he wanted to. This involved the conflict between factions. Junior brother Han, your strength is extraordinary, and I'm afraid that no one in the spiritual ocean tier is a match for you. However, there are so many of us here, and even if you have 2 fists you won't be able to fight against 4 hands. Why don't you release junior sister Zitai? The sect will naturally return justice to you and senior brother Yu, someone else said. Ling Han laughed heartily but turned to Yu and said, senior brother Yu, if we are convicted of sexual assault, what will happen to us? The 3 taboos of martial art: defying one's parents, betraying one's teacher, and committing sexual immorality. Our Winter Moon sect has always been strict with this 3rd taboo. If the crime of rape is really proven, then he will definitely be executed, Yu said after some thought. Ling Han's eyes were cold as he said, I'm actually a very easy person to talk to. If you respect me, I'll respect you back. But I'm also a very vengeful person. I'll take revenge on anyone who treats me badly. Since you want me to die, then why should I let you live? These words were directed at Ao Zitai. Ao Zitai's delicate body involuntarily trembled and she said, could it be that you dare to kill me? Junior brother Han, don't be impulsive. That's only a hypothesis after all, Yu hurriedly said. Pooh. Ling Han, however, grabbed the sword in someone else's hand, and with a swipe fresh blood splattered as Ao Zitai's throat was sliced open. She looked at Ling Han in disbelief as she covered her throat with her hand, but no matter how hard she tried, she couldn't stop the blood from gushing out. She died just like that? She was only here to vent her brother's anger. She wanted to use her influence among the younger generation to beat Ling Han into a villain who molested women. At that time, public opinion would distort the truth, and how could Ling Han continue staying in the Winter Moon sect? His cultivation would definitely be crippled, and he would be expelled from the sect. Even if the development of the situation exceeded her expectations, she did not panic in the slightest. After all, if one plan failed, there was still a second plan. But unexpectedly, Ling Han was actually so decisive, killing her with a single strike. She was a member of the Ao family, so why did Ling Han dare to? She would never know the reason. The last shred of life left her body, and she fell to the ground with a bang, her beautiful face sticking to the soil. Hiss! There was a collective gasp. Then many people's eyes turned red as they stared at Ling Han. If you want to fight, I'll keep you company, Ling Han said calmly. His anger was especially great, because he was just about to inquire about his mother's whereabouts when he was forcefully interrupted by Ao Zitai. Moreover, his mother was imprisoned because of the Ao family, and now Ao Zitai wanted to frame him, so his killing intent was naturally burning. He entered the Winter Moon sect to find out his mother's whereabouts, and indeed wanted to obtain the Thunder Battle armor. But that didn't mean that he would submit to humiliation. As an elite of the Heaven tier in his last life, the Alchemy Emperor, would his bones turn soft? At worst, he would give up on the Thunder Battle armor. And as long as his strength increased, could he not flatten the Winter Moon sect and rescue his mother? However, that would take some time, and he wanted to rescue his mother as soon as possible. Han Lin. At least a few dozen people roared angrily with red eyes, their killing intent soaring. No matter what wrong Ao Zitai had done, it was not a crime that deserved death. The death of the goddess in their hearts also caused them to be extremely furious, and they wanted to blast Ling Han into pieces. Yu Kaiyu finally woke up from his shock, and could not help but secretly wipe away the cold sweat on his forehead. This guy was really a little ancestor actually killing Ao Zitai. What should he do now? The Ao family would not leave the matter at that, however. It only took an instant for him to decide that he would protect Ling Han. The relationship between the Yu family and the Ao family was not bad 20 years ago, even to the extent that they were going to become in-laws, but ever since the incident with Yu Hongchang, the relationship between the two families took a sudden turn for the worse. Now the two families were targeting each other everywhere, competing with each other, and the Yu family was obviously at a disadvantage. In terms of the middle-aged generation, Ao Feng was a notch above Yu Zhenshan, and in terms of the younger generation, every single one of the 7 sons of Ao clan was stronger than Yu Kaiyu. Fortunately, the older generation had fought to a draw, and the power of the spiritual infant tier was the deciding factor. Thus, even if the Yu family did not have enough power, they could still stand on equal footing with the Ao family, at least while the Yu family's ancestor was still alive. The problem was, if the Yu clan continued to wither like this, or if the younger generation of the Ao clan completely matured, then the Yu clan would definitely be defeated. The Yu family had already worked hard enough. For example, Yu Kaiyu had obviously obtained more cultivation resources than the 7 sons of Ao family, but why was his cultivation still at the 8th layer of the spiritual ocean tier? He had been suppressing it and not breaking through, consolidating his cultivation, striving to cultivate the spiritual ocean tier to a perfect state. Yu Kaiyu's talent was not bad, but it was not good to the extent of defying the heavens. Moreover, fighting 1 against 7, the chances of victory were extremely slim. However, right at this moment Ling Han appeared. His talent was nature-defying, and he had the background of an alchemist. More importantly, he had walked on the opposite side of the Ao clan from the very beginning. Thus Yu Kaiyu wanted to be on good terms with Ling Han, who knew he might be a heavyweight in resisting the Ao clan in the future. Now that Ling Han had killed Ao Zitai on the surface, he had formed an irreconcilable enmity with the Ao clan. But in reality, wasn't this a chance for the Yu family to truly form an alliance with Ling Han? Chapter 354. What do you guys want? Yu Kaiyu immediately shouted in a deep voice. Once he made up his mind, he displayed the boldness of a disciple of a great clan. He killed junior sister Zitai, and we want him to pay with his life, the crowd roared angrily. Impudence! Yu Kaiyu humped coldly. Is the sect a place for you to fight in private? Whether junior brother Han committed a crime or not, it is naturally up to the sect to decide. How can you make trouble like this? That's right, it should be up to the sect to deal with him. A clear voice rang out. There was already another person on the scene, and no one could tell how he had appeared. Of course, aside from Ling Han. Greetings, attendant Ao. When everyone saw him, they all clasped their hands in greeting. Ling Han was slightly surprised. This was Ao Feng? He walked over and saw that this was a man in his 40s. He was tall and slender, and his face was as clear as jade. He looked extremely handsome, and had a carefree temperament that could easily move a woman's heart. No wonder he could become a stallion. Indeed, his appearance and temperament were all top-notch. Moreover, Ao Feng's talent in martial art was also quite extraordinary. Now he already had 1 foot in the flower blossom tier, which was more than a decade earlier than the talented and bold Rain Emperor, so it was clear how talented he was. Of course, there would always be talented people in every generation. Among the 7 sons of Ao family, at least Ao Xinglai's achievements had already surpassed Ao Feng's, and in the whole north region Lu Yang, Zhu Xian and Zhuyu were even more outstanding. Ao Feng's gaze stopped on Ao Zitai for a long while. He had been dissolute all his life, and had countless illegitimate children. He had only restrained himself in recent years. To be honest, even he himself could not remember the names of all of his descendants. However, there were a few outstanding children that were the flesh and blood of his heart. For example, Ao Xinglai and Ao Zitai. A mere disciple that had just entered the sect actually dared to kill his beloved daughter. The more furious Ao Feng became, the calmer his expression became. He said calmly, "In the sect, private fights are a great taboo. But as an attendant, I should have the authority to deal with it, right, martial nephew Kaiyu?" The aura of a spiritual pedestal tier warrior shook, and Kaiyu couldn't help but break out in a cold sweat. His opponent already had one foot in the flower blossom tier, and had a hint of an otherworldly presence, making him feel as pressured as a mountain. Even standing was difficult, and his legs couldn't help but tremble, so how could he still speak? But right at this time, only to see Ling Han take a step across, standing between Ao Feng and Kaiyu, forcefully shouldering this wave of pressure. Kaiyu's body instantly lightened. He couldn't help but feel both grateful and worried, because no matter how freakish Ling Han was, he was still only in the first layer of the spiritual ocean tier. Like him, he couldn't possibly withstand the aura of someone half a step into the flower blossom tier. Ling Han, however, was calm and collected. If he wanted to rely on his aura to suppress him, who had once been in the heaven tier, then he would have to first cultivate to the level of the Sword Emperor or the Heavenly Phoenix Divine Maiden. He smiled faintly and said, "How does Deacon Ao plan to punish me?" Everyone sucked in a breath of cold air, secretly admiring him. To be able to be so calm and collected in front of someone who was half a step into the flower blossom tier, this kind of courage definitely surpassed others. Just this point alone was worthy of a big thumbs up. A life for a life, so naturally death, Ao Feng also said faintly. He was half a step into the flower blossom tier, and held the absolute initiative. Ling Han suddenly laughed loudly and said, "Ao Zitai conspired, intending to frame and harm me and senior brother Yu. I am the first in the entrance examination this time, and with my talent, breaking through to the spiritual infant tier in the future is nothing difficult. Senior brother Yu is Grand Elder Yu's great-grandson, and what status do we have in the sect? Yet Ao Zitai wanted to frame us, and become a perverted thief that everyone wants to beat up. Shouldn't this kind of person be sentenced to death?" When everyone heard this, their faces couldn't help but twitch, secretly thinking that they had seen thick-skinned people before, but there really hadn't been one like Ling Han who boasted so much. He actually dared to boast that he would definitely break through to the spiritual infant tier in the future. This tone was really arrogant to the extreme. But those who had seen Ling Han's battle during the day all nodded in agreement. Being able to defeat the 7 sons of the Ao family at the first layer of the spiritual ocean tier, this guy's talent in martial art could only be described as freakish. Moreover, he was already in the first layer of the spiritual ocean tier at the age of 19. In the history of the Winter Moon sect, he would be able to squeeze into the top 100. And among these 100 people, 56 finally broke through to the spiritual infant tier, and 31 reached the 9th layer of the flower blossom tier. And there were 13 people left. It wasn't that they faded into the crowd, but that they had died long ago. Otherwise, they would be able to break through to the flower blossom tier no matter what. History proved that Ling Han indeed had this kind of potential, and was definitely not bragging. Ao Feng was startled. He didn't think that Ling Han could still speak with confidence and composure under his aura, speaking so much eloquently. But he wasn't angered because he possessed absolute strength, and with such strength what need was there for anger? "I don't care so much, I only know that you killed my daughter. No one can kill a member of the Ao family, no one." He moved and Hong, a blinding light rose up from behind him. The intent of martial art spread out, forming what seemed to be a heaven and earth. In this instant thoughts flew through Ling Han's mind. Use the power boost from the Black Tower, unleash the Demon Birth Sword, and directly kill this enemy, or hide inside the Black Tower and temporarily avoid the brunt of the attack, because he really wanted to leave Ao Feng for Ling Dongxing to personally deal with. However, before he could make up his mind, he saw a massive crimson palm strike over, welcoming Ao Feng's attack. "Hung, the Winter Moon sect isn't your private kingdom, so you can do whatever you want." Hong's violent power surged, forming a ball of brilliant light. When the light dissipated, there was already another person in front of Ling Han. He was also in his 40s, tall and sturdy, with a head full of black hair fluttering in the wind. He withdrew his fist, clasped his hands behind his back and said, "I feel that the fault lies with Zi Tai. As for Han Lin, it can only be said that he was a bit impulsive. Just remember it as a small fault." "Father!" Yu Kaiyu immediately exclaimed in pleasant surprise. What made him even happier was that his father obviously made the same decision as him, wanting to protect Ling Han. "Greetings, attendant Yu." Everyone bowed again. This time the person who came was naturally Yu Zhenshan. Aofeng looked at Yu Zhenshan coldly and said, "Could it be that my daughter died in vain?" "Hehe, my condolences, brother Ao," Yu Zhenshan said without any sincerity. "Although Ni Si Tai went overboard, death is the most important thing, so there is no need to pursue the matter any further." Aofeng was furious and said darkly, "Today if this brat doesn't die, I definitely won't rest. In any case, your son and daughter are so old, so it's not a big deal if a few die," Yu Zhenshan muttered. "What?" Aofeng instantly jumped up and waved his palm in Yu Zhenshan's direction, but it turned into 8 sharp swords. He was a swordsman, so even if he didn't have a sword in his hand, his every movement was filled with sword intent. When they heard Yu Zhenshan's words, quite a few people felt some sympathy for Aofeng, and thought that the rumors about Yu Zhenshan being a brainless and straightforward person were indeed true. He could even say such words in public. Chapter 355. After a short while Ling Han smiled. With a shake of his right hand, the blood-sucking origin gold was immediately withdrawn. Shua, a large fish, was also pulled out of the water. It was at least 2 feet long, and was still thrashing its tail when it was out of the water. Compared to the bait of others, the allure of the 100-year-old ginseng was naturally much stronger. Moreover, the fishing line of others could not reach all the way to the center of the lake, and only Ling Han could. Thus it was a large one from the get-go. Ling Han suddenly had an idea and said to Small Tower, "The inside of the Black Tower can speed up the process of growing spirit grass, then can this kind of fish, which has very strict requirements for the environment, also be able to be raised?" If it was possible, he would not eat it for now. If he could raise all these fish inside, it would be equivalent to having an additional treasure trove. "No," Small Tower immediately said. Ling Han could not help but feel disappointed. Then he could only catch as much as he could, and even if he could not finish them, he would make them into dried fish and take them all away. He switched to another ginseng, and threw it into the center of the lake. After a short while, he once again had a catch. Because the bait was excellent, Lian Guangyuan and Li Sichan also repeatedly had a catch. However, they were fishing by the side of the lake, so the fish that they caught were not very large. They were only about a foot long, and could not compare to Ling Han's. But even so, the other martial artists fishing by the lake were already red-eyed, and wanted nothing more than to rush over and snatch the fish. But that was a heaven-grade alchemist, so who would dare to make a rash move? If there was no one else here, then so be it, but who would know if they killed him to silence him? Moreover, there was another problem. Ling Han's battle prowess was also extremely shocking. Although he did not participate in the Prodigy tournament, the battle prowess of 20 stars of the spiritual infant tier was terrifying. Even if he borrowed the power of a spirit tool, you would still need a spirit tool of similar level to resist, right? Thus, they could only secretly drool by the side. But there would always be people who were restless. "I can't snatch from you and I can't win against you, but who doesn't know how to cause trouble?" The lake water rippled, and a few people actually threw stones into the lake, instantly startling the shoals of fish, which all ran back to the bottom of the lake. Ling Han instantly frowned and said to Guangyuan, "Chase those few people away." "Yes, young Master Han." Guangyuan immediately stood up, seething with killing intent. Returning to the spiritual pedestal tier, his hands were also very itchy. He strode over, his killing intent overflowing. "What do you want to do?" The expression of the troublemaker closest to him instantly changed, and he shouted at Guangyuan, "I'm telling you to get lost." Guangyuan moved, and as his fist shot out, there were actually 5 war elephants that surged out, charging towards that person. "Damn it!" That person hurriedly parried the attack and shouted loudly, Grandmaster Ling, aren't you being too overbearing? This lake doesn't even belong to your family. So what right do you have to make your subordinates act violently? Are you trying to take this place for yourself? That's right, too overbearing. Natural treasures naturally belong to everyone in the world. What do you mean by this? Someone added. This was naturally another troublemaker. Chasing people away at every turn, that's too much. More troublemakers leaped out, pressing towards Guang Yuan. They naturally did not dare to do anything to Ling Han. He was a heaven-grade alchemist, but Guang Yuan was different. He was only a dog of a heaven-grade alchemist. A dog, so what if he was slaughtered? That was because they all came from large sects, and were full of confidence. It was just like how Yao Huiyu did not take earth-grade alchemists seriously at all. Though these people were not arrogant to this extent, the possibility of them needing to request a heaven-grade alchemist was practically zero, so why would they need to give him face? The most important thing was that they were still young and aggressive, and Ling Han was too young, which made others jealous. They put a big hat on Ling Han, and stood firmly on the side of reason first. In the future, even if Ling Han made a ruckus to their sex, they would be able to act boldly and confidently. After all, in the North region, what difference was there between a heaven-grade alchemist and an earth-grade mid-level alchemist? Sects respected high-level alchemists, but would definitely not listen to the words of high-level alchemists. Guang Yuan's battle prowess was very strong, but he had just entered the spiritual pedestal tier, after all. Moreover, the breakthrough this time was to return to the spiritual pedestal tier, so he was not able to activate the benefits of the heavenly luck stone. Thus, his battle prowess was only about 4 stars. Against these elite disciples of various great sects, 1 or 2 was still all right, but when the numbers increased, he would not be able to withstand it. Under the siege of 6 people, Guang Yuan was already in imminent danger. Those who did not make trouble were also watching from the side. Ling Han was too young, and they actually had to bow respectfully to such a young man and address him as Grandmaster. They were naturally displeased, and were happy to watch the show. Ling Han's gaze was cold. He suddenly stood up and walked towards the battle. Grandmaster Ling, could it be that you still want to fight personally? A troublemaker said. He was not a character on the prodigy role, but he was extremely conceited, and did not believe that Ling Han had once struck out with battle prowess of 20 stars of the spiritual infant tier. He thought that it was only someone deliberately boasting to flatter Ling Han. Ling Han revealed a cold smile and said, "Since you guys are not willing to get lost, then all of you can stay here." With a shake of his right hand, the demon birth sword was already unleashed. With a slash, the troublemaker's head immediately flew into the air. Pooh! Fresh blood spurted madly from the head and neck, surging more than 3 meters high before falling back. Pa! The head fell to the ground, and there was still an expression of disbelief on his face. He had never thought that Ling Han would actually suddenly make a killing move. He was a disciple of the Blood Flame Valley, and came from the strongest sect in the North region. Anyone would have to think twice before making a move. This bloody massacre instantly intimidated everyone. The disciples of the Blood Flame Valley were killed just like that, which meant that Ling Han did not have the slightest bit of scruples. Could a heaven-grade alchemist really be so willful? Ling Han walked towards Guang Yuan's battle group. His killing intent overflowed, causing the 6 troublemakers to simultaneously feel pressured, and they could not help but withdraw and retreat. However, it was already too late. Ling Han's sword slashed out, firing out 6 flashes of sword chi, slicing towards the 6 people separately. Pew, 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 pew. The 6 people did not even have the slightest ability to resist, and were instantly sliced into 2. Severed limbs and heads were scattered everywhere, and blood was everywhere. Everyone was terrified. The status of alchemists was transcendent, and a large part of the reason was that they did not participate in the conflicts of interest between martial artists, so they could be transcendent. Otherwise, if there was competition, there would be conflict, so how could they be transcendent? There had never been any alchemists who participated in the competition for treasures, because alchemists all understood that the reason why their status was transcendent was because they isolated themselves from the competition for benefits. But Ling Han was so fearless. Not only did he enter the mystery realm, his actions were decisive and ruthless, making people tremble in fear. The 7 troublemakers were all executed. Ling Han sheathed his sword, swept a cold glance over everyone, and returned to his original spot, continuing to fish. He could act as if nothing had happened, but the others couldn't. Those 7 corpses with severed heads and arms still laid there. Who could turn a blind eye to it? Some people even started to tremble, fearing that Ling Han's murderous nature would erupt and kill them all to silence them. These people left quietly, but some people were reluctant to give up on the absolute cold ice heartfish still fishing there. Phone reading was more refreshing. Chapter 356. On the second day, Ling Han still obtained the Thunder Battle Armor, making him very happy. Firstly, the Thunder Battle Armor was indeed a precious treasure. Back then, Zishuaxian had worn it like it was a treasure, and secondly, it was precisely because this was a spirit tool used by an old friend that Ling Han was filled with nostalgia. He had crossed over 10,000 years to be reborn, and the whole world was filled with strangers. Seeing an old item of someone from the past, how could he not be overwhelmed with emotions? Then let's go to the Dark Demon Forest, Ling Han decided. He came to the Winter Moon sect mainly to find out his mother's whereabouts, cause trouble for the Ao family, and steal some good stuff along the way, and now these 3 goals were basically achieved. He gathered quite a lot of spirit herbs, obtained the Thunder Battle Armor, defeated the 7 sons of the Ao family, and killed Ao Zitai. Finally, since Yukayu was going with him, there would naturally be a lot of opportunities to get information out of him. This cousin of his was similar to his uncle. They were both very straightforward and couldn't hide any secrets. Thus, after obtaining the Thunder Battle Armor, Ling Han decided to be on his way. Yukayu went with him looking very excited. As it turned out, this guy had only gone out to train twice, and both times were not far from the Winter Moon sect. He had never truly gone far. Ling Han sighed. This guy said he wanted to help, but the best result was that he didn't hold him back. He and Yukayu set out, going all the way down the mountain. Ling Han. However, when they arrived at the foot of the mountain, they suddenly heard a voice behind them that was filled with resentment. This voice was Feng Yan's. Ling Han didn't turn around. He was Han Lin now, not Ling Han. You actually still have the guts to come here? Die! Feng Yan roared in fury, drew his saber, and slashed towards Ling Han. Xiao xiao xiao. 6 flashes of saber chi actually appeared at the same time, turning into 6 sharp blades that gleamed with a cold light, slashing towards Ling Han. This guy also improved very quickly. When he was in the Rain Country, he had only formed 4 flashes of saber chi, but now, he had shockingly formed 6 flashes. After one of his legs was crippled by Ling Han, he had received a huge shock, and it had instead advanced his comprehension of the way of the saber. Shua cold chi filled the air, and the sharp saber chi cut through the air, extremely terrifying. Are you crazy? Because he was standing next to Ling Han, Yukayu was naturally within the attack range of this attack. Moreover, the name that Feng Yan had called out was rather baffling, so he naturally would not associate it with Ling Han. He only thought that he had encountered a madman, and immediately threw out a punch. His arms immediately turned into black iron. The will of martial art transformed into vein-like patterns that glowed on his arms. 6 flashes of fist chi gushed out. Bam! The fist landed on the blade, and the fist chi collided with the blade chi, annihilating each other. Feng Yan's gaze turned cold and he asked, "Who are you, and why are you standing up for this person?" Yukayu walked over and could not help but be surprised because this person was actually a cripple. He had obviously lost one of his legs, and now had a prosthetic one. What was revealed at the bottom of his trousers was a piece of silver-white metal that was shaped like a disc, supporting itself on the ground. He then swept his gaze over the symbol on Feng Yan's sleeves, and could not help but be even more surprised. He mumbled, "When did our Winter Moon sect take in cripples? Moreover, isn't this cripple very powerful?" He spoke straightforwardly. This cripple was the truth, and actually did not have any derogatory meaning. But in Feng Yan's ears this cripple was filled with malice. "You're courting death." Feng Yan's gaze turned sharp, and he was about to strike again. Ling Han turned around and said, "Is there something wrong with you? The moment you come, you start fighting and killing. Where are the rules of the sect?" Feng Yan was startled. His back view of Ling Han was 100% similar to that of his great enemy, but why was it that when he turned around there was such a huge difference? This young man could almost be considered a young man. His appearance was nothing special, and was worlds apart from Ling Han's appearance. But why did his voice give him a very familiar feeling? And his back view was extremely similar to Ling Han's. Moreover, his expression and the tone of his words were also filled with an air that he loathed. I've mistaken you for someone else. Thoughts flew through his mind, but in the end they all turned into this sentence. Crazy Yu Kaiyu glared at him fiercely. He was the eldest grandson of the Yu clan, yet he was mysteriously ambushed by someone, which made him very displeased. But when he thought of his and Ling Han's mission, he temporarily did not have the time to bicker with Feng Yan, so he said, I have something to do now, I'll settle the score with you when I return. As he spoke, he pulled Ling Han and left. Looking at Ling Han's back view, killing intent surfaced on Feng Yan's face again. He turned his head to look at a disciple on the side of the road and asked, Who are these two people? Who are you? Why should I tell you? That disciple raised his head and said, very displeased with Feng Yan's attitude. Feng Yan's eyes became fierce, and he emitted a frightening killing intent, instantly causing that disciple to tremble in fear. He hurriedly said, The older one is Yu Kaiyu, senior brother Yu. He is Grand Elder Yu's great-grandson, and the other one is called Han Lin. He just entered the sect 2 days ago, but is just a troublemaker. As soon as he arrived, he killed Attendant Ao's beloved daughter. Now, he is being punished to enter the dark demon forest to gather fire sun grass. Feng Yan's right index finger instantly flicked, and killing intent circulated. Han Lin, Ling Han, wasn't that the exact opposite? Moreover, a newly joined disciple was so daring that he dared to kill the attendant's daughter. This was very much in line with Ling Han's personality. He immediately soared up and headed towards the White Cloud main peak. This was the place where all the higher-ups of the Winter Moon sect resided. To enter here, one had to be at least in the spiritual pedestal tier, or the personal disciple of a spiritual infant or flower blossom tier elite. Even Yu Kaiyu did not have the right to live here. Feng Yan found the place where the information of the sect's disciples was registered, and directly took out Grand Eldershire's token, requesting for Ling Han's information. Suspicions were just suspicions after all. He wanted concrete evidence. Han Lin, 19 years old, from Return Cloud Mountain, first layer of the spiritual ocean tier when he entered the sect. Feng Yan said, revealing a cold smile at the corner of his lips, and said, Send someone to Return Cloud Mountain to verify this person's information. Young Master Yan, this is making a big fuss over a minor issue, isn't it? If I tell you to go, then go. Do you want me to ask my master to come and talk to you? I wouldn't dare. When Feng Yan walked out, his expression was dark. Han Lin, if you really are Ling Han, I will definitely have you die in the Winter Moon sect because you are seeking your own death by hiding your identity. If I kill you, I will only be killing a minor character called Han Lin. Humph. Ling Han and Yu Kaiyu set off, heading towards Sea Breeze City. This trip to the Dark Demon Forest would take an unknown amount of time, so he naturally had to call Lu Yutong and the others first. Yu Kaiyu didn't know anyone anyways. To avoid being targeted by Ao Feng, Yu Zhenshan even personally escorted them. Only after leaving Yulong Mountain for a long time, and not finding any traces of Ao Feng, did he return to the Winter Moon sect. Because if Ao Feng lost a daughter, then so be it. He had quite a few more anyway, but he only had this one son. The two of them arrived at Sea Breeze City. This was a super large city, more than a dozen times larger than the imperial city of Rain Country. The city walls that were more than 100 meters tall cast a long shadow, and the whole city was like a giant crawling beast. Let's go find a few friends first, Ling Han said. All right, Yu Kaiyu said without any ulterior motives. He was not afraid of being sold out by Ling Han. Chapter 357. Ling Han soon found the inn where Lu Yutong and the others were. Coincidentally, Lu Yutong and Li Sichuan were coming down with Hu Niu, looking like they were going to eat something. It was almost noon, so they could have lunch. Wow, two beauties. Yu Kaiyu immediately whistled. Ling Han rolled his eyes and said, Their faces are covered with a white veil and you know they're beauties? Trust my judgment. If I say they're beauties, they're definitely beauties. Yu Kaiyu patted Ling Han's shoulder and said with a smile, Wait here. Let brother Yu show you how to pick up girls. Ling Han's expression was strange and he said, You're going to pick up the two of them? One is not too little, two is not too much. You should learn, Sai, you're so dark, And though you're not ugly, you're far from handsome. You won't be able to learn Brother Yu's skills. Yu Kaiyu shook his head. Ling Han laughed and said, "Aren't you afraid of hurting my fragile heart by saying that? As a person, the most important thing is to face reality. You indeed don't look that good. And you're far from the handsome Brother Yu. Forget it, I won't talk to you about Brother Yu's ability to pick up girls." Yu Kaiyu strode towards Lu Yutong and the others. But after a short while, he returned dejectedly, looking dispirited. What ran into a rebuff? Ling Han glanced over and saw that Hunyo was still baring her fangs and brandishing her claws at Yu Kaiyu, but when she caught his gaze, the little girl couldn't help but tilt her neck and look left and right at him. This girl's intuition was a bit frightening. Even Lu Yutong and Li Sichan had not noticed the slightest bit of abnormality after he had changed his appearance, but Hunyo seemed to have discovered that there was something different about him, though she had not confirmed it yet. "Don't mention it, let's drink, and we won't go home until we're drunk." Yu Kaiyu looked like he had fallen in love. Ling Han smiled and said, "Do you want me to show you what it means to pick up girls?" Haha. Yu Kaiyu naturally didn't believe him. He gave him a fake smile and said, "If you can sit with them, then I'm convinced. What's so difficult about that?" Ling Han patted him on the shoulder and said, "Go find a seat first. I'll bring them over later." Yu Kaiyu burst into laughter and said, "Junior Apprentice Brother Han, Junior Apprentice Brother Han, I really admire your battle prowess, but your ability to brag seems to be even more awesome. All right, if you can bring them over, I'll call you Big Brother in the future." "That's what you said. Don't regret it." Ling Han shook his head. "I said so. You can go now." Yu Kaiyu looked like he was not going to see her off. Without another word, Ling Han walked over to the table where Lu Yutong and Li Sichan were sitting. Yu Kaiyu, on the other hand, found an empty table and sat down. Naturally, a waiter came over to ask him what he wanted to order. How big could the inn's restaurant be? In just a few steps, Ling Han arrived in front of Lu Yutong and Li Sichan's table. "Ladies, can I sit down?" Ling Han said with a smile. Lu Yutong and Li Sichan both revealed displeased expressions. Even though their faces were covered with white veils, it was still possible to see that their willowy eyebrows were furrowed. It wasn't that they hadn't seen lechers before, but it was the first time they had seen someone so daring as to directly ask to sit with them. "No," Li Sichan said coldly. Meanwhile, Lu Yutong directly extended a slender finger and pointed in the direction of the main entrance, which obviously meant, "Get lost." Yu Kaiyu laughed loudly. He'd hit a snag, so he obviously didn't believe that Ling Han, this dark-skinned and unattractive guy, would succeed. Otherwise, wouldn't it mean that his charm was too bad, even inferior to Ling Han's? Ling Han wasn't discouraged and said to Hunyo, "Little beauty, can I sit next to you?" Hunyo didn't say another word, and directly shifted her butt, making space on the long bench that was originally occupied by one person. Who? This time it was Lu Yutong and Li Sichan's turn to spurt out. They originally thought that Hunyo would ignore them even if she didn't explode, and they were even prepared to hold Hunyo back to prevent the little girl from hurting anyone. But they never imagined that the little girl would actually have this kind of reaction. This was Hunyo bewitched? Under the two girls' dumbfounded gazes, Ling Han sat down. He knew that Hunyo had already recognized him. He laughed mischievously and started to tease Hunyo. The little girl was also very cooperative, and soon squeezed into his arms, acting coquettishly. The chopsticks in Yu Kaiyu's hand involuntarily fell onto the table, and his face twitched. Fuck, after all the planning, he'd missed the little girl. Great beauties certainly wouldn't like Ling Han, this dark-skinned and unattractive type, but little girls wouldn't know what a handsome guy was. He'd never thought that junior brother Han would be so popular with children. Thankfully, he only sat at the same table as the two great beauties, and couldn't possibly bring them over. There was no need to call Ling Han big brother, who he almost failed miserably in an easy task. Lu Yutong and Li Sichan were very surprised. Hunyo was extremely repulsed by strangers, and if it weren't for her relationship with Ling Han, even they wouldn't be able to get close to this little girl. But why would an unfamiliar man make Hunyo so defenseless, acting so coquettishly and passionately, as if the other party was Ling Han? Could it be? The two girls' beautiful eyes lit up. They both knew that Ling Han disguised himself and went to the Winter Moon sect, then this young man in front of them. Ling Han is bad, leaving for so long and not playing with Niu. At this moment, they heard Hu Niu bite Ling Han's hand, and said very discontentedly. As expected, the two girls finally came to a realization, and secretly felt ashamed. They were extremely in love with Ling Han, but their sweetheart was right in front of them, yet they didn't recognize him. On the other hand, Hu Niu recognized him at a glance. How could they endure this? Ling Han smiled faintly, rubbed Hu Niu's hair and said, "Okay. I'll play with Niu more in the future." Hu Niu knew how to act coquettishly, but definitely wouldn't act unreasonable. She immediately cracked a smile and gave Ling Han a sweet smile. Fuck, could this girl be a vixen in disguise? She was too cunning. In that case, Ling Han would definitely feel apologetic, and he'd have to pamper this girl even more in the future. The two girls looked at each other, both on guard. They definitely couldn't be careless because Hu Niu was young, because the little girl would soon become a big girl. With Hu Niu's jealousy at that time, the two of them probably wouldn't even be able to get within 10 meters of Ling Han. Ling Han nodded at the two girls and said, "I'm called Han Lin now. The guy over there is my cousin, but he doesn't know my identity. You two follow me." Lu Yutong and Li Sichuan were instantly extremely shy, but they both stood up and followed Ling Han towards Yu Kaiyu. Pa, the chopsticks that Yu Kaiyu had just picked up not long ago fell onto the table again. His face twisted and his eyeballs almost popped out. How was this possible? They were really tricked by this guy. This junior brother Han didn't have any outstanding features on his left or right. Could it be that women nowadays like this kind of dark and ordinary type? Chapter 358. Ling Han sat down, holding Hu Niu in his arms. The little girl acted coquettishly, clinging to him and refusing to come down at all. Lu Yutong and Li Sichuan sat on either side of him, and the four of them happened to occupy the four corners of the table. "Senior brother Yu, come on, you'll have to change the way you address me in the future," Ling Han said with a smile. Yu Kaiyu was driven mad. He turned to Li Sichuan and said, "Did this guy promise you some benefits to have you two sit here? I'm telling you, this guy is a swindler, poor and ugly." In order to protect his senior brother's face, he could not care less, and began to insult Ling Han. Li Sichuan took off her veil and instantly, her exquisite features were revealed. She was like a fairy, pleasing to the eye. She smiled faintly and said, "I've disappointed senior brother Yu, but I did it willingly." Lu Yutong was not to be outdone, and similarly took off her veil and said, "Me too." They wore veils because they did not want to attract trouble because of their beauty, but now that Ling Han had returned, they naturally had nothing to fear. Yu Kaiyu's mouth involuntarily gaped. He had already expected that the two girls were great beauties, but he had not thought that they would be beautiful to such an extent, completely not inferior to Aoz Tai. Thankfully, he was not someone who could not move his feet when he saw a beauty, and quickly came back to his senses. He gave a thumbs up to Ling Han and said, "You're awesome. I'm convinced." Don't tease senior brother Yu," Lu Yutong said to Ling Han. Yu Kaiyu was dazed and immediately came to a realization and said, "So they are your friends?" Ling Han laughed loudly and said, "Senior brother Yu is finally smart for once. Fuck, I was wondering how your charm could be so great, being able to win over two great beauties at first sight. So you already knew each other." Yu Kaiyu shook his head repeatedly, but also breathed a sigh of relief. It was not that his charm was inferior to Ling Han's, but there was another reason. Moreover, since they already knew each other, the bet just now naturally didn't count. Ling Han was only joking with Yu Kaiyu. He said to Lu Yutong, "Brother Guang, can ye and Wu Jiu?" Wu Jiu and can ye ate first, but brother Guang. Li Sichuan paused for a moment. He seemed to have suffered some kind of blow, and has been listless for a few days now. Ling Han nodded and said, "I'll go later. But first, I have to get senior brother Yu drunk." "Why did you get me drunk?" Yu Kaiyu asked innocently. "Isn't it worth getting drunk to be able to see two beauties?" Ling Han laughed. Hee. Then let's drink until we're drunk." Yu Kaiyu was a forthright person. 9 out of 10 people who were forthright were greedy, so he immediately slammed the table and said, "Waiter, bring some good wine." However, his forthrightness didn't last long. With Ling Han and the other two taking turns to pour wine on him, he very quickly became drunk. His head swayed, and he couldn't even tell how many people there were in Ling Han and the others. Ling Han got a room and helped Yu Kaiyu inside. He wanted to continue investigating his mother's whereabouts. My auntie is locked in the black water prison. Yu Kaiyu couldn't keep secrets when he was drunk. He said it as soon as he asked, causing Ling Han to shake his head. In the future, he either had to hide important things from him, or he couldn't let him drink. Otherwise, it was as if this guy's mouth didn't have a mouth, and he would spill everything. Where is the black water prison? What kind of environment is it? Ling Han asked. At the same time, there was anger in his heart. His mother was actually locked in a prison, making him want to go berserk. The black water prison is where our sect imprisons criminals. Most of them are our sect's enemies, and there are also some disciples who betrayed our sect. Yu Kaiyu shook his head. When I was young, I could still go to Auntie, but those bastards from the Ao clan kept on squeezing. 3 years ago, Auntie was sent to the black water prison, and I haven't been able to see Auntie since. Woo, my poor Auntie separated from her husband, and locked in that place where there's no daylight. Those bastards from the Ao clan, when I cultivate to the spiritual infant tier, I'll strangle one to death if I see one. Ling Han nodded. This cousin was on his side. How's the defense of the black water prison? You want to break into the prison? Impossible. Yu Kaiyu shook his head repeatedly as if he was going to shake his head off. There are 2 flower blossom tier elites taking turns to keep watch, and even a fly can't fly in. Ling Han couldn't help but knock on the table. Come. He had to at least have the battle prowess of the flower blossom tier to be able to break into the black water prison and rescue his mother. Damn it. He clearly knew that his mother was locked in the prison suffering, but he could only sit. Yu Kaiyu's alcohol tolerance wasn't bad, and he wouldn't go crazy after getting drunk, quickly falling asleep. Ling Han left the room to find Lu Yutong and the others. Zhu Wujiao and Qingyi already knew of his arrival, and were waiting for him. Ling Han was concerned about their cultivation advancement, then took out Restore Origin pills and distributed them. He was never stingy towards his own people. Later, I'll teach you guys some new martial arts techniques. You guys can strengthen your foundations, and then you'll be qualified to be called elites, Ling Han said. Since these people were all going to follow him, he naturally had to raise their abilities. Ling Han went to Guangyuan again. This originally boorish guy actually shut himself in his room for many days like a young lady. It was really a bit strange. He pushed open the door and entered, seeing Guangyuan sitting blankly, a bit lost in thought. Brother Guangyuan. Ling Han stretched out his hand and waved it in front of the other. Guangyuan reacted after a while. When it came to Ling Han, he was first startled, revealing a vigilant expression, and then said hesitantly, Ling Han. It's me. Ling Han nodded. What's wrong with you? What are you thinking so deeply? Guangyuan hesitated again and again. He wanted to say it but didn't seem to know how to start. In the end he sighed and said, I met someone. Old lover. Ling Han said with a smile. Otherwise he wouldn't be so lost. In this world perhaps only the word love could torture people like this. Guangyuan smiled bitterly and said, It's the man of my old lover. This development wasn't so wonderful. Guangyuan started a new topic, as if he also wanted to vent the frustration in his heart. No matter how hard he tried, he could not stop himself and began to talk incessantly. When I was still young, I left Rain Country and traveled the North region, seeking a way to become stronger. In this period of time I met 2 people, both lone cultivators. The 3 of us formed a group and traveled the world, sharing life and death with each other. One of them was called Duan Zhengji, and the other was called Nong Qingyu. Duan Zhengji and I were brothers, and at the same time we fell in love with Qingyu. In order not to hurt our friendship, Duan Zhengji and I agreed to have a martial arts competition, and whoever lost would withdraw from the competition. In that half a year I cultivated madly, and was confident that I could win against Duan Zhengji. But a few days before the competition, Qingyu came to me and told me that she had already made her decision, and had chosen Duan Zhengji. I naturally had no choice but to withdraw, but not long after Duan Zhengji got drunk. Only then did I know that he had obtained Qingyu through some shameful means, forcing her to choose him. I was furious and gave Duanjingji a beating. Then I went to find Qingyu and said that I didn't mind the relationship between her and Duanjingji, as long as she was willing to leave with me. But she didn't agree. I was disheartened and returned to Rain Country. In the blink of an eye, 20 years had passed. A few days ago, I actually met Duanjingji, and he said that Qingyu had already been dead for 3 years. Chapter 359. A few minutes later, the woman came out from the pavilion and couldn't help but look confused. She clearly remembered that there were several damaged pavilions and pavilions nearby, so why were they all gone now? She hadn't even finished her thought when she saw Ling Han had already swam over. With a wave of his hand, the pavilion behind her disappeared. The woman's face was filled with confusion. So those pavilions and pavilions had all been taken away by Ling Han. But she was immediately given a fright. A pavilion was taken away just like that. Just how big was this spatial ring of yours? Ling Han, however, didn't care. Even if everyone knew that his spatial ring was very big, so what? Could it be that they would still dare to snatch it? To offend a heaven-grade alchemist for a spatial spirit tool, no matter how big the spatial ring was, it wasn't worth it. Of course, if they knew the true use of the Black Tower, then putting aside the fact that Ling Han was only a heaven-grade alchemist, even immortals would rush over to snatch it. Ling Han began to excavate the underground buildings, and only the heads of quite a few of them were revealed. 1, 2, 3. He took great joy in collecting them. Even if it was all for nothing, it wouldn't waste too much time, but if there was some sort of harvest, then the profit would be great. He discovered a roof and casually put it away, yet discovered that the roof was still there, and hadn't been taken into the Black Tower. He tried again, but still to no avail, which made him feel strange. Taking a closer look, this roof really was somewhat different. It was a pointed roof, and the entire roof was a single piece. There were no tiles, and it was golden in color. Why couldn't it be taken into the Black Tower? Ling Han waved his hands, and instantly, pieces of sand and sand rose up at the bottom of the lake, as if a flood dragon had come, twisting the entire bottom of the lake into a mess, turning it extremely turbid. It was difficult to see one's own fingers even if one stretched out his hand. Yet Ling Han was more and more astonished. At the bottom of the lake, more and more parts of this building were revealed. The golden walls were completely different from the other buildings, and they had already dug down about 9 meters, but still hadn't revealed the entire building. What was strange was that this building was actually triangular. The deeper one dug down, the larger the exposed area of the building. That earlier was only the apex of the pointed cone. What was even more strange was that Ling Han still hadn't reached a single window, as if what he had dug out was a complete piece of metal, only that it was ridiculously large. He became more and more curious, and the girl on the side also became interested, beginning to dig on the other side. The soil in the lake was loose, and these two people were both in the spiritual pedestal tier, so their strength was astonishing. Very soon they had dug down to 300 feet, and more of this golden building was revealed. However, they still hadn't reached the bottom, and the building still had no windows or doors. Strange. More and more people were attracted over, and there weren't many absolute cold ice heartfish left in the lake. Thus, after a bout of fighting, everyone also ended their fishing, and turned their gazes over. Truly rare, there was actually such a building at the bottom of the lake. Everyone made a move, digging towards the bottom of the lake. After digging down for close to 3,000 feet, they finally dug to the bottom, revealing the true appearance of this building. Divine Temple, Ling Han murmured. He had seen such a description in ancient records. In the divine realm, there was this kind of 3-sided conical building, mostly used for sacrifices, but also used for other purposes. The golden divine temple was vast and majestic, and the 3,000 feet high seat was completely integrated. Ling Han didn't know if the vast lands had this kind of building ability, but if this was something from the divine realm, then it was another matter. There was a door on each of the 3 sides of the divine temple. It was a full 30 feet tall and 15 feet wide, and the golden door was practically integrated with the walls. If it wasn't for the various animal totems carved on the door, it would really be very difficult to discover. Ling Han stood in front of the door on one side. Guang Yuan and Yu Kaiyu had already come over, and were similarly extremely curious. There were many animals on the door that Ling Han had never seen before. Were they creatures from the divine realm? And on the other side, someone couldn't help but reach out and push the door. Hong long long. Instantly, the 3 doors opened at the same time, revealing 3 dark passageways. The lake water instantly flowed backwards, pouring into the divine temple. The divine temple seemed to have become a sky-swallowing giant whale, emitting a powerful suction force. A few people weren't on guard and were immediately sucked into the temple, while the majority hurriedly pushed the water flow, rising towards the surface of the lake. The suction force was astonishing. In a mere 10 minutes or so, the entire lake had completely disappeared, turning into a gigantic pit. A divine temple stood there, exuding a dazzling golden light as if it was forged from pure gold. Although martial artists viewed gold and silver as dung, such a large pile of dung towering in front of them was still shocking. When all the lake water had disappeared, the divine temple no longer produced a suction force, and just stood there quietly like a monument, causing people to instinctively feel reverence from the bottom of their hearts. Everyone cried out in surprise. Who would have thought that such a grand and strange building was actually hidden at the bottom of the lake? Ling Han, however, was very careful. Previously, a few people had been sucked into the divine temple along with the lake water, but now they didn't appear. What did this mean? Firstly, it was incomparably dangerous inside. They were trapped and even dead. Secondly, there were a lot of secret treasures in the divine temple. Thus, those few people were in the process of collecting them, and had no intention of coming out. Which one was it? Ling Han's curiosity was burning endlessly. He decided to go in and take a look. This wasn't just one person's idea. Some people had already begun to form their own cliques, and wanted to enter as a group. It could be incomparably dangerous inside, and if they had secret treasures, their chances of success would be higher if they teamed up. And it was in this little time that more people rushed over from afar, and the number of people increased again. Are you guys going in or not? Ling Han asked Yu Kaiyu and Guang Yuan. Li Sichan also walked over. Of course we're going in, Yu Kaiyu said hurriedly. If young Master Han wants to go in, then I will definitely follow, Guang Yuan said. All right, let's go in, Ling Han said with a smile. He had the Black Tower, so no matter what, he would be able to protect everyone's lives. Let's go. The 4 of them set out, and climbed down along the walls of the lake. This was a height of 3,000 meters, and now the water below had long since dried up, revealing the eerie white rocks below. If they directly jumped down, the possibility of falling and having their bones crushed was the highest. Li Sichan was only in the gushing spring tier, so she climbed very slowly. Ling Han simply picked her up by the waist, and using only one hand to climb, he was even more agile than Yu Kaiyu and Guang Yuan put together, heading towards the bottom of the lake at an incredible speed. Now this great lake was completely an abyss. This was a cliff, but a wet cliff, and it was mainly made of mud. If one was not careful, they could slip and fall down. It was only a matter of a few minutes, and Ling Han was the first to arrive at the bottom of the lake. He put Li Sichan down. This beauty's cheeks were already flushed, and her beautiful eyes were like spring water, tender and alluring.